Chapter 1. The Stepmother's Betrayal. In the southern court of the Great Xia, the presiding judge thundered, Luo Feng, do you acknowledge your crimes? Taking advantage of your status as the son of Major General Lin Jingwu from the southern war zone, you have long been a notorious scoundrel, and now you have committed this heinous act. As the judge's furious admonition echoed in the chamber, a series of harrowing images illuminated the large screen. The floor was stained a horrific crimson, and 3 lifeless bodies lay sprawled upon it. The chests of the middle-aged couple had been pierced, their bodies marred by ghastly scars, their eyes wide open even in death, revealing an unmistakable blend of hatred and despair. In addition, the body of a young girl lay curled on the ground. Her hands were clasped upon her chest, and her once beautiful face bore dozens of knife wounds, blood splattered across most of her visage, with 2 distinct trails of tears etched beneath her eyes. Such a gruesome scene would surely send shivers down anyone's spine. Despite the judge's extensive exposure to the darker facets of humanity, his heart seethed with rage upon witnessing this tableau, and he bellowed at the figure on the stand. Luo Feng, in a fit of rage after your girlfriend rebuffed your advances, you brazenly invaded her home in the dead of night and ruthlessly slaughtered her entire family. A wretch like you does not deserve the protection of the Great Xia. Luo Feng stared blankly at the blood-soaked images that flickered on the screen, his crimson eyes filled with sorrow, his trembling lips devoid of color, and his complexion pale as death. In the face of the judge's tirade, Luo Feng clenched his fists, his expression contorted in anguish. Leaning slightly forward, the shackles binding his hands and feet clanking ominously. He met the judge's gaze, his voice hoarse, as if emerging from a long-abandoned bellows. I did not kill them, it was Lin Chongqing who did. He is the true murderer. Lin Chongqing was Luo Feng's brother. To be precise, they were half-brothers. Luo Feng's mother had passed away unexpectedly when he was 3 years old. Before her funeral had even concluded, his father, Lin Jingwu, had brought home a woman and her son Tang Lingxian and Lin Chongqing. At that tender age, Luo Feng was oblivious to the implications of this new family dynamic, only later grasping the full picture. Lin Jingwu, an officer in the southern war zone, was often away, leading troops to fend off the attacks of monstrous beasts. Left unsupervised, Luo Feng frequently bore the brunt of Tang Lingxuan's abuse, often sustaining new injuries before the old ones had even healed. In his youth, he viewed Lin Jingwu as his beacon of salvation. However, upon Lin Jingwu's return home, and after confiding in him about his plight, Luo Feng was met with a brutal beating and a scathing reprimand for daring to tarnish the reputation of his stepfamily. It was from that moment onward that Luo Feng's true nightmare began. Tang Lingxian, already known for her arrogance and domineering nature, escalated her antagonism towards Luo Feng, treating it as a source of amusement. She even coerced him into adopting her surname, leading those unaware to believe Luo Feng was an illegitimate child, thereby concealing the truth of her being an interloper in someone else's relationship. Luo Feng's survival thus far can be attributed not only to his resilient character, but also to his remarkable fortune otherwise. He might have met a tragic end long ago. In such a toxic familial environment, Tang Lingxuan's son, Lin Chongqing, grew up with a reckless disposition, mirroring his mother's disdain for Luo Feng, targeting him at every opportunity. It is no exaggeration to state that Lin Chongqing epitomizes the darker side of human nature. Regardless of what Luo Feng achieved, Lin Chongqing would resort to various means to reclaim it if that proved impossible. He would rather destroy it than allow Luo Feng to possess it. The family of 3, brutally murdered as mentioned by the presiding judge, met their tragic fate for this very reason. The young girl, Su Liue, a classmate of Luo Feng, developed feelings for him after getting to know him and boldly pursued him. However, Luo Feng, mindful of the potential repercussions for Su Liue at the hands of Lin Chongqing, refrained from accepting her affections. Yet, Su Liue remained undeterred, persistently seeking a relationship with him. Even after Luo Feng revealed his circumstances, she resolutely chose to be with him. For Luo Feng, who had endured a life fraught with adversity, Su Liue appeared as an angel of salvation, and he inevitably fell in love with her, ultimately deciding to be together. However, Luo Feng could scarcely anticipate that mere moments into their romance, Su Liue would attract Lin Chongqing's attention. Lin Chongqing sought to coerce Su Yue into abandoning Luo Feng for him, aiming to shatter Luo Feng's spirit through this manipulation. To his surprise, Su Yue remained unyielding, which incited his wrath, leading him to commit the heinous act of annihilation. According to the laws of the Great Xia, regardless of status or age, anyone daring to commit murder within the city would face the death penalty, serving as a condemned prisoner on the front lines against the monstrous incursions, thus rendering their fate an ironic utility. Even as the son of a major general in the Southern War Zone, Lin Chongqing could not evade such a consequence after the incident. To exonerate her son, Tang Lingxian swiftly framed Luo Feng as the perpetrator in place of Lin Chongqing. Given Tang Lingxuan's connections, fabricating evidence posed no challenge. Hence, the judge dismissed Luo Feng's explanations as mere fabrications. Bang! The judge slammed the gavel and glared at Luo Feng. Your fingerprints and footprints are all over the victim's home, and traces of their blood were found on you. Furthermore, items stained with the victim's blood, not yet completely destroyed, were discovered in your residence. With such irrefutable evidence before us, you still dare to defend yourself? As the judge's words echoed, the courtroom erupted in a chorus of vehement condemnation and outrage. This wretched scoundrel, on the brink of death, shows no sign of repentance. I believe it would be best not to send him to the death row camp. He should be executed outright. Such a vile creature is a waste of resources. He truly deserves death. A young girl in the bloom of youth and a devoted couple cruelly slaughtered by him. How could he bring himself to commit such atrocities? The records indicate that this individual suffers from a flawed meridian and is unable to cultivate. Meanwhile, his brother possesses extraordinary talent, which has twisted his psyche over time. This is why he resorted to murder simply because he failed to consummate his relationship with his girlfriend, even attempting to shift the blame onto his brother. Fortunately, the laws of the Great Xia dictate that no matter one's status, the penalty for murder is death. Otherwise, who knows how many lives could be lost at the hands of such debauched youths, or how many innocent girls would fall victim to his cruelty. What good does that do? Let's not forget he is the son of a major general in the Southern War Zone. Even if he is sent to the death row camp, he is unlikely to face the same fate as other inmates. Upon hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Lin Jingwu, seated among the relatives, stirred. He rose and addressed the presiding judge with a solemn tone. Your Honor, this matter is a result of my inadequate supervision, ultimately leading to this grave error. As a major general of the Great Xia, I shall adhere strictly to the law and ensure that Luo Feng faces the front line as a death row inmate against the onslaught of otherworldly beasts. Furthermore, to ensure fairness and justice, I voluntarily request that Luo Feng be assigned to the Northern War Zone's death row camp, preventing any accusations of favoritism. Chapter 2. Exile to the death row camp. Lin Jingwu's words projected a sense of righteousness, embodying the archetype of an unyielding and just general. Both the presiding judge and the audience observing the trial regarded him with admiration and respect. A profound sense of guilt washed over Lin Jingwu's face, his stern expression revealing traces of exhaustion and regret as he lamented. The occurrence of this tragedy ultimately stems from my negligence in supervising Luo Feng. Thus, I bear significant responsibility. In order to atone for my missteps, I shall remain steadfast at the front line. As long as I draw breath, I shall not permit any otherworldly beast to breach the defenses of the Southern War Zone. As for Luo Feng, let him redeem himself with his life. Such heartfelt declarations effectively restored Lin Zhengwu's image before the public. Even the viewers of this live trial expressed their praise, attributing the wrongdoing solely to Luo Feng, absolving the heroic Lin Zhengwu of any connection to the crime. Due to the shocking nature of this massacre, the trial was broadcast live to provide the public with a clear account, underscoring that the laws of the Great Xia are inviolable and must not be trampled upon. In the face of his own father's betrayal, Luo Feng stood silently on the platform, gazing at him without displaying any sign of surprise or anger. Despite Lin Jingwu's infrequent presence at home, he remained acutely aware of all that transpired within his household, yet he chose to observe from a distance, seemingly indifferent to the fate of his own son. One might surmise that even regarding Tang Lingxuan's scheme to frame him for Lin Chongqing's crimes, apart from Tang Lingxuan's family, Lin Jingwu likely played a role in fabricating evidence. Even if he did not directly partake, he was undoubtedly cognizant of the truth. In Lin Jingwu's eyes, it seems that Luo Feng's sole purpose now is to serve as a means to extricate Lin Chongqing from his transgressions while simultaneously enhancing his own prestige. After Lin Jingwu articulated his stance, Tang Lingxian, standing beside him, appeared genuinely sorrowful, her face etched with grief as she spoke. I bear a significant share of the blame in this matter. Although I am not Luo Feng's biological mother, I have always regarded him as my own. Because he lacked the innate talent for martial arts that Chongqing possesses, I hope to allow him to live as a joyful, ordinary person, thus refraining from the strict discipline I imposed on Chongqing. Regrettably, this leniency has led to severe psychological issues for him. I am profoundly sorry I have failed to fulfill my responsibilities as a mother. At this juncture, Tang Lingxuan's eyes brimmed with tears as she broke down in anguish. Lin Jingwu embraced her, offering solace. It is not your fault. All of this is the result of Luo Feng's own actions. It is tragic for that murdered family of 3. If it were not for the enforcement of the laws of the Great Xia, I would be tempted to take matters into my own hands and eliminate this scoundrel myself. Tang Lingxian wept inconsolably against Lin Jingwu's chest, appearing genuinely remorseful for her failure to guide Luo Feng properly. Witnessing this display of deep affection between the couple, Luo Feng felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, his clenched fists creaking under the strain, and the prominence of his cheekbones became exaggerated from the intensity of his gritted teeth. Luo Feng had relinquished any hope of defending himself in court. He understood that his efforts would bear no fruit. There were those advising Tang Lingxian, and the fabricated evidence was meticulously crafted, leaving no room for flaws. With the situation having escalated to this extent, his only fate awaited him as a member of the death row, destined to perish at the jaws of a beast one day. After her performance as a grieving mother, Tang Lingxian signaled to Lin Chongqing, who complied by dabbing his pepper sauce-stained palm across his cheeks, causing 2 streams of tears to cascade from his stinging eyes. Brother, I did not realize that my ascendance as a martial artist placed such immense pressure upon you. I failed to recognize your psychological turmoil. Had I done so, perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. Yet, as a son of my father, we cannot evade our responsibilities. We must adhere to the laws of the Great Xia. Thus, I have resolved that while you serve your penance in the death row, I shall take up arms at the front lines to combat the beasts and protect the people of Great Xia from harm. Upon hearing Lin Chongqing's declaration, the audience in the courtroom erupted in praise, and even those observing the public trial were not shy in their commendation. Indeed, the bond between brothers is distinctly unique. One has succumbed to psychological turmoil due to his inability to cultivate, while the other, possessing extraordinary talent, harbors lofty ideals of safeguarding the nation. Truly, a tiger begets no dog compared to Lin Chongqing. This fellow Luo Feng scarcely appears to be his biological counterpart. Lin Chongqing is so handsome, both striking and formidable. How I wish to be his girlfriend. Please, temper your enthusiasm. Lin Chongqing is the son of a major general and a martial arts prodigy, promising a bright future. Do you truly believe you are worthy of being his girlfriend? Luo Feng observed Lin Jingwu, Tang Lingxian, and Lin Chongqing, acutely aware that the 3 of them regarded this public trial as a stage, seizing the opportunity to enhance their reputations and ascend to greater heights. Lin Chongqing's proclamations of fighting on the front lines against the beasts merely reveal his desire to gain prestige in the Southern Theater. With Lin Jingwu, the major general as his backing, securing military merits would undoubtedly propel Lin Chongqing to prominence in no time. As for whether Lin Chongqing could achieve remarkable feats, should he be concerned about that? To outsiders, the trio seemed mournful over Luo Feng's downfall, yet to Luo Feng, their malice and ridicule were abundantly clear. It was as if they were brazenly announcing to Luo Feng that, before them, he talentless waste in martial arts had no capacity to resist. Their intent was to invert truth and injustice, to frame the innocent Luo Feng, compelling him to bear the culpability of ruthlessly slaughtering his girlfriend's family, ultimately condemning him to die at the claws of the beasts as a death row inmate. The presiding judge raised his gavel, striking the desk, and once the courtroom fell into complete silence, he rose to deliver the verdict. This case is backed by irrefutable evidence the defendant, Luo Feng, has committed heinous crimes. According to Article 33 of the Great Xia Law, a criminal meeting the criteria for the death penalty shall join the ranks of death row inmates, dispatched to the front lines to fend off the beastly onslaught. I hereby announce the verdict for Luo Feng. He is to be dispatched to the Northern Theater's death row camp, never to leave, dedicating his life to contribute his final strength to safeguard Great Xia. Chapter 3. Her cries were truly thunderous following the conclusion of the public trial. Luo Feng was temporarily confined, awaiting his transfer the following day to the Northern Military District, where he would become a member of the death row. Within the pitch-black confines of his prison cell, Luo Feng's eyes gradually lost their focus. His path in martial arts had already been severed. Numerous instructors had predicted that he would never ascend to the realm of the martial artist. Despite the brutal murder of his girlfriend's family and his own unjust entrapment, he found himself powerless to exact revenge, compelled to watch as his enemies roamed free, potentially rising to become formidable figures in the Great Xia, revered by the masses. In stark contrast, Luo Feng was destined for the Northern Military District's death row, facing the horrors of the front line against beasts. Not only was revenge an impossibility, but he had yet to even meet the threshold of a martial artist. Once on the front line, he would likely be slain by any beast that crossed his path. Even with Luo Feng's resilient spirit, confronted with such dire circumstances, he was at a loss for how to proceed. Just as despair enveloped him, the sound of approaching footsteps grew increasingly audible, ultimately halting before his cell. In the next moment, the lights flickered on, revealing the figure of Lin Jingwu. Standing before the cell door, Lin Jingwu regarded Luo Feng with a complex expression, remaining silent for an extended period. Luo Feng, however, chose to ignore his presence. From a moment, Lin Jingwu allowed his stepmother, Tang Lingxian, to torment him in various ways. Luo Feng had ceased to regard him as a father, especially now, as Lin Jingwu conspired with others to frame him, forcing him to bear the death penalty for Lin Chongqing. Luo Feng had come to view him as an enemy. After a considerable interval, Lin Jingwu finally spoke, his voice heavy. "You are to be sent to the death row tomorrow. Do you not have anything to say to me?" Luo Feng did not even glance at him, replying coolly, "Nothing." "Get lost." Lin Jingwu's breath caught sharply at these words. After a brief moment of shock, fury consumed him. Before entering, he had envisioned numerous scenarios, anticipating that Luo Feng would likely plead for his help or assert that Lin Chongqing was the true culprit. But he had never expected Luo Feng to dismiss him so callously. Is this the attitude a son should exhibit towards his father? Lin Jingwu scoffed, his voice laced with anger. "Even at this juncture, you remain obstinate. You are just as headstrong and ungrateful as your deceased mother." At this remark, Luo Feng slowly lifted his gaze to meet Lin Jingwu's, enunciating each word with chilling clarity. "You old dog are not worthy to speak of my mother." Feeling the icy, murderous glare emanating from Luo Feng, akin to a vengeful spirit risen from the depths of hell, Lin Jingwu, a seasoned major general on the brink of entering the 6th rank of martial artists, felt a shiver run down his spine. He could sense the profound hatred Luo Feng harbored for him. Should the opportunity arise, he would not hesitate to kill his own father without a shred of mercy. Fortunately, Luo Feng lacked any martial talent, and once he became part of the death row, his fate on the front line was sealed. Otherwise, Lin Jingwu would surely find it difficult to rest easy. With this thought, Lin Jingwu relaxed slightly, letting out a cold snort directed at Luo Feng. Facing imminent demise, yet still clinging to defiance, it appears my previous pity for you was entirely misplaced. A wretch such as yourself ought to be utilized to the fullest. If your life can be exchanged for a prosperous future, it might be deemed worthwhile. After uttering these words, Lin Jingwu turned to depart. Just before exiting the prison, he cast a final glance at Luo Feng and remarked indifferently, "I await the news of your demise at the hands of the beasts. In light of your utility as a tool, I shall pay respects to you and your mother." As Lin Jingwu exited, the prison had yet to fall into darkness when Lin Chongqing entered with an air of triumph. The moment Luo Feng laid eyes on Lin Chongqing, he could no longer suppress the fury and hatred surging within him. Gripping the bars of his cell, he emitted a series of creaking sounds. Lin Chongqing, you deserve to die. Luo Feng's low growl reverberated throughout the prison. Yet Lin Chongqing, far from feeling any fear, wore an even broader smile. With a mocking gaze fixed on the imprisoned Luo Feng, Lin Chongqing nodded repeatedly in agreement. Indeed, I deserve death for slaying an innocent family of 3, and to incur the wrath of the great Xia's laws is naturally punishable. However, I am fortunate to have a good brother who can shoulder this death sentence on my behalf, destined for a death row camp. Luo Feng, I truly owe you my gratitude. Feigning a bow, Lin Chongqing rose, and upon seeing the madness etched on Luo Feng's striking visage, he could not contain his laughter. His mirth was unrestrained, continuing until tears streamed down his face, after which he approached the cell door, separated from Luo Feng by merely the bars. Do not think for a moment that the surveillance will capture my earlier words, allowing you to clear your name. Before your father arrived, the cameras have been temporarily disabled. You must have seen the photos of that deceased family in court. Did it not ignite your fury, making you long to extinguish my life? Alas, you shall never have that opportunity. With arms crossed and a smirk gracing his lips, Lin Chongqing began to elaborate on the events. Your little girlfriend was quite foolish. I had made it clear that should she choose to be with me, I could offer her ample resources, granting her a chance to become a warrior. Yet she refused without a moment's thought, especially upon learning my intentions. Even when I threatened her life, she remained steadfast. As the blade grazed her beautiful face, her cries were truly resounding and, dare I say, melodious. Especially when her visage was marred with blood, it became all the more appealing. Oh, and before her demise, aside from pleading for her parents' lives, she was fixated on you, begging me to spare you once she was gone. Is that not amusing? Luo Feng remained silent. Yet through the bars of his cell, he suddenly swung his fist towards Lin Chongqing's face. Just as the blow was about to connect, Lin Chongqing effortlessly intercepted it, his expression hardening as he twisted Luo Feng's hand with force. With a sharp crack, the sound of bones fracturing echoed through the air, and Luo Feng's arm grotesquely contorted and drooped. Yet, as if bereft of any sensation of pain, he emitted not a single sound, instead swinging his other fist to launch another assault. Lin Chongqing, employing the same brutal method, mercilessly shattered both of Luo Feng's arms. Witnessing Luo Feng, now seemingly deranged, attempting to kick him, Lin Chongqing felt a surge of irritation. However, he realized that if he were to break all of Luo Feng's limbs, it would inevitably lead to complications. Resigned to this predicament, Lin Chongqing consoled himself by deciding not to stoop to the level of a madman, retreating a few steps to evade Luo Feng's grasp. To his astonishment, even with his arms hanging limply, Luo Feng pressed his face against the bars of the cell, contorting it in a grotesque manner, and spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva towards him, staining his pristine attire with a splash of peculiar color. Chapter 4. System Activation. Strengthening through points, Lin Chongqing glanced down at the blood and saliva staining his clothing, his face twitching slightly, with a flicker of malice evident in his gaze. Luo Feng, you have provoked me once again. I'm increasingly tempted to end your life with my own hands right now. Luo Feng displayed no hint of fear. He even attempted to thrust his head out of the cell, roaring defiantly, "Come on." Lin Chongqing clenched and released his fists several times, taking a deep breath to calm his restless heart, and managed to muster a semblance of a smile as he spoke. I shall not stoop to quarrel with a dying man. Unlike you, a condemned prisoner destined for the front lines, I am a genius with a promising path ahead. Rather than kill you, I would prefer to hear news of your demise at the hands of a beast. I trust you shall not keep me waiting long. Luo Feng, like a wild beast trapped in a cage, fell silent, fixing his gaze on Lin Chongqing as if he intended to devour him whole with his eyes. Even Lin Jingwu felt a chill upon encountering such a stare, let alone Lin Chongqing. Lin Chongqing instinctively took 2 steps back, but upon realizing how disgraceful his actions were, his anger only intensified. After all, Luo Feng was merely a death row inmate, to be escorted to the execution grounds the following day. Why should he fear him? Recognizing this, Lin Chongqing sneered, "What? Do you wish to kill me? Do you possess the capability?" Do not forget, you are nothing but a useless wretch, unable to even meet the standards of a budding martial artist. Suddenly, Lin Chongqing's eyes sparkled with a thought, and he chuckled to himself, since your end is imminent. Allow me to extend a modicum of kindness and reveal a secret. Do you know why you have been unable to cultivate, and why your vitality has never reached the threshold of a budding martial artist? With keen interest, Lin Chongqing awaited Luo Feng's inquiry. To his surprise, Luo Feng remained silent, causing Lin Chongqing's smile to falter. After a prolonged silence, Lin Chongqing could no longer contain himself and spoke again. Initially, your talent was extraordinarily formidable, surpassing that of my father and my two uncles. According to grandfather, had you developed smoothly, your future achievements might have rivaled his. To sever your path in martial arts, my mother deliberately prepared a potion that transformed you overnight from a genius into a useless being. How does it feel to learn this truth? Are you not even more enraged? Lin Chongqing's relentless harassment of Luo Feng stemmed from his awareness of the insurmountable gap between their true talents, prompting him to attempt to utterly shatter Luo Feng through such actions. Unfortunately, throughout it all, Luo Feng never exhibited a hint of weakness, overcoming every setback with resilience. It was precisely this unwavering spirit that incited Lin Chongqing's wrath after being spurned by Su Liyue, driving him to take drastic measures and ultimately shift the blame onto Luo Feng, thus extinguishing his hopes entirely. Regardless of Lin Chongqing's actions, there will always be someone to clean up after him, rendering any repercussions unnecessary. Lin Chongqing believed that revealing the truth about Luo Feng's descent into uselessness would shatter him completely, allowing him to relish in the pleasure of striking Luo Feng down. However, to his utter astonishment, Luo Feng appeared to have anticipated this revelation, displaying neither surprise nor anger. Lin Chongqing furrowed his brow, feeling an overwhelming sense of tedium, and scoffed. How dull. Never mind, it's not worth my time. I hope you can linger in the death row camp a little longer, ideally until I achieve fame and fortune before meeting your end. Farewell, my dear brother, who bears the burden of my death sentence. A sickly smile crept across Lin Chongqing's face as he waved goodbye to Luo Feng and turned to leave the prison. Once enveloped once more in the oppressive darkness of the cell, Luo Feng could no longer contain his emotions, unleashing a primal roar akin to that of a beast. He had long known the truth of his inability to cultivate, but what did it matter? He lacked even the ability to take his own life in defiance. They say that a common man's rage can spill blood for 5 steps. Yet Luo Feng's adversaries were formidable warriors far beyond his reach. Until now, he had never given up, exploring countless avenues in hopes of restoring his martial talent, but to no avail. He had already resolved to join a military force outside of the Southern War Zone after graduation, or to venture out alone into the wilderness, willing to face death at the hands of beasts just to step into the realm of warriors. However, with Tang Lingxian and Lin Chongqing framing him for a death sentence, his last glimmer of hope had been extinguished. Beep. Charging complete. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow System loading. 10. 50. 100. Loading complete. Upon hearing this mechanical voice, Luo Feng was momentarily stunned. After a prolonged silence, he tentatively inquired, "Who?" He could distinctly hear the rapid pounding of his heart and dared not draw another breath, fearing he was caught in an illusion. The next moment, a voice that resonated like celestial music to Luo Feng rang out once more. "Master may call me Wind Spirit. Should you require anything, simply summon Wind Spirit in your mind." Wind Spirit? A system? Is this real? Once he confirmed that this was not a figment of his imagination, Luo Feng's breathing quickened, and hope rekindled in his eyes. He hastily asked in his mind, "Wind Spirit, what abilities do you possess?" The purpose of Wind Spirit is to assist the master in becoming stronger. By defeating enemies, the master can acquire corresponding attribute points based on their strength, which can be utilized to enhance various attributes. The master can awaken the attribute panel to view their own stats. Luo Feng wished to unleash his excitement by throwing a punch, yet his arms had just been broken by Lin Chongqing, rendering him unable even to clench a fist. Nevertheless, he paid no heed to his physical state and fervently thought, "Open the attribute panel. Master, Luo Feng, Vitality, 0, 7 Spirit, 1, 5. Martial Skill, Swordsmanship Beginner. Available Attribute Points, 0. The attribute panel was remarkably succinct, consisting solely of these 5 lines, yet this simplicity invigorated Luo Feng immensely. Were every endeavor accompanied by a progress bar, there would surely be no lethargic souls, for one could constantly witness tangible feedback. Not to mention, Luo Feng merely needed to vanquish foes to earn attribute points, which could be utilized to enhance his vitality and spirit, thereby progressively growing stronger. Tomorrow, he was to be escorted to the front lines to confront the monstrous beasts. Could he truly lament the lack of avenues to acquire tribute points? The sole drawback was his feeble strength, compounded by the fact that both of his arms had been shattered by Lin Chongqing, leaving him in a precarious condition. A moment's carelessness on the front lines could result in his demise at the hands of the beasts, which would spell utter ruin. As if attuned to Luo Feng's predicament, the system timely announced, Wind Spirit activated for the first time, bestowing an activation gift pack upon the Master. Congratulations, Master, you have received 1 attribute point. Chapter 5. The aspiring warrior arrives at the front lines upon witnessing the emergence of a single available attribute point on his status panel. Luo Feng was instantly exhilarated, declaring without hesitation, Wind Spirit, allocate the points. Invest them all into vitality. As his thoughts stirred, both his vitality and attribute points on the panel underwent a transformation. Immediately, a warm surge coursed through his veins, spreading throughout his body, invigorating his essence, and causing his complexion to radiate with health. The robust vitality surged through his bones, producing a series of crackling sounds, while his previously fractured arms healed rapidly. His somewhat emaciated physique became significantly more robust, with muscle definition becoming more pronounced. Master, Luo Feng, Vitality, 1, 7, Mental Strength, 1, 5. Martial Skills, Swordsmanship Beginner. Available Attribute Points, 0. Have I truly become an aspiring warrior? Feeling the torrent of vitality within him, Luo Feng clenched his fist, producing a satisfying crack, and with a casual wave, he heard a faint whoosh of air slicing through. The threshold for aspiring warriors is a vitality value of at least 1. Though, due to the poisoning inflicted by his stepmother, Luo Feng had struggled to surpass this barrier, his vitality plummeting whenever it exceeded 0. 7. However, with the attribute points bestowed by the Wind Spirit now spent, he had finally taken this significant step. Throughout the trials and tribulations of the years, Luo Feng had never wavered nor revealed any sign of weakness. Now, witnessing his success in becoming an aspiring warrior, he could no longer contain his overwhelming joy and shed tears of elation. After a considerable time, his emotions settled somewhat, and in the darkness, he gazed ahead, growling each word with conviction. Xiao Yu, I shall seek justice for you, and for my own vengeance. Tang Lingxian, Lin Chongqing, and Lin Jingwu, await my return. I will ensure you taste true suffering. Since the emergence of the Void Fissures over 3 centuries ago, all creatures on Blue Star have undergone a transformation. Animals once confined have evolved into ferocious beasts. Even domestic fowl have changed, let alone the apex predators of the food chain. The reliance on conventional weaponry proved futile against these creatures, particularly the formidable ones, which even nuclear weapons could not vanquish. In this dire scenario, humanity's homeland was overrun by the beasts, leading to the obliteration of most small island nations, transforming them into havens for these predators. At a time when humanity faced near extinction with countless casualties, a portion of individuals discovered a peculiar transformation within themselves, allowing them to cultivate into martial prowess. Thus began the era of martial arts. Over the course of 3 centuries, despite humanity's inability to reclaim their former territories, the guardianship of martial warriors enabled the establishment of numerous bastion cities, ensuring the continuation of the human race. Humanity had not refrained from attempts to eradicate the beasts. Over 50 years ago, the warriors of the Great Xia joined forces with martial experts from 4 other nations to launch a counteroffensive against the ferocious creatures. However, the sheer number of aberrant beasts was overwhelming, with creatures in both land and sea rivaling the mightiest of humanity. Ultimately, the counteroffensive ended in failure. The aberrant beasts have relentlessly attacked the base cities, prompting the various war zones to station troops on the peripheries of these cities, allowing the populace behind them to enjoy a semblance of tranquility. Luo Feng had long aspired to be part of this front line, and now he found himself there, albeit as a death row inmate. The laws of the Great Xia were exceedingly stringent, designed to maintain the peace within the base cities as it had once been. However, with an increasing population, conflicts inevitably arose, and some sought to gain profit through unlawful means. Thus, the presence of criminals from the death row camp had never ceased since its inception. This time, Luo Feng was escorted to a northern war zone death row camp alongside no fewer than 20 others. Some inmates protested their innocence vocally, while others, aware of their impending demise, began to regret their actions, weeping copiously in remorse. Among them, a handful exhibited a distinct demeanor. Besides Luo Feng, there was a muscular man with visible injuries who appeared fierce and menacing, alongside an unremarkable-looking middle-aged man whose vitality was notably robust. A few others also exuded a palpable aura of vitality, at least at the level of aspiring martial artists. Although the remaining inmates were not as formidable, their vitality far surpassed that of the average person. The saying, "heroes transgress the law," holds considerable truth. Those endowed with strength often exhibit little reverence for the law and are more prone to tread dangerous paths. Luo Feng merely cast a glance before redirecting his focus, closing his eyes to practice the widely disseminated foundational breathing technique from Blue Star, circulating his vitality throughout his body. Even with the activation of the wind spirit system, which could be deemed an extraordinary advantage, Luo Feng remained vigilant. He harbored deep-seated enmity, particularly against a formidable foe with significant influence and a profound background. Should he succumb to arrogance now, the consequences would be dire. The group of death row inmates was aboard a specially designed aircraft, not solely for transporting prisoners, but rather repurposed for supplying the frontline forces, allowing Luo Feng and his fellow inmates a fortuitous ride. The emergence of void rifts had caused mutations in all living beings, including aerial creatures, making the sky a domain for these flying aberrant beasts. Besides martial artists and soldiers, no one else dared to travel by air as they once did. Even so, should they encounter powerful flying aberrant beasts, the specialized aircraft could still face the risk of crashing. However, it seemed that fortune was beginning to favor Luo Feng. Although a few flying beasts appeared, the weapons aboard the aircraft easily dispatched them, enabling a smooth arrival at their destination. Once the aircraft landed steadily, 3 armed soldiers approached, surveying the surroundings before solemnly instructing, "Line up orderly and disembark in sequence. Refrain from any actions that might lead to misunderstandings. This is the front line. You are condemned prisoners. Should we detect any threat among you, we shall not hesitate to open fire." The soldiers' words resonated powerfully, compelling the death row inmates to obediently descend from the aircraft in an orderly fashion, without any signs of unrest, fearful of being shot. Although they had been sentenced to death, destined to meet their demise on the battlefield one day, who among them would willingly embrace death? As they observed the shackled prisoners disembarking, the nearby soldiers revealed expressions tinged with disdain. For these valiant defenders of the homeland, they naturally held contempt for those who had transgressed the law. Meanwhile, a man clad in military attire, adorned with the insignia of a lieutenant colonel, cast a solemn glance at his companion, who was exhaling plumes of smoke, and remarked, "Your people have arrived." Chapter 6. Welcome to the Northern Death Row. The man remained silent, observing the 30 prisoners while contemplatively smoking a cigarette. Noticing his demeanor, the lieutenant colonel raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What's the matter, Lao Zhang? Do you have something on your mind?" Lao Zhang took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he slowly began to speak. "I watched the public trial in the south. Something felt off. That kid, Luo Feng, is likely wronged." The lieutenant colonel furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Luo Feng as he replied, "I heard about yesterday's trial. All evidence points to him. How could he possibly be innocent?" With a chuckle, Lao Zhang retorted, you being the busy man in charge of the military in Yecheng. Couldn't he possibly have had time to watch the trial in its entirety? But I did. Both the kid's reactions and the behaviors of his father, stepmother, and younger brother were rather peculiar. The lieutenant colonel squinted, contemplating before asking, are you suggesting that the evidence is fabricated? That someone is framing him? Don't forget, his father is a major general in the south. Who would dare to do such a thing without being discovered? Lao Zhang shrugged nonchalantly, flicking ash from his cigarette. Who knows? This is merely my conjecture. Whether it holds truth is uncertain. If you're interested, you might investigate, though uncovering evidence won't be easy. The lieutenant colonel shot him a stern look, frustration evident in his voice as he scolded. How did you become so careless? If I didn't know you were a soldier, I would never guess it now. Lao Zhang smirked, extinguishing the cigarette but with his fingers and touching the glowing collar around his neck, responding calmly, such discussions are futile now. I am merely a death row inmate. Enough of this. I'll go inspect the newcomers. With that, Lao Zhang strode directly towards the line of death row prisoners. The lieutenant colonel watched his retreating figure in silence for a long while before letting out a deep sigh and turning to leave as well. Aside from transporting supplies from the airplane, several soldiers were assigned to guard the death row inmates, ensuring they did not engage in any unruly behavior. Despite Luo Feng and the others being shackled, the soldiers remained vigilant. Upon Lao Zhang's arrival, he lazily addressed the soldiers. Hand them over to me. The soldiers saluted Lao Zhang in unison, responding yes. Lao Zhang instinctively raised his arm to return the salute, but then recalled his status as a death row inmate. With a slightly dim gaze, he lowered his hand. After regaining his composure, Lao Zhang surveyed the 30 death row inmates and spoke slowly. I am the head of this death row facility, just like you, a condemned man. My name is Zhang Yu, but you may call me Lao Zhang. You will be under my charge from now on. Now come with me. The prisoners formed 2 lines, following closely behind Zhang Yu. In the queue, Luo Feng scrutinized the individual who identified himself as the head of this death row camp, known as Old Zhang. Luo Feng perceived the distinct attitude the soldiers held toward Zhang Yu compared to their demeanor towards other inmates. And he noted Zhang Yu's earlier gesture of attempting to reciprocate a greeting. It was evident that Zhang Yu was a man with a tale to tell. After guiding the prisoners to a remote barack, Zhang Yu came to a halt and called out to those inside, urging them to come out and meet the newcomers. With a rustle, 8 figures emerged from the barack. One of them, a portly man, cast a sweeping glance over the 30 new inmates before his gaze settled on Luo Feng. With a playful whistle, he teased, "Boss, I've heard a prominent figure has been assigned to us this time. If memory serves, it must be this young man here, right?" Another inmate, marked by a deep scar across his face, scoffed in response. What nonsense about a prominent figure. His father might be someone significant, but even so, he is just like us now, condemned to death. The attitudes of the 8 inmates towards Luo Feng varied, yet they all shared a keen interest in him. Even the other prisoners regarded Luo Feng with curiosity. The son of a southern major general, reduced to a death row inmate, such occurrences were indeed rare. Particularly striking was the fact that he had committed a brutal murder merely because his girlfriend had refused his demands for cohabitation. It was difficult to determine whether to label him as disgraceful or to characterize him as ruthless. Luo Feng paid no heed to their discussions, his demeanor remaining unperturbed. Engaging in debates about his innocence held no significance for him. What mattered most was to elevate his strength within the shortest possible time. Only with formidable power could he hope to clear his name and exact his revenge. Zhang Yu, keen to observe Luo Feng's reaction, allowed the chatter to continue. Noticing Luo Feng's indifference, standing there with an expressionless face as if unaffected by their remarks, Zhang Yu scrutinized him intently before clapping his hands and declaring, "All right, let us bring out the supplies." Upon Zhang Yu's command, the portly man turned and retrieved a large box from the barack, placing it in front of the prisoners with a cheerful grin. "Welcome to the Northern Death Row Camp. This is a little gift we've prepared for you. I hope you won't find it lacking." Zhang Yu responded by delivering a forceful kick to the man's backside, sending him sprawling 5 meters away, and admonished, "Get lost." The portly man, unfazed, stood up and brushed off the dirt without a care, chuckling, "Yes, boss." Zhang Yu then ignored him and retrieved a neck collar from the box. addressing Luo Feng and the others in a grave tone. This collar is specifically designed for death row inmates. Should you attempt any actions that threaten the military or try to remove it forcefully, it will detonate instantly. Do not be deceived by the seemingly modest appearance of the neck collar. Its explosive power is sufficient to rival the full force of a third-tier martial artist. Furthermore, considering that it is worn around the neck, a particularly vulnerable area, detonation would inevitably result in certain death. I am indifferent to your previous identities, the tales of your past, or the circumstances that led to your condemnation under the laws of the Great Xia. Now that you find yourselves here, your sole identity henceforth is that of a condemned prisoner. I advise you earnestly, if you wish to prolong your existence, it is in your best interest to heed commands. This is not a game. There will be no second chances afforded to you. Chapter 7. Carving a bloody path. The function of the death row camp is to assist the military in fending off monstrous beasts at the front lines. Naturally, to enable them to perform their duties effectively, they would not be perpetually shackled with handcuffs and leg irons. However, the freedom afforded to these condemned individuals remains limited. To prevent any retaliatory actions, explosive collars were specifically designed for this purpose. After all, those condemned to death are likely guilty of heinous crimes, primarily murder. And given the perilous environment of the front lines, caution is imperative. Upon observing that Zhang Yu and the other 8 prisoners were adorned with these collars, the newly arrived 30 death row inmates offered no resistance and willingly donned the devices. Once it was confirmed that all the condemned had secured their collars, Zhang Yu instructed a few, including Fatty and Scar, to remove their handcuffs and leg irons. He then addressed everyone with a grave tone. From this moment forth, you officially become members of the Northern Yi City Death Row Camp. Our mission is to assist the military in combat against the monstrous beasts. Even if you're merely an ordinary individual with insufficient vitality, you must contribute as required. Those with vitality exceeding 0. 9 must take the forefront and engage the beasts head-on. Now, we shall divide into 2 teams, those with vitality above 0. 9 to the left and those below 0. 9 to the right. I need to ascertain your respective capabilities. As the death row inmates prepared to segregate themselves according to Zhang Yu's instructions, he cast a meaningful glance over them and added, I advise you to suppress any devious thoughts. Do not be misguided into believing that the tasks assigned to the inmates with vitality below 0. 9 are any less perilous. In fact, the mortality rate is significantly higher among that group. Furthermore, should any of you dare to play tricks here, I assure you that your fate will be dire. Once you have violated the law and been condemned to death, no one will regard you as human any longer. Zhang Yu's words sent a shiver down the spines of the newly condemned, and a few who had contemplated deception quickly abandoned their schemes, obediently aligning themselves with the group representing vitality above 0. 9. The 8 seasoned death row inmates observed this scene with keen interest. However, upon seeing Luo Feng step into the left group, Scar frowned and remarked, Kid, you aren't thinking of sneaking into the other group, just because you heard the boss say that the mortality rate is higher for those below 0. 9, are you? Fatty chimed in with a grin. The higher mortality rate for the lower tier group is merely relative. If your vitality is below 0. 9 and you find yourself in the higher tier group, you will perish even quicker. They had all witnessed the public trial the previous day and were aware of Luo Feng's dismal record, knowing him to be a talentless individual in martial arts. The court's documentation indicated that his vitality had stagnated at 0. 7, leading him to develop psychopathic tendencies, culminating in the brutal slaughter of his girlfriend's family. The death row inmates with vitality exceeding 0. 9 were preparing to confront the monstrous beasts together, and they certainly did not wish to have a liability among their ranks. If they were outside, encountering someone like Luo Feng, the son of a major general, they might have sought ways to curry favor. However, as they are all death row inmates now, none of them holds any superiority over the others. Thus, they would not permit anyone to jeopardize their own safety. Even Zhang Yu, after scrutinizing Luo Feng, spoke in a grave tone. Scarface and the hefty man were not mistaken. If one's vitality falls below 0. 9. There is no place in the advanced team, for no one would protect you during battles with the beasts. In response to their warnings, Luo Feng refrained from idle chatter, asserting while releasing his vitality, "I meet the standard." Sensing the surging vitality within Luo Feng, Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback, then scrutinized him with renewed astonishment. The richness of his vitality had evidently surpassed the threshold of a novice martial artist. Yet the public records from yesterday's trial indicated that his vitality had not improved at all. Could it be that he had suddenly awakened after receiving a death sentence? Or perhaps his Major General father had procured some means to enhance his vitality. Nonetheless, the disdain that the general displayed in court towards Luo Feng did not seem feigned. Regardless of how Luo Feng achieved the status of a novice martial artist within a single day, it was undoubtedly beneficial for the death row camp, as it would provide formidable combat strength against the beasts. Thus, Zhang Yu nodded at him, affirming, "Very well, you have indeed met the standard." Among the 8 seasoned inmates, one with a long face resembling that of a horse looked at Scarface and jested, "Scarface, it seems you misjudged this newcomer. He is clearly quite impressive." To this, Scarface scoffed, "A strong vitality means little. A pampered young master like him may very well freeze in fear upon encountering a beast." Upon hearing this, the new inmates exchanged glances with Scarface, puzzled by his apparent disdain for Luo Feng. Was it due to Luo Feng's handsome appearance, overshadowing Scarface's scarred visage? Zhang Yu and the other 6 seasoned inmates seemed to have anticipated this and did not find it peculiar. The new death row inmates displayed commendable strength, with as many as 21 exceeding the 0.9 vitality threshold. After dividing into 2 teams, Zhang Yu retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it with a slight smile. Our movements as death row inmates within a military camp are severely restricted. We are forbidden from entering other barracks, especially those storing supplies. Should we trespass, regardless of the reason, we would be instantly executed. However, there is no need for concern. Once we leave the camp for the wilderness, we will have much more freedom. You have just arrived today. Take some time to acclimate to your new identity and prepare yourselves mentally. Tomorrow morning, I will lead you to the wilderness to eliminate the nearby beasts." Zhang Yu's words stirred a ripple of unease among the new inmates, many of whom displayed expressions of sheer panic, even though they had known their fate since the moment they were sentenced to death. The prospect of directly confronting the beasts instilled a palpable fear within them. This was no safe base city. Countless beasts lurked just beyond the military camp's confines. Even if some have merely grazed the threshold of becoming a quasi-warrior, there are those who have firmly stepped into that realm, embarking upon the path of martial arts. Yet, the aberrant beasts are all fiercely formidable. A single misstep could result in a fatal encounter. Unlike other condemned souls, Luo Feng harbors no semblance of fear. Instead, his eyes shimmer with anticipation, an eagerness to venture into the wilderness and hunt these beasts. Having already descended into the depths of despair as a death row inmate, Luo Feng resolves to wager everything in a desperate bid to carve a bloody path to survival. For him, the creatures that invoke terror in others serve as mere attributes for enhancing his strength, embodying his sole hope for vengeance. Chapter 8. The beastly town at dawn the following day. Over 30 death row inmates gathered in front of the barracks. Zhang Yu addressed the crowd in a solemn tone. "Our task today is to venture into the wilderness and exterminate the surrounding beasts. We have 12 hours to complete this mission, with no limit on the number of beasts we may slay, but we must remain in constant motion. The equipment you bear allows for real-time monitoring. Should anyone attempt to cheat or shirk their duties, the command center will detect it immediately. A first warning will be issued, followed by a second penalty. Upon a third infraction, the death penalty will be executed without hesitation. As condemned prisoners, you must possess the resolve that accompanies your fate. As Zhang Yu had previously indicated, no one would regard death row inmates as anything but expendable, adhering to the principle of utilizing them to the fullest until their last breath. The mere opportunity to continue existing in the guise of a death row inmate was already a privilege. Hence, any attempts to deceive would not be tolerated. It would be better to face execution immediately than to allow such treachery to flourish. Seeing no dissent among the inmates, Zhang Yu nodded in satisfaction and turned to the 8 senior prisoners. As per our usual arrangement, form groups of 6, with 2 leaders and 4 followers. Choose your teammates now. The remaining individuals will be under my command. Even though they were condemned, none wished to perish at the hands of the beasts, clinging to the faint hope of survival. Naturally, they preferred to ally with those of greater strength. Thus, Zhang Yu refrained from forcibly assigning teams, allowing the senior inmates to select their partners. In a strict sense, those left unchosen would be the safest, as they would be aligned with Zhang Yu, the strongest among them. However, if selected by the senior prisoners, they had no right to refuse. Once granted Zhang Yu's permission, the inmate, known as Horseface, hurriedly approached Luo Feng, making exaggerated gestures before extending an invitation. Join my team. Before Luo Feng could respond, his companion Scarface coldly interjected. Horseface, choose someone else. I refuse to be on the same team as this spoiled rich kid and risk my life. Horseface's expression faltered upon hearing this, and he attempted to persuade Scarface to reconsider. However, before he could speak, Scarface firmly declared, if you insist on teaming up with him, I will find another group. Faced with Scarface's unwavering stance, Horseface hesitated but ultimately shrugged in resignation, abandoning his invitation to Luo Feng and seeking a new target instead. Although Luo Feng had demonstrated formidable vitality the previous day, making him appear more like a seasoned warrior than a newly initiated one. If forced to choose between Scarface and Luo Feng, Horseface would not hesitate to side with Scarface. The two were simply incomparable. Luo Feng maintained his usual impassive demeanor, seemingly unaffected by Scarface's disdain. Such overt animosity was nothing to him, barely causing a ripple, and even the prowess of Tang Lingxian and Lin Chongqing paled in comparison. Just as Horseface shifted his focus, a hefty inmate approached with a grin, cheerfully offering, would you like to join my team? That stoic one is my teammate. As Luo Feng followed the direction indicated by the stout man, he was taken aback to see a stern-faced individual. With a slight nod, Luo Feng affirmed his willingness to join. The stout man's smile widened at Luo Feng's agreement, and he continued to recruit other promising newcomers. Once the 4 teams were fully allocated, Zhang Yu gestured for the remaining 5 to gather behind him and address the newly arrived prisoners, who were barely at 0.9 in vitality. From now on, you will obey the commands of the military in Yecheng. Do not forget what I told you yesterday. Comply with our instructions without engaging in any actions that might lead to misunderstandings. After giving his directives, Zhang Yu turned to the 5 small teams and declared, let's set forth. The echoes of roars from the exotic beasts reverberated through the air, causing the death row inmates who had ventured deep into the wilderness to pale and feel their hearts racing uncontrollably. Although referred to as the wilderness, it was the abandoned cities of the Xia Kingdom that served as the prime gathering spots for these ferocious creatures. The destination for the Yecheng death row camp was a quaint town named Yunlu. Upon arriving in Yunlu, Zhang Yu, listening to the distant roars, addressed the gathered prisoners. We have reached our destination. From here on, you will enter the town in groups, coordinating with one another. Regardless of your personal thoughts, you are now comrades in arms. If you wish to prolong your survival, it would be wise to abandon any ulterior motives. Should you encounter an insurmountable beast, switch channels on your communicator to call for assistance from other teams. The closest group must respond promptly. I offer you, particularly the newcomers, a piece of advice. In times of trouble, heed the guidance of the experienced. It will significantly increase your chances of survival. Without further ado, I hope that by the end of today's mission, you will still be able to walk out of the wilderness. With that, Zhang Yu led his 5 new prisoners into the town. The remaining 8 seasoned prisoners exchanged glances and extended their well wishes to one another. Good luck. Let us hope you do not encounter any beasts of overwhelming strength, lest you bring us down with you. The sentiment of wishing one another to avoid formidable foes was indeed a form of blessing. As all 5 teams stepped into the town of exotic beasts, 5 large screens in a barrack within the military camp displayed real-time updates on each team's status. New death row inmates were monitored by the military during their initial foray into the wilderness to prevent any transgressions. This allowed for immediate intervention if necessary. Additionally, it served to identify any exceptional individuals among the newcomers, ensuring they would not be squandered for future critical moments. Observing the prisoners on the screens, one soldier expressed his indignation. This bunch is nothing but parasites. The survival of our human race until now has been a remarkable feat. It is utterly disgraceful that individuals residing in peaceful urban bases can commit capital offenses, thereby betraying the sacrifices made by our warriors and military. In my view, there should be no death row. Those who violate the law ought to face immediate execution. However, one cannot dismiss the fact that the existence of death row can indeed mitigate some of our military's casualties. Moreover, some individuals sentenced to death have their reasons. To indiscriminately execute all would be rather unjust. Can one truly argue that there are valid reasons for capital offenders? You are being excessively radical. Take, for instance, the infamous figures in our city's death row, such as Old Zhang and Scar. Upon hearing the names of Zhang Yu and Scar, the soldier fell silent, refraining from further discussion, and instead turned to quietly observe the performances of the 5 teams on the screen. Chapter 9. Slaying for attribute points. The death row inmates don the standard combat uniforms of the military, each wielding a weapon of their choosing. Upon entering the beastly town, they form groups of 6 and set off in various directions. Within the confines of the death camp, no one would address you by your given name. Instead, nicknames based on distinctive traits would be assigned. You may refer to me as Fatty, and that fellow could be called Expressionless. As for the 4 of you, I have no desire to inquire about your true names. Whether you survive long enough to earn a moniker depends solely on your fortune. Fatty gripped a long knife tightly, offering counsel as they proceeded. Do not let your guard down. Remain vigilant to your surroundings, for there may be beasts lurking in the shadows. This is the wilderness, a realm where the beasts reign supreme. Unlike the safety of the base city you once inhabited, every corner may conceal the peril of death. After scanning the vicinity and confirming the absence of creatures, Fatty turned to the 3 anxious newcomers, teasing, of course, do not be overly tense. You will spend a considerable amount of time in this wilderness. If you remain in such a heightened state, collapse is a likely outcome. Someone like him is doing quite well. Wait, why do I sense that instead of fear, you are rather exhilarated? Fatty regarded Luo Feng with mild astonishment, clearly unprepared for such a reaction. Based on his experience, most inmates exhibited fear upon their initial venture into the wilderness, even if they were not afraid. Excitement was hardly expected. Could it be that this individual truly possessed a peculiar mindset? Luo Feng refrained from responding to Fatty's inquiry, instead stating, "Let us not squander time. I have no desire to be reprimanded for perceived negligence." At this, Fatty felt a chill run down his spine. He had already received 1 warning, and another infraction would lead to punishment and the loss of his final opportunity. With that thought, he quickly replied, Right, let's continue our search for beasts." Yet, after merely a few steps, Fatty could not resist the urge to internally grumble. How is he adapting so swiftly? It feels as though he is more seasoned than I am. The group had not ventured far when they encountered 3 beasts. Observing the 3 mutated chickens, their wings glinting like blades of steel under the sunlight, Fatty remarked nonchalantly, G-level iron feather chickens, corresponding to the quasi-warriors among us humans. For our team, they pose a manageable challenge. Moreover, these low-level beasts are perfect for you newcomers to practice against, allowing you to acclimate to combat with beasts to avoid chaos when facing higher-level foes. The previously silent, expressionless finally spoke, addressing Luo Feng and the other 3. You're tasked with dealing with this iron feather chicken, Fatty, and I will observe. Expressionless words sparked misunderstanding among the 3 new death row inmates, who perceive his intent as a potential threat, immediately fixing him with wary gazes. Upon witnessing the scene, the stout man rolled his eyes and could not help but remark, "Emotionless, now that you've spoken, could you not express yourself more completely? We wouldn't want to create misunderstandings, would we?" The emotionless one remained silent, resolutely holding his weapon. The stout man sighed in exasperation and explained to the others, "Do not misconstrue this. Our friend here simply struggles with words. What he means is that you should first practice on these 3 iron feather chickens while we stand guard. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we will promptly intervene to assist you in dispatching the chickens." Though the stout man's explanation did little to fully alleviate the newcomers' wariness. It did ease their tension somewhat. However, after exchanging glances, they still hesitated to take the initiative. Noticing this, the emotionless one furrowed his brow, and just as he was about to speak, Luo Feng seized his long knife and charged towards the iron feather chickens. Upon witnessing this audacious act, the stout man whistled and cheerfully said to the other three newcomers, "Are you still going to stand there? At this rate, you might be accused of being lazy and uncooperative." Realizing the grave consequences of being labeled as such, the three men could no longer afford to hesitate and promptly armed themselves to join the fray. The stout man nudged the emotionless one's arm and chuckled. "Well, emotionless. I suppose I chose decent allies this time, didn't I?" Observing the fierce battle between Luo Feng and the iron feather chickens, the emotionless one replied coolly, "Only that one is tolerable." The stout man smirked. "You should be grateful. Among the newcomers, only a handful possess exceptional skills. If we were to recruit all the capable ones, it would surely incite widespread resentment." The emotionless one acknowledged the truth in the stout man's words. In this perilous wilderness, who would desire dependable companions? However, the number of truly reliable newcomers was limited, making it impossible for one team to monopolize them all. Meanwhile, as the emotionless one and the stout man conversed, the three newcomers teamed up against two iron feather chickens, while Luo Feng engaged another single-handedly. The clash of steel rang out as the blade struck the chicken's wing, producing a dull thud accompanied by a spark. The formidable force behind the long knife sent the iron feather chicken stumbling several meters back. In pain, the chicken glanced at the gash on its wing, from which crimson blood flowed freely, and let out an enraged squawk, flapping its wings and lunging at Luo Feng. Undeterred by the incoming assault, Luo Feng took a bold stance, raising his long knife to engage the creature. The knife clashed against the chicken's talons, producing a cacophony of ringing sounds. Although Luo Feng had previously struggled to surpass 0.7 in his vitality due to his stepmother's poison, he had never relinquished his pursuit of martial arts. In addition to his daily training, he had consistently practiced his swordsmanship. Even though his skills were deemed rudimentary in the eyes of the wind spirit, they were more than sufficient to contend with a G-class iron feather chicken, especially when bolstered by his current prowess as a quasi-warrior. Seizing an opening during the chicken's assault, a fierce glint flickered in Luo Feng's eyes as he swung his long knife decisively towards the creature's neck. The iron feather chicken, a G-level aberration, possesses feathers as resilient as steel, rendering it nearly impervious to attacks. Its sole vulnerability lies in its neck. With a swift motion, the sound of a blade tearing through flesh echoed, and crimson blood gushed forth from the creature's neck, silencing even its mournful cries as its head was severed. Simultaneously, the voice of wind spirit resonated once more in Luo Feng's mind. "Congratulations, Master, on your successful slaying of the aberration, Iron Feather Chicken. You have earned 0.5 attribute points." Chapter 10, Boss, is there only 0.5? Luo Feng furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction with the meager rewards from this kill. Reporting to the Master, the number of attribute points obtained from slaying a beast is determined by the strength of the beast itself. If you wish to acquire more attribute points, the Master may consider slaying more beasts or targeting those of greater strength. Understood. I shall allocate all points to vitality. With a mere thought, the 0.5 available attribute points vanished from the panel, and the vitality value surged to 2. Feeling his newfound strength, Luo Feng inhaled deeply, grasped his long knife, and charged towards the remaining two iron feather chickens. Observing Luo Feng's relentless assault, pressing the iron feather chicken into a corner with each decisive strike, the chubby one stroked his chin and remarked, expressionless, "It appears we have truly stumbled upon a treasure. This lad not only possesses high vitality, but also exhibits exceptional prowess in combat against beasts. Surely, he won't meet the same fate as those previous fellows who perished within days?" The expressionless one, however, was less optimistic, shaking his head with a stoic demeanor. "It's hard to say. He is merely a budding warrior. He may prove ineffective against higher-tier beasts." The chubby one sighed in resignation, musing, "If only our team were entirely composed of warriors, We would face minimal danger, provided we don't encounter a beast tide. Upon hearing this, the expressionless one did not agree. Instead, he shot a fierce glare at the chubby one. Realizing his misstep, the chubby one hastily slapped his own cheeks. Let us pretend I merely let out a sound. May it not come true. Our team is functioning quite well as is. There is no need for everyone to be warriors. Luo Feng's support undeniably provided immense assistance to the three newcomers, who initially struggled against the two iron feather chickens. With Luo Feng directly engaging one, their situation improved significantly. Yet, the trio's performance mirrored that of typical novices, while Luo Feng stood out as an anomaly. Particularly after slaying the second iron feather chicken, Luo Feng wasted no time in launching an attack on the last remaining one, ultimately dispatching it and acquiring another 5 attribute points. Clap, clap, clap. The chubby one approached alongside the expressionless one, observing the bloodied long knife in Luo Feng's grasp. He commended, "Well done. It has been ages since I have witnessed such remarkable performance from a newcomer." However, after praising Luo Feng, the chubby one's smile abruptly vanished as he turned to the other three newcomers, coldly declaring, "If you continue to display such lackluster performance, I can assure you that you will not last long. If you cannot even handle a low-tier G-class beast like the iron feather chicken, I find it incomprehensible how you dared to violate the law and incur the death penalty." To prevent the newcomers from dismissing his words as mere bluster, the chubby one released his vitality, causing them to stagger back in shock. "A first-tier warrior, is it?" Luo Feng silently scrutinized the rotund figure before shifting his gaze to the expressionless companion. Given that the two of them were fixed teammates, it was reasonable to assume that the expressionless one and the stout man possessed comparable strength. Both were first-tier warriors with vitality exceeding 10 cards, having already reached the stage of refining their bones with their life force. Aside from old Zhang, the warden of the death row camp, the other 8 surviving inmates likely shared this level of capability. This indicated that to survive in the wilderness, one must possess at least the strength of a first-tier warrior. Even if Luo Feng allocated the entirety of his recently acquired attribute point to vitality, his life force would merely amount to 2 cards, leaving a significant gap from the 10-card threshold required for warriors. Whether for the purpose of gaining strength or self-preservation, it was imperative to eliminate more aberrant beasts. After berating the 3 newcomers, the stout man coldly regarded them, stating that if they wished to avoid a swift demise, they ought to acclimatize to the rhythm of the wild expeditiously. Otherwise, their fate would be no different from that of the 3 iron-feathered chickens they had just encountered. They pressed onward in search of new targets. This small town, due to its proximity to the military stationed in Yeqing, frequently underwent purges, resulting in a relatively low number of aberrant beasts, the majority being grade G, with few high-level beasts present. The death row camp's mission to select this town was primarily to allow the newcomers to acclimate to the pace of their new environment, lest all 21 of them be wiped out in a matter of days. As the afternoon wore on, Zhang Yu observed the 5 newcomers following him as they methodically besieged 3 grade G aberrant beasts without any intention of offering assistance. Instead, he activated his communicator to inquire about their situation. "How are things on your end? Any casualties?" After a 2-second pause, the voice of Scarface came through, laced with disdain. "The 4 newcomers in my team are utterly useless. They managed to get injured while dealing with 2 grade G red-eyed rabbits. I truly wonder how such individuals dared to incur a death sentence." Upon hearing this, an old inmate from another team chuckled softly. "It seems Scarface's team is destined to be the first to suffer losses. We're faring well here. 2 of our newcomers exhibit commendable strength and have shown no issues so far." In response to this mockery, Scarface merely snorted, refraining from engaging in argument while casting a disappointed glance at his 4 newcomers. However, before he could admonish them, another voice emerged from the communicator. "Things are similar on my side. The quality of this batch of newcomers is decent, and they should be able to hold out for a while." Zhang Yu nodded slowly at their responses, as he had previously reviewed the profiles of these 30 newcomers and had a fair understanding of their capabilities. Yet, after waiting for some time without receiving any feedback from the stout man and the expressionless one, he began to feel a twinge of concern. "Stout man, expressionless one, How are you faring? Why the silence? Zhang Yu's inquiry did not receive an immediate response. Instead, the old inmates from other teams jested. Could it be that these two have encountered some unforeseen mishap? Could it be that he was dragged down by the newcomers? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu furrowed his brow. Just as he was about to check the location and status of the plump fellow and the emotionless team's whereabouts, the communicator finally echoed with the plump fellow's response. You're talking nonsense. Even if you were dead, we wouldn't encounter any mishaps. After confirming that they were in no trouble, Zhang Yu placed a cigarette between his lips, took a deep drag, and released a cloud of white smoke before inquiring, Plump fellow, what is the situation on your end? Any issues? The reply came, well, boss, there are no major problems, but one of our team members is acting like a madman. Whenever he spots a beast, he charges in without hesitation. So far, he has already slain more than a dozen. Chapter 11. The disparity between humans is greater than that between humans and dogs. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu was immediately filled with questions, momentarily at a loss to comprehend the meaning behind the words of the chubby man. He instinctively inquired, what lunatic are you referring to? What on earth are you talking about? A crackling sound emanated from the communicator, followed by the chubby man's astonished voice. Another one. If my memory serves me right, this marks the 17th beast he has slain. Boss, wasn't it stated during the public trial that this lad was deemed a waste, that his vitality hadn't improved in years? The individuals who had branded him as such must surely be blind. His vitality is clearly nearing 10 units. A mere stone's throw from the threshold of a first-grade warrior. As the chubby man concluded his statement, astonishment and confusion rippled through both Scarface and Horseface, as well as the other 4 veteran inmates, including Zhang Yu. They had all witnessed the public trial, and the information presented in court indeed indicated that Luo Feng's vitality had stagnated at 0.7 units for many years. Yet here was the chubby man asserting that Luo Feng was on the verge of achieving 10 units, extremely close to becoming a first-grade warrior. Were it not for their knowledge that the chubby man was incapable of jesting about such matters, they might have suspected he was deceiving them. After a prolonged silence on the communicator, a veteran inmate finally voiced his envy. Damn it! How fortunate are the chubby man and the poker-faced one to stumble upon such a treasure. With an additional member on the verge of becoming a first-grade warrior, our team's chances of surviving encounters with high-level beasts will significantly increase. Compared to Luo Feng, the newcomers in our squad are utterly useless. In response to this derision, the chubby man could not help but beam with pride. I must express my gratitude to Scarface. Had he not been so adamant about not wanting to team up with this lad, he would not have joined our group. Not only the chubby man, but even the typically taciturn, poker-faced one felt compelled to interject via the communicator. What you say is indeed true, thanks to Scarface. If the chubby man's remark was akin to delivering a blow to Scarface, the poker-faced one's addition was a critical strike, effectively depleting Scarface's resolve entirely. Scarface gritted his teeth in response, yearning to confront both the chubby man and the poker-faced one for a thorough beating. Those two scoundrels. After venting his frustration, Scarface noticed his steadfast companion, Horseface, casting a mournful glance in his direction. If only that lad, soon to be a first-grade warrior, had been our teammate. Scarface's countenance fluctuated between hues of pale and green, ultimately forcing himself to declare, so what if he's on the verge of becoming a first-grade warrior? It's not that significant. The 4 newcomers in our squad are not lacking either. Horseface remained silent, merely fixing his gaze upon Scarface. Just moments ago, he had been lamenting that these 4 useless individuals had sustained injuries while dealing with 2 G-grade red-eyed rabbits. How could he now bring himself to say they were not lacking? Scarface felt increasingly uncomfortable under Horseface's reproachful stare and quickly turned his ire toward the 4 newcomers. What are you staring at? Can't you muster any spirit? If you wish to survive, swiftly elevate your abilities. While breaking through to the first rank of martial artists is ideal, at the very least, do not become a hindrance when we encounter higher-level beasts in the future. Observing the 4 new recruits, who appeared anxious and apprehensive, Scarface felt a surge of frustration. Indeed, the disparity between individuals is more pronounced than that between humans and animals. After 12 hours, the prison inmates gradually exited the small town. Although the number of beasts in this town was not particularly high, for those inexperienced in battling such creatures. The exhaustive 12-hour endeavor left the majority of the newcomers utterly fatigued, with only a few exceptional individuals remaining relatively unscathed. Among them, the most peculiar was Luo Feng, whom the fatty referred to as a madman. As time progressed and the day's mission drew to a close, both the fatty and the expressionless one increasingly perceived Luo Feng as a lunatic. This individual seemed inexhaustible, growing more exhilarated with each kill. Had it not been for the fatty and the expressionless one forcibly urging him to leave, Luo Feng would have continued his pursuit of new prey within the town. It was precisely this frenzied demeanor that earned him the nickname of Madman, a title that even the expressionless one found fitting. Only when they believed a newcomer had a chance of survival would the seasoned prisoners bestow nicknames based on their characteristics. In a sense, this served as a form of acknowledgement. Among this group of newcomers, Luo Feng was the first to receive a nickname. Upon exiting the town, the fatty, noticing Luo Feng's lingering enthusiasm, earnestly advised him, "Madman, though I cannot fathom your intense desire to slay beasts, it would be wise not to rush and to avoid underestimating them. The creatures in this town are merely G-class, which is why they seem so easily dispatched. When we face higher-level beasts in the future, your reckless fervor could lead to unforeseen consequences." The expressionless one nodded in agreement, affirming, "The fatty speaks truth. There have been others who exhibited similar bravado, yet they met their demise due to carelessness at the hands of the beasts." In response to their well-meaning counsel, Luo Feng exhaled a deep breath and nodded slightly, acknowledging their words. Upon witnessing Scarface and Horseface team also emerge from the town, the fatty exchanged knowing glances with Luo Feng and chuckled softly, "Madman, allow me to express our gratitude." He then approached Scarface, clasping his shoulder in jest. "Scarface, we truly appreciate your assistance this time. Without you, our team might have missed out on the madman." From the moment the fatty approached, Scarface sensed his ulterior motives, and upon hearing those words, his expression darkened. "Get lost. Don't force me to take action against you." The fatty feigned innocence, exclaiming, "Is it not permissible for me to express my gratitude?" Scarface, silent, gripped the hilt of the long knife at his waist, his gaze icy as he stared at the fatty, indicating a readiness to draw his weapon at the slightest provocation. Sensing the tension, the fatty quickly raised his hands in surrender and took a couple of steps back. "Look at you, unable to handle the situation. Now, not only Scar, but even the stout fellow with the horse-like face is visibly displeased and snorts coldly. Fatty, don't take advantage of the situation and act innocent. If you continue like this, I wouldn't hesitate to join Scar in teaching you a lesson. Do you believe the boss would object?" At that moment, Zhang Yu emerged with his 5 newcomers. After assessing the situation, he cast a lingering glance at Luo Feng before teasingly reprimanding the stout fellow. "All right, Fatty, if you're truly itching for trouble, I'll take you to find a high-level exotic beast to scratch that itch for you tomorrow." Chapter 12. Forging the Bones. Hunting beasts alone, even the notorious leader of the death row camp, Zhang Yu, had spoken, prompting the chubby man to fall silent. Once the 5 teams had emerged, Zhang Yu observed that the newcomers in all teams, except for Luo Feng's group, bore various injuries. He couldn't help but emit a disdainful snort. Injured while dealing with mere G-grade beasts? What will you do when faced with higher-level beasts? Will you perform a dramatic death scene? To be frank, I will grant you newcomers a mere 3 days to acclimatize. After 3 days, you shall confront those advanced beasts. If you remain unprepared for the brutal skirmishes with these creatures, be mentally ready to meet your demise at their hands soon enough. Zhang Yu's admonitions left the newcomers in a state of disarray, their previously relaxed demeanor tightening once again after departing from the beast-infested town. Following his warnings, Zhang Yu lost interest in further conversation and led everyone back. Ultimately, these individuals were death row inmates who had violated the laws of the Great Xia. Their potential demise would be a fitting retribution, and whether they survived depended solely on their own fate. As night fell and the other inmates succumbed to slumber, Luo Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, silently invoking a command within his mind. "Open the panel. Master, Luo Feng, Vitality 3 to Mentality 1. 5. Martial Skill, Swordsmanship Beginner. Available attribute points, 11. 3. Did I accumulate a total of 12? 8 attribute points today, after 12 hours of slaying nearly 30 beasts. The resultant attribute points may not have met Luo Feng's expectations, yet they were still commendable. After all, the town was situated near the military encampment of Yi City, limiting the number of beasts, all of which were merely G-grade. Such gains were already remarkable. With these attribute points, Luo Feng could easily elevate his vitality beyond 10, thus becoming a first-rank warrior. It was noteworthy that just 2 days prior, he had been a mere waste, unable to surpass a vitality of 0. 7. This astonishing rate of improvement would certainly cause all warriors in Blue Star to question their existence. Contemplating the attribute points displayed, Luo Feng spoke solemnly, Wind Spirit. Allocate all attribute points to vitality. Understood, Master. As the available attribute points dwindled to 0, a powerful surge of vitality surged through Luo Feng's body, coursing through every meridian from top to bottom, then back again. Under the relentless torrent of vitality, his complexion flushed deeply and with closed eyes. He harnessed this force to begin the process of bone refinement. First to third-rank warriors are classified as beginner warriors, undergoing the bone refining stage, which necessitates a constant consumption of vitality to harden their bones beyond the strength of steel. A first-rank warrior may opt to refine the 64 upper limb bones or the 62 lower limb bones first, completing the refinement of the remaining bones upon reaching the second rank. Third-rank warriors focus on refining the 51 trunk bones. Due to the necessity of tempering nearly 200 bones, this process consumes an immense amount of vitality, preventing the internal vitality levels from rising any further. Consequently, the vast majority of warriors on Blue Star find themselves stagnated at this juncture. Among them, some choose to take a shortcut, hastily tempering their bones before advancing to the rank of a fourth-tier warrior. However, the consequence of such a decision is that some fourth-tier warriors may possess strength inferior to that of exceptionally powerful third-tier warriors who have meticulously tempered their bones. Nevertheless, this reality does not deter many from pursuing this path, as achieving perfection in bone tempering requires an overwhelming amount of vitality, a burden most cannot bear, and few are willing to remain as novice warriors for extended periods. The martial arts of Blue Star have existed for over 3 centuries. Yet no one has ever managed to perfect their bone tempering while still at the novice stage. Luo Feng's ambition is to become the first to accomplish this feat. With the presence of the Wind Spirit, he can acquire attribute points by slaying exotic beasts, rendering him devoid of concerns regarding vitality. He intends to utilize his vitality to elevate the tempering of all warrior stages to perfection. In such a scenario, not only would he be invincible among his peers, but even battling opponents of higher ranks would become a trivial endeavor. Luo Feng's bone tempering persisted until dawn, concluding only when the assembly time arrived. After a night's effort, his vitality had once again dwindled to the critical threshold of 10 cards. Yet this time, it was not akin to the previous poisoning inflicted by his stepmother. He could distinctly perceive subtle changes in the tempered bones of his upper limbs, their hardness incomparable to before. The brief respite did little to alleviate the fatigue inflicted by the skirmishes with exotic beasts, aside from a few individuals brimming with vitality. The majority of newcomers appeared quite listless. Nonetheless, as Zhang Yu had previously remarked, condemned prisoners are merely condemned prisoners. They will no longer be regarded as human. Do they still wish to rest and be lazy? Such notions were laughable. It is precisely for this reason that Luo Feng stood out among the newcomers. Everyone agreed that the nickname the fat guy had given him was exceedingly apt. He truly was a madman. Yet, even more madness lay ahead. After Zhang Yu led the condemned prisoners to a new town, before he could issue orders for them to enter in the same groups as before, Luo Feng stepped forward and declared, "I wish to leave the group and hunt exotic beasts alone." As his words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, with all eyes instinctively turning towards him, expressions filled with confusion and bewilderment. "What are you thinking, buddy? Do you genuinely believe you can contend with the beasts in this town? Even if this town is inhabited solely by G-tier exotic beasts, as a mere aspiring warrior, encountering a horde of them, even just 3 or 5, would likely spell your doom. The fat guy's complexion shifted slightly as he grasped Luo Feng's arm, speaking in a grave tone. Crazy one, this isn't a joke. Have you forgotten what I told you yesterday? Dealing with otherworldly beasts is not as simple as one might assume. Even a stoic individual could not help but offer a word of caution. Indeed, should you underestimate these creatures, unforeseen mishaps are likely to ensue. Before Luo Feng could respond, the scarred man let out a derisive laugh. A young master is still a young master, easily lost in his own arrogance. Just as the scarred man was about to utter more, Zhang Yu interjected. Enough with the sarcasm, Scar. Zhang Yu turned his gaze towards Luo Feng, his brow furrowed. Do not let pride cloud your judgment. Even if this small town lacks formidable beasts, it is not a realm a mere aspiring martial artist can traverse alone. He paused, then added, Now, let us not squander time. We shall proceed into the town as we did yesterday. Just as Zhang Yu prepared to lead the group into the town, Luo Feng looked at him and declared, I have achieved a breakthrough in my martial arts. Chapter 13. Clinging to the Strong. Everyone wants to snatch Luo Feng. Zhang Yu's footsteps abruptly halted as he turned sharply to face Luo Feng, his expression a curious blend of disbelief and incredulity. What did you say? Are you jesting? Luo Feng offered no explanation. Instead, he felt the surge of energy within him and, with a clenched fist, thrust it forward. Boom! The sound of the impact reverberated, striking the hearts of everyone present with an overwhelming force. They gazed at Luo Feng with wide eyes, absorbing the palpable intensity of his burgeoning vitality, their expressions akin to that of individuals grappling with existential doubt. This silence lingered for quite some time until, at last, a sound of swallowed breath broke through, followed by the astonished exclamation of a normally stoic individual. Gulp. Wait, just a few days ago, your vitality was still struggling to surpass 0.7, right? It was baffling enough that you became a quasi-warrior upon entering this prison camp. But now, just a day later, you've attained a rank of a first-tier warrior? Even the typically taciturn individual, who could go an entire day without uttering a word, exhibited such a reaction, let alone the others. The rotund man, his jowls quivering, suddenly dropped to his knees and rushed forward, clutching Luo Feng's calf and exclaiming, Madman, disregard what I said previously. I hereby declare that from this moment on, you are the backbone of our team. Luo Feng was taken aback by the rotund man's antics as he attempted to extricate his leg, only to discover that the grip was surprisingly strong, rendering him unable to escape. At this moment, the other inmates began to react, with one seasoned prisoner deriding the rotund man. You glutton! Can't you retain a semblance of dignity? Madman, being teammates with this fellow is sheer torment. Why not join our group? Our atmosphere is undoubtedly much more pleasant. His steadfast companion nodded in agreement. Indeed, a foolish glutton and a mere statue. What joy is there in teaming with such individuals? If you're willing, we can trade these 4 newcomers for you. Regardless of how Luo Feng managed such a remarkable transformation from a waste to a first-tier warrior in such a brief span, it was evident that he was no ordinary individual, even if his current prowess fell short of these veteran inmates. Who could guarantee that he would not continue to strengthen at such an astonishing pace? Having such a member in their ranks could substantially enhance their chances of survival when confronted with formidable, high-level beasts in the future. These seasoned prisoners had managed to survive in the death camp for so long, not only due to their considerable strength, but also because they understood the importance of adaptability. For them, maintaining face and dignity paled in comparison to the paramount objective of survival. Just as several other veteran inmates contemplated their own schemes, the rotund man sprang to his feet, pointing an accusing finger at them. Get lost. The madman is on our team. No one is allowed to snatch him away. If you dare to try, don't blame me for being ruthless. The stoic individual remained silent, his face devoid of expression as he approached, brandishing a long spear, positioning himself on either side of Luo Feng alongside the rotund man, both ready for action. In the squad, the emergence of such a capable newcomer was hard won, and they certainly would not allow anyone to snatch him away. As the atmosphere grew increasingly delicate, Zhang Yu flicked a cigarette and exhaled a plume of smoke before speaking. Have you all had enough fun? With such energy, in a few days, I shall take you to confront senior beasts. Spare me this internal strife. The newcomer is your own choice, and you have missed out on the madman. So keep those petty thoughts to yourselves. Whether they were jesting or using humor as a guise to express their inner thoughts, Jean, you could not permit such occurrences, while cornering someone elsewhere might be inconsequential. Within the confines of the death row camp, it equated to severing one's means of survival. Should anyone dare to act on such impulses, the rotund one and the stoic would undoubtedly clash fiercely. Fortunately, Zhang Yu's formidable presence swiftly quelled the nascent turmoil with just a couple of remarks. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Luo Feng and said, "Since you have already attained the rank of a first-class martial artist, dealing with the G-level beasts in this small town should pose little difficulty. Therefore, you should venture in alone. It will also allow you to accumulate practical experience in battling beasts. If you encounter any trouble, remember to inform me immediately via the communicator." Luo Feng nodded in acquiescence. Before entering the town, the rotund one theatrically wiped his eyes, feigning sorrow. "Madman, you must promise me that our parting is but temporary. Once this 3-day acclimatization period for newcomers concludes, we shall remain as close-knit comrades." A few dark lines appeared on Luo Feng's forehead as he chose to ignore the antics of this whimsical character. The stoic also approached to offer his counsel. "Remember what I told you before. Never let your guard down in the wilderness. You never know when a senior beast might appear. Should such a situation arise, do not be arrogant. Call for reinforcements if necessary." Acknowledging his well-meaning advice, Luo Feng slightly nodded. "I understand." As several groups gradually entered the town, Luo Feng, hearing the occasional roars of beasts within, felt a flame ignite within his eyes. With a firm grip on his blade, he stepped forward. "Scarface, I regret this immensely. My insides are turning green with remorse." The long-faced one lamented. "Previously, when the madman was so fierce, we should have insisted on bringing him into our group. Now I can only watch the rotund one show off over there." His expression was one of despair, making his already long face appear even longer. With a resigned sigh, he continued, "I understand your disdain for those privileged youngsters due to past experiences, but this concerns our very survival. Why must you be so stubborn? Now, we have foolishly let slip such a powerful newcomer." In response to his grievances, Scarface's expression appeared equally strained. He wished to retort, but upon opening his mouth, he found no justification and ultimately fell silent. Observing his demeanor, the long-faced one shook his head and refrained from saying more, instead directing the newcomers in their squad to deal with the beasts they encountered. On the other side, Zhang Yu, along with the 5 newcomers under his guidance, had similarly encountered several G-class exotic beasts. Zhang Yu waved his hand and said, "Go ahead, continue to enhance your combat abilities. If you wish to survive longer, it will be prudent to elevate your fighting prowess within the remaining 2 days. Alternatively, you could recklessly strive to advance into the realm of a first-tier martial artist." The 5 newcomers exchanged glances, concluding that it would be best to enhance their combat capabilities as much as possible. They certainly could not emulate Luo Feng, that prodigy, who achieved such a terrifying leap in cultivation in such a brief period. Once the newcomers commenced their fierce battles with the exotic beasts, Zhang Yu pondered for a moment before retrieving his communicator to contact the lieutenant colonel in charge of the stationed military forces in the city. "Lieutenant Colonel Li, I seem to have encountered an anomaly." Chapter 14. Special Operations Team. Zhang Yu's words did not receive an immediate response. After a brief pause, the communicator crackled to life with the irritable voice of Colonel Li. "How many times must I tell you? Call me Old Li, Li Hu, or even Little Li, but never address me as Colonel Li." "Zhang Yu, are you deliberately trying to irk me?" As the roar echoed in the communicator, Zhang Yu hastily distanced it from his ear and explained, "Things are different now. After all, you are a leader of the military in Yecheng, while I am just a condemned prisoner. If others were to overhear, it could tarnish your reputation." Zhang Yu's explanation did not quell Li Hu's anger. Instead, it ignited it further. He unleashed a stream of curses. "What nonsense about reputation! If you utter such drivel again, do you believe I want to end your life right now? You once excelled in every aspect compared to me. Had you not sabotaged your own future, your position would be significantly higher than mine. Is it amusing to say such things to irritate me? Li Hu's frustrated tirade reverberated in Zhang Yu's ears. Zhang Yu remained silent, lighting a cigarette, the thick, white smoke enveloping his face, obscuring his expression. Acknowledging his silence, Li Hu realized he had struck a nerve and sighed in resignation, shifting the topic. You mentioned a peculiar individual appearing in the death row camp. What do you mean by that? Zhang Yu no longer lingered on Li Hu's previous remarks and began recounting the tale of Luo Feng. It's about Luo Feng, the son of the Southern Major General. Previously, during a public trial, he was nothing but a waste, unable to break through a blood energy level of 0.7 yet. Yesterday, as he ventured into the wilderness, he astonishingly transformed into a quasi-warrior. What is even more remarkable is that today he expressed a desire to enter the town alone to hunt exotic beasts, showcasing the prowess of a first-tier warrior. Upon hearing this, Li Hu furrowed his brow, unable to restrain his curiosity as he inquired through the communicator. Are you serious? You're not joking, are you? It wasn't he that Li Hu doubted Zhang Yu, but the situation described was simply too outrageous. In all his years, he had never encountered anything like it. Even if Luo Feng had a sudden epiphany, transforming from a waste into a genius, it was implausible for him to elevate his blood energy so dramatically in such a short span of time. It defied logic, especially considering Luo Feng was still a condemned prisoner with no means to acquire elixirs or treasures to enhance his blood energy. It seemed even more suspect. Zhang Yu understood Li Hu's reaction was entirely reasonable. After all, if he had not witnessed it himself, he too would find it hard to believe. It is indeed true. If you wish to verify, you can observe his performance through the surveillance cameras. It will surely not disappoint you. Moreover, if his strength continues to ascend at this pace, it won't be long before he meets the standards of that operations team. Li Hu's expression turned serious at these words, his fingers lightly tapping on the table. Deep in thought, is it the special operations team composed of death row inmates? Gaining entry into such a unit is no simple feat. The minimum requirement is to be a third-grade martial artist. Moreover, beyond sheer strength, the most crucial criterion is that one must have committed a capital offense for compelling reasons, passing a rigorous review before being admitted. Luo Feng's crimes stem from a fit of rage after his girlfriend rebuffed his advances, leading him to brutally murder her entire family. Thus, even if he were to attain the status of a third-grade martial artist, he remains ineligible for the special operations team. In fact, individuals like him, with exceedingly vile character, necessitate even greater caution as their strength increases. Li Hu was not indulging in hyperbole. For death row inmates, greater power translates to a more significant potential for harm. Should those formidable prisoners harbor vengeful intentions, the consequences could inflict devastating casualties on the military. Zhang Yu, well aware of this reality, refrained from dissuasion and instead spoke slowly. Do you recall what I mentioned when this batch of newcomers arrived? After pondering for a moment, Li Hu inquired, are you suggesting there is more to Luo Feng's situation? Zhang Yu nodded affirmatively. I believe it would be prudent to conduct a thorough investigation, scrutinizing the evidence for any discrepancies. Furthermore, attempt to locate individuals acquainted with Luo Feng, teachers, classmates, and friends, to ascertain their evaluations of him. Li Hu, perplexed by this suggestion, remarked, is that truly necessary? Let's not forget that his father is a general in the South. If he were indeed a victim of conspiracy, how could those involved not come forth to defend their own? Recalling the courtroom proceedings he had previously witnessed, Zhang Yu flicked the ash from his cigarette and replied with gravitas, trust my judgment. The true nature of events will reveal itself through investigation. This matter is pivotal in determining whether he should be integrated into the special operations team or treated with caution. Seeing Zhang Yu's resolute demeanor, Li Hu ceased further argument and acquiesced. Following the conclusion of their conversation, he contemplated before rising and making his way towards the barracks monitoring the death row inmates. He was eager to witness firsthand the caliber of Luo Feng, who had garnered such esteem from Zhang Yu. Upon his arrival at the monitoring barracks, the soldiers promptly stood and saluted him. Chief, after returning the salute, Li Hu glanced at the large screens and casually inquired, how is the situation in the death row camp? Any unusual occurrences? A soldier carefully considered his words before pointing to the screen displaying Luo Feng. There are no issues with the others, but this individual appears somewhat unusual. Initially, when he entered the town to confront the aberrant beasts yesterday, he seemed to struggle a bit. However, he quickly found his footing, demonstrating increasingly formidable combat prowess, having slain nearly 30 grade G aberrant beasts in a single day. The most alarming development, however, occurred today. Unlike yesterday, he did not team up with other inmates, but ventured alone into the town to hunt the aberrant beasts. Yesterday, the G-grade beast still posed a slight threat to him, yet now it seemed to present no danger whatsoever. Often, a single strike was sufficient to slay the creature. After hearing the warrior's account, Lihu nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Just as he was about to inquire further, he suddenly noticed Luo Feng confronting another G-grade beast. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Feng brandished his saber and charged forward. In a flash, the blade glimmered, blood gushed forth, and the beast's head was severed from its body. Witnessing the spectacle, Lihu pondered thoughtfully. It appeared that old Zhang was indeed correct. This young man was certainly not ordinary. Chapter 15. Danger. The ghost-faced spider, as a colonel in the Northern Theater, Lihu had encountered numerous prodigies over the years, yet none had astonished him quite like Luo Feng. In a mere 2 days, had remarkably elevated his vital energy from 7 to 10. Observing Luo Feng's demeanor, it was evident that he had commenced the process of bone tempering, which was hardly characteristic of someone who had just broken through to the first rank of martial artists. Was the information presented in court erroneous, or had he truly achieved such a breakthrough in just 2 days? Lihu found himself perplexed by Luo Feng's true circumstances. Nevertheless, he deemed it prudent to gather intelligence regarding Luo Feng, to ascertain whether there were any hidden truths behind his death sentence. Just as Lihu was about to dispatch someone to investigate, a soldier suddenly exclaimed, "Sir, we have a situation. It's an F-grade mutant beast, the ghost-faced spider." Lihu looked up at the screen and was taken aback to see a monstrous spider, nearly 2 meters in size, its visage grotesque and menacing. The spider, originally hunting other mutant creatures, had shifted its focus upon detecting Luo Feng intruding into its territory, now brandishing its 8 slender legs and glaring fiercely at him. The soldier, his expression grave, watched the ghost-faced spider on the screen, feeling a pang of anxiety for Luo Feng's predicament. According to the intelligence on mutant beasts, the ghost-faced spider was among the apex predators of all F-grade creatures. Its lethal capabilities rendered it a formidable adversary even for the most seasoned first-rank martial artists. "Should we notify old Zhang for support?" the soldier inquired. Lihu nodded, stating, "I will contact old Zhang." Regardless of whether Luo Feng's transgressions bore any hidden implications as Zhang Yu had speculated, a talent like his, even as a condemned prisoner, could prove invaluable. Lihu was resolute in his desire to prevent Luo Feng from perishing at the hands of the ghost-faced spider. However, just as the communication was established, an unforeseen scene unfolded on the screen. After a brief standoff with the ghost-faced spider, Luo Feng seized his blade and charged towards the beast before it could launch its attack. As Lihu furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the large display, Zhang Yu's languid voice emerged from the communicator. "What is going on? Is there a problem?" Lihu quickly tapped the communicator, transmitting the live feed to Zhang Yu, so he could witness Luo Feng's predicament. Luo Feng is engaged with an F-grade ghost-faced spider. This poses a significant danger for him. If you can make it, I suggest you head over immediately. Upon witnessing Luo Feng entangled in combat with the spider and clearly at a disadvantage against the apex predator, Zhang Yu's previous lethargy vanished, his gaze sharpening with intensity. "Understood, I'm on my way," he commanded his 5 subordinates. "You stay here and handle these mutant beasts. I will return shortly." With that, he sped towards Luo Feng's location. Due to the urgency of the situation, taking them along would only impede the speed of assistance. If we were to arrive late and something unfortunate were to befall Luo Feng, it would be disastrous. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu activated the device to check the locations of various teams. After confirming Luo Feng's position, he spoke into the communicator. "Scar Mask, the madman has encountered an F-rank ghost-faced spider. Your team is the closest to him. Proceed immediately to provide support." As soon as he finished speaking, A startled and furious voice erupted from the communicator. What? A ghost-faced spider? Damn it! How could such a creature exist in this town? The voice of another seasoned inmate was notably grave. The ghost-faced spider is a natural predator, even though the madman has recently advanced to a first-tier warrior. His lack of combat experience renders him incapable of facing such a formidable opponent. He is in grave danger. As Zhang Yu rushed onward, he spoke in a low tone. I am somewhat distant from the madman. It will take me some time to reach him. Scar, I understand your deep-seated resentment towards the reckless second-generation folks due to your prior experiences, but the situation with the madman likely involves deeper issues. We must rely on you. The hefty man scoffed in response. Enough of that, boss. You can't count on Scar. Mask and I are heading to the madman right now. Zhang Yu, receiving no response, shook his head in resignation, realizing Scar was likely refusing to assist Luo Feng. However, given Scar's past, Zhang Yu found it difficult to blame him. Just as Zhang Yu began to resign himself to the situation, Scar unexpectedly replied, Understood, boss. I will head over to assist with Mask immediately. Scar's agreement caught Zhang Yu off guard, but clearly, this was not the time for idle chatter. He switched channels to contact Luo Feng urgently. Madman, I have learned that you are facing a ghost-faced spider. Scar and Mask are en route to your location, and I am on my way as well. Hold on a bit longer. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng initially clashed with the ghost-faced spider, utilizing the tremendous force from its legs to retreat several meters. He then spoke into the communicator. No need, I can handle it. Luo Feng's response took Zhang Yu aback, and even Li Hu in the monitoring barracks frowned, sensing that Luo Feng was being rather reckless. Underestimating the enemy is a cardinal sin in battles against alien beasts. Luo Feng's displayed combat prowess was evidently inferior to that of the ghost-faced spider. Without assistance, it was highly likely he would not endure for long before being slain. Zhang Yu urged him to persist a moment longer, yet Luo Feng stubbornly insisted he could manage alone. Was he truly so unaware of his limitations? Zhang Yu also perceived Luo Feng as putting on a brave front and hastened to dissuade him. Madman, have you forgotten your words before entering the town? Do not underestimate these alien beasts, and certainly do not let hubris cloud your judgment. Luo Feng was indeed aware that Zhang Yu's admonition stemmed from concern for his well-being. However, he was not being obstinate. He genuinely possessed the capability to confront this ghost-faced spider. As the ghastly-faced spider bared its fangs in a menacing display before advancing with its 8 legs, Luo Feng felt no hint of panic. Resolutely, he silently intoned, Wind Spirit. Allocate points. Invest all attribute points into Spirit and Blade Technique. The disparity in strength between Luo Feng and the ghastly-faced spider was not as pronounced as he had initially believed. It was merely his lack of combat experience that rendered him perpetually subdued. Ultimately, Luo Feng's blade technique was merely rudimentary, devoid of intricate skills, which resulted in a rather feeble impact against the F-class aberration. However, once he dedicated all his attribute points to spirit and blade technique, the situation experienced a dramatic reversal. Chapter 16. A promising prodigy of superior martial arts with a sharp sound slicing through the air, the legs of the phantom spider lunged toward Luo Feng like spears. In the face of this assault, Luo Feng exhibited no intention of retreat. Instead, he deftly twisted his wrist and slashed his saber diagonally at the spider's leg. A dull thud resonated as the blade grazed the leg, igniting a shower of sparks as it aimed for the phantom spider's face. A flicker of fear flashed in the spider's small, human-like eyes, unable to comprehend how Luo Feng's swordsmanship had become so remarkably adept in an instant. However, it realized that a direct hit would result in severe injury, prompting it to hastily cross 2 of its legs in front of itself to deflect the blow. The strike landed, leaving 2 gashes in the spider's legs, from which a viscous, greenish blood gushed forth. The agonizing pain compelled the phantom spider to open its mouth wide, emitting a chilling wail. Yet, as a top-tier predator, suffering an injury only fueled its frenzy, compelling it to attack Luo Feng with even greater ferocity, attempting to subdue the human that had dared to harm it. Unfortunately, after Luo Feng's mental attributes had been enhanced, his reaction speed had multiplied several times over, allowing him to engage the phantom spider with ease, while the spider found itself unable to gain any advantage in combat. Moreover, with his saber techniques having reached an intermediate level, each opportunity he seized to strike bore fruit, inflicting further wounds upon the phantom spider. Initially, the spider was oblivious to the shift in fortune, but as its body became riddled with injuries and blood flowed incessantly from its wounds, it finally regained its composure. It gazed at Luo Feng, particularly at the saber stained with its own greenish blood, and a wave of panic washed over it, extinguishing any thoughts of treating Luo Feng as prey. Instead, an overwhelming desire to retreat surged within it. Once this notion took hold, it became uncontrollable. The phantom spider cast a deep glance at Luo Feng, as if trying to imprint his likeness in its memory, before swiftly changing direction and scurrying away with its 8 long, hairy legs. Luo Feng had no intention of letting the phantom spider escape. The attribute points gained from slaying an F-grade beast would undoubtedly surpass those from a G-grade one, and having encountered such a rare phantom spider, he could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Meanwhile, inside the observation barracks, Li Hu and the soldiers were left in a state of bewilderment. They simply could not fathom how Luo Feng had managed to reverse the situation so dramatically in such a short span of time. Just moments ago, Luo Feng had been on the receiving end of the phantom spider's attack, his predicament seeming precarious. Yet now the tables had turned, and it was the phantom spider fleeing as Luo Feng pursued with his saber drawn. They hadn't even blinked, and yet here they were, witnessing such a transformation. On another front, Zhang Yu, who had yet to receive a response from Luo Feng, felt a twinge of anxiety rising within him. Just as he contemplated urging Luo Feng not to act impulsively, a particularly peculiar voice crackled through the communicator. "Old Zhang, you need not search for Luo Feng any longer." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu's heart sank, instinctively believing that Luo Feng had already fallen victim to the ghost-faced spider. His voice, tinged with melancholy, inquired, "Is he dead?" He halted, his gaze clouded with uncertainty, and as he reached into his pocket to retrieve a cigarette, Li Hu's subsequent words left him utterly stunned. "Dead? No. The ghost-faced spider is about to meet its end." The motion of igniting the cigarette froze as he, bewildered, asked, "Who are you referring to? The ghost-faced spider?" Without further ado, Li Hu transmitted the image from the large screen, allowing Zhang Yu to witness the unfolding events firsthand. As he observed Luo Feng rapidly closing in on the ghost-faced spider, brandishing his blade and relentlessly striking at the creature, which loomed at nearly 2 meters tall, greenish-blue blood gushed forth, complementing Luo Feng's cold demeanor and imbuing the scene with a palpable aura of lethal intent. The anguished cries of the ghost-faced spider echoed, its vitality waning with each passing moment. Realizing that it could very well perish at the hands of Luo Feng, the creature succumbed to madness, abandoning any thoughts of escape to furiously lash out with its 8 legs towards Luo Feng. Regrettably for the spider, Luo Feng's augmented mental acuity rendered its movements sluggish, barely allowing it to graze the hem of his clothing. Moreover, in the throes of a life-and-death struggle, haste often reveals one's vulnerabilities. After repelling the spider's leg with a decisive strike, Luo Feng seized the opportunity to advance, gripping the hilt of his knife with his right hand while pressing down with his left, aiming directly at the creature's abdomen and thrusting with all his might. A sickening sound of flesh being torn asunder resonated as the blade penetrated deep into the ghost-faced spider's body. Ignoring its agonized wails, Luo Feng exerted tremendous force, and in an instant, the creature was cleaved in two. "Congratulations, Master, you have successfully slain the F-rank beast, Ghost-faced Spider, and earned 6 attribute points." Indeed, the attribute points gained from vanquishing an F-rank beast surpassed that of hunting 10 G-rank beasts. Slaying higher-ranked beasts proved far more efficient. After dispatching the Ghost-faced Spider, Luo Feng remembered to inform Zhang Yu, "The ghost-faced spider is dead. You need not come." Zhang Yu remained silent for a long while before finally uttering, "I saw it." He was genuinely perplexed, unable to fathom how Luo Feng had managed to elevate his prowess to such heights in such a brief period. Not only had his vitality surged, but his combat skills had also improved exponentially. While engaging in battles with beasts could indeed facilitate rapid enhancement of combat techniques and awaken latent human potential, few, if any, could achieve such swift progress as Luo Feng had, even on the entirety of Blue Star. Moreover, those who did ascend to such levels ultimately became renowned martial artists, leaving Zhang Yu to ponder whether Luo Feng was indeed one of those rare geniuses. Exhaling a plume of smoke, he spoke into the communicator. Continue. I will inform Scar and Horseface that reinforcements are unnecessary. Luo Feng ceased his words, stepping over the carcass of the ghost-faced spider, and began his search for the next prey. Once his emotions settled, Zhang Yu turned to Li Hu and remarked, "So what do you think? This kid is quite remarkable, isn't he?" Li Hu nodded in agreement, expressing a hint of regret. It is unfortunate that he is a condemned prisoner. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly achieve great things. Yet, had it not been for this predicament, he would not have come to our northern region. Rest assured, I shall dispatch someone immediately to investigate his circumstances and ascertain whether the crimes he committed are indeed as you suggest, or if there lies a deeper intrigue. Upon hearing Li Hu's words, Zhang Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, he soon remembered that Scar and Horseface were still unaware of this information, prompting him to switch channels and convey, "Scar, Horseface, there is no need for you to proceed any further. That ghost-faced spider has already been slain by the madman." Chapter 17. More painful than death. As Zhang Yu's words resonated, silence lingered in the communicator until he began to suspect a malfunction. Finally, the peculiar voice of the chubby man broke the stillness. "Boss, what did you say? Who was killed by whom? The madman killed the ghost-faced spider?" The other elderly inmates set aside their tasks, eagerly awaiting Zhang Yu's response, attempting to ascertain whether they had misheard. Without prolonging their suspense, Zhang Yu replied directly, "Indeed, there is no need to worry about the madman's safety. His combat prowess against the ghost-faced spider has nearly surpassed yours, chubby." Instead of feeling disheartened by Zhang Yu's remarks, the chubby man erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, splendid. At last, I can cling to someone else's coattails. I truly hope the madman's combat capability exceeds mine soon, ideally advancing to the second or even third rank of martial artists. With his evident zeal for hunting exotic beasts, our little group could simply relax, merely needing to applaud and cheer during his hunts. In that case, we would wreak havoc in the wilderness while the madman does the slaying, and the five of us would simply cheer." This sentiment was not held solely by the chubby man. Even the usually taciturn and expressionless member, the poker-faced man, could not suppress a smile as he chimed in. "I support the chubby man's idea. I shall cling tightly to the madman's coattails." While the others had grown accustomed to the chubby man's irreverence and felt a slight annoyance at his words, they were not particularly stirred. However, the poker-faced man's statement undoubtedly provoked the elderly inmates, who responded with vehement rebuke. "Poker-faced, you've really been infected by this chubby fellow. Where's your aloofness? Where's your pride? Why are you now thinking of clinging to a newcomer? Can you all restrain yourselves and refrain from displaying such repugnant expressions? Goodness, watching you all find a newcomer like the madman is more painful than death. Boss, I believe the madman is ill-suited to be in the same group as the chubby. Perhaps we should replace him. If that is not feasible, then at least swap the chubby out." Upon hearing this, the chubby man's smile instantly faltered, and he began to vociferously curse into the communicator. Having finally encountered a newcomer with such astonishing potential for growth, he could not accept such a situation. Once the elderly inmates had finished their banter, Zhang Yu addressed them with seriousness. "Given the madman's displayed combat ability, I have no concerns about his performance once the 3-day adjustment period concludes and he officially engages in hunting high-level exotic beasts. However, the other newcomers are different. You must ensure they adapt thoroughly to the rhythm of battling exotic beasts within these 2 days. This is not only for their benefit, but also to enhance your chances of survival." The seasoned inmates were acutely aware that Zhang Yu was not merely engaging in hyperbole, and they readily assented. Despite the stringent laws of the Great Xia, violations that warranted the death penalty occurred daily, leading to a constant influx of new arrivals to the death row camps, often in the wake of casualties. Nonetheless, the number of individuals who could genuinely survive within the confines of these camps was exceedingly scant. the mortality rate among newcomers was alarmingly high. For instance, among this batch of 30, aside from the anomaly known as Luo Feng, it would be considered remarkable if 2 managed to endure. The primary function of the death row camp was to promptly eliminate the aberrant beasts roaming the wilderness, as well as to detect any anomalies in the wilderness at the earliest opportunity. Although the existence of these camps had drawn considerable criticism, with many perceiving it as a chance for condemned criminals to cling to life, their presence had significantly mitigated unnecessary sacrifices among the military. It is crucial to understand that the emergence of beast tides was a consequence of the increasing accumulation of aberrant creatures in certain areas, which gradually drove them to madness, prompting assaults on human territories. Without the death row camps, such tasks would fall solely to the military, where the majority of soldiers barely qualified as martial practitioners, relying solely on firearms or even their own bodies to confront these beasts. Each casualty was not merely a statistic. It represented vibrant lives and families. 2 fleeting days passed, marking the conclusion of the 3-day acclimatization period for the newcomers, who were now poised to officially enter the wilderness and engage in combat with formidable aberrant beasts. The seasoned prisoners had grown accustomed to this rhythm, though they felt a twinge of nostalgia for their leisurely days. In stark contrast, the new inmates found this transition to be a profound psychological trial. Except for a few undaunted souls, the majority spent the night in restless anxiety, fearing that their inaugural foray into the wilderness would culminate in death at the hands of the beasts. Regrettably, regardless of their apprehensions as condemned prisoners, they bore no right to decline this perilous task. The sole source of solace for these newcomers lay in the knowledge that nearly half of their fellow inmates, those with a vitality of less than 0, 9 cards, had already perished, while they, who faced the beast head-on, remained unscathed. However, after today, their perspective may well shift. Before embarking into the wilderness, Zhang Yu surveyed the 29 inmates before him and spoke with deliberation. I have imparted all that needed to be said over the past 3 days. We are now set to officially enter the wilderness, where the ease of the previous days will be but a memory. Within the wilderness, high-grade aberrant beasts abound, while G-grade creatures are the rarest. Your survival hinges on the combat skills you have acquired during these 3 days and, of course, a measure of luck. I sincerely hope that by the end of today's mission, all 29 of you will return safely to camp. Enough of this preamble. Let us commence our journey. After speaking, Zhang Yu did not waste any more time and directly led the death row camp into the wilderness. For the previous 3 days, they had been hunting monstrous beasts in a small town near Yicheng, which could hardly be considered true wilderness. This time, their target was no longer those repeatedly cleared towns, but rather a formal entry into a land teeming with F-rank beasts and E-rank beasts in abundance. Along the way, the atmosphere among the members of the death row camp was exceptionally grave, with few daring to speak, all remaining in a state of heightened tension. Of course, there were exceptions. The stout fellow sidled up to Luo Feng, making a series of exaggerated facial expressions before chuckling softly. So, what do you think, madman? Are you starting to feel the pressure? Chapter 18. Shall I evade its brilliance? Before Luo Feng could respond, the portly man forcefully patted his chest, causing his flesh to ripple, and boasted grandiosely. Do not worry. Once we reach the wilderness, with both me and the poker-faced one here, there shall be no unforeseen mishaps for you. I am well aware of your extraordinary talent, a level beyond what we mere mortals can aspire to. However, talent alone must be realized before it truly counts. Therefore, you must refrain from recklessness as you did when confronting the G-class beasts in the town. For now, it is prudent to avoid direct confrontation and prioritize your survival. I am counting on your growth so that I may cling to your coattails for a few more years. The portly man did not disguise his intentions in the slightest. His candid remarks revealed that his current efforts to befriend Luo Feng were purely self-serving. The death row camp was a realm unlike any other. Here, treachery and deceit only led to a more gruesome demise, and no one wished for a teammate of such a disposition. Conversely, it was precisely individuals like the portly man who were straightforward and unapologetically opportunistic, who thrived in such an environment. Even after hearing these words, Luo Feng felt no animosity towards him. However, Luo Feng did not concur with the portly man's sentiments. Shall I evade its brilliance? After 2 days of relentless hunting of beasts in the town, Luo Feng had amassed a considerable number of attribute points. Aside from a minor allocation to enhance his mental acuity and swordsmanship, the remainder was dedicated to boosting his vitality. Though his blood energy still lingered at a mere 10 cards due to the bone tempering process, the combat prowess he could now unleash was far beyond that of his initial entry into the first-tier martial artist realm. Yet, the portly man could hardly fathom the extent of Luo Feng's improvement over these 2 days, and even the poker-faced one urged him, "Crazy one." While the portly man's words may lack elegance, the essence of his advice is sound. With your innate gifts, your future accomplishments will undoubtedly eclipse everyone in the death row camp. Thus, when faced with peril, do not hesitate to seek assistance or make your escape. In truth, ever since Luo Feng exhibited such astonishing progress, the older inmates had engaged in hushed discussions among themselves, curious as to why he had previously borne the stigma of being a waste. They speculated that it stemmed from his girlfriend's refusal to share a bed, which had led him to commit the brutal act of slaughtering her entire family. However, after much debate, they arrived at no definitive conclusion, ultimately conceding that Luo Feng had only come into his own after entering the death row camp. Martial arts in Blue Star had existed for over 3 centuries, and while there had been other prodigies like Luo Feng, it was the emergence of such talents that had enabled humanity to persist against the odds, preventing its extinction. It could be said that individuals with exceptional gifts often defied logic, standing in stark contrast to ordinary folk. Nonetheless, true geniuses capable of sustained growth were few and far between, as many succumbed to various misfortunes along their path. In the depths of the prison camp, a prodigious talent had emerged, one that, if nurtured, could undoubtedly become a pillar of strength for them in the future. The rotund figure and the stoic-faced individuals were naturally reluctant to see Luo Feng meet his demise at the hands of the ferocious beasts due to carelessness. Luo Feng, however, chose not to engage in debate over the matter, merely nodding slightly to indicate his understanding of the gravity of the situation. Words, no matter how eloquently spoken, bore little weight. Only through their own eyes, witnessing his prowess, would they be convinced. Unlike the previous 3 days, as they ventured 20 kilometers beyond the city, the surroundings became less desolate, with frequent encounters of ferocious beasts, most often in groups. Given that these creatures fell under the G-grade category, Zhang Yu decided to alleviate the newcomers' anxiety by assigning them to confront these beasts, thereby facilitating their acclimatization. He specifically instructed them to refrain from allowing Luo Feng to engage. Although each G-grade beast would yield merely a fractional increase in attributes for Luo Feng, now a first-tier warrior, the benefits were not as substantial as before. Nevertheless, he understood Zhang Yu's intentions and suppressed his own desires, resisting the urge to attack these G-grade beasts. Following the successful hunts, the newcomers gradually regained their confidence, no longer appearing as anxious as before. Observing this transformation, Zhang Yu couldn't help but shake his head, feeling a pang of introspection. Should these newcomers fail to emulate Luo Feng's rapid ascent to the first-tier warrior realm amidst the battles with the beasts, even if they were fortunate enough to survive a few days, their endurance would be short-lived. The cycle of newcomers had long become a familiar sight for Zhang Yu. Just then, a fearsome roar echoed through the air, prompting Zhang Yu to look up and behold a menacing black hound, over a meter tall, bearing its fangs at the members of the prison camp. An F-grade hyena, this formidable creature was among the elite of its kind, and it was clear that the newcomers were ill-equipped to handle it. "Who will go?" Zhang Yu began, but before he could finish, a figure surged forward toward the hyena. Zhang Yu blinked in disbelief as he watched Luo Feng engage in a fierce battle with the beast, leaving him utterly bewildered. What animosity did this young man harbor against the beasts? Why was he so eager to confront them when it came to the hunt? Zhang Yu found himself perplexed by Luo Feng's motivations. It was not only Zhang Yu who was baffled. Both new and old prisoners were equally confounded. For the other inmates, any choice available would lead them to avoid the wilderness at all costs. Yet, Luo Feng appeared to possess an insatiable thirst for the wild, seemingly unwilling to retreat, rendering him an enigma beyond comprehension. Fatty face, Haven Tu informed the madman that the wilderness is not akin to the beast town. The rotund man and the stoic-faced one exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of helplessness. They had just cautioned Luo Feng against impulsiveness, only for him to charge headlong into battle at the sight of a beast. Truly, there are no misnamed individuals, only misnamed nicknames. No code name could be more befitting for Luo Feng than Madman. The chubby man shrugged his shoulders, expressing his helplessness. I told you, this fellow just agreed wholeheartedly, only to forget the moment he turned away. The stoic figure offered no explanation, merely grasping the long spear and intoning gravely, "Let us proceed to assist." With that, he charged forward, intent on joining forces with Luo Feng to vanquish the hyena. Observing this, the chubby man did not remain idle and sprinted alongside him. However, before they could reach the battlefield, a piercing wail erupted from the hyena. In the next instant, a flash of steel illuminated the air, and the hyena's head suddenly tumbled to the ground, rolling incessantly, while its massive body crashed down with a resounding thud. Luo Feng, wielding the bloodied blade, turned to face the chubby man and the stoic figure, remarking, "It's merely a hyena. There's no need for you to trouble yourselves." Chapter 19. Chaos and carnage. The actions of the stoic-faced man and the rotund figure abruptly halted, both wearing expressions of utter bewilderment as they gazed at Luo Feng, becoming increasingly disheveled in the wind. Even Zhang Yu, along with the 6 seasoned inmates and the newly incarcerated, stared wide-eyed at Luo Feng, sinking into a state of existential doubt. Belonging to the same F-rank category of exotic beasts, the hyena and the ghost-faced spider possessed comparable combat prowess. Given that Luo Feng had managed to slay the ghost-faced spider, it was only natural to assume he would not find the hyena particularly challenging. The reason the stoic-faced man and the rotund figure had intended to provide assistance was merely to expedite Luo Feng's victory over the hyena. However, before they could even join the fray, Luo Feng had already decapitated the creature with a single stroke. Though they had considered Luo Feng's strength to be formidable, they had not anticipated it to be to such an extraordinary degree. With the prowess displayed against the hyena, it seemed likely that the majority of seasoned inmates present would fall short of his capabilities. Moreover, his nonchalant declaration following the effortless defeat of an F-rank beast only served to elevate his status further. Such ostentation, yet I find it delightful. The rotund figure gazed at Luo Feng with an intense admiration, unable to suppress a gleeful chuckle. Initially, he had thought it would take time to secure a position by Luo Feng's side. Yet here he was, already regarding him as the cornerstone of their group. I hereby declare, from this moment forth, I am the foremost admirer of the madman. The rotund figure was positively ecstatic, yearning to howl at the heavens. A young prodigy had joined their ranks, an individual with astonishing talent, a veritable golden leg to lean on, especially during encounters with exotic beasts. Luo Feng would not shield the others, but instead would charge headlong at the beast, rendering their assistance unnecessary. They could merely follow in his wake, cheering him on. Just days prior, they had spoken of engaging in chaos and carnage alongside Luo Feng, and now that notion was swiftly becoming a reality. Even the rotund figure regarded Luo Feng as a pillar of support, let alone the 3 newcomers in their group. They felt extraordinarily fortunate, having contributed nothing, yet still reaping the rewards of victory. The remaining newcomers watched with envy, wishing they could take their place. An older inmate glared at the rotund figure, teeth clenched in irritation. Could you possibly be any more insufferable? I could easily envision sending you straight into the jaws of a beast. The rotund figure puffed out his belly, reveling in his own glory. What? Are you envious? It's futile. The madman is a teammate I personally selected, and it's proven that my judgment is infallible. His smug demeanor incited the ire of the crowd, with insults hurled in his direction. The most vehement of the accusations came from a man with a horse-like visage. It is worth noting that he was the first to extend a team invitation to Luo Feng. Had it not been for the scarred individual's refusal to team up with Luo Feng, it would be basking in the envy of others at this moment. Just the thought of such a scenario made him wish to confront the rotund figure with a couple of blades, all the while casting resentful glances at the scarred individual, as if he were a jilted lover. The scarred man could no longer endure the gaze of the horse-faced individual, nor did he wish to remain in this place and suffer humiliation. He spoke directly, "Boss, we shall take our leave now." Zhang Yu, upon regaining his senses, nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well. Should you encounter insurmountable beasts, remember to seek assistance." With Zhang Yu's consent, the scar man seized the horse-faced individual and, in turn, urged the 4 newcomers in their group to follow. The other teams, unwilling to witness the portly man's continued display of arrogance, dispersed in various directions. Even Zhang Yu grew weary of idle chatter and signaled for his 5 newcomers to accompany him. Once everyone had departed, the smug expression on the portly man's face gradually faded, and he turned to Luo Feng with a serious demeanor. "Frenzy, I am aware of your considerable talent, which may have led you to disregard my previous warnings. However, I implore you to comprehend that all survival rules in the wilderness are forged through bloodied lessons. Although I am uncertain as to why you are so eager to hunt these beasts, I hope you do not underestimate them. You encountered F-grade beasts in the town. Now that you have truly entered the wilderness, even higher-grade beasts are abundant. Do not allow pride to compel you to act recklessly when prudence is required." The stoic one was prepared to join the portly man in advising Luo Feng. Yet, Luo Feng did not exhibit excessive resistance. He merely nodded, saying, "Rest assured, I am not truly reckless. I certainly understand when to advance and when to retreat." Seeing Luo Feng's demeanor as genuine, the portly man exchanged a glance with the stoic one and ceased further admonitions, instead grinning fiercely. "In that case, let us set forth." Among the group to which Luo Feng belonged, the 3 newcomers experienced the most comfort, while the portly man and the stoic one remained vigilant, aiding Luo Feng in his endeavors. The 3 merely needed to spectate as Luo Feng wielded his blade with abandon. Their group had already ventured deep into the wilderness, so the number of F-grade beasts encountered was comparable to that of G-grade beasts. In just over 2 short hours, Luo Feng amassed a substantial number of attribute points. Apart from a few G-grade beasts that the newcomers dealt with, all others were vanquished by Luo Feng himself. Although the portly man and the stoic one could not fathom Luo Feng's fervent obsession with hunting beasts, they acquiesced to his resolute attitude. However, the situation did not continue smoothly. The stench of blood from the slain beasts eventually attracted a higher-grade beast. Upon sighting the silver-blue python, which flicked its tongue and exuded a bloodthirsty aura, its maw stained with the flesh of unknown creatures and its belly grotesquely swollen, the 3 newcomers began to tremble with fear, scarcely daring to breathe, lest they catch the attention of this E-grade beast. "Be cautious. That creature is a silver-blue python, an E-grade beast." The stoic one's expression grew grave, his grip on the spear creaking as his gaze sharpened with intensity. The silver-blue python, a creature of extraordinary nature, often engulfs multiple prey simultaneously, digesting them collectively. Even when its belly is filled with the remains of other beasts, its aggressiveness remains undiminished. Rather, it intensifies its yearning for sustenance. It is evident that this creature perceives us as its quarry. The portly individual, no longer displaying his previous nonchalance, raised his arm and urgently called into the communicator. "I have encountered an E-class silver-blue python. Whoever is closest, please come to our aid." No sooner had he finished his plea than a response from Scarface crackled through the communicator. "We are the nearest. We will head over immediately. Hold on for a little longer." Chapter 20. After the catastrophe, the physical strength of ill-level beasts is often formidable, rivaling that of a second-tier warrior. It is precisely because these creatures have yet to awaken their intelligence that they cannot match a second-tier warrior. However, vanquishing them with the strength of a first-tier warrior proves to be an exceedingly arduous task. This is particularly true for formidable beasts such as the silver-blue python, whose remarkable defenses and terrifying power pose a significant risk of fatality with even the slightest misstep. In truth, given the overall capabilities of Luo Feng's team, Retreating swiftly when confronted with an E-level beast would be the most prudent course of action. Yet, as condemned prisoners facing the death penalty, their duty is to hunt these beasts at all costs, leaving them with no option for retreat. The only exception would be if they faced a creature surpassing them by 2 tiers. In such a case, the distinction between retreating or not becomes moot. After calling for assistance, the stout man gripped his long knife, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching silver-blue python, his voice low and resolute. For the moment, they would engage the creature, hoping to wait for Scars and Horseface to arrive, allowing them to join forces and eliminate this beast together. This time, even Luo Feng voiced no objections. While he indeed desired to acquire more attribute points to facilitate a rapid enhancement of his own strength, he was not reckless enough to gamble with his life in the absence of absolute confidence. Survival was paramount. If he fell to the beast's might due to rashness, what hope would there be for vengeance? Luo Feng may have appeared somewhat deranged in battle, but he was not truly insane. Regrettably, their intention to distract the silver-blue python was thwarted, as the E-level beast had no intention of letting them off so easily. Hissing, the silver-blue python slithered towards Luo Feng and his companions, its foul tongue flicking about. Even their attempts to project a fierce aura failed to intimidate it, only serving to heighten its predatory instincts. Damn it, it seems we won't wait for Scars and the others. The stout man cursed vehemently before turning away. You 3, keep your distance. If other beasts appear, you are to intercept them. This creature will be dealt with by the 3 of us. Upon receiving the stout man's orders, the 3 newcomers sighed in relief and promptly retreated. The expressionless member, wielding a lance, spoke gravely. Stout man, madman. The heart of the serpent is typically located 1/3 of the way from its head. If the opportunity arises, target that area specifically. Understood. The silver-blue python suddenly surged forward, charging towards the stout man's position with a deafening roar. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him. The stout man's countenance shifted dramatically as he raised his standard-issue large knife to strike the silver-blue python. Despite its impressive 6-meter length and massive form, the creature moved with astonishing speed and agility. Sensing the stout man's attack, the silver-blue python swung its tail forcefully, executing an uncanny arc to deftly evade the strike. After the heavy-set man's blade fell short, the silver-blue python wasted no time in opening its gaping maw, attempting to engulf his head whole. Fortunately, the man reacted swiftly, retreating at the first sign of danger. Simultaneously, Luo Feng and the stoic-faced companion launched an offensive against the python, allowing him to narrowly escape disaster. After catching his breath, a flicker of malice shone in the man's eyes. Damn beast, you almost had me. With a fierce shout, he hefted his large blade and joined the fray, uniting with Luo Feng and the stoic face to engage in a fierce battle with the silver-blue python. Individually, none of the 3 stood a chance against the formidable creature, but the python, lacking higher intelligence, relied solely on its hunting instincts to attack. Moreover, its strength had not yet reached a level where it could easily overpower them. After Luo Feng and his companions unleashed their full potential, they managed to suppress the E-rank beast. They specifically targeted the python's vulnerabilities, its heart and vertebrae. After nearly 10 minutes of relentless combat, the silver-blue python grew increasingly frustrated. With a sharp strike, Luo Feng landed a deep cut on the python's body, causing blood to surge forth wildly. In pain, the python roared and violently lashed its tail, propelling Luo Feng several meters away and officially entering a state of frenzied rage. The python no longer hesitated to inflict harm upon itself, recklessly attacking them with the intent to eliminate all 3. Do not engage head-on, just wear it down, the heavy-set man shouted as he was knocked back. Just as the stoic face attempted to retreat, the python suddenly swung its tail, ensnaring his right leg with astonishing agility. In an instant, the python's entire body rushed toward him, coiling tightly around him. The sound of bones creaking echoed as he felt excruciating pain, involuntarily letting out a low growl. Seeing this, Luo Feng acted without hesitation, channeling his inner vitality to unleash his utmost strength. He raised his long blade and aimed for the python's heart, plunging it down with fierce determination. The sound of flesh being torn echoed as the blade pierced through the serpent's scales and into its body. Despite the agony, the silver blue python did not release its grip on the stoic face. Instead, it became even more frenzied, attempting to bite off his head. Fortunately, Luo Feng remained vigilant. With a powerful twist of his wrist, he began to twist the blade within the python's body, shattering its heart into countless fragments. Simultaneously, the heavy-set man charged over, wildly hacking at the python's massive body, severing it into pieces. With the python's grip loosened, the stoic face collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, his eyes reflecting terror and relief. Congratulations, Master, for successfully slaying the E-rank beast, Silver Blue Python. You have received 15 attribute points. Is this Silver Blue Python worth only 15 attribute points? Upon reporting to my master, it was revealed that the Silver Blue Python had only recently ascended to the E grade. Hence, it could only bestow upon me a modest sum of 15 attribute points. Is that so? No wonder the difficulty of the battle was not as formidable as I had anticipated. Nevertheless, for Luo Feng at this juncture, acquiring 15 attribute points is indeed a significant boon. As the trepidation within me gradually subsided, a sense of gratitude for having survived filled my heart. With great effort, I stood up and, with a countenance full of appreciation, expressed my thanks to Luo Feng and the portly companion, saying, "Thank you. Had it not been for your intervention, I fear I would have become a mere meal for the Silver Blue Python." After taking a breath, the portly man shook his head and replied, "It is all thanks to the madman. Without his words, neither of us would have escaped our doom." Chapter 21. Scarred Plea for Help. Wolfpack the rotund figure was not merely engaging in pleasantries. Had it not been for the presence of Luo Feng among the newcomers, and the fact that he was assigned to their group, it would have been inconceivable for him and the stoic-faced warrior to slay an E-rank Silver Blue Python, even if this particular serpent had only recently attained that classification. However, Luo Feng exhibited no signs of arrogance. Instead, he waved his hand dismissively, indicating no need for formality. The trio settled beside the carcass of the Silver Blue Python to rest, while the three newcomers hurried over, eagerly pouring water for them and commencing the task of skinning the serpent. Observing this scene, the rotund figure turned to inquire, "Crazy? With the contribution points from this Silver Blue Python, you should be able to exchange them for some martial techniques, correct? Since the emergence of the Void Rift, the evolution of animals into exotic beasts has rendered many aspects of their biology highly valuable for research or for the creation of potions and armaments through specialized methods. As an E-rank exotic beast, the skin of the Silver Blue Python held considerable worth within the confines of the base city. It could fetch a price exceeding 100,000, although the Death Row camp could not sell the valuable components of exotic beasts. They could surrender the remains to the military in exchange for contribution points, be it gourmet food and fine wine, or martial arts and techniques. All could be acquired through these points. This arrangement provided the inmates with a modicum of motivation, encouraging them to exert greater effort in hunting exotic beasts. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng shook his head slightly. The Silver Blue Python was slain by the three of us together. I cannot hoard this contribution point for myself. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances with the stoic warrior directly stating, "Enough, crazy. You should not refuse this. For the time being, the contribution points hold little value for me and the stoic one. It is you who lacks a proper sword technique and whose power is instinctual at best, barely reaching double the potential. Only when you enhance your combat prowess will we be safer in the future. Consider this our investment in you." The survivor of the ordeal seemed to have found his voice, fervently persuading Luo Feng not to decline their offer. The rotund figure nodded vigorously in agreement. "Indeed, your strength has already surpassed that of both me and the stoic one. It is merely the lack of mastery over techniques that holds you back. Besides, your father is a general in the south, so it is unlikely that you lack access to martial techniques, right?" Luo Feng remained silent, his gaze clouded with ambiguity. Logically speaking, given his background, he should have had no shortage of mentors to teach him martial skills and techniques. He should have been able to select from a plethora of techniques. However, the presence of his malevolent stepmother, Tang Lingxian, complicated matters. It was not merely martial skills and techniques that were denied him. Had it not been for the emergence of Feng Ling, he would have remained a mere victim of Tang Lingshuan's poison, likely meeting the same fate as those inmates whose vitality had plummeted below 0. 9. Perishing at the hands of exotic beasts. Noticing his demeanor, the stoic warrior and the rotund figure surmised that Luo Feng harbored untold struggles, and thus refrained from probing further. Opting instead to shift the conversation, the stoic warrior, deep in thought, remarked contemplatively, "If you can maintain this rapid pace of improvement, you might indeed have a chance to join that special task force that the leader once mentioned. If that were to happen, you would truly be free." The hefty man rolled his eyes at this remark, scoffing, "Freedom? You're being naive. Even if the special task force does not bind you as much as we do, the situation is far more perilous. Their targets are often beasts of grade D and above, which means only third-grade warriors are qualified to confront them." The madman's progress was indeed swift, but who knows how long it would take to gain admission into the special task force. A death row camp and a special task force? Why have I never heard of this before? Just as Luo Feng was about to inquire about the specifics, a questioning voice interrupted him. "Fatty, are you messing with us? What happened to the E-grade beast?" Looking up, he saw the scowling Scar and Horse Face, while their 4 new team members were scrambling behind them, fearful of being left too far behind and encountering danger. Seeing this, the hefty man's expression stiffened, and he stammered, "We're done for. I forgot to tell them not to come." Caught up in the joy of survival, he neglected to inform Scar and Horse Face, resulting in their futile trip. After halting, Scar coldly questioned, "Where's the silver blue python?" The hefty man awkwardly chuckled and pointed to the skinned carcass of the silver blue python, explaining, "Right here." Horseface shot a fierce glare at the hefty man, clearly displeased. "You all killed it. Why didn't you inform us? We wasted our stamina for nothing. You and the emotionless one are veterans. Don't you understand the importance of conserving energy in this wilderness?" The hefty man scratched his head in embarrassment, and even the emotionless one averted his gaze, unwilling to meet their eyes. They were indeed at fault this time, and Scar and Horseface had traveled a considerable distance to assist them, so a little scolding was hardly unwarranted. After some explanation, Scar and Horseface grasped the situation. Upon learning that the primary credit for slaying the E-grade silver-blue python belonged to Luo Feng, Horseface's mood soured even further. That madman had originally been his teammate. Scar's emotions became exceedingly complex, torn between regret and the desire to adhere to his convictions. Yet, with the danger now averted, they could not linger here any longer to avoid being misunderstood as deceitful. Before parting ways, Scar cast a deep glance at Luo Feng and then, addressing the hefty man and the emotionless one, said solemnly, "We'll remain nearby. If you encounter any further troubles, remember to confirm that you cannot handle it before seeking assistance. Don't make our trip a futile one again." The hefty man quickly smiled in response. All right. I've noted it. If your team runs into trouble, feel free to inform us. We will rush over to assist without delay." Once the 2 teams parted ways, the hefty man clasped his hands in prayer. "I sincerely hope that we shall not encounter any more unforeseen circumstances. My fragile form cannot withstand the ravages of those formidable beasts." Perhaps the prayers of the portly fellow bore fruit, for the creatures we subsequently faced were all of G and F ranks, unlike the previous encounters with E ranks. However, not everyone was as fortunate as we were. As the mission drew near its conclusion, a frantic and urgent cry for help suddenly emanated from the communicator belonging to Scarface. "We require assistance. We have encountered a pack of shadow wolves, led by an E rank alpha, accompanied by 3 F ranks and 5 G ranks. This pack has marked our group as prey. One newcomer has already fallen. They seem disinclined to press us too hard, allowing us to endure for the moment. Should our call for support go unanswered, it would signify our demise. In that case, do not attempt to come to our aid." Chapter 22. The Survival Rules of Death Row Inmates. Shadowy Wolf Pack, what the hell? How could Scar and Horseface encounter such a creature? Upon hearing the details, the stout man couldn't help but curse, his expression usually devoid of emotion, turning exceptionally grim. The strength of the shadowy wolves is not particularly remarkable. However, true to the nature of such extraordinary beasts, they often travel in packs, making them notoriously difficult foes. When hunting, the shadowy wolves exhibit immense patience, showing no reluctance to wear down their prey slowly. Yet, once they detect a weakness, the prey is met with a frenzied assault of gnashing teeth from the entire pack. Even an average second-tier warrior would likely choose to retreat when faced with a pack of shadowy wolves, let alone their group, which consists of only Scar and Horseface. Both first-tier warriors, while the remainder are merely aspiring warriors. Turning to the expressionless man and Luo Feng, the stout man asked in a low voice, "What should we do? Should we provide support? We're the closest group. If we go, we might arrive before they are completely overwhelmed, but it would also place us in peril." The challenge of confronting a pack of shadowy wolves is significantly greater than that of the previous silver blue python. The expressionless man remained silent, directing his gaze towards Luo Feng, seemingly looking to him for a decision. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, Luo Feng did not hesitate and replied resolutely, "Let us go." Previously, when Luo Feng traversed the beast town alone and encountered the F-tier ghostfaced spider, Scar had suggested sending assistance. Just earlier, when their group faced the silver blue python, Scar and Horseface had rushed over at full speed, and although they were unable to help, Luo Feng felt indebted to them. Now that Scar and Horseface were in a life-or-death situation, Luo Feng could not stand idly by. Upon receiving Luo Feng's confirmation, the stout man and the expressionless man both sighed in relief, yet felt a surge of tension. They were inclined to provide support, even if it meant risking becoming prey themselves, potentially falling victim to the shadowy wolves. However, if they chose to remain passive in this instance, it would be certain that no one would come to their aid the next time they found themselves in danger. This is the survival rule of the death row camp. Those who attempt to be clever are destined to live a short life. Having made the decision, the stout man retrieved his equipment to locate Scar and Horseface's position, hastening towards them while grumbling into the communicator, "Scar, Horseface, hold on a little longer. We're almost there. Remember, if you make it back alive this time, you two better be prepared to treat us to a lavish feast." As soon as the stout man finished speaking, Horseface's voice, filled with relief, came through the communicator. "Don't worry, stout man. If you have the ability, make sure to spend all my contribution points." After a brief moment of banter, both Horseface and Scar fell silent, clearly aware that the situation had grown increasingly dire, compelling them to remain focused. Zhang Yu followed closely behind, adding his thoughts. "Fatty, you all go ahead. I am bringing others over. If you can arrive before Scar and Horseface encounter trouble, do not rush to engage with the wolf pack. Hold on until I arrive." "Understood, boss." "Damn these beasts, they are relentless." Horseface glared at the shadow wolves behind him, his eyes filled with rage as he cursed vehemently. Each time they retreated, the wolves would immediately pursue them. Whenever they halted, the wolves would stop as well, menacingly locking their gaze upon them. Under the command of the E-level alpha wolf, the shadow wolves would periodically charge at them, aiming to exhaust them. Scar glanced at the trembling newcomers and shook his head slightly. "Stop with the useless chatter. Conserve your strength. These shadow wolves are on the brink of losing control. The moment we show any sign of weakness, they will not hesitate to kill us all. Listen closely, you three. I know you are frightened, but do not even think about fleeing. Doing so will not only hasten your demise, but may also endanger others." The shadow wolves, as formidable creatures, would never spare any prey. The three newcomers remained paralyzed by fear, uncertain whether they truly absorbed Scar's warnings. However, Scar could afford no further concern for them. The E-level alpha wolf, having assessed the absence of other threats, could no longer suppress its bloodlust and issued the command for the shadow wolves to attack. "Howl!" Upon hearing the alpha's cry, both Scar and Horseface expressions changed dramatically, gripping their weapons tightly, bracing for the impending clash with the wolves. A rustling sound emerged as 3 F-level and 5 G-level shadow wolves stealthily approached. The E-level alpha looming ominously behind them, poised to strike with lethal intent. Witnessing this scene, one of the newcomers began to tremble violently, his eyes wide with terror. Just as the shadow wolves prepared to pounce, the newcomer could no longer contain his fear and, with a scream, darted to the side in a desperate escape. "Come back!" Horseface's face paled at the sight, his anger flaring as he wished to charge and slay this reckless newcomer, despite Scar's earlier admonition to never flee. This fool had turned and run, jeopardizing everyone's lives. The newcomer's actions acted as a spark, igniting the fear in the other two, who also began to flee without a second thought. At this point, even Scar could no longer maintain his composure. He had repeatedly explained to Horseface that the Shadow Wolves were intentionally applying pressure in this manner, if they could just hold on until Luo Feng, Fatty, or Zhang Yu arrived. They could turn the tide. But alas, these three newcomers were utterly incapable of withstanding any pressure. The lead wolf, witnessing the success of his cunning plan, displayed a glimmer of human-like satisfaction in his beady eyes. With a fierce howl, the 5 grade G Shadow Wolves suddenly sprang forth, pursuing them relentlessly. The 3 newcomers, already paralyzed by fear, had lost all will to fight. Confronted with the onslaught of the wolf pack, they began to flee in a panic-stricken frenzy. In less than a minute, the trio was overtaken, their lives extinguished under the ferocious jaws of the wolves. These imbeciles possess not a shred of intellect. Scarface cursed bitterly. Then, gazing at the encroaching pack, inhaled deeply and solemnly declared, "Ma Yin, whether we survive this ordeal hinges upon our ability to endure until reinforcement arrive." Chapter 23. An opportunity for premeditated revenge, though the support for Scar and Horseface was a decision made by Luo Feng himself. The portly man still harbored concerns that Luo Feng might bear a grudge against Scar due to his prior demeanor, potentially leading him to withhold assistance. To preempt such a scenario, he inquired, "Do you know why Scar previously treated you so poorly?" Luo Feng shook his head nonchalantly and replied, "I neither know nor care. If life were to be likened to a game, the challenges I faced at home with Tang Lingxian and Lin Chongqing were akin to a hellishly difficult level. Having endured that, Scar's attitude is of no consequence to me." Seeing that Luo Feng seemed unconcerned about past events, the portly man realized he might have underestimated his character. However, since the topic had been broached, it was best to clarify. Scar's circumstances contrasted starkly with those of other inmates in the death row. He had committed his crime out of vengeance after his beloved younger sister was pursued and subsequently assaulted by a wealthy scion, which ultimately led to her tragic suicide. In his fury, Scar sought revenge and brutally avenged his sister, resulting in his death sentence. Thus, his hatred for the wealthy youth was palpable. Ironically, had Scar chosen inaction, the aristocrat would likely have faced capital punishment regardless, yet Scar willingly sacrificed his future for vengeance. The stoic man disagreed with the portly man's perspective, asserting, "These are two entirely different concepts. If Scar had done nothing, even if the scion perished at the hands of the beast, he would have been unable to vent his anger. Given his temperament, he would likely have stagnated in his martial journey. Furthermore, to claim Scar ruined his own prospects is misguided. Could he surpass our leader? Had the leader refrained from seeking revenge, he would have likely ascended to the rank of a third-tier martial artist and held a position as a lieutenant colonel by now. His initial decision to join the military was driven by the desire to grow stronger for the sake of revenge. Without that, what would have been the purpose of his years of toil?" Luo Feng, contemplative, observed their debate while reminiscing about the scene he had witnessed upon arriving in the city. He had sensed that Zhang Yu, the head of the death row, carried a story within him, and now his intuition had proven correct. According to the portly man and the Stoics' accounts, Zhang Yu's parents had been murdered, and although the perpetrator was sentenced to death, that merely scratched the surface. The true mastermind had evaded justice due to the absence of evidence implicating them. In pursuit of vengeance, Zhang Yu chose to enlist in the military to hone his skills, ultimately breaking through to become a second-tier martial artist. However, upon learning of his progress, his enemy opted to remain within the confines of the base city, clearly denying Zhang Yu any chance for retribution. Realizing he could not exact revenge in the wilderness and escape unscathed, Zhang Yu ultimately resorted to a violent outburst within the city, eliminating his foe. Yet, this act irrevocably shattered his promising future, relegating him from a distinguished officer to a death row inmate. As for whether this course of action is truly worthwhile, I fear only Zhang Yu knows the answer. After a heated debate, the expressionless one turned to Luo Feng and cautioned, "Madman, do not be misled by the cases of Scarface and the boss into believing that all the individuals in the death row camp are justifiable. They are merely the exception. The majority are deserving of their fate. Do not be deceived by the seemingly amicable demeanor exhibited by me and the fatty. Our apparent friendliness is solely a consequence of our predicament within the death row camp, and because you provide us with benefits that enable our survival. Should you later join another team or bring newcomers, it is prudent to remain vigilant to avoid being betrayed by others." Although the expressionless one's admonition included the fatty, he did not take offense. Instead, he wholeheartedly agreed. Every inmate on death row has committed heinous crimes. When one possesses utility, they may appear exceedingly congenial. Yet should a conflict arise, they are capable of anything. There are no virtuous souls within the death row camp. The fatty blinked with curiosity and asked Luo Feng, "Madman, we all witnessed your public trial, and I am rather intrigued. Did you truly resort to violence out of humiliation after being spurned by your girlfriend?" Upon hearing this, Luo Feng clenched his fists, his eyes aflame with fury and murderous intent. He inhaled deeply to suppress his rage, shaking his head. "I was framed." At this revelation, the fatty and the expressionless one exchanged glances, both skeptical of his claim. Who would possess the audacity and capability to ensnare the son of a southern general? However, since Luo Feng had asserted this, they chose not to express doubt, instead offering words of comfort. "Even if you were framed, now that you are a member of the death row camp in Yi City, there is no chance of departure, and thus no opportunity for vengeance. It is best to reconcile with yourself and refrain from dwelling on revenge. Such an obsession will only torment you to madness." Luo Feng remained silent. His desire for revenge could not be swayed by the fatty's words. If the first-tier martial artist was insufficient, then he would strive for the second tier. If that too fell short, he would aspire to the third tier. If that proved inadequate, he would continue to grow stronger. One day, he would emerge from the death row camp and repay the suffering he had endured over the years to Tang Lingxian and Lin Chongqing 100-fold. At that moment, the expressionless one offered a differing perspective. There may still be a chance. If you were to join that special operations team, your scope of movement would extend beyond Yi City, and you might even encounter your enemies in the wilderness. The special operations team? Luo Feng furrowed his brow and inquired, "What exactly is the special operations team?" The expressionless one pondered for a moment before responding. "I happened to overhear the boss mention a special task force composed of death row inmates, assigned the perilous duty of eliminating more advanced beasts deep within the wilderness. Their freedom is significantly greater than that of ordinary inmates, and they are not burdened with explosive collars like us. The specifics elude me, but if you wish to delve deeper, it would be prudent to inquire directly with the boss." Upon hearing this, the portly man scoffed dismissively. "What use is high freedom? The special task force ventures into the wilderness, where the dangers far exceed those faced by regular inmates." Luo Feng narrowed his eyes, intrigued by this so-called special task force. If there was a chance to leave the city and even journey north, he might encounter Lin Chongqing and seize the opportunity for revenge ahead of time. Just then, the portly man interrupted Luo Feng's contemplation. "Stop thinking about that for now. We have arrived." Following the direction of the portly man's gaze, Luo Feng was startled to see Scar and Horseface besieged by a pack of wolves. Chapter 24. The evolution of the shadow wolves surrounded by 3 ferocious beasts. Scar and Horseface found themselves in a perilous situation. Aside from the E-rank alpha wolf, only 2 F-rank shadow wolves remained. Their condition was dire. Both men bore numerous wounds, with Horseface's arm having completely vanished, leaving him pallid and weak. Scar had suffered a substantial bite to his right leg, blood pouring incessantly from the gaping wound, provoking the ravenous instincts of the shadow wolves. Upon witnessing this grim scenario, Luo Feng, along with the fatty and the expressionless companion, wasted no time. They seized their weapons and charged into the fray. "You beast! Here comes Fatty!" Fatty yelled, brandishing his large blade as he aimed for the alpha wolf. The old adage, "copper head, iron bones, and a tofu waist," aptly describes the wolf species. although the emergence of the void rifts had granted them evolution into monstrous beasts. Their vulnerabilities remained unchanged. The alpha wolf, aware of its weak midsection, deftly evaded Fatty's strike and raised its razor-sharp claws, aiming to slice open Fatty's throat. As Fatty engaged the alpha wolf, Luo Feng and the expressionless one confronted the other two F-rank shadow wolves, successfully driving them back and granting Scar and Horseface a moment to breathe. Finally, you've come. If you had been any later, we would have been collecting our corpses, Scar panted, using his long sword to prop himself up. Horseface exhaled a sigh of relief. Honestly, could you not arrive at the last possible moment? I was beginning to think there was no hope left for us. Indeed, we have been pushing ourselves to the limit. By the way, what are the newcomers in your group? Have they all perished? Upon hearing mention of the rookies, Scar and Horseface grimaced and cursed in unison. Don't even mention it. Those three were utterly foolish. We warned them repeatedly not to think of fleeing. Such an act would only hasten their demise. Yet, they chose to run and were promptly slaughtered. Newcomers have this unfortunate tendency to panic in the face of danger, leading them to commit outrageously foolish acts. This is precisely why there is a 3-day acclimatization period, to prepare them for the rhythm of battling these beasts. Alas, even that was insufficient to clear the fog from their minds. At that moment, Fatty suddenly shouted, "Stop chatting and help me. I can't hold on much longer. I'm no match for this beast." For Fatty, to face an E-rank alpha wolf with the strength of a mere first-tier warrior was an overwhelming challenge. He stood no chance against the shadow wolf. Just as Scar and Horseface were about to muster their strength to assist, Luo Feng interjected, "You handle this F-rank one. I will help Fatty." Without hesitation, Luo Feng charged forward with his blade. Scar and Horseface exchanged looks, gratitude blossoming in their hearts for Luo Feng's bravery. And they gritted their teeth, raising their weapons to confront the F-rank shadow wolf together. Their current condition is dire. They struggle even against an F-level beast, let alone the formidable E-level alpha wolf. "Be cautious, madman," the plump man warned, having been knocked back several meters by the shadow wolf's claw, panting heavily. This creature is no trivial foe. It is far more challenging than the previous silver-blue python. Luo Feng nodded slightly, acknowledging the warning. The shadow wolf, noticing that its two remaining subordinates were also in peril, emitted a low growl from its throat, its gaze sharpening to a lethal edge. In the next moment, the shadow wolf propelled itself with tremendous force, vanishing in an instant like a speeding race car, and charged towards Luo Feng's position. Seeing this, Luo Feng's pupils constricted, and he instinctively rolled to the side, narrowly evading the attack, as the wolf's claws struck the dilapidated vehicle behind him. The sound of tearing air resonated as the long-abandoned car was cleaved in two, revealing a perfectly straight gash, a testament to the razor-sharpness of the E-level shadow wolf's claws. Such speed. Luo Feng's expression turned grave. His eyes were fixed intently on the shadow wolf, not daring to underestimate it. Just as the plump man had asserted, this shadow wolf's prowess far surpassed that of the recently ascended E-level silver-blue python. Defeating it would be no simple task and carried significant risks of failure. The shadow wolf, no longer attempting to conserve its strength, resolved to eliminate the humans swiftly to prevent any reinforcements from arriving, ensuring the survival of its two remaining subordinates. Thus, after Luo Feng dodged its strike, the wolf wasted no time. It launched itself towards Luo Feng, its hind legs digging into the ground, leaving two small craters. Wind Spirit. Increase mental power to 15. Understood, Master. With a hum, as his mental power surged, Luo Feng could now perceive the shadow wolf's every movement with clarity. His reaction speed significantly enhanced. He twisted his wrist and brought his long blade down sharply to the side. Boom! The clash of blade against claw erupted in a thunderous roar, a terrifying shockwave rippling through the earth, scattering dust and debris, obscuring both Luo Feng and the shadow wolf in a cloud of chaos. Amidst the dust, the sounds of metallic clashes rang out, accompanied by occasional sparks. Although the plump man believed Luo Feng's strength had surpassed his own, he lacked the appropriate martial skills to unleash the same explosive power as others, limiting his effectiveness. Determined not to remain a mere spectator, the plump man seized his large sword and joined the fray, uniting with Luo Feng to confront the alpha wolf together. Facial paralysis, knife scars, and horse faces are all well known, yet it is evident that these two adversaries alone could scarcely contend with the formidable E-rank Shadow Wolf. Consequently, during the fierce skirmish with the two F-rank Shadow Wolves, they unleashed their full strength from the outset, aiming to eliminate them in the shortest possible time before turning their attention to the head wolf alongside Luo Feng and the rotund companion. Under such circumstances, the two Shadow Wolves were swiftly vanquished. Upon successfully slaying the F-rank Shadow Wolves, the trio wasted no time and promptly joined the fray. The relentless assault from four seasoned warriors, coupled with Luo Feng's coordinated attacks, soon rendered the head wolf beleaguered. Blades and weapons rained down upon it, causing its once obsidian eyes to shift ominously to a blood-red hue. Just as the rotund companion and the knife-scarred warrior felt victory within their grasp, the Shadow Wolf suddenly unleashed an overwhelming surge of power that repelled all five combatants. In the next moment, the wolf howled skyward, and a tuft of fur atop its head transformed into a bizarre crimson hue at an alarming speed. By all that's holy, this beast possesses a second phase. Chapter 25. Demise. The wolf's fur turned crimson, signaling its evolution into a D-grade blood shadow wolf. This spectral wolf was alarmingly close to reaching D-grade. No wonder it had avoided direct confrontation from the outset, seeking to conserve its internal energy and thus prolong its transformation. Scarface stared intently at the alpha wolf, his grip on the sword tightening to the point of creaking under the strain. "I'm sorry, fatty, poker face, and madman. It seems we have dragged you into this predicament. Had I foreseen this outcome, I would have never allowed you to join us." If it were merely an ordinary E-grade beast, the five of them, as first-tier martial artists, could have successfully slain it together. However, he had misjudged the alpha wolf's strength, failing to recognize that it had already crossed the threshold into D-grade, rendering it far superior to any typical E-grade creature. As it stood, even if they exerted every ounce of their strength, they could only inflict minor injuries upon the blood shadow wolf, with no hope of victory in sight. In response to Scarface's apology, Fatty interjected, "Enough with the lamentations. Given the circumstances, our priority must be how to survive. Let us not forget that the boss is en route. If we can hold out a little longer, it will be this beast that meets its end." Fatty's words served as a reminder to the others, and at that moment, Zhang Yu's voice crackled through the communicator. "Fatty is right. Hold on a little longer. I will arrive at your location in no more than 3 minutes." Upon hearing that Zhang Yu was close, a wave of relief washed over them, dispelling the despair that had previously gripped their hearts. Just as Ma Lian was about to speak, the blood shadow wolf's gaze sharpened, and it vanished in an instant. "Dodge!" Poker Face shouted, rolling sideways to evade the wolf's sudden lunge. Unfortunately, Ma Lian, caught off guard, was not so fortunate. The shadow swept past him, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. He felt a chilling sensation at his neck, as if something was surging forth from within. Instinctively, he clasped his throat, yet he could not stem the geyser of blood that erupted forth. He opened his mouth, seemingly attempting to utter something, but no coherent words emerged. Gasping, Ma Lian's pupils began to dull, and after a brief moment of swaying, he collapsed to the ground. Ma Lian, Scarface, Fatty, and Poker Face were filled with shock and fury as they witnessed Ma Lian being effortlessly dispatched by the blood shadow wolf. They could distinctly feel that the creature's power had significantly increased upon entering its second phase. Otherwise, even if Ma Lian had been weakened by injury, he would not have been so swiftly and decisively eliminated. Holding his long knife, Luo Feng gazed at the bloodthirsty alpha wolf, his heart heavy with foreboding. This was undoubtedly the gravest peril he had faced since arriving at the death camp. Even with Zhang Yu's imminent arrival, enduring until then would be no easy feat. Luo Feng summoned his attribute panel, and, upon noticing he had 51 available attribute points, he commanded without hesitation, "Wind Spirit, allocate the points. 20 into Vitality, 20 into Spirit, and the remainder into Swordsmanship." "Understood, Master." As the available attribute points diminished to 0 once more, both Luo Feng's vital attributes and swordsmanship experienced significant enhancement. The increase in his mental fortitude allowed him to keenly perceive the movements of the shadow wolf. Thus, the moment the shadow wolf vanished again, Luo Feng swiftly swung his blade toward the side. Bang! The dull thud resonated as the long sword clashed with the wolf's claws, the sheer force propelling both Luo Feng and the shadow wolf backward. Regaining his balance, Luo Feng cautioned without looking back, "Be careful. This creature's strength and speed have nearly doubled." The others, too preoccupied with the demise of their comrade, could not afford to lament their loss. Instead, the stout man shouted, "Gather together. Don't give this beast a chance to pick us off one by one." With that, he dashed toward Luo Feng, desperate to secure his safety. He sensed that not only had the shadow wolf grown stronger, but Luo Feng had also significantly enhanced his prowess. He could not discern whether Luo Feng had been concealing his abilities or if he had truly improved in the heat of battle. The shadow wolf cast a penetrating glance at Luo Feng, recognizing him as the strongest among the four, and deemed him a formidable opponent. Rather than tackle the most challenging adversary first, it resolved to eliminate the other three before confronting him. Especially upon seeing the stout man and his companions gravitate toward Luo Feng, the shadow wolf wasted no more time. With a ferocious roar, it charged at the stout man. The stout man, startled, raised his large blade and employed the swordsmanship he had exchanged for contribution points, striving to ward off the impending assault. However, to his astonishment, the shadow wolf's target was not him at all. It brushed past him and lunged directly at Scar. Scar, having suffered a significant wound to his calf, found himself less agile than before. Even upon realizing that he was the wolf's intended prey, it was too late to evade. He could only grit his teeth and muster his utmost strength to confront the beast. Even in his prime, he had struggled against this alpha wolf, let alone in his current state. As their forces collided, Scar quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Each time, he barely parried the shadow wolf's assault. Its next claw would leave a deep gash across his chest, abdomen, or arms, exposing bone beneath. Just as the shadow wolf's claws lunged toward Scar's neck, poised to deliver a fatal blow, Luo Feng finally arrived to provide assistance. With a swift sound of slicing through air, the blade cut through, forcing the shadow wolf to abandon its attack and twist in an unnatural manner to deflect Luo Feng's strike, narrowly avoiding severe injury. Incensed by the thwarted attack, the shadow wolf glared at Luo Feng with its blood-red eyes, baring its teeth and emitting a low growl from deep within its throat. As a creature adept in the art of hunting, the shadow wolf yearned to crush Luo Feng's throat in that moment. Yet it understood that now was not the optimal time for a direct confrontation. Without a moment's hesitation, it swiftly shifted its target and lunged towards the emotionless figure on the other side. Taken completely off guard, the figure hastily flicked his wrist, causing the long spear in his grasp to erupt in a flurry of sparks as he attempted to repel the shadow wolf. Unfortunately, unlike Luo Feng, the figure lacked the formidable strength required to instill any sense of threat in the shadow wolf, which had already entered its second stage. Amidst the fierce struggle, the shadow wolf astutely exploited a flaw in the figure's defense, propelling its massive form onto him with a powerful thrust of its hind legs, knocking him to the ground. The shadow wolf then opened its cavernous maw and viciously sank its teeth into the figure's throat. Chapter 26. This is the true wilderness, the paralyzed man, thrown to the ground, was engulfed by sheer terror as he beheld the gaping maw of the shadow wolf mere inches away. Without hesitation, he thrust his arm into the creature's jaws, desperately attempting to thwart the impending destruction of his throat. Regrettably, despite his bones having undergone the tempering of vital energy, they proved utterly inadequate against the shadow wolf's diamond-like fangs. With a sharp crack, his arm shattered. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, eliciting a piercing scream. "Ah!" The paralyzed man's cries barely lasted a second before they were silenced. His throat was pierced by the shadow wolf's lethal teeth, and his head was wrenched off with brutal force. Crimson blood dripped from the corners of the wolf's mouth as it disdainfully discarded the man's head onto the ground, greedily eyeing his lifeless body as though it were a sumptuous feast. For the beasts of the wilderness, a martial artist brimming with life force is indeed the finest nourishment. The consumption and refinement of such an individual would yield tremendous benefits, which elucidates the intense aggression displayed by these creatures towards humanity. If it could devour Luo Feng and his companions, not only would it compensate for its recent expenditure, but might also seize the opportunity to ascend to D rank. Overwhelmed by this tantalizing prospect, the shadow wolf could no longer restrain its fervent desire. With a thunderous roar, it charged towards Scarred Face. However, before it could unleash its claws, Luo Feng and the fatty joined forces to intercept it. Initially, they had intended to support the paralyzed man, but the rapid demise of their comrade forced them to prioritize the preservation of Scarred Face, ensuring their combat strength remained intact, successfully repelling the shadow wolf. The trio regrouped and prepared defensively, refusing to grant the creature the opportunity to pick them off one by one. The shadow wolf circled them, its crimson eyes ablaze with fury, pacing back and forth in search of an opening. It launched several assaults, inflicting varying degrees of injury upon Luo Feng, the fatty, and Scarred Face, yet failing to secure any kills. As its patience waned and it prepared to disregard all caution to eliminate the trio, a thunderous shout reverberated through the air. "Damn beast!" The three simultaneously turned towards the source of the voice and were astonished to see Zhang Yu racing towards them at breakneck speed. Upon witnessing this, a collective sigh of relief escaped them, while the shadow wolf sensed impending danger and attempted to seize the bodies of the paralyzed man and horse face to make its escape. However, its speed was no match for Zhang Yu's, and it had barely fled a short distance before being overtaken. A glimmer of cold light preceded him, followed by the swift release of a spear. Zhang Yu wielded a long spear seemingly enveloped in flames, thrusting the tip like a fiery serpent towards the shadow wolf's flank. Most perplexing was the fact that, in addition to the spear, 5 flying daggers encircled Zhang Yu, attacking the shadow wolf from various angles with no visible handler. Before the formidable shadow wolf, which had once dominated the scene, it now found itself frantically fleeing with its tail tucked between its legs in the presence of Zhang Yu, utterly powerless to resist. Witnessing this spectacle, the rotund figure expressed his envy. "Every time I see our leader in battle, I can't help but drool with envy. If only I were a psychic warrior, my life would surely be extended." A warrior of the same level would stand no chance against a psychic. Scarface, overhearing, scoffed. "Enough of that. With so many warriors in the Great Xia, how many psychic warriors are there? It requires innate talent. If one isn't born with it, they can never become a psychic warrior." That's not necessarily true. Luo Feng silently countered Scarface's assertion in his mind. While others might resign themselves to their lack of talent, he believed that with a bit of mental fortitude, it would be entirely reasonable for him to become a psychic warrior. The rotund man, oblivious to Luo Feng's thoughts, gazed at Zhang Yu, who was mercilessly battering the shadow wolf, lamenting, "What a shame. If the madman could learn techniques of such caliber from our leader, he could have surely slain this beast, preventing the deaths of the emotionless and the horse-faced ones." From their recent collaboration in battle, Scarface had also discerned Luo Feng's deficiencies in this regard and nodded slightly. The madman lacks any techniques for exerting force. He relies solely on brute strength. Luo Feng remained silent, resolutely deciding that upon returning, he would exchange contribution points for martial techniques. To survive in this wilderness and to slay more exotic beasts, he must possess greater combat prowess. Although merely a second-tier warrior, Zhang Yu could double his strength through skillful technique, and coupled with formidable martial arts and the unique combat methods of psychic warrior. Even the shadow wolf on the brink of breaking into D rank stood no chance against him. The path of martial arts requires not just vitality, but also powerful techniques and skills, which are equally indispensable. As Zhang Yu prepared to deliver the final blow to the nearly defeated shadow wolf, Luo Feng suddenly interjected, "Wait a moment. May I be the one to deliver the killing blow?" The tip of the gun paused before the wolf's forehead as Zhang Yu glanced back at Luo Feng with skepticism. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded, "All right, go ahead." Without hesitation, Luo Feng swiftly approached the shadow wolf, drawing his knife with determination. The wolf, with its crimson eyes wide open and a fierce expression, seemed intent on taking a bite out of Luo Feng before its demise. However, Luo Feng denied it that opportunity, swiftly severing its head with a decisive strike. Congratulations, Master, for successfully slaying the E-rank exotic beast, Shadow Wolf. You have gained 50 attribute points. Upon hearing the prompt from Wind Spirit in his mind, Luo Feng let out a quiet sigh of relief. Ah, finally, I did not waste this opportunity to slay a beast on the verge of reaching D rank. Zhang Yu, unaware of Luo Feng's true intentions behind slaying the Shadow Wolf, assumed he sought revenge for the fallen comrades and patted him on the shoulder. Madness. This is the authentic wilderness, where each day witnesses lives claimed by monstrous beasts. Today, it was the faceless and the horse-faced. Tomorrow it may be I. Or perhaps one day, you too shall meet such a fate. There is no need to mourn for them, for this is the inevitable conclusion that awaits those condemned to die. One must eventually acclimate to such realities. Confronted with Zhang Yu's misunderstanding, Luo Feng found himself at a loss for words and chose silence over explanation. Much like a benevolent lie, sometimes being misinterpreted is a rather fortunate occurrence. The portly fellow approached, placing the faceless head beside his lifeless body, and let out a heavy sigh. The previous near-death experience with the silver-blue python had profoundly impacted the faceless. Otherwise, even if he were to falter against the alpha wolf, he would not have succumbed so swiftly. Though the portly man may not have been particularly mournful over the faceless demise, the bond forged through countless battles rendered the sight of such a tragic and inescapably poignant. Most crucially, he saw in the faceless a reflection of his own future. As Zhang Yu had conveyed to Luo Feng, for those marked for death, an end at the hands of ferocious beasts is an unavoidable fate, merely a matter of time. Thus, being slain by the Shadow Wolf could be perceived as a form of release for the faceless. On the journey back, after the mission's conclusion, an unusual silence enveloped the group. The previous 3 days of adjustment had dissipated. In just a single day, the toll had risen to 7 casualties among the newcomers, with many others sustaining injuries. The deaths of the faceless and the horse-faced had unveiled the stark reality of the true wilderness to all. Chapter 27. The most powerful blade technique of Blue Star, Blood Shadow Blade Technique. The newcomers have finally come to terms with the harsh reality that, despite possessing extensive experience in battling exotic beasts, even a seasoned first-grade martial artist among the condemned prisoners is hardly significant in the wilderness. Should misfortune lead them to encounter a formidable high-level beast, the fate of the old prisoners would not fare much better. This situation has left many newcomers engulfed in regret, pondering why they had chosen to defy the laws of the Great Xia and become death row inmates. Was it not preferable to remain in the tranquil and harmonious base city? Now, regardless of their profound fears, they are compelled to navigate the wilderness as condemned criminals. Even if they managed to ascend from a quasi-martial artist to a first-grade martial artist, they would still be as insignificant as a drop in the ocean, unable to stir any waves before the beasts. The old prisoners have fared slightly better upon learning of the demise of the expressionless and horse-faced individuals. They initially felt a sense of collective sorrow, yet they quickly adjusted, having endured much and thus becoming less affected. However, for the newcomers, this night is destined to be sleepless. Luo Feng is also among the restless, but his insomnia stems not from concern for the future, but from his fervent absorption of martial techniques. Having hunted a vast number of exotic beasts over the past few days, he has accumulated a substantial amount of contribution points, which he plans to exchange for a martial technique known as the Blood Shadow Blade upon returning to the city. According to the data, the Blood Shadow Blade technique was created by the great Xia martial sage, Lin Xiaoyao, and comprises 9 levels in total. Once a practitioner masters the first level, they can wield their blade with only 80% of their strength, while simultaneously unleashing an equivalent level of dark energy, resulting in a combined force of 1.6 times. The second level allows for the emission of 2 dark energies, achieving a force of 2.4 times. This pattern continues, and upon reaching the 9th level, one could potentially achieve an 8-fold increase in power. In combat at the same level, a martial artist who has mastered this technique is nearly guaranteed victory, provided they do not encounter a mentalist. This is why the vast majority of martial artists seek to join a faction. Otherwise, they would never have the opportunity to learn such advanced techniques. Luo Feng had previously heard of this formidable martial art, yet he had never had the chance to engage with it. Ironically, it was only after becoming a death row inmate that he could exchange his contribution points for it. The thought is quite sardonic. Martial sage, when shall I attain such a level? Only then could I confront my enemies, even with Lin Chongqing, the 8th grade grandmaster, as my grandfather, and exact my revenge. The thought of his adversaries living freely while he is condemned to battle exotic beasts fills Luo Feng with a deep-seated resentment. Yet, this emotional turmoil subsides within a brief moment, and he quickly regains his composure. Never mind, it is still too distant to dwell upon such matters. What I need to focus on now is to find every possible means to enhance my combat strength. Only by doing so can I slay more exotic beasts and acquire additional attribute points. My goal is to refine my bones to perfection, a process that requires considerable time and immense vitality, indicating that a breakthrough to the 2nd grade martial artist level is not feasible in the near term. To enhance one's combat prowess, in addition to mastering the blood shadow blade technique, one might also consider augmenting their mental fortitude, aspiring to become a mentalist akin to Zhangyu. Such an endeavor would undoubtedly facilitate the hunt for extraordinary beasts, significantly elevating efficiency. However, this path necessitates a considerable amount of contribution points to exchange for the skills required to wield flying knives in combat, as well as for specially crafted knives and even agility techniques. Indeed, everything seems to hinge upon the slaughter of these beasts. Recalling the substantial contribution points required for these acquisitions, Luo Feng couldn't help but pinch the bridge of his nose, feeling like a destitute wanderer devoid of resources. Yet, he chose not to dwell on this matter. After clearing his mind of distractions, he focused intently on the cultivation of the blood shadow blade technique. Universally recognized as the most formidable blade technique on Blue Star, its explosive power makes the entry barrier exceedingly high. Most swordsmen, upon encountering obstacles while learning this technique, tend to settle for alternatives with lower power levels. However, for Luo Feng, whose swordsmanship had already reached an intermediate level, mastering the blood shadow blade technique posed no difficulties. Merely attempting the technique once, guided by the mental mantra, he swiftly grasped its power techniques. Grasping his long knife, with eyes sharp as a hawk's, he synchronized his breathing with the rhythm described in the blood shadow blade technique. In the next moment, he abruptly drew his knife and struck, the blade seemingly trailing a shadow of blood, extending forward like a crescent moon. Blood shadow blade, 1st level. The sound of the blade slicing through the air resonated as it struck a nearby obstacle, not pausing for an instant, cleaving the decrepit iron container cleanly in two. Observing the neat cut on the container, a flicker of exhilaration sparkled in Luo Feng's eyes. Truly, it is worthy of being called the strongest blade technique on Blue Star. Even at the 1st level, it possesses such formidable power. Had I mastered the blood shadow blade technique by day, I would have scarcely needed to wait for Zhang Yu's support. With the assistance of the others, I could have slain that phantom wolf. After this moment of reflection, an epiphany struck Luo Feng, prompting him to inquire eagerly, Wind Spirit, can I enhance my proficiency in the blood shadow blade technique by allocating attribute points? Indeed, Master. The blood shadow blade technique is a martial skill you possess, and it can certainly be enhanced using attribute points, the Wind Spirit replied. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng's expression brightened as he clenched his fist. This was splendid news. He accessed his status panel. Master, Luo Feng, Vitality, 17, Mentality, 35, Martial Skills, Swordsmanship, Intermediate, Blood Shadow Blade Technique, 1st level. Available attribute points, 50. The panel displayed only a few lines, yet alongside swordsmanship. The addition of the blood shadow blade technique indicated that as long as Luo Feng could elevate any martial skill to the entry level, he could enhance it to higher tiers in the shortest possible time using attribute points. Despite Luo Feng's prior belief that the Wind Spirit's function, though simple, was indeed formidable, the extent of its power still took him by surprise. Wind Spirit, how many attribute points are needed to elevate the blood shadow blade technique to its 2nd level? Upon calculation, given the master's current proficiency in blade techniques, only 300 attribute points are required to master the second level of the Blood Shadow Blade technique. 300? That's beyond my means. Luo Feng reluctantly averted his gaze, momentarily relinquishing the thought of enhancing the Blood Shadow Blade technique. He then spoke. Let us allocate all attribute points to mental strength. This will allow us to maximize efficiency in acquiring additional attribute and contribution points. Understood, Master. Chapter 28. Enhance. Psychic Master. Master. Luo Feng. Health, 17. Mental power, 85. Martial skills, swordsmanship, intermediate. Blood Shadow, sword technique, first level. Available attribute points, 0, with the available attribute points reduced to 0. Luo Feng felt that he could perceive everything around him with remarkable clarity, even without direct observation. Any subtle change or movement within a radius of 300 meters would be instantly detected by his heightened mental acuity. With a mental power of 85. According to the classification of psychic masters, reaching a level of 100 would elevate him to the second tier, enabling him to easily dominate martial artists of the same rank. Coupled with the rigorous training that had significantly strengthened the bones of his upper body through his health, and having successfully cultivated the first level of the Blood Shadow sword technique, the strength he could now unleash was likely on par with that of a second-tier martial artist. This meant that in future encounters with E-grade exotic beasts, he could effortlessly vanquish them alone. Luo Feng, filled with excitement, fixed his gaze on a small stone beneath his feet. With his formidable mental power, he focused it on the stone, causing it to swiftly rise and hover before him. Go! With a mere thought, the stone shot towards a steel plate that was 5 centimeters thick, surpassing the maximum speed achievable by a first-tier martial artist. Bang! The stone collided with the steel plate, exploding into fine powder upon impact. The plate bore a deep dent, nearly punctured through by the stone, which was infused with his mental energy. Reeling from the demonstration of his mental prowess, Luo Feng's heart swelled with joy. A mere stone, even shattered into dust, would typically leave no mark on such a thick steel plate. Yet, imbued with mental energy, it unleashed such formidable power. If it were a flying knife, it could effortlessly penetrate the steel plate with the same mental augmentation. Truly, the psychic master was renowned for being invincible at the same tier. His abilities were indeed extraordinary. Taking a deep breath to calm his exhilaration, Luo Feng once again manipulated stones around him with his mental power, eager to test the limits of his current capabilities. After a series of trials, he observed the number of stones swirling around him like a constellation, pondering thoughtfully. With his current mental strength, he could control 20 stones in battle. However, this would disperse his mental energy too thinly, preventing him from harnessing his utmost power. When controlling 9 stones, each stone would reach its maximum potential when augmented with mental energy. In life-and-death confrontations, quality outweighs quantity. Striving for more could lead to counterproductive results. Having exhausted all his contribution points on purchasing the first level of the Blood Shadow sword technique, he found himself unable to exchange for specialized flying knives. For the time being, he would have to make do with a few daggers, planning to acquire the flying knives once he amassed enough contribution points again. Reflecting on the contribution points required for the purchase of special flying knives, Luo Feng felt an overwhelming sense of financial despair. In other words, he will no longer need to purchase the subsequent levels of the Blood Shadow Blade technique. He can simply enhance his mastery through attribute points, thereby saving a substantial sum. Otherwise, even though Luo Feng's efficiency in hunting exotic beasts would significantly increase after becoming a mental practitioner, his contribution points would still dwindle rapidly. Both contribution points and attribute points are in short supply for me. The consumption of vitality is akin to a voracious beast. I can only wonder how much vitality is required to complete the refining of my upper limb bones. Luo Feng raised his palm, scanning his upper limb bones with mental energy, and remarked with a hint of resignation, "In the past few days, I have expended nearly 200 attribute points on vitality. Yet I'm still less than a quarter of the way towards perfecting the bone refinement, leaving my vitality stagnant at 10 cards. This is merely for the upper limb bones, and the consumption is already so staggering. It is no wonder that despite 300 years of martial arts history, no one has ever achieved perfect bone refinement. It is only because I possess wind spirit, allowing me to gain attribute points through hunting exotic beasts, that I can afford to consume vitality so freely. If others wish to do the same, they would likely remain at the first-tier martial artist level for many years to achieve it. Since no one has reached such a level before, there is no reference to gauge the effects of perfecting bone refinement. I can only hope the outcome will not disappoint me. Following the first day's wilderness expedition, several teams encounter casualties. To ensure their survival and enhance their capacity to hunt more exotic beasts, Zhang Yu decided to reorganize the teams. Scar, having lost all his teammates, replaced the deceased Faceless as Luo Feng and Fatty's new companion. Although Scar had not met the same grim fate as Faceless and Horseface, he had sustained significant injuries the previous day, including a large chunk of flesh torn from his calf by the Shadow Wolf Pack, hindering his mobility. To safeguard his life, Scar spent a considerable amount of contribution points to acquire a healing potion that would allow him to recover swiftly within 2 days. Zhang Yu's decision to pair him with Luo Feng and Fatty was, in essence, a means of providing him with protection until he regained his strength. In addition to their trio, Zhang Yu's team maintained a total of 6 members, while 2 other teams combined into one. This arrangement was strongly advocated by the 4 veteran prisoners. The emergence of the anomaly that is Luo Feng disrupted the existing equilibrium. Despite being a newcomer, his strength surpassed that of all the seasoned prisoners. Even when encountering the E-class silver-blue python, his presence enabled them to slay it. In contrast, if their team faced an E-class beast, they would face certain doom, especially with a newcomer hindering their safety, intensifying their sense of insecurity. The recent simultaneous deaths of Faceless and Horseface further deepened their feelings of crisis. After much contemplation, Zhang Yu ultimately acquiesced to their request. However, before the newly arrived prisoners could revel in their joy, his subsequent words plunged their spirits into despair. The 3-day acclimatization period for the newcomers had elapsed, and having already experienced the rigors of the wilderness yesterday, they could no longer expect to return to the city of commerce daily as before. Just as in times past, after completing a 6-day mission in the wild, there would be a day of respite. Therefore, it would be prudent to gather ample provisions before their departure. They were set to embark in half an hour, so it was imperative to prepare forthwith. Chapter 29. Has mastery been achieved? The plump man questions his existence after departing from the city of Yi. The 3 teams in the death row camp diverged, embarking on separate paths into the depths of the wilderness. To alleviate the monotony of the journey, the plump man initiated a conversation, inquiring, "So what do you think, madman? Is it not as I previously mentioned, that the blood shadow blade technique is exceedingly difficult to master? To speak candidly, when I first exchanged for a blade technique, I too chose the blood shadow blade technique. After a grueling month of practice, I still could not grasp the essence of it, achieving the first levels 1. 6 times power amplification was utterly beyond my reach. At that moment, I realized that the blood shadow blade technique is not something everyone can learn, and I had squandered a significant amount of contribution points, which I had painstakingly saved to acquire another blade technique." The plump man clicked his tongue, his face a canvas of nostalgia and resentment. Even though a considerable amount of time had passed, he could not let go of that experience. After all, with such a substantial number of contribution points, could he not have exchanged for something more worthwhile? Instead, he opted for a technique he could not master, which felt like a thunderbolt from a clear sky dim. Even Scar, who bore witness to the plump man's lament, nodded in agreement and remarked, "I too exchanged for the most formidable sword technique, and my outcome was identical to yours." The most powerful martial skills are indeed pitfalls that the vast majority of martial artists inevitably encounter. With hearts full of joy, we purchase these skills, anticipating a tremendous enhancement in our combat prowess, only to realize upon acquisition that they are beyond our grasp. The most critical aspect is that no matter how others advise against it, one cannot truly resign themselves without experiencing the bitter taste of being misled. With that, Scar cast a glance at Luo Feng, expressing a touch of exasperation. "Just yesterday, we urged you not to waste your contribution points on the blood shadow blade technique. Yet you remained obstinate. I truly hope you are an exception and can successfully learn this supreme blade technique." Scar had already tasted the thrill of relying on the strong. His own limitations were evident, and the prospect of breaking through to a second-tier martial artist remained distant. Rather than exhausting himself to enhance his strength, he preferred to await the opportunity to lean on Luo Feng's prowess. Thus, he fervently wished for Luo Feng to defy the odds and master the 6 times power amplification of the first level of the Blood Shadow Blade technique, enabling them to traverse the wilderness together. Just as the plump man and Scar were reminiscing about their youthful Navet, Luo Feng's utterance plunged them into silence. In fact, I have already mastered the first level of the Blood Shadow Blade technique. Upon hearing this declaration, the plump man and Scar halted in their tracks, turning in unison to stare at Luo Feng. After a moment of stunned silence, they could no longer contain their astonishment. "What did you say?" Understanding the incredulity of his statement, Luo Feng chose not to elaborate. Instead, he unsheathed his blade and struck towards a dilapidated car ahead. Boom! The blade sliced through the vehicle as effortlessly as if it were mere parchment, cleaving it in two. As they absorbed the demonstration of Luo Feng's power technique and the latent might contained within that strike, the plump man stood bewildered, muttering to himself, "It truly is the Blood Shadow Blade technique. It can unleash 6 times power amplification at the first level. How is this possible?" The widely acknowledged, most formidable and challenging Blood Shadow Blade technique was mastered by the madman in merely one night. What does that make of me, who struggled for an entire month without grasping even the fundamentals? And what of those warriors like myself who were unable to learn the Blood Shadow Blade technique? At this moment, the chubby one truly began to question his existence. Without comparison, there can be no pain. As a fellow blade wielder, he felt like a mere waste in the presence of Luo Feng, utterly devoid of any redeeming qualities. This sentiment was not confined to the chubby individual. Scar also experienced an unprecedented sense of defeat. However, this feeling was fleeting, soon replaced by exhilaration. This was truly splendid. Their chances of survival in the wilderness had just increased. In this moment, Scar even entertained a thought that filled him with guilt. He believed that the untimely demise of his teammates was rather fortuitous. Had it not been for the slaughter of his comrades by the Phantom Wolf Pack, he would not have had the opportunity to be transferred to the team led by Luo Feng, nor would he have had the privilege to cling to his coattails. The chubby one and the other 3 newcomers grasped the situation as well. The stronger Luo Feng's combat prowess, the greater the benefits for them, allowing them to prolong their survival. Not to mention, Luo Feng was exceedingly proactive in hunting exotic beasts. Whenever he encountered a foe that did not require their intervention, he would single-handedly vanquish it. So, what more was there to discuss? They could simply await their effortless victories. The chubby one wore a face brimming with sycophantic smiles, rubbing his hands together with a chuckle. "Madman, forget what I just said. Consider it a mere folly. From now on, we shall heed your command. Whatever you say, we shall follow. Whoever you target, we shall pursue." Scar and the 3 newcomers nodded vigorously, their gazes fixed eagerly on Luo Feng. Luo Feng felt somewhat uncomfortable under their fervent stares and shook his head. "It is not as exaggerated as you suggest. Yet I am indeed eager to hunt more exotic beasts to hone my combat skills and enhance my experience. Therefore, aside from the G-class beasts that will allow the 3 of you to practice, I shall take care of the rest." Upon hearing this, the chubby one and Scar exchanged glances, their mouths barely suppressing smiles that threatened to erupt into joyous laughter. According to Luo Feng, unless they encountered a horde of exotic beasts, he could single-handedly deal with any random encounters. This meant that the 2 of them would need to do nothing but follow behind Luo Feng, cheering him on. What was this called? This was the realization of their dreams. The life they had longed for had finally come to fruition. Subsequently, whether it was the 3 newcomers or the chubby one and Scar, they all became exceedingly attentive. To alleviate Luo Feng's burden, the chubby one and Scar volunteered to scout ahead, determining the response to any encountered exotic beasts based on their levels, deciding whether the 3 newcomers would engage or leave it to Luo Feng. In such circumstances, Luo Feng's speed in hunting exotic beasts and accumulating attribute points indeed accelerated significantly compared to before. Observing as Luo Feng effortlessly dispatched an F-grade exotic beast with a Blood Shadow Blade technique, The 3 novices stationed behind him hastened to assist in the disposal of the beast's carcass, eagerly collecting valuable items to stow away in their backpacks. They planned to exchange these treasures for contribution points upon their return to the city of Yi. The rotund individual, who had not lifted a finger throughout the encounter, could not help but exclaim, "This is exhilarating. Since my arrival in Yi City, this is the first time I have felt such thrill. Half a day has passed, and I haven't even had to engage in combat once. I long to boast about this experience and make those 4 fellows green with envy." Chapter 30. The Scaled Wild Boar. A certain doom? There is a saying that returning home in splendid attire is akin to wearing fine clothes in the dead of night. However, for the chubby fellow, it transforms into the notion that encountering a formidable teammate without boasting diminishes the experience's essence. The chubby one is inherently a flamboyant character, accustomed to making a fuss over trivial matters. Now, having stumbled upon such a delightful experience, how could he possibly restrain himself? Scarface initially intended to dissuade the chubby one from pursuing this idea, fearing it might provoke the wrath of their companions, leading to a potential beating. It would be wiser to silently amass wealth. Yet, upon deeper contemplation, Scarface found merit in the chubby one's proposal. In the eyes of those fellows, his alliance with Luo Feng had already placed him firmly in the position of a sycophant, and they had even concocted a scheme to merge their teams. What further reservations could he possibly harbor? With this thought in mind, Scarface chuckled, "Let me handle it. Watch me infuriate them." He promptly activated the communicator and inquired, "What is the situation on your end? Have you encountered any exotic beasts?" A rustling noise ensued, followed by the grumbling of an old inmate. Isn't that a redundant question? These exotic beasts seem endless. Even with continuous efforts to clear them, we encounter countless creatures each time we step into the wilderness. In just half a day's time, we've already faced 7 F-rank beasts and nearly 30 G-rank ones. What about you? Is clinging to the madman's leg exhilarating? Upon hearing this veiled disdain, Scarface exchanged glances with the chubby one. Instead of feeling anger, their spirits lifted even higher. Scarface feigned exasperation, sighing, "Well, we have encountered our fair share of exotic beasts along the way, but neither of us has had the chance to strike. The G-rank beasts are still handled by the newcomers. And as for the F-rank ones, before we could even move, the madman had already dispatched them with ease. I envy your opportunity to battle these beasts. If this continues, the chubby one and I might become utterly useless." After Scarface's remarks, an extended silence enveloped the communicator, not due to a malfunction, but rather because his words had shattered the spirits of the old inmates. Eventually, one of them broke the silence, cursing through gritted teeth, "Scarface, you truly deserve to die." This was quickly followed by another inmate's curse. "Why wasn't he at you who perished yesterday? How much better it would have been if Horseface had survived." The remaining 2 old inmates could no longer contain themselves, joining in the condemnation of Scarface, and they included the chubby one in their tirade. "Scarface, you've only been with the chubby one for half a day, and you've already been infected by that pig's antics? How did your tongue become so vile?" Initially, the chubby one had been listening with a grin, enjoying their impotent fury. But upon hearing the accusation that Scarface's foul mouth was a result of his influence, he could no longer hold back. The heavens and earth bear witness. He merely expressed a desire to flaunt. Yet this was clearly Scar's own initiative, and these words were entirely his own conception. The rotund fellow rolled his eyes and retorted with irritation. "What do you mean I've infected Scar? This guy was never anything but a scoundrel, all right? No. Who are you to delve into this? Let me be frank. We are here to showcase our prowess. If you find us displeasing, why not unearth a lunatic like this newcomer yourselves?" If Scar's earlier remarks merely ignited the ire of the old prisoners, then upon hearing the unapologetic words of the rotund fellow, they were filled with murderous intent towards him. 4 seasoned inmates passionately unleashed their fury upon the rotund one. "You truly have no shame, do you, fatty? How dare you claim the madman was unearthed by you? Was it not mere fortune that favored you? Had I known, I would have been the first to seize the madman. You shameless leech dare utter such words. I love nothing more than to plunge a knife into you. Enough of this banter. We shall meet in 6 days at the city of Yi, and if I do not beat you to a pulp, then I shall consider myself inept." The more they became agitated, the more pleased Fatty and Scar appeared, showing no shame in clinging to Luo Feng, rather believing this was their destined fortune. Just as Fatty was about to utter more, Scar's expression suddenly darkened, and his voice quivered. "Fatty, beast!" Without looking back, Fatty waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. There's a madman here." Scar slapped him on the back and exclaimed loudly, "No. It's an E-rank armored wild boar, and it's on the verge of evolving to D-rank." Fatty's heart sank in terror as he followed Scar's pointing finger and beheld a creature the size of a small tank, its armored hide as tough as specialized armor, with tusks gleaming coldly in the sunlight, charging rapidly towards Luo Feng's location. The armored wild boar rampaged forward, obliterating any obstacles in its path without hesitation. Witnessing the scene, Fatty felt his breath catch, his pupils filled with dread. Is this punishment for our boasting? Is this penalty too harsh? This is tantamount to a death sentence. After uttering these words, Fatty raised his hand and slapped his own face twice, unsure whether he was regretting his showboating or confirming if he was trapped in a nightmare. Regrettably, with the appearance of the armored wild boar, there was no retreat left for them. Despite its massive size, its speed was comparable to that of a second-tier martial artist, and its strength surpassed that of yesterday's E-rank Shadow Wolf. Escape was impossible. All they could do was endure until Zhang Yu's support arrived, much like Scar and Horseface had done the previous day. Now fully aware of the peril, Fatty wasted no time and urgently communicated through his device. "Boss, we encountered a scaly wild boar on the verge of evolving into a D-level creature, and your assistance is urgently required." Although Zhang Yu had remained silent until now, he had been attentively listening to the insults exchanged between the chubby man and others, maintaining a relaxed demeanor. Upon hearing the chubby man's plea for help, Zhang Yu felt a sudden jolt in his heart and promptly responded, "I understand. You must hold on. I am heading your way immediately." The four elderly prisoners, who had just been vociferously cursing the chubby man and the scarred one to their demise, fell silent when confronted with the imminent threat to their lives. Their silence did not stem from compassion, but from a profound awareness that the peril faced by the chubby man and the scarred one would inevitably befall them as well. Crucially, Zhang Yu and Luo Feng were situated quite far away. Even at full speed, it would take at least 20 minutes for Zhang Yu to arrive. The prospect of enduring for 20 minutes against the D-level scaly wild boar seemed almost insurmountable, a veritable deadlock. Regardless of whether they could hold out until Zhang Yu's arrival, they had no intention of surrendering. The scarred one drew his longsword, taking a deep breath, and declared, "Let us go, chubby man. A madman alone cannot withstand for long." The chubby man understood this truth as well. Gripping the hilt of his massive blade, he charged alongside the scarred one toward the direction of Luo Feng and the scaly wild boar. However, they had scarcely covered any distance when they were confronted with a scene that made them question their very existence. There stood Luo Feng, engaged in a fierce battle with the scaly wild boar, surrounded by 9 daggers that hovered and relentlessly struck at various parts of the beast. Chapter 31. Soloing a near D-class beast. Truly a monster is this. A psychic master? Both the portly fellow and Scarface were taken aback, their minds shaken to the core. After a night's diligent training, Luo Feng successfully mastered the first level of the Blood Shadow Blade technique, capable of unleashing a staggering 6 times his usual strength. This was no small feat, for Luo Feng's swordsmanship was already exceptional. What others found nearly insurmountable in the Blood Shadow Blade technique seemed to pose little challenge to him. However, in addition to mastering this technique, he had astonishingly become a psychic master. What on earth was happening? Was Luo Feng truly a human or monster? Gulp. The portly fellow struggled to swallow, his voice wavering. "Scarface, don't you feel that we might not be needed at all? This madman could probably take down that armored wild boar by himself." "You're not alone in that sentiment," Scarface replied, a tumult of emotions churning within him. He felt particularly shameful recalling how he had treated Luo Feng upon his arrival in Yi City. This lunatic, merely a first-tier martial artist, was facing off against an armored wild boar on the brink of evolving into a D-class beast, yet it was the boar that found itself at a disadvantage. Toyed with throughout the encounter, was this psychic master truly that formidable? With a complex expression, the portly fellow watched Luo Feng wield the blood shadow blade technique in combat with the armored wild boar, deftly manipulating a dagger with his psychic energy to exploit the creature's vulnerabilities. Unable to contain himself, he questioned, should we still intervene? If we do, will the boar see us as a weakness and turn against us, ultimately hindering the madman? Scarface hesitated, uncertain of how to proceed in this unforeseen situation. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved, we should approach. Even if we don't directly engage, at least we can stand by in case of unforeseen circumstances. Having made their decision, the portly fellow and Scarface moved closer, observing Luo Feng suppress the E-class armored wild boar with the prowess of a first-tier martial artist. They felt an undeniable sense of discouragement. Previously, as bystanders, they had witnessed Luo Feng and 3 other newcomers dispatch various beasts, buoyed by the belief that their own involvement would prove beneficial. However, realizing that they were now surplus to requirements, as Luo Feng was fully capable of soloing a beast so close to D-class, left them feeling defeated. Nevertheless, their thoughts would not sway Luo Feng's focus. This armored wild boar was indeed the strongest opponent he had encountered, its strength far surpassing that of the shadow wolf. Yet, Luo Feng was no longer the individual he had been just a day prior. As the enraged armored wild boar charged at him, its body marred by numerous wounds, Luo Feng's gaze hardened, his movements resolute. He swung his long blade upward in a powerful arc boom. The blade struck the armored hide of the wild boar, unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens. A terrifying wave of force radiated outward from the point of contact between man and beast, swiftly engulfing the surroundings. At this moment, my reliance on the limited power that a mere warrior could muster felt exceedingly insufficient. My vitality remained stagnant, oscillating between 10 and 15 cards, impervious to enhancement. Even with the augmented strength derived from refining my upper limb bones, I could not inflict harm upon this formidable creature. Fortunately, I had allocated all the attribute points obtained from hunting the shadow wolf to my mental prowess. Otherwise, today would have certainly spelled doom. With a mere thought, Luo Feng harnessed the mental energy attached to his daggers, commanding 9 of them to strike again from various angles toward the wild boar's armored body. The blades clashed against the hide with a crisp sound, sparks erupting in a dazzling display. The wild boar was renowned for its exceptional defensive capabilities. Even a typical second-tier warrior would find it exceedingly challenging to breach its protective layer. However, as Luo Feng concentrated his immense mental energy upon the dagger tips, the force unleashed was potent enough to penetrate the armor and pierce the flesh of the boar. A howl of agony erupted from the beast as it felt excruciating pain in 9 separate locations, its earthy yellow eyes igniting into a furious crimson. With its head lowered, the wild boar charged at Luo Feng with its formidable tusks, intent on impaling the human that had dared to wound it. Yet, having devoted all his attribute points to mental strength, Luo Feng not only awakened his mental power, but also experienced a significant boost in reaction speed. As soon as the boar made its move, he deftly sidestepped, causing its tusks to embed themselves deep into the ground. Seizing this opportune moment, Luo Feng would not let it slip away. He unhesitatingly commanded the daggers with his mental energy, launching a relentless barrage against the wild boar. It was only after sustaining numerous injuries that the boar finally realized it had not managed to land a single blow on Luo Feng. Moreover, should this onslaught persist, it risked being worn down and ultimately defeated by the mental adept. Recognizing the peril, the wild boar hesitated no longer. It pivoted its massive body in an attempt to flee. Ordinarily, given the speed of the armored boar, a first-tier warrior like Luo Feng would have no hope of catching it. However, with the enhanced velocity of the daggers fueled by mental energy, the creature was no match. The boar could hear the sounds of the daggers slicing through the air behind it, but it was too late to evade. Under Luo Feng's command, the 9 daggers again pierced through the boar's armor, targeting its limbs, heart, and throat, vital areas. Once inside, the daggers began to thrash wildly, causing warm, crimson blood to spurt forth from its wounds in a frenzied torrent. The armored wild boar, akin to a tank, crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. It began to roll incessantly, attempting to alleviate its suffering in this manner. However, all its efforts proved futile. After struggling for over 2 minutes, the armored wild boar finally ceased its movements, utterly devoid of any signs of life. Congratulations, Master, on successfully defeating the E-rank beast, the armored wild boar. You have gained 50 attribute points. As the voice of the wind spirit echoed in his mind, and he gazed at the colossal form of the armored wild boar before him, Luo Feng felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He was convinced that expending 50 attribute points to awaken as a mentalist was indeed the wisest choice he could have made. Meanwhile, the chubby man and Scar remained silent for a considerable time, allowing their complex emotions to settle before addressing the communicator. Boss, there's no need for you to come. The maniac has already dispatched the armored wild boar. Chapter 32. The investigation results. Was Luo Feng framed? As the rotund figure uttered these words, his expression was decidedly peculiar. He was acutely aware of how difficult this revelation would be for others to digest. Thus he hastily added, "You may find this hard to believe, but I was an eyewitness alongside Scar. That armored wild boar never laid a scratch on Madman, who effortlessly dispatched it." The seasoned prisoners began to question whether the plump individual was merely spouting nonsense, perhaps driven by the imminent threat of death. Some were inclined to retort, yet, considering his impending fate, they ultimately restrained their impulses. After all, given his dire situation, it seemed prudent to let the matter slide. However, Zhang Yu was unlike the others. He was racing towards the location of the plump man's team, eager to ascertain the veracity of this astonishing claim. "Are you jesting, fatty? Or do you believe I cannot reach in time to provide support? Hence you're fabricating this story?" Upon hearing this, the rotund man felt the room spin. His usual levity had betrayed him, leading to skepticism even from Zhang Yu. Sensing the tension, Scar stepped in to clarify, "No, boss. That armored wild boar was truly slain by Madman. He has mastered the first tier of the Blood Shadow Blade technique, enabling him to unleash one, 6 times his normal strength. Moreover, he has awakened the talent of a psychic, manipulating a dagger with his mental prowess to wear down the boar to its demise." Indeed, as Fatty had described, after vanquishing the formidable boar, Madman had emerged unscathed, an astonishing solo kill. Zhang Yu was utterly confounded. If Luo Feng had merely learned the Blood Shadow Blade technique, it would not have been so shocking, considering his exceptional skill surpassed that of many seasoned prisoners. Yet, in just one night, he had also become psychic. Furthermore, his mental force was potent enough to single-handedly defeat an armored wild boar. This implied that Luo Feng's psychic abilities were nearing the 2nd tier. What was most astonishing was that Luo Feng did not possess specialized throwing knives like Zhang Yu. He wielded only a common dagger. In that moment, Zhang Yu finally grasped the sentiments of the other seasoned prisoners. Compared to a prodigy like Luo Feng, he felt utterly ordinary. After taking several deep breaths, Zhang Yu found it difficult to quell his tumultuous emotions, but he feigned composure, stating, "I understand. Since you've already dealt with the armored wild boar, I want to interfere further. Continue your efforts." Once it was confirmed that they were out of danger, the seasoned prisoners could no longer contain their excitement, passionately directing their envy towards Fatty and Scar. "Damn it, Fatty, Scar, you're insufferable. Why is it that such a formidable newcomer like Madman is on your team? I implore you, switch places with me. Let me experience the thrill of riding on the coattails of greatness. If that is not possible, then you could always join our team. After all, you seem more like mere ornaments, unable to assist Madman in any meaningful way. Everyone is a good brother. We cannot toil away here, battling ferocious beasts, while you enjoy a carefree existence following the Madman." The communicator is inundated with the lamentations of the old prisoners, all conveying the same sentiment. The rotund fellow and the scarred one should not be allowed such ease. It is essential to recognize that even though they have merged their 2 squads into one, they remain in a state of constant trepidation, fearing an encounter with an E-class beast. Yet, should they confront such a creature, the rotund fellow and the scarred one can merely stand by as spectators, waiting for Luo Feng to vanquish the beast. There is a saying that one does not fear scarcity, but rather inequality. Merely contemplating their exhilarating journey through the wilderness brings forth envy from the old prisoners. In response to their outcry, the rotund fellow chuckled softly and remarked, "Stop dreaming. From now on, the scarred one and I will be the madman's loyal protectors. Whatever the madman requires, we shall fulfill it without delay. No one shall usurp him." After this proclamation, the rotund fellow ceased further discourse and boldly strode over to Luo Feng, exuding utmost eagerness. "Madman, allow me to handle the task of disposing of this wild boar carcass." Those inexperienced newcomers might inadvertently damage the scales, significantly diminishing their value. Luo Feng had initially intended to undertake the task himself, but given the rotund fellow's enthusiasm, he naturally acquiesced. Observing this, the scarred one could not suppress his inner scoffing at the rotund fellow's overt eagerness. However, he was acutely aware that his best course of action was to cling tightly to Luo Feng's coattails, for this would grant him dominion over the wilderness in the future. Thus, he hastened to follow suit, asserting that his skills in handling beast carcasses were equally proficient. The three newcomers exchanged glances, pondering whether their ornamental status was being usurped by the rotund fellow and the scarred one. Although they arrived together at the death row camp in the city, Luo Feng had already become the object of adoration and flattery from the old prisoners, while they remained relegated to tackling G-class beasts. The disparity between individuals is indeed far greater than that between man and dog. After Zhang Yu regained his composure on his way back to the position of the five newcomers, he contacted Li Hu, the head of the city's military. "Old Li, didn't you mention investigating Luo Feng's situation? Has there been any outcome?" Li Hu, seated in the barracks, glanced at the intelligence just transmitted to his desk. While reviewing it, he chuckled, "What a coincidence. All the information regarding Luo Feng has just arrived, and you inquire at this very moment. What has transpired?" Zhang Yu produced a cigarette, lit it, and remarked, "Indeed, there is a situation. That lad's rate of power enhancement has far surpassed my expectations. His combat prowess has eclipsed that of all the old prisoners, and he has successfully mastered the first level of the Blood Shadow Blade technique. Moreover, you would never guess that he is also a psychic. I can assure you, his psychic abilities awakened just yesterday. Yet he managed to slay a nearly D-class armored wild boar with an ordinary dagger, all while sustaining no injuries." After listening to Zhang Yu's account, Li Hu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, his heart equally filled with astonishment. "Are you implying that, in addition to being a first-grade warrior, his combat prowess as a mentalist has now approached that of second grade?" Zhang Yu nodded emphatically. "Indeed, it has only been a few days, and he has transformed from an ordinary individual with a vitality level of merely 0.7 into such a formidable being. It is nothing short of peculiar." Li Hu remained silent, his expression grave as he scrutinized all the information regarding Luo Feng before him. Only after he had thoroughly examined it did he solemnly declare, "You were right in your earlier conjecture. I can now affirm that there must be deeper implications regarding the crimes attributed to Luo Feng. It is highly likely that he has been wrongfully framed." Chapter 33. A turning point. Is a beast tide approaching? As the words fell, Zhang Yu halted his steps, gazing at the communicator on his wrist. "What exactly is the situation? Can you disclose it? There's nothing confidential about it. It doesn't involve any clandestine affairs." Li Hu remarked with a hint of sarcasm before elaborating in detail according to the information at hand. "Based on the intelligence I gathered, it appears that Luo Feng's biological mother passed away unexpectedly when he was merely 3 years old. Subsequently, his stepmother, Tang Lingxian, assumed control of the Lin family along with his younger brother. Although Tang Lingxian outwardly displayed concern for Luo Feng in the presence of outsiders, there were occasional scars on his arms and calves that told a different story. According to accounts from Luo Feng's friends, classmates, and teachers, his demeanor has consistently been stable, caring towards others, and he is regarded as a well-liked young man. Even his girlfriend, Su Liue, was the one who actively pursued him, contrary to the court documents that suggested he had relentlessly sought her out, even coercing her into compliance. Despite their brief time together, their relationship flourished, becoming the envy of many. Everyone opined that, given Luo Feng's character and conduct, the likelihood of him resorting to violence after being denied cohabitation was exceedingly slim. At this juncture, Li Hu's eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone took on an enigmatic quality. Two of Luo Feng's close friends even expressed their willingness to testify on his behalf before the trial, asserting that he was not the person portrayed. They suspected there might be underlying circumstances and urged further investigation, only to be met with refusal from Luo Feng's stepmother, who warned them that it was not their affair to meddle in. Most critically, they mentioned having overheard Luo Feng casually remark that whatever he acquired, his brother Lin Chongqing would go to great lengths to seize. They shared a bold conjecture with the intelligence personnel. The tragic demise of Luo Feng's girlfriend and her family might be intricately linked to Lin Chongqing. However, Lin Chongqing had already entered the southern battlefield, and my people lacked the authority to pursue an investigation against him, leaving us without further leads. After listening to Li Hu's account, Zhang Yu took a deep drag from a cigarette, slowly exhaling a plume of dense white smoke. He had sensed something amiss during that public trial, prompting him to insist that Li Hu dispatch individuals to conduct a thorough investigation, to acquire more precise intelligence. He had instructed them to specifically seek out Luo Feng's friends and classmates. His instincts had proven correct. Zhang Yu, aligning his thoughts with those of Luo Feng's two friends, suspected that the death of Luo Feng's girlfriend's family was likely connected to Lin Chongqing. He then inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Li Hu pondered for a moment before responding in a solemn tone, "Leave it to me. I will report this matter upward. I lack the authority to investigate Lin Chongqing. But if the higher-ups wish to pursue it, no one can obstruct them. Given the remarkable abilities exhibited by Luo Feng, it is only natural that an investigation into the specifics of his alleged crimes is warranted, as he is nearing the selection criteria for the Special Operations Team." Zhang Yu wholeheartedly agreed with this plan. If no issues arise, then all is well. However, should it come to light that Luo Feng was wrongfully accused in place of Lin Chongqing, neither Lin nor those who fabricated the evidence would escape unscathed. The impartiality of the Great Xia legal system unequivocally forbids any form of violation. After concluding his communication with Zhang Yu, Li Hu reached out to his superior, reporting on Luo Feng's rapid enhancement of strength, his identity as a mentalist, and the peculiarities surrounding his grave offenses. Upon grasping the full context, the superior spoke in a grave tone. "I understand. I will ensure a thorough reinvestigation. If he is indeed wronged, I will see to it that justice is served and the true culprits are severely punished." With only a month remaining until the selection of new recruits for the Northern Special Operations Team, Li Hu was instructed to closely monitor Luo Feng's situation. If his strength continues to escalate at this pace, he indeed stands a chance of becoming a member of the Special Operations Team. However, eligibility will also depend on whether there are hidden truths regarding his crimes. Should he be guilty, his fate with the team will be sealed. Li Hu nodded solemnly, understood. Before the connection was severed, the superior added, "By the way, we have observed unusual activities in certain wilderness areas to the north. Based on past experiences, such behaviors from the beasts suggest an impending beast tide. Be prepared mentally and ensure defensive measures are in place." Upon hearing the term beast tide, Li Hu's expression grew serious as he replied, "Rest assured, I will mobilize forces to eliminate nearby beasts and do everything possible to prevent the tide. Even in the worst-case scenario, we will not allow the base city to suffer attacks from the beasts." Once the call ended, Li Hu's mood did not lighten. Instead, it became increasingly somber. He stepped to the window, gazing at the soldiers busily attending to their duties outside, silently praying that a beast tide would not materialize. Should it occur, he fervently hoped it would not be of a high caliber, for the overall strength of Yeqing might struggle to withstand such an onslaught. Meanwhile, Luo Feng was unaware that his circumstances were about to take a turn. His mind was consumed with a singular thought: to unleash a massacre in this wilderness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The daggers sliced through the air, piercing the hearts of each F-grade beast with precision, dispatching them in a single strike, accompanied by the melodic notifications from Wind Spirit. "Congratulations, Master, for successfully slaying the F-grade beast, Softbone Rabbit, earning 6 attribute points. Congratulations, Master, for successfully slaying the F-grade beast, Flamingo, earning 7 attribute points." Each time Wine Spirit's voice resonated, it signified the accrual of attribute points, a sound as sweet as celestial music to Luo Feng's ears. Gazing upon the lifeless forms of the surrounding beasts, accompanied by the daggers that hovered around his body, Luo Feng felt an overwhelming sense of joy within. The mental practitioners possess advantages not only in one-on-one confrontations, but also exhibit greater convenience when facing multiple beasts compared to martial artists. Remarkably, I have yet to learn the techniques of a mental practitioner, relying solely on my formidable mental strength in battle. Even the sheer force of my telekinesis has proven effective thus far. Once I acquire the techniques of a mental practitioner and obtain several specially crafted throwing knives, dealing with the beasts will become even more effortless. At that point, creatures like the armored wild boar will pose no threat to me whatsoever. After musing for a moment, Luo Feng glanced at the nearly 100 available attribute points on his panel and contemplated before speaking. Wind Spirit, allocate my mental power to 100. Chapter 34. Promotion to second rank spiritual master. As the moment arrived, when his mental strength reached 100 Hz, Luo Feng sensed a subtle transformation in his surroundings. Even with his eyes closed, he could perceive every object within a radius of 500 meters, all falling under the keen observation of his mental prowess. The clarity and detail afforded by his mental perception surpassed that of mere eyesight. Though he could extend his range further, the clarity diminished beyond that 500-meter threshold. Simultaneously, the 9 daggers that circled around him were now manipulated with unparalleled precision. With a mere thought, he could direct them in any direction, executing any movement. Upon entering the realm of a second-rank spiritual master, the number of daggers he could simultaneously control had increased to 12, ensuring that each one could unleash its utmost potential. Most significantly, after some experimentation, Luo Feng discovered that the intensity of attacks generated by his mental force equated to the full strength of a second-rank warrior with a vitality of 150 calories. Truly, he embodied the invincibility of his rank. Even as a newly initiated second-rank master, his mental prowess rivaled that of an intermediate second-rank warrior. If Lin Chongqing were to appear before me now, I would effortlessly vanquish him. The thought of Lin Chongqing's smug demeanor during their encounter in the prison before his transport to Yi City ignited a desire within Luo Feng to use his mental force to enact a cruel retribution. Lin Chongqing, renowned for his talent, had achieved the level of a second-rank warrior at a young age, bolstered not only by the various supplements provided by Lin Jingwu and Tang Lingxian, but also by his own commendable aptitude. Yet, with the aid of Wind Spirit, Luo Feng had successfully caught up to him in a matter of days, bridging the gap left by the years of poisoning inflicted by Tang Lingxian. But this was not enough. If he sought vengeance, he would have to confront not only Lin Chongqing and Tang Lingxian, but also Lin Jingwu, Lin Chongqing's grandfather, and his 2 uncles, who would undoubtedly intervene. There remained a long road ahead to achieve this goal. He could not afford to become complacent. He must eliminate more beasts and accumulate additional attribute points. Wind Spirit, continue to allocate points. Invest all remaining attribute points into vitality. Understood, Master. While others might forsake the path of a warrior upon awakening the talent of a spiritual master, fearing the limitations of their focus would hinder their progress in both realms, Luo Feng was different. With Wind Spirit at his side, as long as he could continuously hunt beasts, he had no worries about enhancing both his vitality and mental strength. As a death row inmate, he encountered far more beasts than humans daily. He opened his panel. Master, Luo Feng, Vitality, 73, Spirit, 100, Martial Skills, Swordsmanship, Intermediate, Blood Shadow Sword Art, First Layer. Available Attribute Points, 0. The sudden surge in vitality left Luo Feng feeling an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through his body. However, he was acutely aware that such a high vitality would not be sustained for long, soon plummeting back to the range of 10 to 15. Even so, to refine his upper limb bones to a perfect stage, he would require at least 200 vitality points. This was merely the first rank of a warrior. The second and third ranks would necessitate further refinement of the lower limb and torso bones, resembling a monstrous, insatiable beast that devours wealth. He must not betray his expectations and efforts. At the very least, he hoped to reap corresponding rewards from such an abundance of vitality. Ever since Luo Feng displayed his mental prowess, the rotund man and the scarred one felt increasingly justified in their complacency. Initially, they experienced a fleeting sense of defeat, but swiftly adjusted their mindset. Such is the nature of this world. Some individuals possess an unreasonable level of talent. Rather than engaging in mental exhaustion over such matters, it was wiser to seize the opportunity to cling to Luo Feng and cherish this leisurely time. After all, with Luo Feng's rapid ascent in strength, it would not be long before he met the selection criteria for the special operations team that Zhang Yu had once mentioned. Should Luo Feng depart from the death row camp in Yi City, they would no longer have the chance to cling to his coattails and would inevitably return to their previous arduous lives. With this mindset, the rotund man and the scarred one treated Luo Feng with an eagerness surpassing that of the newcomers, positioning themselves at the forefront of the group. Akin to scouts seeking information, whenever they encountered F-grade or E-grade beasts, they would promptly inform Luo Feng, allowing him to deal with them. They provided him with roasted meat when hungry and offered water when thirsty, leaving no room for criticism. Under such circumstances, their small team's expedition through the wilderness proceeded in an orderly manner. With the adaptation period for newcomers having concluded, they were set to remain in the wilderness for a full 6 days before returning. However, for Luo Feng, this proved advantageous, as it eliminated the need for time-consuming back-and-forth trips. He could awaken each day to commence a new bout of slaughter. As time elapsed, the aura of lethality radiating from Luo Feng intensified. Initially, the rotund man frequently jested with him, but after 2 days, witnessing Luo Feng's formidable presence, he no longer dared speak so freely. Luo Feng remained oblivious to any abnormalities. He was simply engrossed in the pursuit of slaying beasts to acquire attribute points and subsequently enhancing his strength. While Luo Feng continued to grow stronger, others sought out Lin Chongqing in the Southern War Zone. Although Lin Chongqing had only recently joined the military, his cultivation had already reached the 2nd rank of warrior, placing him at a higher starting point than most, and he was immediately promoted to 2nd lieutenant. Under the stern warning of Lin Jingwu, he adopted a fade, concealing his true nature from the public, presenting himself as a benevolent and brilliant young prodigy, which earned him the respect of his subordinates. However, whenever he encountered members of the death row camp, Lin Chongqing could not help but think of Luo Feng, leading to an exceedingly harsh attitude towards them. His words and actions laced with profound insult. Nevertheless, the death row camp was already marginalized, so no one found his behavior inappropriate. Given Lin Chongqing's status and strength, barring unforeseen circumstances, he would undoubtedly secure his position in the shortest possible time, rapidly ascending the ranks as long as he accrued enough merits. He continuously hoped that Luo Feng would endure for a while longer, ideally until he had become a significant figure in the Southern War Zone, at which point he would relish delivering the most humiliating affront to him. However, when 2 unfamiliar individuals approached him to inquire about the fate of Luo Feng's girlfriend's family, Lin Chongqing's keen instincts sensed something amiss, and his countenance darkened instantaneously. Chapter 35. Lin Chongqing's jealousy reaches a frenzy. Lin Chongqing's eyes darkened as he scrutinized the 2 unfamiliar figures clad in military uniforms before him. Rather than immediately answering their inquiries, he countered with a question of his own. What is your purpose in asking this? Noticing Lin Chongqing's reluctance to cooperate, one of the men replied with a frosty demeanor, "You need only respond to our questions." With a disdainful snort, Lin Chongqing retorted, "As a 2nd lieutenant of the Southern War Zone, I have no obligation to answer the absurd queries of 2 individuals of unknown origin." The 2 men remained silent, raising their arms to tap on their smartwatches, which projected a holographic display revealing their identities. "Are you ready to answer now?" Upon hearing this and viewing the displayed information about the investigation team, Lin Chongqing's expression soured significantly. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke in a low voice. "I was at home practicing until the following day when I learned of what Luo Feng had done." Unfazed, the investigation team member continued. "Have you ever met Luo Feng's girlfriend, Su Liyue?" Lin Chongqing shook his head slightly. "No, Before he could finish, the other man interjected. Then why did you visit the neighborhood where Su Liue resides that afternoon? As he spoke, his smartwatch projected footage from surveillance cameras, clearly showing Lin Chongqing's sports car parked outside Su Liue's community. Seeing this, Lin Chongqing's expression shifted, but noticing the unwavering gazes of the two men, he quickly composed himself, feigning calmness. I heard that my brother had a girlfriend, so I wanted to see what my future sister-in-law was like. Unfortunately, before I could meet her, that incident occurred. This explanation was evidently unconvincing. One of the men replied coldly, You appeared at Su Liue's community entrance that afternoon, and her family faced danger that very night. What an extraordinary coincidence. We have already gathered preliminary evidence. Stop lying. Lin Chongqing's breath hitched, his heart racing audibly, and beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. He understood all too well that should his crimes be exposed, the consequences would be dire. Not only would he lose the prestigious identity of a rising star in the Southern War Zone, but he could also end up like Luo Feng, condemned to death. Moreover, the treachery he had inflicted upon Luo Feng might very well prevent him from even receiving the status of a death row inmate, leading directly to execution. At that moment, as despair engulfed him, Lin Chongqing suddenly realized that if they truly possessed evidence, they would not waste time conversing with him. They would have apprehended him already. This implied that they were attempting to intimidate him in order to elicit a confession. Upon realizing this, Lin Chongqing forced himself to regain his composure and solemnly addressed the two individuals before him. If you possess evidence, present it. However, if you lack such proof, you are merely slandering me, a junior officer in the Southern War Zone. As members of the investigation unit, is this truly how you choose to defame and entrap others? Observing Lin Chongqing's return to calmness, the two understood that they could not extract any concessions from him. After exchanging a meaningful glance, they stated in low tones, We will continue to gather evidence. Should it be confirmed that you are culpable, you shall face immediate execution. With that, they turned on their heels and departed without further delay. Watching their retreating figures, Lin Chongqing exhaled in relief, yet his heart simmered with anger and agitation. Why had that scoundrel, Luo Feng, not yet met his demise? Moreover, whom had he allied with? How could anyone possibly advocate for a condemned prisoner such as him? Previously, Lin Chongqing had envisioned the day he would boast before Luo Feng after attaining greatness. But now all he wished for was Luo Feng's swift death at the hands of the monstrous beasts to prevent any incriminating evidence from surfacing later. Once the two investigation unit members had completely vanished from sight, Lin Chongqing returned to his quarters, intending to contact his father and relay the recent events. However, when he picked up the communicator, he discovered that Lin Jingwu had attempted to reach him twice, unbeknownst to him. After dialing back, before Lin Chongqing could utter a word, Lin Jingwu's cold, stern voice resonated through the device. What were you doing just now? Why did you not answer the calls? Lin Chongqing dared not conceal anything and recounted the events in detail. Lin Jingwu remained silent throughout, only speaking after Lin Chongqing finished. Those two investigation unit members were equipped with a jamming device that can obstruct all your smart devices. The reason I contacted you was that I also had personnel from the investigation unit inquiring about the situation, specifically to advise you to avoid any slip-ups. Regrettably, I arrived too late. Upon hearing this, Lin Chongqing's expression shifted to one of alarm, and he hastily inquired, Father, what on earth is happening? Why is there such concern regarding Luo Feng? After a brief pause, Lin Jingwu responded, his tone somewhat peculiar, according to the information I have gathered. Since entering the death row camp, he has undergone a remarkable transformation. In just a few days, he has not only ascended to the status of a first-tier martial artist, but has also awakened the talent of a psychic master, now capable of effortlessly slaying near D-class beasts. The reason for the investigation unit's inquiries is to ascertain whether his crimes warrant scrutiny and if he meets the criteria for entering the Special Operations Team. What? Lin Chongqing sprang to his feet, his fist crashing down onto the table, his eyes ablaze with fury. A first-tier martial artist and psychic master, capable of defeating quasi-D-class beasts. Was he not nearing Lin Chongqing's own prowess? Was this truly the same Luo Feng who had been rendered a wastrel by his mother's poison? How is it that he has become so formidable in just a few days, or has he merely been masquerading as a fool all along? The more Lin Chongqing pondered, the more imbalance stirred within him, twisting his once handsome visage into a mask of envy and malevolence. Father, we cannot allow Luo Feng to continue living, otherwise it may lead to dire consequences. Lin Jingwu replied with a tone of indifference. This matter is no concern of yours. I will arrange for it to be taken care of. You need only remain where you are, dutifully hunting exotic beasts in the wilderness to accumulate military merit from time to time. Once the communication concluded, Lin Chongqing could no longer contain his emotions. His clenched fists throbbed with tension, and his contorted face was a canvas of jealousy. Why is it that you surpass me at every turn, even as a condemned prisoner? You refuse to relent. Why do you linger like a vengeful spirit? You must perish. Chapter 36. The Benefits of the Perfect Stage. The embryo of the golden body within the confines of the office. Lin Jingwu's fingers tapped slowly upon the desk, his resolute and stern visage betraying a contemplative expression. In such a brief span of time, one can transform from a mere wastrel into a prodigy. One wonders, have you been concealing your true self through extraordinary means? Or have you stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity? If it were indeed the former, my prowess would surely allow me to discern it. Thus, it must be that you have encountered some serendipitous chance in the wilderness. Regardless, the reasons behind your transformation are inconsequential, since you now pose a threat. It would be best for you to meet your demise. Although the scheme to frame Luo Feng may seem tangential to Lin Jingwu, should the truth be unearthed, he would undoubtedly face dire repercussions. As a Southern Major General, witnessing his wife and son flout the laws of the Great Xia, and even assisting in concealing the truth to absolve them, could very well lead to an even graver punishment, perhaps a death sentence. However, Lin Jingwu was not inclined to take matters into his own hands. Given his position, it would be ill-advised to intervene directly in northern affairs. Instead, he relayed the situation to Lin Chongqing's maternal grandfather, his father-in-law, the esteemed Tang Shan, an 8th-rank grandmaster. Upon hearing the full account, Tang Shan responded with a calm demeanor. I understand. I shall send Mu Bai to Yi City to find an opportune moment to resolve this matter discreetly. As long as your son meets his end, even if they uncover discrepancies in this affair, my influence will ensure it remains a mere whisper. Tang Shan had 3 children. His eldest, Tang Hao, possessed the greatest talent for cultivation, having broken through to become a 6th-rank warrior years prior. The second, Tang Lingxian, and the youngest, Tang Mubai, were far less gifted, currently only at the 4th rank. In Tang Shan's estimation, sending Tang Mubai to Yi City was already a considerable concession to Luo Feng, and he believed no complications would arise. Lin Jingwu silently nodded, offering no objections to Tang Shan's decision. With his mind eased, Tang Shan shifted the conversation, inquiring, How is your cultivation progressing? Lin Jingwu sighed in resignation. I still have not broken through to the 6th rank. It feels as though something is lacking. Tang Shan, unperturbed, incisively pointed out the root of the issue. Do you understand why your son's strength has escalated so rapidly? It is because he engages in life and death battles against otherworldly beasts every day. For a warrior to grow swiftly, mere arduous training is insufficient. One must endure the crucible of survival. Your prolonged tranquility is what has kept you stagnant at the 5th rank for so long. If you wish to advance, seek an opportunity to confront a formidable otherworldly beast on equal footing in a fight to the death. Acknowledging Tang Shan's guidance, Lin Jingwu promptly acquiesced, assuring him that he would take heed. Once the communication concluded, Lin Jingwu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Should he heed the old man's advice and seek an opportunity to attempt a breakthrough? As Lin Jingwu contemplated his path to advancement, Luo Feng, too, was on the cusp of new developments. After expending nearly 100 points of vitality once more, Luo Feng discerned a subtle transformation in the bones of his upper limbs. A faint golden luminescence now adorned his originally stark white skeleton. Could this be the golden body? He raised his palm, channeling his vitality, and observed as the golden glimmers emanated from the bones of his hand, piercing through the flesh. His pupils involuntarily constricted, and his face was suffused with astonishment. Upon reaching the 7th tier, a martial artist would forge a golden body, resulting in a qualitative leap in both strength and defense. It is no exaggeration to assert that a 7th tier warrior, even while remaining stationary, poses an insurmountable challenge for a 6th tier opponent attempting to breach their defenses, a reality that applies equally to mentalists. Thus, once the golden body is achieved, warriors of the same rank gain the capability to contend with mentalists. However, the golden body has traditionally been an attribute exclusive to 7th tier warriors, while Luo Feng, at present, was merely a 1st tier fighter. Utilizing his mental energy to scan his upper limb bones, Luo Feng discovered that all 64 of them exhibited this remarkable change, igniting a surge of excitement within him. Is this the transformation brought about by refining his bones to perfection, to possess a nascent golden body ahead of time? It is said that mentalists can fight above their rank, but if a martial artist could attain such a nascent golden body, then fighting above their rank would likely become a trivial endeavor. Previously, Luo Feng had harbored concerns that the immense expenditure of vitality required to refine his bones to perfection might not yield the anticipated benefits. However, it now appeared that such trepidation was entirely unwarranted. It is no exaggeration to proclaim that this nascent golden body may very well serve as a ticket to the ranks of 7th tier masters. With a nascent golden body, as long as his vitality is sufficient, advancing to the 7th tier master rank would encounter no obstacles. If the martial artists of Blue Star were to grasp this insight, they would undoubtedly be willing to invest years within the lower tiers, tirelessly refining their bones with vitality. Should Luo Feng succeed in perfecting the refinement of his upper limb bones upon breaking through to the 2nd tier, coupled with his identity as a mentalist, he would likely find that few 3rd tier warriors across Blue Star could match him. Moreover, Luo Feng harbored a premonition that the benefits derived from refining his bones to perfection would likely extend beyond merely achieving a nascent golden body. Gradually regaining his composure, Luo Feng stood atop the rooftop of an abandoned building, gazing out over the desolate wilderness shrouded in darkness. Observing the occasional emergence of strange beasts, he furrowed his brow and muttered, "Why do I feel that the beasts encountered today seem somewhat off, appearing more frenzied than those from previous days?" Now in the 4th night of their foray into the wilderness, with Luo Feng possessing a mental acuity of 100 hertz, he could distinctly perceive the abnormalities exhibited by the strange beasts. Today's encounters revealed a heightened aggression, as if the beasts were driven to inflict severe harm, and their numbers had also swelled significantly. Could this be a portent of an impending beast tide? Contemplating this possibility, a weight settled upon Luo Feng's heart, and his expression grew grave. During his time at school, he had perused numerous materials pertaining to exotic beasts, among which were the harrowing experiences of his predecessors who had paid a bloody price to compile their knowledge of beast tides. According to the records, prior to the onset of a beast tide, the behaviors of the wild exotic creatures would become exceedingly peculiar, and their numbers would rapidly swell. Once these beasts amassed in sufficient numbers, they would charge with reckless abandon towards human settlements. Even the least threatening beast tide was capable of overwhelming any 2nd tier martial artist, with even 3rd tier practitioners facing considerable mortal peril. It seemed imperative for him to hasten the enhancement of his strength, should a beast tide indeed be imminent. Possessing adequate power for self-preservation was essential. With a flicker of determination in his eyes, Luo Feng resolutely abandoned the notion of rest, settling into a cross-legged position to continue refining his blood and energy, striving to perfect the conditioning of his upper limbs and formally transcend into the realm of a 2nd tier martial artist. Chapter 37. Eradicating the roots of the problem kill Luo Feng, the madman, and Scar. Why do I feel that something is amiss? The rotund man gazed at the lifeless body of the exotic beast before him, his brow furrowing deeply, the familiar levity replaced by a somber expression. After scrutinizing the creature's remains for a while, he turned to Luo Feng and Scar, his voice low and serious. "Since yesterday, the exotic beasts we've encountered have been rather unusual. At first, I was uncertain, But today, their madness persists, and their numbers have increased significantly. There must be an underlying issue. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng nodded in agreement. I share this sentiment. If I am not mistaken, a beast tide is imminent. As Luo Feng's words hung in the air, the eyes of both the rotund man and Scar widened in shock. While the three newcomers in their party were gripped by fear, their breaths quickening. A beast tide? This is truly disastrous. How could we be so unfortunate? We've only been condemned for a few days, and now a beast tide is about to descend upon us? Is this not a death sentence? The newcomers collapsed onto the ground, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads, their lips pale and trembling uncontrollably. Even the seasoned prisoners, the rotund man and Scar, were filled with dread upon realizing the gravity of Luo Feng's statement. If there is anything that death row inmates fear most, it is undoubtedly a beast tide. When such a tide occurs, those free warriors wandering the wilderness can retreat to safety, relying on the military or stronger individuals to fend off the onslaught. However, as death row inmates, their very existence serves a purpose: to prevent the exotic beasts from breaching the city and harming the innocent populace. They possess no privilege to retreat. Even a handful of death row inmates would be inconsequential against a beast tide vast enough to engulf everything. Their only course of action would be to charge forward recklessly, even if it meant death, to take down as many exotic beasts as possible before their demise. While this may seem excessively cruel, they should have anticipated such consequences when they transgressed the laws of the Great Xia and faced capital punishment. The six of them remained silent for an extended period. Just as Luo Feng was about to speak, a voice suddenly crackled through the communicator. You must have noticed the unusual behavior of the exotic beasts in the past 2 days, right? Based on years of accumulated experience, it is highly likely that a large-scale beast tide will erupt near Yi City within these 2 days. Prepare yourselves. With Zhang Yu's words echoing in their ears, the inevitability of the beast tide settled heavily on the hearts of the rotund man and Scar. One of the newcomers even collapsed, weeping and lamenting on the ground. Zhang Yu understood that his message would instill fear among the death row inmates. Yet he continued coldly, "Do not attempt to evade this reality. Withstanding the beast tide is an unavoidable responsibility for us condemned souls. What we must do now is to hunt as many high-level exotic beasts as possible before the tide truly breaks, in order to mitigate its threat. Once the beast tide erupts, we, the members of the death camp, are destined to stand at the forefront. Thus, the more advanced beasts we slay now, the greater our chances of survival. The ultimate outcome rests solely upon your own actions." After delivering this statement, Zhang Yu abruptly severed communication, showing no intention of offering solace. Luo Feng observed the dazed expressions of the portly man and the scarred individual, as well as the near collapse of the three newcomers, and spoke in a grave tone. As he articulated, "We do not have the luxury of time to wallow in regret. Our only course of action is to hunt more beasts, preventing an excessive accumulation of advanced beasts that could amplify the ferocity of the impending tide. If you choose to linger here in remorse, I harbor no objections, but I shall not remain to accompany you. Time is of the essence, and no one can ascertain when the beast tide will actually burst forth. Therefore, Luo Feng must acquire more attribute points to enhance his strength, ideally refining his upper limb bones to the perfect stage to break through to the second rank of martial artist, thus increasing his chances of survival when faced with the tide." As Luo Feng concluded his words, the portly man and the scarred individual exchanged glances, with the latter inhaling deeply before resolutely stating, "We will accompany you." The portly man vigorously nodded in agreement, declaring, "Carving a bloody path offers us a chance to survive. Remaining here is a certain death." Witnessing the strongest three in the group resolve to act, the three newcomers cast aside their regrets, swiftly suppressing their fears to rise and express their intent to join in the hunt for the beasts. Seeing this, Luo Feng wasted no more time and promptly led the group into the wilderness, employing the techniques of both martial artists and mentalists, as they engaged in a frenzied slaughter of the beasts, while the members of the death camp exerted themselves to hunt. The military of Yi City commenced the urgent fortification of defensive structures, preparing to counter the impending assault of the beast tide. Li, who had reported the unfolding situation. But the news he received weighed heavily on his heart. The anomalies were not confined to Yi City alone. Numerous cities housing military forces in the vicinity had also detected unusual activity. The scale of this beast tide could potentially exceed his expectations. Under such circumstances, all Li could do was prepare to lead his subordinates to resist with utmost effort once the tide erupted, holding out until reinforcements arrived. Whenever the beast tide breaks, countless free martial artists spontaneously joined the ranks of those resisting the beasts alongside the military. Everyone understands the principle that no nest remains unscathed beneath a collapsing roof. Should the beasts breach the defenses and assault the base city, the casualties would be incalculable. In times of peril, even without formal organization, they would instinctively unite. However, amidst the chaos wrought by the beast tide, it also presents the perfect opportunity to conceal malevolence. Even though he was acutely aware that the beast tide would soon strike Yi City, the likelihood of survival for Luo Feng, a condemned prisoner, was minuscule. Yet, Tang Mubai resolved to venture forth personally. Nevertheless, before embarking, Tang Mubai could not help but express his grievances. It has long been said that one must eradicate the root of the problem. Otherwise, the consequences may be endless. At that time, they compelled Lin Jingwu to kill his wife. Why did they not insist he eliminate his son as well? Even my sister's previous actions lacked the necessary decisiveness, as she went to great lengths to fabricate evidence to turn that wretched creature into a death row inmate. He ought to have been dealt with directly, which would have spared us from this multitude of troubles. Tang Shan, upon hearing this, remained unmoved, while his eldest son, Tang Hao, slightly shook his head and remarked, at that moment, it was crucial not to push Lin Jingwu too hard. After all, Ling Xian was merely the interloper in another's relationship. Forcing him to kill his wife and marry Ling Xian was already quite cruel. If he were compelled to slay his own son as well, Lin Jingwu might very well become desperate and act recklessly. Tang Mubai scoffed, a look of disdain upon his face. You all overestimate Lin Jingwu. Does he truly think himself worthy of provoking our Tang family? There would be no need for father to intervene. Even you, brother, could easily dispatch him. Hearing his outrageously arrogant words, Tang Hao frowned and admonished. At your age, can't you exhibit a bit more composure? Our Tang family is not invincible. In the entire Great Xia, there are 2 martial saints stronger than our father. If you and Ling Xian continue this reckless behavior, it will inevitably bring calamity upon the Tang family. In response to his brother's admonition, Tang Mubai paid it no heed, curling his lip in disdain. How long have those 2 martial saints been absent? Who knows whether they are in seclusion or have perished? As long as they do not re-emerge, our Tang family remains truly invincible in Great Xia. Tang Hao, incensed, slammed his hand on the table, preparing to give this wayward younger brother a stern reprimand. Witnessing this, Tang Mubai hastily backed down. He was merely a 4th-grade warrior, and having attained his status through immense resources, he dared not act defiantly before his brother, who possessed 6th-grade martial prowess. To avoid further hearing Tang Hao's scolding, Tang Mubai quickly declared, all right, enough said. I shall set off for Yi City now and eliminate that little wretch first. As Tang Mubai was about to depart, Tang Shan finally spoke, cautioning him, be careful. After all, a beast tide is imminent there. If the situation seems dire, make sure to retreat swiftly. Tang Mubai waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned, and replied, rest assured, father, as a 4th-grade warrior, while I may not be able to prevent a beast tide, escaping from it poses no challenge at all. Chapter 38. The Second-Rank Warrior. Forging the golden body in the wilderness, the portly figure observed Luo Feng, drenched in blood, hesitating several times before finally speaking. Madman, perhaps you should take a moment to eat and rest. Even Scar nodded in agreement. Indeed, even if you wish to slay more formidable beasts, there is no need to be so reckless. Ensuring your safety should be your priority. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng lowered his gaze to his blood-soaked battle attire and shook his head slightly, replying, I am fine. This is all the blood of the beasts. You should rest for a while. I will continue to hunt a few more. Seeing his resolute attitude, the portly man and Scar refrained from pressing further, leading the three newcomers to find refuge in the ruins, where they could restore their strength while recuperating. As the hours passed, they lost count of how many beasts they had slain, only aware of their overwhelming exhaustion. Yet, despite their fatigue, the beasts continued to surge towards them from all directions. The beast tide had yet to officially erupt, and the sight was already terrifying. One could only imagine the horror that awaited when the tide truly came. What baffled them most was Luo Feng's relentless slaughter of the beasts, seemingly oblivious to his own depletion. With the dual prowess of a warrior and a mentalist, Luo Feng had hunted more beasts than the five of them combined, exhibiting an indefatigable spirit as he showed no signs of stopping. While gnawing on specially formulated nutritional paste, the portly man watched Luo Feng in the distance, unable to suppress his admiration. This guy truly lives up to the name Madman. He is utterly insane. A hint of shame flickered across Scar's face as he confessed, seeing him fighting so hard to mitigate the threat of the beast tide. I'm increasingly convinced that he was wronged. I should not have treated him that way when he first arrived in the city. Even now, Scar remained troubled by his past actions against Luo Feng, feeling he had committed an unforgivable mistake. Observing Luo Feng's fervor in hunting, striving to slay more high-ranking beasts to mitigate the impending tide severity, he could not reconcile this with the notion that he was someone who would cruelly harm his girlfriend's family over rejection. After a moment of guilt, Scar's expression turned serious. All right, portly friend, finish eating and regain your strength. We must hasten to assist the madman. Unaware of the misunderstandings surrounding his actions, Luo Feng remained indifferent even if he had known. At this moment, all his focus was on the upper limb bones, which were on the cusp of being perfected. As he felt the final stages of refining the bones nearing completion, Luo Feng swung his blade at the approaching beast while simultaneously channeling his energy to meticulously hone his skeletal structure. Moments later, a sudden surge of vitality coursed through him, and the 64 upper limb bones radiated a brilliant golden light. At last, it was accomplished. The bones had been refined to perfection. The terrifying force of vitality erupted from Luo Feng's body, and the two G-rank beasts that sought to pounce on him were instantly obliterated by this overwhelming energy before even making contact. Luo Feng clenched his fists, watching as a faint golden glow emanated from his palms, his heart swelling with exhilaration. At that moment, another F-rank beast roared and charged towards him. Without a hint of hesitation, Luo Feng unleashed a powerful punch. With a thunderous impact, his fist met no resistance as it pierced through the beast's skull in an instant. Observing this scene, Luo Feng gained a clearer understanding of his perfectly refined bones. It was not merely the nascent form of a golden body he had attained. His strength now surpassed that of warriors with equivalent vitality by at least tenfold, even if he stood still, bolstered by the nascent golden body. A first-tier warrior would struggle to breach his upper body as defenses, while a second-tier warrior would likely need to exert their full strength to do so. And this was only the refinement of his upper body bones to perfection. What kind of terrifying enhancement would he experience once all his bones were fully refined? Achieving an impervious golden body? The mere thought of such a scenario sent waves of excitement coursing through Luo Feng. With the upper body bones already perfected, it was time to officially step into the realm of a second-tier warrior. Wind Spirit. Allocate all remaining attribute points to vitality. Understood, Master. As his available attribute points returned to 0, Luo Feng distinctly felt warm currents flowing through his entire being, continuously expanding his meridians. This surge of energy merged with his vitality, propelling it to an astonishingly abnormal level. After several moments, Luo Feng slowly opened his eyes, feeling an inexhaustible power within him, nearly overwhelmed with the urge to unleash a triumphant roar to express his elation. As a second-tier warrior, along with the nascent golden body of his upper bones and the power of a second-tier mental practitioner, he had acquired a modicum of self-preservation against the impending beast tide. Taking a deep breath, he silently recited in his heart, "Open the panel. Master, Luo Feng, Vitality, 133. Mentality, 107. Martial skills, sword technique, intermediate. Blood Shadow Blade Technique, first level. Available attribute points, 0. Indeed, for a warrior seeking rapid enhancement, nothing compared to the swiftness of life and death battles. Since his mental strength reached 100 Hz, he had not monitored it closely. However, the recent skirmishes with beasts had significantly elevated his mental acuity. He resolved to continue as before, allocating a portion of his attribute points to refine his lower body bones and the remainder to enhance his mental strength. However, a hint of regret crossed his mind as he mused that once mental strength reached a certain threshold, the physical body must also possess sufficient resilience to facilitate further enhancement. Otherwise, excessive mental strength could overwhelm an inadequately strong body. Otherwise, one could easily allocate all attribute points to enhance mental strength, undoubtedly becoming a top-tier powerhouse in the shortest possible time. However, this fleeting thought was swiftly banished from Luo Feng's mind. Having already acquired the wind spirit was akin to possessing an unfair advantage. There was no need to continuously seek shortcuts. He aimed to traverse both paths simultaneously, aspiring to reach the pinnacle in each. After advancing to a second-tier martial artist, the changes in Luo Feng were markedly evident. He became increasingly adept at dealing with F-level and E-level beasts. Upon realizing this, the portly companion expressed his bewilderment. "Crazy, why do I feel like you've grown stronger again? Am I mistaken?" With a casual stroke of his blade, Luo Feng dispatched an F-level beast and gently shook his head. "You are not mistaken. I am now a second-tier martial artist." As Luo Feng's words echoed, the portly companion stood in stunned silence, gazing at him in disbelief. It was not until the roar of a beast pierced the air that he was jolted back to reality, hastily swinging his large blade toward the creature, albeit a moment too late. Fortunately, just as the F-level beast was about to sink its teeth into his arm, a glimmer of cold light appeared as a dagger swiftly pierced through the creature's skull. Luo Feng, controlling the dagger with his mental power, retrieved it and, after glancing at his companion, cautioned, "Do not lose focus. The beasts are increasing in number." The portly companion quickly nodded in agreement, expressing his gratitude to Luo Feng before leaning closer to Scar and whispering, "Scar, do you think crazy is even human? How can his strength improve so rapidly? It's only been a few days, and he has already advanced from a prospective martial artist to a second-tier martial artist?" Scar, initially taken aback by the news, quickly regained his composure. Observing the portly companion's complex expression, he replied slowly, "Do you not yet understand? Individuals like Crazy are destined to be extraordinary, beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk like us. This is merely the beginning. In the future, not only will we be unable to catch up, but we may spend our entire lives without ever glimpsing his shadow." Chapter 39, The Beast Tide. Attribute points surpassing 1,000. There exists an indelible chasm between ordinary individuals and prodigies. The heights that a common person may only aspire to achieve after a lifetime of toil can be effortlessly surpassed by a genius. Yet, prodigies and those who exploit cheats inhabit entirely different realms. Luo Feng, once a genius himself, had been rendered a failure by the machinations of his stepmother. However, with the emergence of Feng Ling, he has transformed into a powerhouse, ascending at a pace unimaginable to the average person. The rotund companion wholeheartedly endorsed Scar's sentiments, nodding in agreement. "You're absolutely right. Comparing ourselves to a lunatic like him only ensnares us in an endless cycle of turmoil and strife. It would be wiser to seek his favor and see if we can survive this impending beast tide." Scar regarded this with a heavy heart, his expression somber. Surviving is not as simple as it seems. Even the most rudimentary first-level beast tide can easily engulf second-grade martial artists. And there remains a significant risk of death even for third-grade warriors. Given the current situation, this beast tide is likely at least second level. Upon hearing this, the rotund man's gaze dulled considerably. However, ever the optimist, he quickly composed himself, clasping his hands in prayer. "I hope the reinforcements from the martial artists and the army arrive swiftly. It would be ideal if this region does not witness an excessively large beast tide, allowing us a chance to survive." Scar shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, "Enough with the prayers. Relying on oneself is far more effective. We should focus on eliminating as many aberrations as possible now, so we face fewer when the beast tide erupts. With that, Scar ceased further conversation and seized his long sword, hastening to join Luo Feng in the battle against the aberrations. As time progressed, the number of aberrations amassed grew increasingly formidable. Initially, their small team managed to hold their ground, bolstered by Luo Feng's terrifying prowess. Yet, as the battle wore on, even with Luo Feng simultaneously employing both martial and psychic techniques, their defenses began to falter. With the situation growing ever more perilous, fear and anxiety etched on the faces of the rotund man and Scar. What is happening? Why has the military support not yet arrived? If this continues, we are surely doomed to be engulfed by this accursed beast tide. This was undoubtedly a second-level beast tide. The ranks were largely composed of F and E grade aberrations, with scarcely a G grade to be found. Not only we, but even third-grade martial artists would find escape impossible if surrounded. And even fourth-grade warriors face significant risks against this relentless tide of aberrations. The three newcomers cowered at the back, scarcely daring to breathe, trembling in fear. In the face of a beast tide formed of F and E grade aberrations, even the contributions of the rotund man and Scar were minimal, let alone those of individuals yet to attain first-grade martial status. At that moment, the communicator finally crackled to life with the voice of Zhang Yu. The beast tide is about to officially erupt. You should temporarily avoid the fray and seek refuge in a safe location. The city has already dispatched aircraft for support. Once the aircraft disperse the beast tide, you may emerge to conduct a cleanup, preventing the aberrant creatures from regrouping. Upon hearing this, all members of the death row camp felt an immense relief. Luo Feng glanced at the map and promptly stated, "There is a small town 20 kilometers to the northwest. We should head there and find a high-rise building to shield ourselves from the beast tide." As soon as Luo Feng finished speaking, everyone sprinted desperately toward the town. Leading the charge, Luo Feng wielded his blade, carving a bloody path for the group while simultaneously using his mental prowess to manipulate a dagger, keeping any approaching beasts at bay. Due to the need to accommodate the pace of the three newcomers, it took nearly 4 minutes to successfully reach the town, where they quickly ascended to the rooftop of a large shopping mall. Within a minute of their arrival on the rooftop, the vicinity below was nearly overrun by aberrant beasts, which began rampaging through the town in search of prey. The ground trembled with the sound of collapsing buildings as the beast tide wreaked havoc. Even as some beasts met their demise beneath the rubble, the surrounding creatures, now entirely devoid of reason, continued their frenzied destruction of various structures. Witnessing this scene, even the stout man and the scarred one turned pale, while the three newcomers were paralyzed by fear. Oh my heavens, surely this building won't collapse, will it? Luo Feng glanced around and shook his head slightly. For the moment, it should be safe. You all stay by the entrance to prevent any beast from unexpectedly approaching. After instructing the stout man and the scarred one, Luo Feng settled down on the ground to recuperate. Although he had sustained no injuries, the onslaught of the beast tide had significantly drained his stamina. However, the gains were considerable. During this wave, Luo Feng had slain over 100 F-class and nearly 100 E-class beasts, resulting in his available attribute points surpassing 1,000, reaching an astonishing total of 1,069 points. Nevertheless, the number of beasts he had dispatched seemed trivial in the face of the seemingly endless tide, rendering his efforts almost insignificant. As Luo Feng contemplated the optimal allocation of these attribute points for maximum benefit, his heightened mental acuity detected the gaze of someone observing him. Turning to look, he spotted over a dozen individuals standing on the rooftop of a villa more than 800 meters away. A martial artist team venturing into the wilderness? Confirming that they were not aberrant beasts, Luo Feng shifted his focus back to strategizing the distribution of his attribute points. The wilderness is a paradise for aberrant creatures. Ordinarily, few dare to tread there. However, free martial artists are an exception. The number of free martial artists roaming the wilderness is substantial, as they can rapidly enhance their strength through combat with aberrant beasts while also earning wealth, given that many items possessed by the beasts are quite valuable. Upon encountering the 6 members of the Luo Feng team, The three martial squads initially contemplated joining forces with them. However, upon noticing the death row inmates' distinctive collars adorning their necks, they promptly abandoned this notion. One individual perched atop a rooftop cast a glance at the throngs of exotic beasts below and, in a spirit of grim amusement, remarked that he had presumed those bold enough to remain here were exceptionally skilled individuals, almost forgetting the presence of the death row inmates. His comrades, taking delight in the observation, responded with a knowing smirk. We did not anticipate the swift eruption of the beast tide, which hindered our timely retreat. Yet, for these death row inmates, they never possessed the privilege to withdraw at all. Chapter 40. Seizing the spoils from Luo Feng. The words exchanged among these martial artists were laced with unabashed contempt for Luo Feng and his companions, treating them with utter disregard. One martial artist, after a moment of contemplation, chuckled sinisterly, suggesting that soon the military's aircraft would arrive to unleash a barrage of firepower, and the death row inmates would subsequently be dispatched to clear the remnants of the living beasts. Observing the performance of the lead inmate, it seemed he was a second-tier mentalist, capable of hunting E-class beasts at a speed that eclipsed any of their teams. What do you think, he proposed? Once they have slain the beasts, we could follow behind to scavenge, claiming the valuable items from the corpses? He added that even if they attempted such a scheme, the inmate would be powerless to retaliate, as the death row inmates were monitored. Any act of violence would likely trigger an explosive collar around their necks. Upon hearing the suggestion, the martial artists exchanged glances, revealing malicious grins. Their primary objective in entering the wilderness was to amass wealth, and the prospect of acquiring valuable beast components without engaging in direct combat was an opportunity too lucrative to overlook. However, not all were in agreement. The captain of the team, known as Firewolf, spoke with a stoic countenance. We, Firewolf, shall not partake in such despicable acts. If you wish to proceed, do so at your own discretion. His words shifted the expressions of the other martial artists. Another team leader snorted disdainfully. This is the wilderness. Anything can transpire here without consequence. Even murder is not a crime, and these individuals are death row inmates, devoid of any rights. Even if the military learns of our taking their spoils, they will not bat an eye. If you choose not to partake, all the better for us. We shall not have to share the spoils. The atmosphere became tense, and the Firewolf team resolved to draw a firm line between themselves and the others. Before long, dozens of aircraft roared into the sky, their piercing sounds echoing as the beasts below looked up in frenzied alarm. As if in response, the bellies of the aircraft opened, revealing ominous cannon barrels. In the next instant, massive bombs began to rain down, their thunderous detonations resonating through the air. After 4 aircraft had completed their bombings, 6 others unleashed torrents of searing flames, relentlessly scorching the frenzied beasts. In less than 2 minutes, the beast horde in the open areas of the town was utterly annihilated, while the remaining creatures seemed to regain their senses, desperately seeking cover from the aircraft's onslaught. Once the aircraft had ravaged the town, a voice emanated from one of them. We will now proceed to other locations. Death Row Team, you are tasked with dealing with the remaining beasts in the town. Luo Feng responded solemnly, understood. The soldiers within the aircraft offered no further instructions, instead addressing the 3 martial artist teams stationed atop another high-rise building. There are 3 other warrior squads, and we hope that you will not remain idle. Resisting the beast tide is an obligation that falls upon each and every one of us in the Great Xia. Upon hearing this, the captains of the 3 warrior squads responded in unison. Leave this to us. It is our duty. With these words, the 10 aircraft did not linger any longer, but swiftly departed towards the location where the radar had detected the gathering of the otherworldly beasts. Once the aircraft had vanished from sight, Luo Feng rose and addressed the others, including the plump man and Scarface. Let us proceed. It is time for us to act. Plump man, Scarface, you 2 take charge of dealing with those F-class beasts. I shall hunt the more formidable ones. Should any danger arise, call for me at once. Without hesitation, the plump man and Scarface nodded in agreement, understood. The beasts in this tide are not in their right minds. They are far more frenzied than others and care not for their own survival. Therefore, you must exercise caution. Luo Feng acknowledged their concern with a nod and, without further ado, leaped from the 3rd floor. With a mere thought, 15 daggers soared from his backpack, hurtling toward the surrounding beasts. The plump man and Scarface, lacking Luo Feng's ferocity, opted instead to descend the stairs cautiously, searching for suitable F-class beasts to confront. Observing this, the three warrior squads atop the villa exchanged glances. The captain of the Firewolf squad addressed his 4 teammates. Let us descend as well and swiftly eliminate these beasts to prevent them from regrouping. Yes, Captain. After the Firewolf squad made their descent, the remaining 2 squads, consisting of 10 warriors, exchanged uncertain looks, unsure of their next course of action. The captain who had previously mocked the Firewolf squad pondered for a moment before suggesting, let us not rush. If those beasts do indeed gather again, it could lead to another small beast tide in this town, and that would spell trouble. Let us wait and see. Once they have thinned the ranks of the beasts, we can swoop in and claim the spoils. His strategy garnered unanimous agreement from those present, and they sat aloof on the villa's rooftop, observing the fierce battle between Luo Feng's squad and the horde of beasts. As they watched Luo Feng single-handedly confront a dozen E-class beasts, emerging unscathed and even turning the tide to slay all of them, one warrior swallowed hard and remarked, was it not said that death row inmates possess an average strength of only the first rank? How can this individual be so formidable? His displayed prowess likely surpasses our entire squad combined. Are we truly considering seizing this powerful warrior's spoils? As his words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. After a considerable pause, someone finally responded, so what? Even if he is merely a second-rank warrior and a second-rank psychic, should he break through to the third rank? As long as he wishes to survive, he cannot turn against us. Allowing those who have committed heinous crimes in the Bay City to survive as death row inmates is already an attempt at repurposing waste. Their lives afford no margin for error. A single misstep will result in immediate execution. Not to mention stealing their spoils. Even if we were to take their lives, they would remain powerless to retaliate. At this juncture, he chuckled softly, expressing that the greater his displayed combat prowess, the more formidable the beasts he vanquishes, which signifies a more substantial gain for us this time. Chapter 41. Black eating black? You have mistaken the target. At this moment, Luo Feng remained oblivious to the fact that his hard-earned spoils had caught the attention of others. He was entirely focused on hunting extraordinary beasts, striving to garner more attribute points amidst the onslaught of beasts. For most, this beast tide represented an immense crisis, where a moment's carelessness could lead to a fatal outcome. However, for Luo Feng, it was a serendipitous opportunity, enabling him to amass a substantial amount of attribute points through the slaughter of high-level extraordinary creatures. As Luo Feng's level ascended, the attribute points required for each advancement increased significantly. To transcend to a third-grade warrior, he needed not only to refine the bones of his lower limbs, but also to elevate his vitality to a threshold of 1,000 calories. The same principle applied to the mentalist system, where 1's mental strength had to reach 1,000 hertz to promote to a third-grade mentalist. After careful consideration, Luo Feng resolved to first augment his mental strength to the requisite 1,000 hertz, thereby officially entering the realm of a third-grade mentalist. The remaining attribute points were allocated entirely to enhancing his vitality, aimed at refining the bones of his lower limbs. His motivation extended beyond the desire for more efficient beast hunting. Luo Feng was also uncertain if further waves of beasts would assault the town, should another tide emerge. He wanted to ensure his safety. These E-grade extraordinary beasts posed no threat to him, and after becoming a third-grade mentalist, dealing with these minor foes became increasingly effortless. With a flurry of his dagger, he could effortlessly pierce the heads or hearts of at least 3 beasts in a single maneuver, executing them in a spiraling motion that left no room for struggle, resulting in their instant demise. Each E-grade extraordinary beast could yield between 10 to 50 attribute points, and within a matter of minutes, Luo Feng successfully amassed several hundred tribute points. However, just as he was poised to continue his rampage, his vast mental strength detected an additional 10 individuals near the portly man and Scarface, who appear to be in a standoff. Furrowing his brow, Luo Feng contemplated for a moment before deciding to investigate the situation. Indeed, As he suspected, Scarface and the three newcomers lay on the ground, their faces contorted with anger as they glared at the 8 individuals opposite them. The portly man gripped his large blade, staring intently at the adversaries. "These extraordinary beasts are our quarry. What do you intend to do?" he demanded. "Not only do you neglect the beasts within the town, but you also seek to seize our spoils?" Upon hearing the portly man's challenge, the 8 warriors erupted into laughter. Even the 2 captains nearby could scarcely contain their amusement. One of them, with a bemused expression, remarked, "Who can prove that these are your spoils? You think you can lay claim to all these extraordinary beasts merely by uttering a few words? Who do you believe you are? Just a mere death row inmate daring to question us? Scram. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to carry out your execution. After all, you're just a few condemned souls. Even if we were to slay you, no one would come to your aid. Perhaps others would even thank us for ridding the world of your kind." The portly man's face turned ashen, his grip on the large blade creaking ominously, wishing fervently to slay these despicable individuals with a single stroke. However, just moments ago, Scar and 3 newcomers were swiftly defeated by the opposing team, leading the fat man to confront the grim reality that he was no match for them. As they had pointed out, their side consisted entirely of death row inmates. Should a conflict arise, even if the adversaries refrained from lethal actions, the military would certainly not side with them. It was plausible that their danger rating would escalate, resulting in an immediate execution. The fat man's expression fluctuated, ultimately opting for patience and restraint. At that moment, Scar abruptly stood up and unleashed a torrent of curses upon them. "Damn you! If you want the beasts, go hunt them yourselves. Who the hell allowed you to steal our spoils? You filthy dogs!" Scar's furious shouts echoed down the street, causing the smiles of the 10 members from the 2 squads to freeze. The one who had shouted the loudest drew his sword, pointing it at Scar with a cold glare. "Do you dare to repeat that?" Scar was never one to back down. His temperament was notoriously volatile. After all, he had once declared that he would personally torture the man who had harmed his sister, fully aware that the perpetrator would face the death penalty. Hearing the threat, Scar, despite knowing he was outmatched, brandished his sword and retorted, "I repeat, you are all filthy dogs. Damn you." As soon as the words left his lips, the warrior's eyes burned with murderous intent, charging directly at Scar. Instead of retreating, Scar steeled himself, determined to retaliate, thinking that even if he were to perish, he would take a piece of the opponent with him. In the blink of an eye, the situation escalated, leaving no room for the fat man to intervene. The confrontation was inevitable, a certain death trap. Scar. After a moment of hesitation, the fat man gritted his teeth and charged forward with his own weapon, intent on aiding Scar in fending off their attackers. "Damn it, you're really going to get us killed this time. If we survive this, I swear I'll make you treat me to a grand feast." Just as Scar and the fat man were about to engage their opponents, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air, and a dagger struck the warrior's longsword. The crisp sound resonated, sparks flying. The tremendous force contained within the dagger sent the warrior hurtling backward, tumbling through the air. The fat man and Scar stood bewildered, momentarily at a loss, until they noticed the dagger suspended in midair. They realized that it was Luo Feng who had intervened, and simultaneously sighed in relief. Luo Feng did not even glance at the opposing squads, but raised an eyebrow at the fat man and Scar, inquiring, "What are you doing here instead of hunting beasts?" Upon hearing this, the fat man quickly relayed the events to Luo Feng in detail, enabling him to grasp the situation more swiftly. Afterward, he leaned closer, lowering his voice to a whisper. "Crazy, no matter how much you despise them, you must exercise restraint. Absolutely do not harm or kill them, or the consequences will be dire. Do not forget, we are still death row inmates." Before Luo Feng could respond, the captains of the 2 warrior teams stepped forward, gazing at him with smiles. "Young brother, given the plethora of exotic beasts in this town, there is no need to focus solely on a few. After all, the number of beasts you can take is limited. Why not share some with us? The more friends we have, the more paths we can explore together. Wouldn't it be delightful to join forces in hunting these creatures?" Luo Feng, with an expressionless demeanor, surveyed the 10 individuals across from him. He discerned their arrogance and disdain, clearly believing that, as a condemned prisoner, he could not inflict harm upon them. Their attempt at a treacherous scheme was misguided. Without uttering a word, Luo Feng's thoughts stirred. The dagger suspended in midair trembled violently, shooting towards the two of them like a bolt from a crossbow. Chapter 42. Surrender and Submission. Tang Mubai appears. The two captains of the warrior squad were taken aback by Luo Feng's audacious strike. Nevertheless, being seasoned second-tier warriors, they instinctively drew their swords to defend themselves as the dagger hurtled towards them. The moment the dagger collided with their long swords, a deafening roar reverberated through the sky. Boom! Feeling the immense force transmitted through their blades, the captains experienced a stroke of fortune, barely managing to retain their grip on their weapons. Thanks to their extensive experience, they avoided a most humiliating fate. However, despite their combined efforts, they could only withstand the onslaught for a mere 3 seconds before being violently propelled backward by the sheer force of the dagger. With a swift motion, the two warriors plunged their swords into the ground, attempting to counteract their momentum. Nevertheless, they were still sent skidding for dozens of meters before finally regaining their balance. This singular encounter laid bare the vast chasm that existed between them and Luo Feng. It was clear that not even their combined strength, or even that of an entire squad of 10, would suffice to match Luo Feng's prowess. Upon realizing this, one of the captains glared at Luo Feng, his expression darkening. "Kid, you're already a condemned prisoner. Do you not know when to hold back? Are you unaware that, as a death row inmate, taking lives in the wilderness will lead to your execution?" Luo Feng remained unfazed, as a dozen daggers slowly levitated from his backpack behind him, their tips ominously aimed at the members of the warrior squad. Though he uttered not a word, an air of madness and malevolence emanated from him, as if his status as a condemned prisoner bore no weight on his conscience. The other captain's pupils constricted slightly, and he swiftly abandoned any thoughts of blackmail. Grabbing his companion, he forced a conciliatory smile toward Luo Feng. "Wait a moment, young brother. We are all warriors of the great Xia, and we have come to the wilderness to hunt exotic beasts. There is no need for things to escalate to such a standoff. Our only intention was to join forces with you to eliminate the dangers in this small town and prevent a new wave of beast tide from forming. It seems your comrades have misunderstood our intentions." Recognizing the precariousness of the situation, this warrior chose to kneel in submission, while the remaining 9 fell into a heavy silence. Their previous bravado in the presence of the likes of the fatty and scarred face dissipating. Given the strength Luo Feng had demonstrated, it was apparent that even their combined might would falter against him. Even if Luo Feng were a condemned prisoner, any act of violence could lead to immediate execution. Yet, no one could guarantee that he would hesitate due to such considerations. Sometimes, the younger the individual, the less they ponder the consequences. Witnessing his rapid capitulation, and before Luo Feng could respond, a derisive laughter echoed from the end of the street. "What a bunch of cowards! You dare to play the game of blackmail with such pitiful skills?" As the words fell, a dozen individuals turned their gazes simultaneously, and what met their eyes was the striking figure of Tang Mubai, who appeared to be in his 30s, exuding a roguishly handsome charm and radiating an air of irreverence. The moment Luo Feng laid eyes on him, his brows furrowed slightly. He felt a sense of familiarity with the man, yet could not recall if they had crossed paths before. While Luo Feng pondered in his thoughts, the members of the two warrior teams, faced with the mockery from this unfamiliar figure, were ignited with fury. They acknowledged their underestimation of Luo Feng's strength, and while they did not wish to engage in a destructive confrontation, it did not imply that anyone could ridicule their 10 second-tier warriors. The individual who had just been sent flying by Luo Feng's dagger, feeling immensely humiliated, seized the opportunity to unleash a torrent of insults. "Who let you out, you pathetic pretty boy? Do you dare to mock me? Do you believe I won't slay you right here and now?" Upon hearing these words, the smile on Tang Mubai's face vanished instantaneously, replaced by a fierce glint in his eyes. With a sudden, forceful step, he vanished from sight. In the next moment, Tang Mubai materialized before the foul-mouthed individual, who had no time to react before Tang Mubai's right fist struck forcefully at his heart. A muffled thud echoed as the man's chest was punctured in an instant. Disposing of the corpse as one would cast aside refuse, Tang Mubai disdainfully observed the blood staining his attire. How revolting! I couldn't resist. And now I've sullied my clothes with the blood of such filth. Regaining their senses, the 9 members of the warrior team recoiled in terror, gazing in horror at Tang Mubai, exclaiming in astonishment, "This is a 4th-tier warrior." Tang Mubai relished the shock reflected in their eyes, a playful expression gracing his features as he inquired, "What's the matter? Do you still believe I lack the qualification to mock you as cowards?" Upon hearing this, the 2 captains exchanged glances and, with a respectful bow towards Tang Mubai, conceded, "You are indeed correct. We are cowards, and we ought not to engage in such disgraceful acts of black-on-black violence. We shall take our leave and not disturb you further." They did not cast a single glance at their deceased comrade, hastily attempting to turn and flee, fearful that this sudden apparition might also decide to eliminate them. However, before they could take 2 steps, Tang Mubai's voice rang out slowly, "Wait." The group felt their breath catch, as if their hearts had ceased to beat. The 2 captains turned their heads with great difficulty, bowing respectfully as they asked, "May we inquire what matters you have, esteemed senior?" Tang Mubai smiled gently and replied, "I require your assistance with something." The 2 captains sighed in relief. As long as their lives were spared, they were willing to comply. They quickly pledged their loyalty, declaring, "Please command us. Whatever you ask, we shall not refuse." Tang Mubai nodded in satisfaction and gestured towards Luo Feng, stating, "I want you to kill him." The 2 captains cast a fleeting glance in the direction indicated by him. Upon realizing that Tang Mubai's target was Luo Feng, their pupils constricted slightly, leaving them at a loss for how to proceed. Just moments ago, they had conceded, believing themselves to be no match for Luo Feng. Now, this 4th-tier warrior was demanding that they eliminate him, which felt akin to courting their own demise. After a brief silence, one of the captains cautiously inquired, "Senior, has he offended you in some way?" Tang Mubai did not respond directly. Instead, he smiled warmly at Luo Feng and said, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tang Mubai. Tang Lingxian is my sister, and Lin Changqing is my nephew. Therefore, I trust you comprehend the purpose of my visit." Chapter 43. Instant Kill. Collection of interest. As Tang Mubai's words fell, Luo Feng instantly comprehended the source of his familiarity with the man before him. It was due to the striking resemblance he bore to Tang Lingxian, the nemesis he despised most. Upon learning of his identity, Luo Feng's fists clenched tightly, the knuckles emitting a harsh, creaking sound, while his cheekbones protruded alarmingly from his gritted teeth. "It is you." Observing Luo Feng's reaction, Tang Mubai raised his hand and clapped. "Well done. Your response pleases me greatly. This is how it should be." After his praise, Tang Mubai sighed, shaking his head slightly as he regarded Luo Feng. "Tell me, why do you persist? You have already been sentenced to death and become a condemned prisoner. Wouldn't it be simpler to perish at the hands of the... That way, I would have to waste my time on this trip. Yet, after becoming a death row inmate, you display even greater talent than before, having ascended to a 2nd-tier warrior in such a short span and awakened the mentalist ability. If you are allowed to continue your growth, though not a significant threat to our Tang family, you remain a considerable risk. Hence, I must eliminate you beforehand." Upon hearing these words, the onlookers finally grasped why the 4th-tier warrior, Tang Mubai, had appeared here to eradicate Luo Feng. Gulp! An out-of-place sound of swallowing echoed, and the plump man collapsed to the ground, a mournful expression on his face. "Damn it, I never realized how difficult it was to stay alive until I became a condemned prisoner. It's either or beast tides, and now a 4th-tier warrior has come seeking vengeance. It truly seems endless." Tang Mubai glanced at the man, and with a flicker of inspiration, a new idea to undermine Luo Feng blossomed in his mind. "Very well. Considering your innocence, I can offer you a chance at survival. If you kill him, I shall spare you." Upon hearing this, the 3 newcomers exchanged glances, a flicker of intrigue crossing their faces. They dashed toward Tang Mubai's position, shouting, "As long as you spare us, we will do anything." Seeing this, Tang Mubai's smile deepened, and he did not disdain their lack of prowess, but rather applauded them. "Excellent. It seems there are indeed clever individuals among you. After all, your ties with Luo Feng are not profound, and as condemned prisoners, Your paramount concern should be survival. Assisting me in eliminating him is the wise course of action." The plump man blinked, appearing quite tempted by the proposition, and inquired loudly, "Is what you say true? If we help you kill the madman, will you grant us a path to survival?" Tang Mubai chuckled, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes as he silently derided the foolishness of these condemned souls. However, he nodded in assurance. "Indeed, Tang Mubai, never go back on my word." Tang Mubai initially believed that the hefty man would seek refuge with him, just like the three newcomers. However, to his astonishment, the man's face contorted with mockery upon hearing those words, and he spat contemptuously onto the ground. "Fool! Do you think you can deceive me? Do you really take me for one of those three simpletons?" Scar, standing nearby, scoffed in agreement. "To eliminate the threat posed by the madman, you came here in person. There's no way you would allow a witness to escape alive. With the beast tide erupting, even if you were to slay everyone, your crimes would be effortlessly concealed. Who would suspect you? Perhaps you might even transform from a murderer into a hero defending against the beast tide. I must say, your calculations are astute." The hefty man and Scar had spent considerable time in the death row of the city, unlike the inexperienced newcomers, and could easily discern Tang Mubai's true intentions, thus refusing to be deceived. Realizing his plan had been exposed, Tang Mubai vehemently denied it. "I never thought such a thing. Don't assume everyone is as treacherous as you inmates." The hefty man, resigned to his fate, decided that rather than die in humiliation, he would vent his frustrations before his demise and relish the experience of verbally assaulting a fourth-tier warrior. He retorted without mercy, "Treacherous? If I'm not mistaken, your sister is the one who framed the madman for that heinous crime, right? With a sister like that, what good can you be?" Scar seized the moment to add, "You're mistaken, hefty man. It's not just those siblings who are worthless. It seems their entire family is of that ilk." Upon hearing this, Tang Mubai's fury erupted, a terrifying force emanating from him that pushed back the closest two warrior teams several meters. He cast them not a glance, but fixed his cold gaze on the hefty man and Scar, declaring, "You seek death." Unfazed by his imposing demeanor, the hefty man shot back, "It seems not only are you not a good person, but your intellect is also questionable. You're about to kill me to silence me, and I can't even hurl a few insults your way to vent my anger?" Tang Mubai, enraged yet amused, decided against further dialogue, resolved to torment the hefty man and Scar thoroughly, testing their resolve. However, he refrained from acting directly, instead turning to the two warrior teams and coldly instructing, "If you wish to survive, go kill those three. As long as you can torture them to my satisfaction, I shall spare you." Even at this juncture, Tang Mubai maintained a cat-and-mouse mentality. If Luo Feng were to perish at their hands, so be it. He would avoid direct involvement. Yet, should Luo Feng manage to turn the tables on them, he could then personally crush his hopes, which would deeply gratify his twisted psyche. In response to Tang Mubai's command, the 9 members of the 2 warrior teams exchanged glances, realizing that their only hope for survival rested upon the successful slaying of Luo Feng, and they could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Upon contemplating this, they no longer hesitated for an instant, swiftly seizing their weapons and charging towards Luo Feng. Observing this situation, the portly man and the scarred one adopted a defensive stance, fully aware that they were no match for their opponents, yet resolute in refusing to meet their demise without a fight. However, at that very moment, whoosh, 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 a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air as several daggers, infused with Luo Feng's mental energy, shot forth at a velocity beyond anyone's imagination. The glint of cold steel flashed, and blood splattered. In but a heartbeat, the daggers had accurately pierced the necks of the 9 martial artists. Lifeless bodies collapsed onto the ground in succession. Luo Feng stepped over the portly man and the scarred one, his gaze as frigid as ancient ice, locking onto the astonished face of Tang Mubai, and with chilling precision declared, "Since you have so graciously presented yourself, allow me to first collect some interest." Chapter 44. You're a third-rank spiritual master. This is impossible. Tang Mubai's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on the lifeless bodies of the 9 martial artists. along with the dozen daggers encircling Luo Feng's form, his face a canvas of existential doubt and incredulity. As a second-rank spiritual master, even if you could indeed defeat these 9 second-rank warriors in unison, it was utterly inconceivable that you could dispatch them with a single strike. Upon uttering this, Tang Mubai seemed to grasp a revelation, his pupils narrowing slightly as he gazed at Luo Feng, exclaiming in astonishment, "Unless you are not a second rank at all, but rather a third-rank spiritual master." Upon hearing this, the previously bewildered Fatty and Scar, who had been struggling to comprehend how Luo Feng had so effortlessly annihilated 2 squads of warriors, suddenly came to their senses and exclaimed in unison, "What the hell? You madman, you're already a third-rank spiritual master? I absolutely adore you." With a prowess that a third-rank spiritual master could unleash, even if unable to slay 4th-rank warriors, one would undoubtedly possess the ability to safeguard oneself. This realization ignited a spark of hope within them. Perhaps they could survive, after all. In his excitement, Fatty hastily seized the communicator to contact Zhang Yu, eager to relay the astonishing events and urge the military to dispatch reinforcements immediately. As long as they could hold on until help arrived, they could surely bring Tang Mubai to justice. However, to his dismay, the communicator seemed malfunctioning, failing to establish contact with anyone. "Scar, my communicator appears to be broken. Quickly reach out to the boss and inform him to notify the military to send someone to apprehend this guy. This is the best opportunity to prove that the madman is innocent." Scar, upon hearing this, awakened from his stupor and promptly followed Fatty's directive to contact Zhang Yu. Yet, to his bewilderment, his communicator too was rendered useless, devoid of any signal. After the initial shock and confusion subsided, Tang Mubai gradually regained his composure, casting a cold smile at the frantic Fatty and Scar still fiddling with their communicators. "Do not waste your energy. Since I dare to appear so brazenly before you, how could I not prepare for this contingency?" He then fixed a deep, penetrating gaze upon Luo Feng, a cruel smile emerging at the corners of his mouth. "I must concede, your talent has indeed exceeded my expectations. I retract my previous assessment. To become a third-rank spiritual master in such a short span is a testament to your extraordinary potential. Given ample time for growth, you could undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of the most formidable. Alas, it is regrettable that you will not have that opportunity." As he spoke the final words, Tang Mubai's body began to tremble slightly, his gaze towards Luo Feng ablaze with fervor. As the youngest son of the esteemed Tang Shan, an 8th-rank grandmaster, his lineage was undeniably illustrious. Yet, Tang Mubai's aptitude in martial arts was not particularly remarkable, especially when contrasted with his prodigious elder brother, Tang Hao, rendering him seemingly ineffectual. Over time, this disparity had fostered Tang Mubai's twisted nature, often leading him to torment those weaker than himself and hunt down aspiring talents. Even Lin Chongqing's transformation into a psychological deviant due to jealousy towards Luo Feng can largely be attributed to his uncle, Tang Mubai. Luo Feng, disregarding Tang Mubai's frenzied utterances, addressed the portly man and the scarred individual, instructing them to maintain a safe distance. The portly man hesitated several times, attempting to counsel Luo Feng to momentarily retreat from the spotlight. After all, a third-tier spiritualist facing a fully tempered 4th-tier warrior had little chance of victory. A single misstep could result in dire consequences. However, observing the palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from Luo Feng, he realized his advice would fall on deaf ears. And so he could only implore, "Madman, do not let your emotions cloud your judgment. If things turn perilous, flee at once. Survival is the only hope." Although the scarred man harbored a deep disdain for Tang Mubai, feeling such scoundrels did not deserve to live, he wholeheartedly concurred with the portly man's words. There was no need for further discussion. They should flee without concern for their safety, and perhaps they could later seek vengeance. After confirming that Luo Feng had indeed been wronged, the scarred man reflected on his earlier contemptuous demeanor, wishing he could slap himself in regret. In response to their goodwill, Luo Feng merely nodded in acknowledgement, his heart ablaze with fury and murderous intent, fixated solely on eliminating Tang Mu Bai to exact retribution. The portly man and the scarred individual retreated to a distant, secluded area devoid of lurking beasts. In truth, the most prudent course of action would have been to vacate the town entirely, reporting the events to summon aid for Luo Feng. Regrettably, the outside world was teeming with monstrous beasts, and an outbreak of beast tides could occur at any moment. Given their first-tier warrior capabilities, venturing outside would almost certainly lead to their demise. Thus, they could only place their hopes in Luo Feng's strength. Tang Mu Bai was fully aware of this, allowing their departure without obstruction, having resolved to slaughter Luo Feng before exacting revenge on the two who had insulted him. This predicament left the three newcomers utterly paralyzed, standing idly without any notion of what to do. They had anticipated Tang Mu Bai would easily crush Luo Feng, yet witnessing Luo Feng exhibit the prowess of a third-tier spiritualist, they realized he now possessed the capacity to contend with Tang Mu Bai, rendering their previous assumptions foolish. Tang Mu Bai, casting not a glance in their direction, instead surveyed Luo Feng with keen interest, remarking, "I finally comprehend why Chongqing harbors such hatred towards you. Having been poisoned into a state of uselessness and squandering years of potential, yet now transforming into this formidable being, I can scarcely fathom the strength you would possess had this not transpired. However," he continued, in a way, "this allows me to relish the long-awaited experience of vanquishing a genius." Before he could complete his sentence, the numerous daggers hovering in midair suddenly quivered, then surged forth, hurtling directly towards his visage. Tang Mu Bai's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this, and he hastily summoned his vital energy to draw his blade and counter the daggers. The clash of his long knife against the daggers sent them careening away, despite the daggers being imbued with spiritual power. Even though Tang Mu Bai, a fourth-tier warrior, relied on medicinal pills to achieve his rank, he had nonetheless ascended to the fourth tier, and the power he could unleash was undoubtedly superior to that of Luo Feng, a third-tier mentalist. The clattering of daggers echoed continuously as a barrage of over a dozen blades launched a simultaneous assault, which left Tang Mu Bai feeling increasingly exasperated. Indeed, mentalists remained as insufferable as ever. However, were you a fourth-tier mentalist, I might regard you with some trepidation, but as a mere third tier, do not blame me for taking advantage. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Tang Mu Bai sliced through the daggers before him and, with a powerful stomp of his foot, propelled himself directly toward Luo Feng's position. Chapter 45. A desire to kill you, or to be killed to vanquish a psychic adept. The most effective strategy for a martial artist is to engage in close combat, for an individual's energy is finite, leaving them incapable of simultaneously contending with both the psychic and martial paths. Almost all psychics merely accumulate vital energy, ensuring their bodies can withstand the immense psychic force without collapsing, leaving them no time to refine their bones and flesh as martial artists do. When a psychic is confronted at close quarters, it spells disaster. Even low-tier martial artists may find opportunities to slay them. Of course, with the myriad means of defense possessed by psychics, coupled with their acute perception, closing the distance remains a formidable challenge. However, for Tang Mu Bai, Luo Feng was merely a third-tier psychic, lacking the capability to thwart his approach. Moreover, the more formidable Luo Feng's displayed talent became, the less inclined Tang Mu Bai was to grant him a swift demise. He desired to torment him in the most brutal manner before delivering the final blow. As the gap between them diminished, a glint of ferocity flashed in Tang Mu Bai's eyes, and a smile of madness twisted upon his face. Especially upon realizing that Luo Feng not only refrained from fleeing, but instead brandished his blade to confront him, Tang Mu Bai's disdain deepened, and he aimed his blade at Luo Feng's shoulder with the intent to sever his arm. Boom! The clash of blades resounded, and vital energy surged, sending terrifying waves radiating from their point of contact in all directions. The ground cracked beneath them, and a cloud of dust and debris obscured their figures. As Tang Mu Bai felt the overwhelming force transmitted through his blade, the mocking grin vanished from his face, replaced by profound shock and disbelief. How could this be? How is it possible for you, a second-tier martial artist, to possess such strength? Luo Feng remained silent, relentlessly swinging his blade at Tang Mubai, his gaze icily resolute, driven by a singular thought, to slay Tang Mubai. With his upper body bones refined to perfection and having achieved the embryonic form of a golden body, the force he could unleash surpassed that of an equal-tier martial artist by over tenfold. The Blood Shadow blade technique amplifies one's strength based on their own, and upon executing it, Luo Feng's power surged to nearly 20 times its original state. Thus, even though he was merely a second-tier martial artist, he presented no advantage to a third-tier martial artist in his presence. Is this the Blood Shadow blade technique? While engaging in fierce combat with Luo Feng, Tang Mubai scrutinized his fighting style. No, based on the vital energy you exude, you are still at the second-tier martial artist stage. Even if you have mastered the Blood Shadow blade technique, your strength could not possibly reach such an exaggerated level. Tang Mubai was unable to comprehend how Luo Feng achieved nearly 20-fold amplification of his power, even as the son of an 8th-tier master. With access to the most elite resources, he had never encountered anyone like this. Could it be that he stumbled upon an extraordinary fortune in the wilderness? Contemplating this possibility, Tang Mubai narrowed his eyes, feeling an urgent need to ascertain the truth. If he could seize this opportunity, the rewards of this journey would be immense. At that moment, Tang Mubai's attention was suddenly drawn to the faint golden light emanating from Luo Feng's exposed palms and wrists, coupled with Luo Feng's astonishing power amplification. A startling hypothesis ignited in his mind. Impossible, absolutely impossible. To validate his conjecture, Tang Mubai lunged forward, unleashing all his might in a fierce strike directed at Luo Feng. The blades clashed, sending sparks flying as a powerful gust of wind tousled Luo Feng's hair and sleeves, fully exposing his forearms to the sunlight. Upon witnessing the radiant golden light coursing beneath the flesh of Luo Feng's arms, Tang Mubai could no longer contain himself. His voice became piercingly sharp as he exclaimed, "How can this be? How could you possibly have forged a golden body? A golden body is the hallmark of a 7th-grade martial artist. How can a mere 2nd-grade martial artist possess such a thing?" By the end of his outburst, his tone had escalated to a roar. His previously charming visage now contorted with rage, the jealousy in his eyes almost tangible. Tang Mubai was certain he was not mistaken. His elder brother was a 7th-grade master, and his father was an 8th-grade grandmaster, both having forged golden bodies that sparked his envy each time he beheld them. After all, attaining a golden body signifies a qualitative leap in strength and defense for a martial artist, rendering them fearless of mental energy masters, and even eliminating the need for protective battle attire. Yet Tang Mubai was also self-aware, fully cognizant that, given his innate talent, he would likely never break through to the 7th grade in this lifetime. This understanding was the very reason he reveled in tormenting exceptionally gifted prodigies. But now, witnessing Luo Feng, a 2nd-grade martial artist, possessing a golden body was a blatant violation of the consensus in the realm of martial arts on Blue Star, leaving him utterly unable to accept it. Did this not imply that, barring any premature demise, Luo Feng was destined to become at least a 7th-grade master? How did you achieve this? Tell me. Following a brief surge of anger and jealousy, Tang Mubai's emotions shifted to fervent excitement. He saw a glimmer of hope for his own transformation in Luo Feng. In response to Tang Mubai's inquiries, Luo Feng had no intention of answering. From a moment he recognized his opponent's identity, 2 outcomes were evident. Either he would be prematurely extinguished by Tang Mubai, or he would eliminate Tang Mubai, treating it as an early collection of interest. As Tang Mubai's agitation grew, revealing unmistakable vulnerabilities, Luo Feng's gaze sharpened. Channeling his mental energy, he propelled a dozen daggers towards various parts of Tang Mubai's body at a velocity of 100 meters per second. From the onset of close combat, Luo Feng had deliberately refrained from employing the powers of a mental energy master, aiming to disorient Tang Mubai, ideally causing him to forget the entire affair. Upon identifying the opportune moment, he would unleash a sudden surge of power, and even if he could not vanquish Tang Mubai in an instant, he would undoubtedly inflict severe damage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing through the air triggered alarm bells in Tang Mubai's mind, compelling him to swiftly turn and defend against the daggers imbued with mental energy. However, Luo Feng, having awaited such a prime opportunity, would certainly not let it slip by. His vital energy surged within him, akin to a machine operating at full capacity. Empowered by the golden body technique, he wielded the blood shadow blade with precision, aiming directly for Tang Mubai's neck as he swung the blade downwards. Chapter 46. The truth behind Mother's death, realizing he could no longer balance the present and the past. Tang Mubai oddly relaxed, disregarding the swiftly approaching daggers from behind. Instead, he swiftly rotated his wrist, positioning his long knife across his chest, effectively blocking Luo Feng's frontal assault. In the next instant, a dozen daggers glinted menacingly as they aimed for his limbs, back, neck, and the nape of his neck. However, at that moment, a layer of pitch-black substance suddenly emerged from Tang Mubai's body, rapidly enveloping him entirely, leaving only his eyes, nostrils, and mouth exposed, making him appear as though he were clad in a form-fitting black suit. The daggers struck this dark attire, merely creating ripples without managing to penetrate it. Did you truly believe that a third-tier spiritual practitioner, combined with a nascent golden body, could turn the tables on me? How naive! A mocking glint sparkled in Tang Mubai's eyes as he coldly remarked, "Even you death row inmates don standard battle attire upon entering the wilderness. How could I possibly lack such armor? Do you comprehend the immense value and terrifying defensive capabilities of this garment? To be frank, even a fifth-tier warrior would struggle to breach it, let alone a mere third-tier spiritual practitioner like yourself." Tang Mubai extended his arms, allowing the daggers to assault him. Thanks to the barrier of his armor, the most he felt was the force of the daggers rebuffing him, without experiencing any pain whatsoever. If you divulge how you formed a golden body at the second tier, I might grant you a quicker death. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to apply all the torturous methods I've learned over the years upon you. I am genuinely curious how long you, with your nascent golden form, can endure. As he spoke, Tang Mubai licked his lips, his fiery gaze akin to that of a child eyeing a coveted plaything, eager to inflict torment upon Luo Feng. Witnessing this scene from a short distance, the stout man and the scarred individual fell silent for a moment, unable to restrain himself. The scarred one slammed his fist against the wall in frustration. Damn it, this is utterly disgraceful. This bastard relies on his superior realm to bully a madman, and now he is flaunting such armor, completely shameless, as he observed the daggers controlled by Luo Feng darting back and forth, yet failing to inflict even the slightest wound on Tang Mubai. The stout man's expression fluctuated, ultimately leading him to slump to the ground, murmuring, "It seems this is truly the end. There is not a shred of hope left." No, there is still hope. Hearing this, the stout man looked at the scarred one, his face twisted in despair. What hope remains? Even if the madman has formed a golden body, and with the addition of spiritual power, he still cannot breach that bastard's defense. The scarred one took a deep breath, speaking in a solemn tone. While the effective range of that fellow's signal jammer remains uncertain, we are confident that if we can cover sufficient distance, the signal will undoubtedly be restored. At that point, we can inform our leader and request reinforcements from the military. The stout man paused momentarily, visibly conflicted, and then replied, "The area is teeming with aberrant beasts. Are you certain that our combined strength is sufficient to escape the jammer's reach?" Scarface shook his head slightly, his tone grave. "There remains a glimmer of hope if we venture forth. Staying here is akin to walking a path to certain doom." After a brief hesitation, the stout man sprang to his feet, gritting his teeth. "Let's proceed. We shall go at once." Exchanging a determined glance, the two of them dashed toward the outskirts of the town. Tang Mubai caught sight of their figures, but, being oblivious to the situation, paid little heed. Instead, he mockingly addressed Luo Feng. "Your companions have abandoned you to flee." Luo Feng, unfazed by the taunt, continued to unleash the blood shadow blade technique, combining it with his mental prowess, relentlessly assaulting Tang Mubai's defenses. although the dagger and long knife failed to inflict tangible harm upon his battle attire. The sheer force behind each strike forced Tang Mubai to stagger backward repeatedly. What vexed him further was his inability to completely fend off Luo Feng's tempestuous barrage of strikes. Most intolerable for Tang Mubai was the realization that even at his utmost capacity, he could merely gain the upper hand in their skirmish, with no prospect of delivering a fatal blow in the immediate future. Were it not for his armor, given Luo Feng's tenacious demeanor, he might have indeed faced a perilous counterattack. To ensure he could secure the method for Luo Feng's transformation into a golden body, Tang Mubai resolved to incapacitate him swiftly, rendering him unable to resist before subjecting him to gradual torment. With this thought in mind, Tang Mubai's gaze flickered as he regarded Luo Feng, a smile gracing his lips. "Young man, do you know how your mother met her demise?" Although Luo Feng remained silent, a fleeting hesitation marked his movements. Sensing this, Tang Mubai felt invigorated, chuckling softly. "Allow me to enlighten you. She was slain by none other than Lin Zhengwu himself." Luo Feng's eyes twitched, the muscles in his cheeks quivering subtly, as his prominent cheekbones betrayed his clenched jaw. Tang Mubai invoked this painful memory to destabilize Luo Feng's composure, hoping to elicit a flaw that he could exploit for a decisive strike. Recognizing the effectiveness of his psychological tactic, he continued unabated. "Indeed, Lin Zhengwu is no honorable man. Despite having a wife and child, he sought to seduce my sister, leading to her untimely pregnancy. You are aware of the Tang family standing. We cannot simply let this transgression go unpunished. My father presented Lin Zhengwu with two choices. Either he dies, or he slays his wife and marries my sister. Ultimately, Lin Zhengwu chose the latter, personally ending his wife's life." As Luo Feng's eyes reddened and his internal rage surged, even the force of his strikes intensified, Tang Mubai's smile widened, and he pressed on with his narrative. "In order to prevent Lin Zhengwu from orchestrating a deceitful scheme, I accompanied him to the Lin residence. It was under my witness that your mother met her tragic end at the hands of Lin Zhengwu. Before her demise, she made a special effort to see you one last time, while you were peacefully asleep, utterly unaware of the anguish your mother was enduring. Initially, I had contemplated eliminating you, this little wretch, as well. However, upon sensing my murderous intent towards you, your mother implored me desperately to spare your life, promising that you would not bring any trouble to my sister in the future. Even in her final moments, as Lin Zhengwu took her life, your mother whispered your name with her last breath. Her love for you was indeed profound." Chapter 47. You Madman. With a fierce growl, Luo Feng clenched his teeth and, in a frenzy, brandished his long knife to launch a relentless assault against Tang Mubai. The dozen daggers, empowered by his mental prowess, darted through the air like flying swords, weaving in and out around Tang Mubai's body, the force contained within them seemingly reaching the threshold of a fourth-grade warrior. Luo Feng had long harbored a suspicion that his mother's death was likely no accident, and Tang Mubai's words now confirmed this grim reality, unveiling the truth behind her demise. In a bid to secure his own life and future, Lin Zhengwu had conspired with Tang Lingxian and ultimately murdered Luo Feng's mother, with Tang Shan and Tang Mubai also playing a role in this treachery. In that moment, Luo Feng gained clarity regarding his future purpose. Lin Zhengu, Tang Lingsun, and Lin Changqing, along with the entire Tang family, had become his sworn enemies. Thus, the path of vengeance would commence with Tang Mubai. Faced with this unrelenting onslaught, even Tang Mubai felt a twinge of fear, yet he was grateful for the protective armor he wore, akin to a wall of lamentation, which instilled a sense of despair in Luo Feng. As Luo Feng unleashed his fury, Tang Mubai tirelessly sought an opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow. However, he had waited in vain for such an opening to materialize. How could this little wretch be so formidable? Before arriving at this death camp in the city of Yi, he was nothing more than the waste poisoned by my sister, yet he has amassed such terrifying power in a remarkably short time. This is clearly amiss. He must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity, enabling this alarming transformation. Tang Mubai's eyes glimmered with greed and desire, convinced that this fortune rightfully belonged to him. Albeit under normal circumstances, he would never have ventured into Yi City. Thus, fate had allowed Luo Feng to safeguard it, presenting him with an opportunity to claim it for himself. Consequently, he must devise a way to seize this chance, one capable of altering his fate. Though he was unable to subdue Luo Feng in the immediate term, he recognized that if his opponent maintained such a frenzied assault, the energy consumption would be immense. Even with the embryonic form of the golden body, Luo Feng could not endure indefinitely. In contrast, Tang Mubai, shielded by his armor, could absorb most of Luo Feng's strikes. And as a fourth-grade warrior, he understood that in a war of attrition, victory would ultimately be his. Yet, just as Tang Mubai believed he had secured his triumph and began to envision surpassing his elder brother Tang Hao and father Tang Shan, a series of thunderous roars erupted from the distance, causing the very ground beneath him to tremble. Could it be a beast tide? As he beheld the overwhelming horde of strange beasts surging toward the town, Tang Mubai's pupils constricted, a flicker of panic crossing his face. At the forefront of the beast tide were the terrified figures of the portly man and the scarred individual, both shouting at Luo Feng, "Madman, take cover. The beast tide is upon us once more." Just as they were about to be caught, Scar-Eye swiftly grasped the fat man and dashed into the mall where they had previously taken refuge, racing up to the rooftop with remarkable speed. Before they could catch their breath, Scar-Eye leaned over the edge of the rooftop and shouted, "Madman, forget about that scoundrel. We need to find a place to hide immediately. The boss has already been informed of the situation here, and reinforcements from a Yi City military will be arriving shortly. It's over for him." Upon hearing this, Tang Mubai felt a chill run down his spine as he finally understood why the fat man and Scar-Eye had chosen to leave the town. They were not fleeing, they were seeking help. The military had already suspected that Luo Feng had been framed and had begun investigating the evidence. His attempt to eliminate Luo Feng here was essentially delivering the evidence right to them. Once the reinforcements from Yi City arrived, there would be no escape for him. Realizing this, Tang Mubai could no longer focus on seizing Luo Feng's opportunity. Instead, the thought of fleeing as quickly as possible consumed him. He cast a resentful glance at the fat man and Scar-Eye, his murderous intent surpassing that directed at Luo Feng, wishing he could dismember them on the spot. One misstep had led to total disaster. How had he allowed these two wretched prisoners to find a chance for escape? It was truly careless. With a face full of unwillingness, Tang Mubai glared at Luo Feng and coldly declared, "This time, you wretched bastard have escaped a calamity. But wait, next time I will ensure that you suffer a fate worse than death." After speaking, Tang Mubai bent his knees slightly and forcefully pushed off the ground, using the momentum to leap into the air, aiming to ascend to the higher building to evade the impending beast tide and then find an opportunity to escape. However, in the next moment, a dozen daggers, empowered by mental energy, suddenly ascended and then plummeted towards Tang Mubai. He swung his blade to deflect them, but was still struck down to the ground by the immense force contained within the daggers. Before he could regain his footing, Luo Feng launched another attack, completely disregarding the approaching beast tide, showing no concern for whether he would perish in the ensuing onslaught. As Tang Mubai hurriedly defended against Luo Feng's assault, he turned his head for a brief moment and realized that the intensity of the beast tide was even greater than before. In addition to F and E grade beasts, there were also a number of D grade beasts among them. Clearly, this wave of beasts was comparable in level to a third-tier beast tide. This meant that once surrounded by the beast tide, it would be exceedingly difficult for a fourth-tier warrior to survive, and even fifth-tier warriors faced the risk of perishing. Even though he wore armor designed to weaken enemy attacks, so much so that even fifth-tier warriors could not breach it, the likelihood of death remained alarmingly high. Realizing this, Tang Mubai's expression morphed into one of panic as he shouted at Luo Feng, "Have you lost your mind? The beast tide is approaching. Shouldn't you find a place to hide?" Luo Feng, however, paid no heed to his words. While employing the Blood Shadow Blade technique and the Golden Body power to launch his assault, he also manipulated the daggers with mental energy to prevent Tang Mubai from escaping. As the beast tide drew ever nearer, Tang Mubai was truly frantic now, his face contorted in rage as he roared at Luo Feng, "You madman! You are a lunatic. Get out of my way. Don't obstruct me. Luo Feng appeared to be oblivious to his words, relentlessly entangling himself with Tang Mubai. In but a few moments, the two found themselves completely surrounded by the tide of beasts. As Luo Feng surveyed the boundless expanse of monstrous creatures around them, an unprecedented sense of ease washed over him. Ever since he learned of the resurgence of the beast tide, he had conceived a reckless plan. He intended to plunge headfirst into the chaos of the beast horde, dragging Tang Mubai down with him, all in a desperate gambit to uncover a fleeting opportunity to end his own life. Chapter 48, Breakthrough. 4th rank, Revenge. Since the 3rd rank spiritual master could not penetrate the battle attire of Tang Mubai, the only way forward was to ascend to the 4th rank. The pivotal requirement for becoming a 4th rank spiritual master is to elevate one's mental power to 3000 Hz. Currently, Luo Feng's mental power stands at merely 1000 Hz, with available attribute points only numbering in the few hundreds. This implies that he must acquire over 1,000 additional attribute points to step into the realm of the 4th rank spiritual master. Under normal circumstances, even with relentless hunting of exotic beasts, accumulating over 2,000 attribute points would require a considerable amount of time. However, this moment coincides with the outbreak of a beast tide. As long as Luo Feng survives long enough amidst the onslaught, he can expedite the achievement of his goal. At that juncture, he would also have the opportunity to personally eliminate Tang Mubai. Once Tang Mubai is dealt with, the Northern Military District would be unable to sanction Lin Chongqing, Tang Lingxian, and the Tang family without concrete evidence. Furthermore, once aware of his own strength, Tang Mubai would surely not return to kill him next time. Luo Feng is acutely aware that the present moment is perhaps his best, if not the sole, opportunity to vanquish Tang Mubai. Unbeknownst to Tang Mubai, who mistakenly believes Luo Feng seeks to perish alongside him in the beast tide, this notion is utterly intolerable for him. As the 3rd young master of the Tang family, endowed with one of the most prestigious lineages in the Great Xia, his personal prowess may not be the strongest. Yet who would dare disrespect his father, Tang Shan? Despite possessing a promising future, he cannot fathom the notion of dying amidst the beast tide. Regrettably, as he becomes ensnared by the tide of beasts, compounded by Luo Feng's constant vigilance, every attempt Tang Mubai makes to flee is thwarted by Luo Feng's manipulation of a dagger with his mental force, forcing him back into the encirclement of the beasts. Thus, he must grit his teeth and exert all his strength to withstand the onslaught and tearing of the savage creatures. Damn little bastard. You think to use the beast tide to grind me down? Let us see who can hold out longer. He cedes. You, a mere 2nd rank warrior, even with a nascent golden body and mental force, cannot possibly outlast me, clad in my battle attire. Once you are reduced to nothing by the beasts, I wonder how you will prevent my escape. The only regret Tang Mubai harbors is that should Luo Feng perish at the hands of beasts, he would lose the chance to learn the method of cultivating a golden body from him. What a little wretch. Even at death's door, he remains insufferable. Tang Mubai glared fiercely at Luo Feng before redirecting his focus to the frenzied beasts surrounding him. On the rooftop of a large shopping mall, the rotund figure and the scarred man observed this scene with growing anxiety. The rotund man clenched his teeth, exclaiming, "This madman is utterly reckless. Why must he insist on achieving everything in one fell swoop? Why not allow that cur to escape and evade the beast tide? Survival is the only hope. Instead, he is willing to perish in the tide just to drag Tang Mubai down with him. This is nothing short of mutual destruction." The scarred face fluctuated between expressions, and after a prolonged silence, he finally sighed and murmured, "It is likely that even a mutual destruction is beyond reach. After all, a madman is merely a 2nd-tier martial artist, his vitality and blood far pale in comparison to Tang Mubai's. Once ensnared by the beast tide, he could scarcely endure longer than his opponent. Should the madman falter, not only would he fall victim to the beasts, losing the protective advantage of his dagger bolstered by mental force, but Tang Mubai would also seize the opportunity to escape. This was not mutual destruction. Rather, it was a case of harming the enemy while inflicting tenfold damage upon oneself. Whether due to the prior protection offered by Luo Feng or the realization of his unjust plight, both the plump man and the scarred one yearned to assist him. Yet, confronted with the current predicament, they could only remain on the rooftop, helplessly observing, entirely lacking the qualification to intervene. The newcomer who had betrayed Luo Feng and allied with Tang Mubai had already met a gruesome fate, devoured by the beasts, unable to evade in the face of the impending tide. Even if the two of them were to descend, they would be instantaneously overwhelmed amidst this perilous level 3 beast tide. All they could do was pray for the swift arrival of the city's military reinforcements, hoping that Luo Feng could endure until aid arrived. Once engulfed by the beast tide, no one believed in Luo Feng's ability to turn the tide. However, they were oblivious to the fact that he was exerting every ounce of his strength to slay the frenzied beasts surrounding him, unaware of the incessant voice of wind spirit echoing in his mind. Congratulations, Master, for successfully slaying the F-rank beast, White Wolf, and earning 47 attribute points. Congratulations, Master, for successfully slaying the E-rank beast, Unicorn Wild Boar, and earning 50 attribute points. Congratulations, Master, for successfully slaying the D-rank beast, Death Demon Spider, and earning 169 attribute points. Engaged in relentless combat with these frenzied creatures undoubtedly drained Luo Feng, and even the slightest lapse in attention would invite a beast to lunge at him, inflicting wounds that caused blood to drip incessantly. Upon sensing the potent scent of blood emanating from him, the surrounding beasts became increasingly agitated, disregarding their own lives as they launched frenzied attacks against Luo Feng without consideration for the consequences. Despite the dire circumstances that threatened his very existence, it seemed inevitable that he would soon perish at the hands of the beasts. Yet, with each beast he felled, his attribute points surged, and in the very next moment, he allocated them to enhance his mental prowess. In the span of merely 3 minutes, he had successfully hunted over 20 beasts, including a few D-rank ones, elevating his mental strength to an astonishing 2,696 hertz, just 300 attribute points shy of breaking into the 4th-tier mentalist realm. Meanwhile, Tang Mubai, observing from a distance, finally sensed something amiss. Initially, Luo Feng had found it exceedingly arduous to fend off the beast's assaults, frequently sustaining injuries from their vicious bites. As time passed, he not only survived the clutches of the otherworldly beasts, but also became remarkably adept, capable of dispatching even D-rank creatures with a single strike. Tang Mubai's pupils contracted slightly, and a terrifying conjecture pierced his heart with anguish. This little scoundrel is rapidly growing stronger, engaging in combat with these beasts while simultaneously enhancing his own power? How could this be? No, I must not allow him to continue to grow stronger. Otherwise, it may very well be my demise. Fear engulfed Tang Mubai's heart, compelling him to disregard all else as he forcibly carved a breach through the encirclement of the beasts, charging towards the location of Luo Feng. However, just as Tang Mubai arrived behind Luo Feng, poised to strike with his blade, he suddenly sensed an indescribable surge of mental energy erupting from within Luo Feng. Turning to face Tang Mubai, Luo Feng's gaze was icy and piercing, brimming with intense and seething murderous intent. He had successfully ascended to the realm of a 4th-grade mentalist, and now it was time to exact his revenge on Tang Mubai. In the next moment, a dagger, empowered by mental force, hurtled toward Tang Mubai's body with a thunderous rush. Chapter 49. You are not mistaken. You know you are doomed. A sudden gleam of cold light appeared as the dagger swiftly approached Tang Mubai, its tip aimed directly at his exposed eyes, nose, and mouth. By the time Tang Mubai sensed the impending danger and attempted to raise his weapon for defense, it was already too late. Fortunately, the battle attire he wore could be controlled by his thoughts, instantly enveloping all his vital organs. The dagger struck Tang Mubai's head, and the terrifying impact caused his body to uncontrollably lean backward, sending him hurtling into the swarm of ferocious beasts. Before those frenzied creatures could tear him apart, a dozen subsequent daggers followed suit, launching a fierce assault on various parts of his body. Thud! 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 A series of muffled sounds echoed as Tang Mubai's battle attire appeared to be punctured with small dents. Even though it was not pierced, it took nearly 2 seconds for the attire to revert to its original form. Accompanying this were Tang Mubai's low growls. "Ah, stop, you little wretch." Indeed, Tang Mubai's battle attire could diminish the force of enemy attacks. Even a 5th-tier warrior would struggle to penetrate it. Yet it could not entirely absorb or negate these assaults. If the force behind the strikes was sufficiently powerful, he would still experience pain. The power, diminished by the battle attire, might seem negligible to other 4th-tier warriors, who had not only refined their upper limb bones, but had also begun to strengthen their lower limbs, gaining ample experience in life-and-death struggles against beasts, accustomed to high-intensity combat. But who was Tang Mubai? The 3rd young master of the Tang family. He had lived a life of privilege, with minimal experience in battling ferocious beasts. His attempts at refining his upper limb bones had been hasty at best. This was why he had exhibited such a yearning when witnessing Luo Feng achieving a golden body at the 2nd-tier warrior stage. However, Luo Feng's willingness to risk his life against the beast was driven by the ambition to advance to the 4th-tier mentalist and eliminate Tang Mubai. There was no possibility of granting him a moment's respite now. What filled Tang Mubai with dread was the realization that after being struck by the daggers, his battle attire required nearly 2 seconds to recover. Luo Feng, seizing the opportunity, swiftly altered his attack strategy. With a formidable mental strength of 3,000 hertz, he ensured that each dagger's strike landed with precision on the same point. Under the control of his mental force, the daggers fell like a torrential storm, striking Tang Mubai at an astonishing rate of over 10 times per second. In less than a minute, his battle attire had silently developed numerous minute breaches. Though these gaps were tiny, not even the dagger's tip could penetrate them. Nevertheless, upon realizing this, a wave of terror flooded Tang Mubai's heart. Impossible. This attire cannot be breached even by a 5th-tier warrior. How can you, a mere wretch, accomplish this? Overcome by fear, Tang Mubai's voice grew frantic and shrill, nearly drowning out the roars and howls of the surrounding frenzied beasts. Tang Mubai was acutely aware that if this continued, he would be left with no option but death. Thus, he began to wildly swing his blade to fend off the daggers aimed at him, all while attempting to rise to his feet. Regrettably, after ascending to the 4th rank of martial artist, the force unleashed by the daggers, empowered by Luo Feng's mental energy, far surpassed his own capabilities. Under the relentless onslaught, Tang Mubai found himself being pushed back and forth by the daggers, unable even to steady his stance. As the gash in his battle attire widened with each strike, he finally recognized the dire situation and urgently shouted at Luo Feng, "Stop!" Luo Feng appeared oblivious to his plea, clearing the surrounding beasts with his blade while advancing towards Tang Mubai's position. He also continued to use his mental energy to attack the growing breach in Tang Mubai's battle attire, exuding an air of effortless control. In the wilderness, even with his advancement to a 4th-rank mentalist, he could not have faced a horde of beasts with such ease. Yet in this small town street, the number of beasts he faced was limited, posing little threat to him. As Luo Feng drew nearer, Tang Mubai could distinctly feel the diminishing force that his battle attire could withstand. It was as if he had been struck by the blade itself. With sharp pains radiating from multiple parts of his body, he endeavored to escape by various means, but every time he retreated or leaped, the dagger, empowered by mental energy, would swiftly knock him down. After enduring this cycle more than 10 times, despair enveloped him completely. He gazed at Luo Feng, now so close, and the initial arrogance faded from his expression, replaced by sheer terror, his voice trembling. "Luo Feng, you still have time to relent. If you dare to kill me, you will undoubtedly face a fate worse than death." Tang Mubai swallowed hard, his tone urgent. "If you let me go, I promise I will not send anyone after you again. This time, we underestimated you, which is why only I, a 4th-rank martial artist, came. But if you kill me, neither my elder brother nor my father will spare you. I truly regret my actions. I can swear an oath to you. What say you?" Luo Feng regarded Tang Mubai with an expressionless gaze, his voice as frigid as eternal ice. The words of that fat man and the scarred one were not mistaken. "You are indeed a fool. With that, Luo Feng swung his blade, leaving Tang Mubai no time to react. Simultaneously, he manipulated the dagger with his mental energy, driving it into Tang Mubai's battle attire, which was forcibly stripped away from him as if peeling off skin. The blade sliced through flesh and warm. Crimson blood gushed forth like a broken faucet, overwhelming him with excruciating pain that elicited a piercing scream from his throat. Luo Feng, you little bastard! How dare you lay a hand on me? A piercing sound echoed as the blade tore through flesh, and without the protection of his battle attire, Tang Mubai found himself unable to withstand the onslaught of daggers. With just a single wave of attacks, over a dozen horrific wounds, deep enough to reveal bone, marred his body. Moments passed, and Tang Mubai was utterly transformed into a figure of blood. His once charmingly roguish visage was now etched with scars from the blades. As the grim reality of impending death enveloped him, his spirit shattered completely. In one breath, he was hurling curses, and in the next, he was kneeling before Luo Feng, bowing his head in desperate supplication. Over the years, countless individuals had met their demise at the hands of Tang Mubai, and now the time had come for him to experience the same torment. Luo Feng, indifferent to his pleas, wielded the daggers with his mental prowess, deftly stirring them within Tang Mubai's body, causing vibrant blossoms of crimson to erupt from his wounds. Chapter 50. The Annihilation of the Tang Clan. A piercing wail reverberated through the heavens, drowning out the roars of the surrounding beasts. Tang Mubai fell to his knees, his upper body collapsing onto the ground as he pressed his hands against his face, desperately trying to stem the flow of blood, but to no avail. The excruciating pain and terror rendered his body uncontrollable, causing it to tremble violently, resembling a victim subjected to horrific torture. Not far off on the rooftop, the stout man and the scarred one observed the scene, their hearts filled not only with astonishment at Luo Feng's grotesquely rapid enhancement of power, but also a sense of vindication at witnessing Tang Mubai's brutal demise. Even the most oblivious among them could comprehend, after hearing Tang Mubai's earlier remarks, that the accusations against Luo Feng were a malicious fabrication. These villains had not only wrongfully condemned Luo Feng to death, but had also ventured into the wilderness with the intent to extinguish his life prematurely. Moreover, given Tang Mubai's own sadistic nature, it was only fitting that he should experience the sensation of dying slowly. Please, I beg you for mercy. Tang Mubai struggled to lift his head, but the blood clouding his vision rendered Luo Feng's expression a mere blur. The only thing he could perceive with clarity was Luo Feng's frigid gaze, which made his voice crack and tremble as he pleaded urgently, "If you spare me, I would do anything you ask. I do not wish to die. I long to live." In response, the only sounds that filled the air were the swift slicing of a dagger through the void and the sickening sound of flesh being torn apart, accompanied by the violent spray of blood. A fourth-tier warrior possesses an immense reservoir of vitality. Under normal circumstances, as long as the injuries are not fatal, recovery is possible. Yet it was precisely this resilience that made it difficult for Tang Mubai to embrace death, leaving him helplessly kneeling on the ground, acutely aware of his life force ebbing away little by little. It was not until the very moment of his life's extinguishment that Tang Mubai could not fathom how a task so deceptively simple had led to his downfall at the hands of Luo Feng, a mere insignificant wretch. Furthermore, how had Luo Feng, who had been rendered a cripple by his sister Tang Lingxian's poison, managed to stage such a swift resurgence? Not only achieving the embryonic form of a golden body to become a second-tier warrior, but also awakening his mental prowess to ascend to the rank of a fourth-tier mentalist? Regrettably, these questions were destined to remain unanswered. After completely eliminating Tang Mubai, Luo Feng's taut nerves finally relaxed somewhat, yet the flames of vengeance within him blazed even fiercer. Whether it was the death of his mother or the demise of his beloved Su Liu's family, Tang Mubai could only be regarded as a minor accomplice. The true architects of his suffering were Tang Shan, Tang Lingxian, Lin Changqing, and Lin Jingwu. Thus, the murder of Tang Mubai was merely a prologue. The path of revenge that lay ahead for Luo Feng was still long and arduous. At that moment, the communicator on Tang Mubai's lifeless body suddenly emitted a series of urgent calls. Luo Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, using his mental power to manipulate a dagger to deter the approaching beast while picking up the communicator to check. Upon seeing the name Dad displayed on the device, Luo Feng instantly realized that there was a high probability that Tang Mubai was equipped with a life detection device. Should anything happen to him, Tang Shan would be the first to know. From the very beginning, Luo Feng had anticipated this outcome. The moment he activated the wind spirit and underwent transformation, he understood that the Tang family would undoubtedly send someone to eliminate him. Now that Tang Mubai had failed and was killed by him, the next time the Tang family took action, it would likely be Tang Hao, a 7th-tier master, or even Tang Shan, an 8th-tier grandmaster. With no retreat left, there was no reason to hesitate, and Luo Feng decisively answered the call. Before he could utter a word, Tang Shan's cold, fury-laden voice resonated from the other end. "Who are you? Where's Mubai? How is he?" Luo Feng, without even glancing at Tang Mubai's corpse at his feet, coldly replied, "Dead." Despite Tang Shan being mentally prepared, the anguish that followed this revelation was profound. Nevertheless, in pursuit of the truth behind his son's death, he restrained his anger and asked in a low, intense voice, "Who did this?" "I did." Tang Shan could not fathom that the audacious perpetrator who had slain his son would not only refrain from destroying the evidence, but also dare to engage in conversation with him. His fury ignited. He roared, "Who are you?" Luo Feng, expressionless, gazed at the communicator in his hand and replied nonchalantly, "Did you not send him to kill me? Do you still not know who I am?" Upon hearing these words, Tang Shan paused for a moment, and after 2 seconds, he grasped Luo Feng's identity. Even with his composure, he could not help but exclaim, "It's you?" Throughout this ordeal, Tang Shan had never considered that the one to kill Tang Mubai could be Luo Feng. In Tang Shan's view, even if his younger son was inept, with his 4th-tier martial prowess, it was inconceivable that he could be slain by Luo Feng. He must have fallen victim to another's treachery or been caught in a beast tide. Now, learning the truth from Luo Feng's lips was unbearable for him. Tang Shan, in a rage that turned to ironic laughter, spat, "Good. You have more guts than your father. Regardless of how you accomplish this, I will ensure you wish for neither life nor death." In the face of this threat, Luo Feng exhibited no signs of submission. Instead, he coldly retorted, "Old dog. Tang Mubai was merely the beginning. Even if the Tang family survives but a single insect, it will count as my failure." As Luo Feng's words echoed, a piercing sound erupted from the communicator, followed by a sudden disconnection, clearly indicating that Tang Shan, in a fit of rage, had crushed the device in his fury. Once the communication ended, Luo Feng did not linger in the moment. He lifted his gaze to the boundless tide of beasts ahead, gripping his long knife, while several daggers swirled around him like flying swords. In the next instant, Luo Feng plunged headlong into the sea of beasts without hesitation. Luo Feng remained uncertain as to when Tongshin's retribution would manifest. It was conceivable that he might receive a warning from the military due to the recent events, prompting him to temper his actions. However, it was equally probable that Tongshin would disregard the Great Siam military and persist in eliminating him as a threat, simultaneously seeking vengeance for his younger son. Given Luo Feng's current capabilities, he could contend with Tang Mubai, a 4th-tier martial artist bolstered by abundant resources. Yet, should the adversary dispatch a more formidable opponent, his situation would become exceedingly precarious. Thus, Luo Feng must seize the opportunity presented by the impending beast tide, hunting more exotic creatures to augment his strength as swiftly as possible. Chapter 51. You have slain all my attribute points, you wretched bastard. Had I known it would come to this, I should have compelled Lin Jingwu to eliminate him as well. Tang Shan's eyes twitched slightly, the veins on his forehead bulging, his heart ablaze with fury and murderous intent. Tang Mubai, his youngest son and the most cherished of his children, had committed numerous unforgivable acts over the years. Yet Tang Shan had always shielded him, even knowing that Tang Mubai's talent was lacking. He had relentlessly utilized vast resources to elevate him to the realm of a 4th-rank warrior. Now, upon learning that Tang Mubai had met his demise at the hands of that wretched child, Luo Feng, Tang Shan felt a pain that made it nearly impossible to breathe. Yearning to confront Luo Feng and demand retribution for his son's death, Once he regained his composure, Tang Shan began to sense something amiss. Tang Mubai was clad in battle attire. Even a fifth-rank warrior would find it exceedingly difficult to breach such armor. Furthermore, as a fourth-rank warrior, he had no rival among his peers. Even if he did encounter a fifth-rank warrior, he had a significant chance of escaping unscathed. Luo Feng was merely a second-rank warrior. Even with his status as a second-rank mentalist, it was utterly impossible for him to have slain Tang Mubai. What could have transpired? Why had this happened? Tang Shan furrowed his brow, pondering aloud. Could it be that someone from the authorities had aided that wretched child? However, without concrete evidence, the official protocol would merely prevent Mubai from eliminating Luo Feng. It was inconceivable that they would assist in Mubai's downfall. Or perhaps the authorities had orchestrated this deliberately, intending to issue me a warning? Contemplating this possibility, Tang Shan narrowed his eyes, his expression growing grave. As an eighth-rank grandmaster, he was privy to many clandestine matters. He was well aware that the two martial saints of the Great Xia, who publicly claimed to be sequestered in pursuit of higher realms, had actually departed from Blue Star. Although he was currently the strongest in Great Xia, no one could ascertain when those two martial saints would return. Thus, if the authorities truly intended to act against him, Tang Shan knew he must proceed with caution. It seemed imperative to hasten his breakthrough to ninth rank. That way, even if the authorities uncovered evidence, they would dare not move against the Tang family. Moreover, even if those two returned, I would not be fearful. In light of this, the only recourse was to endure for a time, allowing that wretched child to live a few more days. The mere thought of Luo Feng's recent proclamation to annihilate the Tang family ignited a fierce rage within Tang Shan. Nevertheless, he understood the gravity of the situation. Before he ascended to ninth rank, it would be prudent to avoid a confrontation with the Great Xia authorities over mere Luo Feng, lest the Tang family find themselves with no avenue for retreat. Luo Feng, oblivious to the convoluted musings of Tang Shan that had unfurled into a scenario remarkably favorable to him, found himself temporarily free from the fear of retribution from the Tang family. Of course, even if he were to become aware of this, he would not relent. Instead, he would be even more eager to grow stronger. Once Tang Shen ascends to the realm of the ninth grade martial saint, even if the authorities are aware of his wrongful entrapment, he is unlikely to escape death. Therefore, when it comes to vengeance, ultimately, one must rely on oneself. Originally, Luo Feng intended to exhaust all efforts to hunt the extraordinary beasts in this small town to acquire as many attribute points as possible. However, to his surprise, just as he was deeply engrossed in his hunt, an unfamiliar five-member team arrived. The leader of the group cast a glance at Luo Feng, then, after comparing the information displayed on his wrist-mounted device, approached him and inquired, "Are you Luo Feng?" In light of the ambiguity surrounding the other party's identity, Luo Feng nodded but instantly became exceedingly vigilant, gripping his dulled standard long knife, while a damaged dagger circled around him. Sensing Luo Feng's wariness, the leader remained unfazed and stated, "We are the Northern Special Operations Team. We came specifically to offer assistance upon learning of the events here. Wasn't there a fourth-grade martial artist? Where is he? Has he fled?" Luo Feng exhaled slightly. Pointing to the nearby pile of grim white bones, he replied, "He is already dead." Upon hearing this, both the team leader and the other four members, who were swiftly hunting the extraordinary beasts, turned to Luo Feng in unison. According to the intelligence they received, the fourth-grade martial artist was Tang Shen's notorious son, Tang Mubai. Unfortunately, they had previously failed to gather concrete evidence of his misdeeds, and his pursuit of Luo Feng in I Ching undoubtedly indicated that the death of Luo Feng's girlfriend's family was shrouded in mystery. Their orders were to capture Tang Mubai alive, using him as a breakthrough to uncover all his crimes and attempt to uproot the Tang family. Before arriving in this town, they had feared arriving too late and finding that Tang Mubai had killed Luo Feng and successfully escaped. Yet, not only was Luo Feng alive, but he had also turned the tables and slain Tang Mubai, although this indirectly led to the failure of their mission. It was Luo Feng's demonstrated combat prowess that astonished them the most. despite the records indicating he was merely a second-grade martial artist and a second-grade mentalist. He had defeated a fourth-grade martial artist who was clad in high-grade battle attire, making it no simple feat for an average fifth-grade martial artist to vanquish him. While they were eager to discover how Luo Feng achieved this feat, it was evidently not the right moment to inquire. The team leader solemnly declared, "Since Tang Mubai is dead, let us first eliminate the beasts in this area." Yes. As the others commenced their actions, the captain of the special operations team smiled at Luo Feng and said, "You've worked hard. Take a moment to rest. We will handle the beasts here, and it will be over swiftly." The members of this special operations team displayed formidable power, each at least fourth-grade martial artists. Their efficiency in exterminating the extraordinary beasts was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, every beast on the street was eradicated. In perfect synchrony, the Special Operations Team has commenced their advance, rendering the frenzied hordes of alien beasts before them utterly insignificant. Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Feng, instead of heeding the captain's advice to find a place to rest, unsheathed his blade and plunged into the fray, exhibiting an insatiable fervor for hunting these creatures. His wild demeanor left the Special Operations Team in awe, sparking a desire to inquire whether Luo Feng harbored some deep-seated vendetta against the beasts. Luo Feng remarked, "What you are slaying are my attribute points." Chapter 52, Madman. This title suits you well. The blade has dulled from relentless strikes, yet he shows no sign of respite. "Isn't this lad pushing himself a bit too hard?" One of the team members chuckled derisively after observing Luo Feng's valiant demeanor. The captain, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man in his 30s, scrutinized Luo Feng closely, and his eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Is that a golden body? How could a second-tier warrior possibly achieve such a form?" Upon hearing the captain's words, the 4 team members turned to gaze at Luo Feng. They were stunned to see the golden radiance emanating from his upper body as he wielded his blade to hunt the aberrant beasts. After a moment, a burly team member, muscles straining against his combat attire, tentatively inquired, "Could it be that we are mistaken? Perhaps he has awakened a unique ability related to the golden element, which would explain the similarity to a golden body." After all, some golden element warriors possess abilities that are colloquially termed as mini golden bodies, much like your own capability, Captain. The captain, with a grave expression, shook his head. "No, this is not an elemental ability. It is indeed a golden body. And do not forget, he is merely a second-tier warrior. How could he have awakened an elemental ability?" The muscular man scratched his head, about to respond when the blind member beside him slowly remarked, "Not only does he possess a golden body, but his mental force has reached 3,000 hertz, already stepping into the realm of a fourth-tier mental master. However, his control over this mental force is rather rudimentary. It appears he has yet to refine it. A golden body coupled with a fourth-tier mental master? What kind of anomaly is this lad?" The captain pondered. Wasn't it stated in the records that before entering the death row in Yi City, he was a waste incapable of surpassing 0. 7 cards in vitality? If Luo Feng is deemed a waste, then the vast majority of warriors and mental masters in Blue Star ought to feel utterly ashamed. Taking a deep breath to steady his astonishment, the captain addressed his 4 companions. "Enough. He is exerting himself fiercely to slay these aberrant beasts. We cannot be outdone by him. Let us give our all and swiftly eliminate the beasts in this town, for there are other areas requiring our support." "Yes, Captain." As if to rival Luo Feng, the 5 elite task force members unleashed their full potential. They would swiftly eliminate any aberrant beasts upon discovering their presence. Initially, the number of aberrant beasts in the town was overwhelming, providing ample prey. However, mere minutes passed, and even with Luo Feng's formidable 3,000 hertz mental force, locating groups of aberrant beasts became increasingly challenging. Once the aberrant beasts dwindled to a mere few, their hunting efforts came to a halt. The captain, observing Luo Feng's insatiable desire for battle, felt somewhat speechless. Not to mention the countless beasts Luo Feng had vanquished prior to their arrival. He had already slain over 100 aberrant beasts since they had entered the town, yet he still appeared unsatisfied. Could it be that this lad harbors some peculiar predilection? After a moment of silent contemplation, the captain subtly shook his head and addressed Luo Feng with your prowess. You have already met the selection criteria for our special operations team, so let us introduce ourselves. I am the captain of this special operations unit. You may call me Iron Block. These are my comrades, De Zhuang, Old Lei, Shadow, and Blind. Luo Feng's gaze swept across Iron Block and his 4 teammates, who nodded in friendly acknowledgement. As a death row inmate, Luo Feng had grown accustomed to being addressed by code names, so he replied, "They all call me Madman." Madman? Iron Block and the others raised their eyebrows, recalling Luo Feng's frenzied demeanor during the hunt for the exotic beasts, and found the moniker quite fitting. Just then, the communicator on Iron Block's wrist beeped twice. He raised his hand to glance at it, and then said to Luo Feng, "We must head to another location for support. But if you succeed in the selection for the special operations team, I hope you will consider joining us." With that, Iron Block signaled to his team to proceed to their next objective. Before departing, Blind, with his pure white eyes, turned to Luo Feng and remarked, "Though your mental power has reached 3,000 hertz, your technique in wielding psychic energy remains rather crude. Upon your return, you should consider exchanging for the foundational training manual of the Psychic Master and study it systematically. Like martial artists, psychic masters cannot merely rely on stacking numbers. Sometimes, technique holds far greater significance than raw power. Additionally, weaponry is equally crucial. Using an ordinary dagger will not allow you to fully exploit the advantages of a psychic master." Luo Feng sensed the goodwill emanating from Blind and nodded slightly. "I understand. Thank you." Blind waved his hand dismissively, offering no further words, and quickly followed his teammates out of the small town. Luo Feng gazed at Blind's retreating figure, lost in thought. From observing Blind hunt the exotic beasts earlier, Luo Feng discerned that, like himself, Blind was also a 4th-tier psychic master. However, the combat strength he exhibited far surpassed Luo Feng's own. Were they to engage in combat, even with the Golden Body prototype, Luo Feng would undoubtedly face defeat. Furthermore, if Blind were to confront Tang Mubai, he could likely pierce through Tang Mubai's battle attire with ease, rather than wearing him down gradually as Luo Feng had done. As Blind had pointed out, pursuing mere numerical superiority in mental power is futile. Even high-level psychic masters could fall to lower-level adversaries through cunning. Luo Feng was not oblivious to his deficiencies in the techniques of psychic energy. Rather, the brevity of time since his awakening had afforded him no opportunity to exchange for manuals that could enhance his skills. However, there was a silver lining. Having slain numerous exotic beasts, he not only amassed a considerable number of attribute points, but also accrued contribution points to exchange for necessary items with the military, leading to an unexpected windfall. Upon his return to Yi City, he would be able to redeem the foundational training manual Blind had mentioned, a specialized flying knife, and improve his relatively weak agility. "Madman," he mused, "I am truly on the brink of madness. You are quite the anomaly." The plump man descended from the rooftop, sprinting towards Luo Feng while shouting excitedly. Even the scarred man wore an expression of fervent admiration, his eyes brimming with awe for Luo Feng. What was initially perceived as a dire situation turned into a remarkable turnaround as Luo Feng, through sheer capability, ascended to the rank of a 4th-rank spiritual master. It was astonishing to witness such a transformation. Upon his arrival at the death row in Yi City, Luo Feng was merely a budding martial artist, and yet, in such a brief span, he evolved into an immensely formidable force. This extraordinary rate of advancement would surely be met with disbelief if shared with others. Chapter 53. The conclusion of the Beast Tide and mysterious legacy. The presence of a formidable ally like Madman is indeed a blessing. Yet there exists a peril in his overwhelming strength. Once you join the Special Operations Team in the future, we shall no longer be able to cling to your coattails as we have these past few days. "Madman, how could we possibly survive without you?" the chubby one lamented, feigning sorrow as he theatrically wiped his eyes, adopting a heart-wrenching demeanor. Witnessing his antics, even Luo Feng could not suppress a chuckle. As the fury and grief stemming from his mother's demise were momentarily alleviated, beside them, Scarface delivered a gentle kick to the chubby one, expressing his exasperation. "All right, enough with the theatrics, would you?" He then turned to Luo Feng with genuine sincerity. Madman, it is indeed fortunate that you have managed to leave Yecheng, and we sincerely rejoice in your success. We hope you can eventually clear your name and attain your vengeance." At this, the chubby one straightened his expression, exclaiming with fervor, "Indeed, just look at Tang Mubai's earlier display. It's clear his family is no paragon of virtue. They deserve far worse than us condemned souls." He continued, "Damn it, here we are, perpetually on edge, battling alien beasts in this wilderness, while those who have similarly committed heinous crimes frolic freely in the city base. The mere thought is infuriating." As he spoke, the chubby one shifted his tone, cautioning, "Though you may not appreciate this, madman, you must temper your impulses. In the face of danger, it is wise to exercise restraint. I understand your thirst for revenge, but the priority must be survival." He felt that had he been in Luo Feng's position, upon realizing he was outmatched by Tang Mubai, he would have sought to retreat and bide his time until he was strong enough to reclaim his honor, rather than risking everything in a life-and-death struggle to transcend to a fourth-rank mentalist. Should he fail to break through, it would likely result in his demise. Such a scenario may apply to others, yet for Luo Feng, the circumstances were entirely different. With a wind spirit by his side, he could distinctly perceive his attributes, which was crucial to his potential resurgence. At that moment, the communicator on Luo Feng's wrist suddenly chimed. Upon recognizing it was Zhang Yu, he promptly answered, "Madman, I have been informed of the situation on your end. Since Tang Mubai is deceased and the alien beasts in your town have been eradicated, you may now return to Yecheng." Luo Feng was momentarily taken aback, inquiring, "Return to Yecheng? Are we no longer required to continue eliminating the beasts?" Zhang Yu replied without hesitation, "No need. This beast tide was instigated by two S-rank alien beasts, both of which have been slain by our northern elite. The beast tide has concluded. Furthermore, the areas nearby where the beasts congregated have been thoroughly cleared. There will be no further gatherings in the near future. You can take some time to rest over the coming days." Upon hearing this, both the chubby one and Scarface expressed their elation, astonished by the unexpected news following the outbreak of the beast tide. Could this be a reward for the fortunate survivors? Indeed, seeking the support of powerful allies proves to be immensely gratifying. Had it not been for Luo Feng's presence with their meager abilities, those two would likely have been devoured by the horde of beasts at the very onset of the calamity. However, Luo Feng's reaction to the news starkly contrasted theirs. Upon learning that the nearby area was devoid of beasts, he felt a profound sense of dismay. He had anticipated capitalizing on the chaos to unleash a spree of carnage, only to find his plans thwarted. Yet, this fleeting sentiment was swiftly banished from his mind. For Luo Feng, the beast tide represented a rare opportunity for rapid enhancement of his prowess. Yet for others, it was an unequivocal disaster. Even though the onslaught was curtailed in a short span, it likely exacted a heavy toll on many lives. Luo Feng chose not to dwell on this. Instead, he considered it a means of securing his future attributes ahead of time. Moreover, he intended to return in exchange for the techniques he required, particularly to elevate his mental prowess. With this in mind, Luo Feng addressed his communicator. "All right, let us begin our return journey. Chief, although we have yet to uncover critical evidence, the mere fact that Tang Mubai pursued Luo Feng to Yi City already substantiates that he has indeed been wronged and framed." Li Hu observed the screen before him with a grave expression. It displayed the highest-ranking officer of the Northern War Zone. After learning from Zhang Yu that Luo Feng was being hunted by Tang Mubai, Li Hu promptly reported the situation, prompting the dispatch of a special operations team for support. Now, as the chief contacted Li Hu, it was not only to commend the Yi City military for their commendable response to the beast tide, but also to reassure him that Luo Feng had not met with misfortune. Upon hearing Li Hu's remarks, the chief slowly nodded. "You are correct. Various indications suggest that it was not Luo Feng who slaughtered Su Liyue and her family, but rather his brother, Lin Chongqing. Luo Feng has unjustly borne this blame due to the machinations of his stepmother." The chief scoffed. "The Tang family has truly overstepped their bounds. Had we found definitive evidence sooner, they would have been uprooted long ago. Furthermore, if the two martial saints were present, the Tang clan would not dare to act with such impunity." Li Hu, taken aback by this information, could not restrain his curiosity. "Chief, what do you mean by the absence of those two martial saints? Were they not in seclusion, striving for a higher realm?" Realizing his slip of tongue in his frustration, the chief's gaze hardened as he looked at Li Hu. "This is not information pertinent to your rank. Consider it as if you have not heard anything." Though Li Hu was perplexed and entirely in the dark regarding the unfolding events, he promptly replied, "Yes, Chief." To prevent Li Hu from fixating on the absence of the two martial saints, the chief deftly redirected the conversation. "Indeed, the members of the Special Operations Team informed me that Tang Mubai was slain by Luo Feng himself, and they also mentioned that he has already begun to shape his golden body, concurrently achieving the rank of a fourth-tier spiritual master. Are you aware of the situation?" "What?" Upon hearing this, Li Hu exclaimed in astonishment, utterly bewildered. "A golden body? A fourth-tier spiritual master? It appears you are not in the know." Observing his reaction, the commander furrowed his brow in contemplation. It is possible that there was an error in the information regarding Luo Feng during that public trial. However, as you mentioned, he was merely a preliminary warrior upon his arrival in Yi City. To undergo such a rapid series of breakthroughs and experience a transformation so profound within such a brief span is remarkable. Could it be that he encountered some mysterious inheritance in the wilderness? Chapter 54. Secrets and the Refinement of Spiritual Power. A mysterious legacy? Li Hu was taken aback upon hearing this and pondered. Surely it cannot be so. The death row inmate is under constant surveillance. If he were to obtain a legacy, we would undoubtedly have discovered it. The chief, however, disagreed with his perspective, shaking his head slightly. Much like those renowned mysterious relics, once one enters, all devices temporarily fail, only resuming functionality upon exit. If Luo Feng truly acquired a legacy, it is only natural that our current surveillance technology would not detect it. After a brief pause, the chief added with a disdainful scoff, "If Tang Shan had not received a legacy from the relics back then, he would never have risen to become the strongest among the 8th grade grandmasters." What is most infuriating is that Tang Shan once received considerable assistance from our Great Xia government. Yet after attaining power, he offered no gratitude, hoarding resources for himself while allowing his juniors to act recklessly and commit crimes. He is nothing but a treacherous wolf. Upon hearing this, Li Hu, perplexed, inquired, "Chief, has it not always been said that the emergence of martial arts was due to someone discovering the ability to cultivate after obtaining a legacy? Furthermore, there are quite a few formidable individuals like Tang Shan who have also received legacies. What exactly are these legacies and relics? Why do such mysteries exist in Blue Star? Is there a connection to the rifts in the void and the appearance of otherworldly beasts? To enter a relic, one must meet stringent criteria, which is why many inadequately qualified martial artists venture into the wilderness, hoping to become the next fortunate recipient of a legacy. This is a significant reason why so many martial artists roam the wilds." Facing Li Hu's questions, the chief's gaze flickered, and after studying him intently, he shook his head. "This matter is highly classified. At your current rank, you are not privy to it. If you wish to know more, focus on your cultivation and strive to become stronger." The chief chose not to linger on idle chat with Li Hu. There remained numerous matters to address following the beast tide. However, before concluding the communication, the chief remarked, "Though he failed to capture Tang Mu Bai and trace evidence of the Tang family, his actions have already revealed the extent of their arrogance. I will personally caution Tang Shan. He and the Tang family should remain subdued for a while, allowing Luo Feng to be free from the fear of being hunted again. Luo Feng has met the qualifications to participate in the Special Operations Team selection. Ensure he is sent to headquarters when the time comes." Upon hearing this, Li Hu stood up and saluted, exclaiming, "Yes, Chief." After the communication ended, Li Hu murmured to himself, deep in thought, "The higher one ascends, the more one realizes that the emergence of otherworldly beasts and martial arts is not merely due to the rifts in the void, judging by the chief's earlier demeanor. There must be some hidden truths within. Alas, this is not something I can currently delve into. I should focus on my responsibilities and manage the aftermath of the beast tide." The recent beast tide was predominantly composed of F-grade and E-grade creatures, with a small number of D-grade beasts. The corpses of these creatures are indeed quite valuable. They certainly cannot be discarded carelessly. Relying solely on the death row inmates would prove insufficient for the proper handling and transport of all the beast carcasses back to the City of Industry. Thus, this task must be entrusted to the military of the City of Industry. However, given that the beast tide has just concluded and the surrounding creatures have already been thoroughly cleared, there is little danger anticipated. As the military of the City of Industry mobilized, the inmates also returned to the city. Prior to the outbreak of the beast tide, there were over 20 death row inmates, yet after the turmoil, only 5 survived. Aside from the 3 of Luo Feng, the other 2 combined teams faced total annihilation, with only 1 survivor from Zhang Yu's group of newcomers. In truth, the 3 newcomers from Luo Feng's team could have survived as well, had they not made the grave mistake of betraying Luo Feng to align with Tang Mubai at a critical moment. This decision was remarkably foolish. Even if they had not perished at the hands of the beasts, neither Luo Feng nor Tang Mubai would have spared them, regardless of who emerged victorious. The surviving inmates were filled with relief, and Zhang Yu was no exception. To commemorate their continued existence, the group indulged in a revelry, drinking deeply to forget the terror they had faced during the beast tide. Though Luo Feng partook in the festivities, he remained in control and did not succumb to inebriation. Instead, upon the conclusion of the celebration, he returned to his quarters to examine the foundational training text on mental cultivation recommended by the blind man. The moment he opened the book, Luo Feng became utterly engrossed, his focus narrowing solely on the foundational text of the mental cultivator, turning each page with deliberate slowness, as if he needed to read each statement multiple times to fully grasp its meaning. It was not until over half an hour had passed that he reached the final page, roused from his reverie by the prominent title foundational text emblazoned on the cover. No wonder it was titled as such. It turned out that a 4th-tier mental cultivator was merely at the threshold of understanding. This foundational text was remarkably accessible, devoid of any obscurity, allowing for a clear comprehension of what mental energy truly is and how a mental cultivator ought to wield this power, ultimately achieving mastery over it. Even someone like Luo Feng, who had never before studied the techniques of a mental cultivator, found that he could grasp the essence of this profound force after a single reading. However, one aspect puzzled Luo Feng. Why was there no author's name attached to this foundational text? His previous searches yielded no information regarding its authorship. While he could not discern the reason for the author's anonymity, this was of little consequence. The most pressing matter now was to refine his mental energy as one would cultivate their blood and bones, honing it according to the instructions laid out in this training guide. Currently, Luo Feng's mental power possesses mere numerical value. However, when he attempts to wield it, it becomes scattered, failing to manifest the formidable strength akin to that of the blind master. Previously, Luo Feng was at a loss regarding how to effectuate change, but after perusing a treatise on mental cultivation, he has come to recognize his shortcomings. Simply amassing numerical values in pursuit of elevating his mental prowess, without refining and honing it, will lead to stagnation. That is the reason behind the disparities even among peers of the same rank. Fortunately, Luo Feng's realization has not come too late, and with the presence of Feng Ling, he can confidently refine his mental power without concern for any detrimental repercussions. Contemplating this, Luo Feng inhaled deeply and murmured to himself. It just so happens that in the coming days, no exotic beasts are expected in the vicinity, allowing him to focus intently on refining his mental power while concurrently fortifying the bones of his lower limbs. Chapter 55. The Fear of Lin Chongqing. A fleeting dance, the beast tide that erupted in the northern regions of the Great Xia did not affect other battle zones. The south remained as tranquil as ever. Due to the lack of concrete evidence against Lin Chongqing, the authorities found themselves powerless, for one cannot execute a man based solely on suspicion. Consequently, Lin Chongqing continued to be revered as a genius second lieutenant by the soldiers. However, the soldiers were perplexed by Lin Chongqing's recent demeanor, which had turned exceedingly foul. He had resorted to reprimanding and berating his subordinates over trivial matters. This change in behavior was, of course, attributed to Luo Feng. Ever since Lin Chongqing learned that Luo Feng had not perished at the hands of the beasts and had instead transformed from a mere waste into a prodigy, nearly surpassing him in strength within mere days, he became increasingly irritable. Lin Chongqing's singular desire was for Luo Feng to meet an untimely demise. Only then would the crimes he had committed be shielded from discovery. Upon receiving a message from his mother, Tang Lingxian, through his wrist communicator, Lin Chongqing's expression shifted. Could it be that Luo Feng had indeed died? Was his mother about to share this delightful news? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chongqing returned to his quarters to contact his mother. As soon as the call connected, he eagerly inquired, "Mother, what news do you bear? Has Luo Feng perished?" To his bewilderment, his question was met with silence, followed by the muffled sounds of Tang Lingshuan's suppressed sobs. Frowning with concern, Lin Chongqing pressed further. "What is the matter? Why are you crying?" Tang Lingxian remained silent, her sobs only intensifying. Just as Lin Chongqing was about to inquire again, she finally spoke. "Your uncle has passed away." Lin Chongqing's pupils constricted slightly, and disbelief washed over his features. "My uncle has died? How can that be? He is a fourth-tier martial artist and rarely leaves the base city. With grandfather around, how could he possibly die?" "Mother, you must be mistaken," he insisted. Lin Chongqing had a close bond with his uncle, who had introduced him to a myriad of intriguing experiences since childhood, including the darker arts of torment and manipulation. Many of the methods he employed against Luo Feng were instigated by Tang Mubai. Yet, it was not that Tang Mubai led him astray. Rather, he had guided Lin Chongqing to unleash his true nature, allowing him to recognize his own malevolence at a tender age without suppressing it. Now, upon hearing the news of Tang Mubai's death, Lin Chongqing found it impossible to accept. "It is true. This is what your grandfather has said," Tang Lingxian retorted through gritted teeth. "It is all because of that wretched Luo Feng. If it were not for the attempt on his life, Mubai would not have met such a fate." Lin Chongqing was taken aback, his heart racing, momentarily forgetting his concern for Tang Lingxian as he urgently questioned. "Did uncle go to kill Luo Feng? Was he successful in killing him?" Tang Lingxian said resentfully. "No, that little bastard is still alive, and according to your grandfather, that little scoundrel openly admitted that your uncle was killed by him." "What?" Lin Chongqing was rendered speechless upon hearing this. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared blankly at the communicator. After a considerable pause, he finally croaked, "What on earth is happening? Isn't Luo Feng a second-tier martial artist? How could he possibly kill my uncle, a fourth-tier martial artist?" At this moment, Lin Chongqing's heart was filled with dread. If Tang Mubai was indeed killed by Luo Feng, it would imply that Luo Feng was at least a fourth-tier martial artist as well. This far surpassed his so-called genius status, and should they cross paths, given Luo Feng's animosity towards him, he would undoubtedly perish. The mere thought of such a possibility made Lin Chongqing wish to hide beside his father, Lin Zhengwu, or his grandfather, Tang Shan. Tang Lingxian noticed her son's fear and quickly reassured him. "Although Mubai was likely killed by that little bastard, the one who truly defeated your uncle must be someone else. It could never have been him. According to your grandfather's speculation, it is very likely that the authorities are displeased with the Tang family and are using this as a warning to us. Even though I don't know what method that little scoundrel used to render the poison ineffective, it is impossible for him to possess the strength to defeat your uncle in such a short time. Your uncle is not only a fourth-tier martial artist, but also wears a battle suit that even fifth-tier martial artists cannot penetrate. That little bastard could never be that strong." Upon hearing this, Lin Chongqing finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing just how embarrassed he had been moments before. Even if his uncle were dead, he still had the support of his father, his uncle, and even his grandfather, all powerful figures. Regardless of whether Tang Mubai was killed by Luo Feng, what difference would it make? Could he possibly be stronger than the three pillars of support he had? After indulging in some self-reassurance, Lin Chongqing could not help but ask, "Mom, what does Grandpa plan to do? Is he going to personally kill Luo Feng to avenge Uncle?" Tang Lingxian was somewhat speechless at this. Was Lin Chongqing more concerned about avenging Tang Mubai or about eliminating Luo Feng? However, she understood that as long as Luo Feng was alive, the two of them would continue to worry about the risk of their crimes being exposed. Unfortunately, Tang Shan had explicitly warned her to remain discreet during this period and to avoid any actions that might cross the line, as it could lead to significant trouble. At that point, even the Tang family might not be able to protect themselves. Despite the gravity of the consequences Tang Shan described, Tang Lingxian did not take it too seriously. In her view, since the two martial saints had entered seclusion, her father was the strongest in the current Daxia. Under such circumstances, who would dare to provoke the Tang family? Naturally, Tang Lingxian would not go too far. She planned to discreetly hire freelance martial artists at a high price to hunt down Luo Feng, as she needed to eliminate him before she could find peace. As long as no conclusive evidence is uncovered, even if the authorities are aware of their own culpability, they remain powerless to act. Moreover, Luo Feng is merely a forsaken death row inmate. Once he meets his demise, it is utterly implausible that anyone would come to his aid. After making her decision, Tang Lingxian reassured Lin Chongqing, saying, "Rest assured, you need not concern yourself with this matter. That little wretch, Luo Feng, will not be able to evade his fate for much longer. I will see to it." Once the call concluded, Lin Chongqing's expression transformed into one of sheer ferocity as he gritted his teeth and roared, "How is it that you can escape yet again, Luo Feng? Why does fortune always favor you?" Chapter 56. From this moment on, you are no longer a death row inmate. Madman, oh madman, how shall we survive without you? The portly fellow's voice trembled, his eyes brimming with tears as he gazed earnestly at Luo Feng, his small eyes filled with reluctance. "You must promise me. Take care of yourself over there. I shall miss you dearly." Faced with the antics of the rotund man and the peculiar gazes from those around him, Luo Feng felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. With determination, he delivered a swift kick to the man's rear, sending him sprawling across the ground. Ironically, it was a role reversal from when he first arrived in Yi City, witnessing Zhang Yu kick the portly fellow away. Luo Feng shot a fierce glare at him. "Enough already. I am merely departing. I'm not dying. What is the meaning of this?" The portly fellow picked himself up from the ground, a mournful expression on his face as he muttered, "You may indeed be leaving, but without your support, life will be arduous for me and Scar." Before Luo Feng could respond, Zhang Yu interjected, "If you wish to prolong your existence, then strive to cultivate diligently. Look at the madman. In such a short span, he has transformed into a formidable force, soon to partake in the Special Operations Team selection at headquarters. And what of you? How long have you been in East City? After so many encounters with the beasts, why have your and Scar's strengths not progressed? You remain mere first-tier warriors." Scar, who had been reveling in the portly man's plight, felt the tide turn as he too became the target of ridicule. His smile vanished instantly, and he couldn't help but retort, "Boss, your example is rather flawed. Who can be compared to this freak? Not only has he become a fourth-tier mental energy master, but he has also broken through to third tier as a warrior. I have never encountered such an anomaly." Zhang Yu fell silent, as he too believed that Luo Feng was indeed a marvel. In just over a month, his strength had undergone an astonishing transformation. It was hard to believe that anyone across the Blue Star could achieve such a feat. Feeling their gazes akin to that of spectators observing a rare creature, Luo Feng felt no pride. Rather, he believed his progress was still too slow. It had been over 20 days since the beast tide, and the attribute points he had acquired were scarcely sufficient to fill a gap. The after effects of the beast tide lingered heavily. Even now, the number of beasts near Yi City had yet to return to previous levels. As he prepared to depart for the Northern War Zone headquarters to participate in the Special Operations Team selection, Luo Feng realized that if this opportunity did not arise, he would need to seek other means to hunt beasts. Nevertheless, despite the scarcity of attribute points over the past 20 days, his combat prowess had far surpassed his previous capabilities. During this time, he had been honing and refining his mental energy, and the strength of any single stream of mental energy likely eclipsed the combined might of several he had previously wielded. Simultaneously, his leg bones had been tempered to perfection, and his vitality had reached 1,000, allowing him to break through to the third tier as a warrior, bringing him significantly closer to achieving the complete form of his golden body. Zhang Yu, disinterested in further discourse with the rotund man and the scarred individual, stepped forward to remove the collar from Luo Feng's neck, a symbol of his identity as a death row inmate. With a deep sense of emotion, he proclaimed, "From this moment forth, you're no longer a condemned prisoner. I suspected you might have been wrongfully accused when you arrived in Yi City, and the truth has now proven my intuition correct. I shall not dissuade you from seeking vengeance, yet I implore you to refrain from impulsive actions. Ensure you act only when you possess certainty. That old man from the Tang family is not to be underestimated. You must maintain your composure." As the collar was removed, Luo Feng felt an immense sense of relief, far beyond merely shedding the title of a death row inmate. It also absolved him of the heinous accusations he bore, proving he was not the murderer of his girlfriend's family. Gazing at the collar held in Zhang Yu's hand, memories of his angelic girlfriend, Su Liue, who had rescued him from despair only to fall victim to Lin Chongqing, flooded his mind. In that instant, a surge of murderous intent surged within him. Surely, Lin Chongqing had been informed of Tang Mubai's demise. It was uncertain whether he would react with rage or fear. Regardless of his response, Luo Feng vowed to make him wish for death, and that day would not be far off. Suppressing the hatred and murderous intent within him, Luo Feng acknowledged Zhang Yu's well-meaning advice with a slow nod. "I understand," he replied. Zhang Yu patted his shoulder and smiled. "All right, let us not waste any more time. It is time to board and depart. I anticipate hearing news of your ascent as a pillar in the north, or even in the greater realm of Daxia. Those challenges that do not kill you will only render you stronger." Once Luo Feng's plane departed from Yi City Airport, Zhang Yu adjusted his mood and turned to address the rotund man, the scarred individual, and the fortunate newcomer who had survived the beast tide. "Only by breaking through to become a third-grade warrior will you qualify for selection into the Special Operations Team. If you wish to shed the identity of a death row inmate, then strive to grow stronger." Luo Feng had gathered some understanding of this so-called Special Operations Team. It was not exclusive to the Northern War Zone, as the 4 war zones of Daxia all harbored this organization. Their missions were akin to those of the death row camps, hunting exotic beasts in the wilderness. However, the distinction lay in the fact that the Special Operations Team primarily undertook decapitation missions, targeting beings of at least C grade, corresponding to 4th grade human warriors. Those of merely 3rd grade strength could only serve as reserve members, awaiting their breakthrough to gain full status. Though the selection criteria for the Special Operations Team remained unknown to him, Luo Feng felt confident that it would pose no insurmountable challenge. As he sat on the plane, his eyes closed in meditation, he silently commanded, "Wind Spirit, activate the panel. Master, Luo Feng, Vitality, 1069, Spirit, 3024, Martial Skills, Swordsmanship Advanced. Blood Shadow Sword Technique, 2nd level. Available attribute points, 41. Time has been wasted for far too long. In the past 20 days, the beasts he has slain have merely sufficed to maintain his vitality increase and to temper his skeletal frame, failing to enhance his mental prowess and the Blood Shadow Sword Technique. These days have been nothing more than living off the spoils garnered from the previous beast tide." Luo Feng gazed at the meager 41 available attribute points on his panel, shaking his head in resigned frustration. What captivates Luo Feng most about the Special Operations Team is not merely the opportunity to shed his identity as a death row inmate, but the unrestricted chance to hunt high-level beasts, thereby acquiring a vast quantity of attribute points with remarkable efficiency. He is now eager to reach headquarters and indulge in another spree of slaughter. Chapter 57. Is this hell? It clearly resembles heaven. The city of Yi was not situated near the headquarters of the Northern Combat Zone. It took nearly an hour for them to arrive. As Luo Feng disembarked from the aircraft, a significant number of participants for this Special Operations Team selection had already gathered in the open area near the airport, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the selection process. Additionally, the official members of the Special Operations Team were also present, serving as examiners while ensuring the safety of the participants during the assessment. Upon recognizing Luo Feng, the Special Operations Team leader, Tai Kuai, who had previously aided him during the beast tide, brightened with enthusiasm and quickly approached him, smiling as he greeted, "It's you again, madman. I knew you would surely participate in this selection." In response to Tai Kuai's overt friendliness, Luo Feng did not distance himself but nodded and engaged in conversation. Observing this interaction, both the other participants and the official members of the Special Operations Team regarded Luo Feng with curiosity, eager to discern who he was and why he elicited such warmth from the captain. Before they could voice their inquiries, 3 aircraft descended simultaneously, and the commander of the Northern Combat Zone, having received notice, arrived at the scene. The commander surveyed the assembled candidates and, upon speaking, exuded an aura of resolute determination. Welcome to the headquarters of the Northern Combat Zone, where you will participate in the selection for the Special Operations Team. I am Commander Yang Jing. Although this is the headquarters, it is also situated deep within the wilderness, the most perilous area in the north. The Special Operations Team exists as a sharp blade, tasked with piercing the hearts of alien beasts, perpetually engaged in combat on the front lines. I'm unaware of how much you know about this Special Operations Team, but before the selection commences, allow me to issue one final reminder. If you lack sufficient confidence in your abilities or are unprepared for the life and death struggles against alien beasts, you may choose to withdraw now. After Commander Yang delivered his statement, he observed the 30 or so individuals before him, watching their reactions. After a brief pause, a chorus of declarations arose from the participants, all affirming their decision to remain and vowing to fight with all their might against the alien beasts to safeguard the safety of the Great Xia. Pleased, Commander Yang nodded approvingly, his expression one of admiration as he solemnly addressed them. In that case, let us dispense with further ado. I wish you all success in passing the selection and becoming members of the Special Operations Team. May fortune favor you in your martial endeavors. Turning to Tai Kwai and the other team leaders, Commander Yang remarked, the next phase is now in your hands. As the commander of the Northern Combat Zone, Yang Jing had numerous responsibilities each day, and it was only due to the significance of the Special Operations Team that he could spare time to motivate the participants. Once Commander Yang departed, one of the leaders turned to address the 30-plus members vying for selection. The selection process is rather straightforward. One must either hunt down 10 sea-level beasts or successfully slay a single B-level creature to complete the mission and become a member of the Special Operations Team. Although the participants had mentally prepared themselves prior to this moment, a palpable unrest spread through the group upon hearing the task requirements. Sea-level beasts correspond to human warriors of the 4th tier, while B-level beasts are equivalent to those of the 5th tier, even with the enhancement of martial techniques, allowing most warriors to engage in combat beyond their rank. Hunting 10 sea-level beasts is far more challenging than one might envision. After all, the majority of sea-level beasts command a vast number of subordinates and possess nearly human-like intelligence, making them lords among their kind. In battles against humans, these sea-level creatures often charge forth with their minions. This implies that attempting to slay a single sea-level beast is akin to confronting a small horde of adversaries. Without ample combat experience, even a 4th-tier warrior would find the endeavor exceedingly arduous. As for the B-level beasts, they are matched against 5th-tier warriors, making the difficulty of such a hunt even greater than that of slaying 10 sea-level beasts. Nonetheless, despite the unexpected challenges, at this juncture, no one would choose to withdraw. After observing for a moment and seeing no one step back, the captain wasted no time and declared with a decisive gesture, since no one has chosen to retreat, let us proceed to the wilderness. The headquarters of the 4 major war zones of the Great Xia is not situated in the rear. Rather, it is established at the front lines to better withstand the onslaught of beasts and create a peaceful and stable environment for the civilian populace of the base cities. Consequently, the intensity of beasts surrounding the headquarters is far beyond what can be encountered in the city of Yi. Describing E-level beasts as numerous as dogs and D-level beasts as abundant underfoot would not be an exaggeration. No one knows the true number of beasts in the entire Blue Star. It seems as though they are inexhaustible, returning relentlessly no matter how many are slain. Even if an area of 100 kilometers has been cleared of beasts just the day before, within a few days, their numbers will revert to previous levels. This is the very heart of the wilderness, contrasting starkly with places like Yi, where it takes about a month for the aftermath of a beast tide to recover. Luo Feng had spent nearly 2 months in Yi City, experiencing a beast tide, yet the strongest creature he encountered was merely D-level. Here, however, D-level beasts are hardly noteworthy. They are not even considered bottom tier. This place truly epitomizes a wilderness that serves as a paradise for beasts, yet a hell for humanity. Yet for Luo Feng, this is hardly a hell. It is nothing short of paradise. The group departed from headquarters, traveling approximately 50 kilometers when they encountered a remarkable increase in the number of extraordinary beasts along their path. After a few minutes had elapsed, the captain leading the team halted, turning to address his companions. This mission is devoid of any time constraints. Whether you complete it in a single day or take 10 days to successfully hunt down 10 Class C beasts, you will still be deemed successful in this selection process. Each of you is equipped with monitoring devices that allow us to observe your circumstances at any moment. However, to prevent any unforeseen incidents, should you ever feel that your life is in jeopardy, do not hesitate to call for help immediately. Never sacrifice your life for the sake of pride. Even if you do not succeed in this selection, there will always be another opportunity. Now, let us commence our endeavor. Chapter 58. The aged speak little of truth before anyone could commence their actions. The sturdy figure known as Iron Block interjected, adding a crucial piece of information. Moreover, it is imperative that each of you undertake this mission independently. Should you collaborate with others, any success in vanquishing the beasts will not be acknowledged. The tasks assigned to the Special Operations Team are not child's play. If you lack sufficient strength, allowing you to participate in the selection would be a disservice. Upon hearing Iron Block's words, none present expressed dissent. Following Commander Yang and the captain's descriptions, they gained a clearer understanding of the Special Operations Team, recognizing that his statement was not mere exaggeration. After confirming that the captains had no further instructions, the 30-plus candidates stepped into the abandoned city overrun by beasts, commencing their search for designated targets. Once everyone departed, each member of the Special Operations Team entered the city, dispersing across various locations to ensure prompt support should any unexpected situations arise. The 5 captains ascended to the rooftop of a tall building, utilizing surveillance equipment to monitor the activities of each participant. The Northern Special Operations Team comprised 10 squads, while the remaining 5 were engaged elsewhere on missions. Thus, the responsibility for overseeing this selection fell to them. Observing that some of the 30-plus participants had already begun their endeavors, one captain chuckled softly. Well then, as per tradition, let us select our favorites and wager on who will complete their task first. No sooner had he spoken than Iron Block pointed towards the screen, displaying a participant named Luo Feng. I choose him. The other 4 captains turned their gaze in the direction Iron Block indicated, discovering that he had selected the very individual he had conversed with at the airport. One captain raised an eyebrow and inquired, Iron Block, I've been meaning to ask you at headquarters, what is it about him that has ignited your enthusiasm? Feeling the curious gazes of his peers, Iron Block shrugged slightly. There's nothing particularly special about him. It's simply that during the previous beast tide, our team hunted the beasts alongside him, so we are acquainted. After his brief explanation, Iron Block seemed to recall something and addressed the 4 captains. By the way, you all know I'm not one for many words. Generally, newcomers find it challenging to acclimate to our team's atmosphere. Therefore, if he manages to pass this selection, let him join our squad. I implore you not to contest this. As his words settled, the 4 captains exchanged glances, acutely aware that something was amiss. Based on their understanding of Iron Block, although he typically spoke little, he had never exhibited such warmth toward the newcomer. Furthermore, his proactive suggestion for Luo Feng to join his team indicated that the latter must possess exceptional qualities. Honest and reserved, the Iron Block, being rather seasoned, is not one to speak candidly. After some whispered exchanges among the 4, one of the captains deliberately remarked, Iron Block, since you have hunted the aberrant beasts alongside him, you must be aware of his prowess, correct? Your unwavering confidence in him suggests that this assessment task poses little challenge for him, does it not? Rest assured, even if his capabilities are indeed remarkable, since you are already well acquainted with him, we shall not vie for him. After all, we are all individuals of dignity, and such behavior would be beneath us. Iron Block, upon hearing this, chuckled heartily, dismissing the captain's words as mere folly. Their promises of restraint seemed more like sweet nothings. Should Luo Feng display exceptional strength, they would undoubtedly compete fiercely for him, just as those in the death row camp sought to latch onto the strongest allies. Though each member of their special operations team possessed the power to independently slay C-grade aberrant beasts, the addition of a formidable comrade would be advantageous for all. Having previously received detailed information regarding Luo Feng while aiding him, Iron Block was acutely aware of the peculiarities surrounding him. He had ascended to a 4th-tier psionic master shortly after his arrival in the death camp, and had even begun to shape his golden body. It had been over 20 days since the Tide of Beasts, and who could tell what further surprises Luo Feng might unveil. Iron Block found himself troubled, pondering whether he could secure Luo Feng for his own team should the latter excel in the selection process. This led him to silently pray that Luo Feng would temper his fervor during the assessment, avoiding the reckless abandon he had displayed amidst the beast tide. Even if Luo Feng wished to hunt more aberrant beasts, he could certainly wait until he became a member of Iron Block's team. As it became clear that Iron Block would divulge no further information about Luo Feng, the 4 captains exchanged some banter before turning their full attention to the unfolding scene on the light screen. Yet most of their focus remained on Luo Feng. The more Iron Block held his tongue, the more their curiosity about Luo Feng intensified. They did not have to wait long, as Luo Feng soon breached the lair of a C-grade aberrant beast. To their surprise, the aberrant beast had initially failed to detect his presence, affording him a significant opportunity to stealthily approach and launch a decapitating strike against the C-grade beast, thus avoiding encirclement and potential peril. However, Luo Feng's actions astounded them. He exhibited no intention of concealing his tracks, boldly charging at the nearest aberrant beast without hesitation. After dispatching merely 2 E-grade beasts, he inadvertently alerted the nearby creatures, prompting the C-grade beast lord to roar defiantly and direct its minions to launch an assault on Luo Feng. Observing this spectacle, one captain furrowed his brow and remarked, "This lad is rather reckless." He had a far superior strategy at his disposal, yet chose to rouse every aberrant beast in the vicinity. Is he not complicating his own task? Another captain nodded in agreement, echoing the sentiment. Indeed, if he were a 4th-tier warrior, I might comprehend his actions. However, judging by his performance, he merely appears to be a 3rd-tier warrior. Such behavior suggests a lack of self-awareness and an underestimation of Class C beasts. Tai Kwai, it seems you have misjudged him. Tai Kwai remained silent, merely observing Luo Feng on the luminous screen. In his heart, he gave Luo Feng a thumbs up, secretly praising him. "Well done, madman. Keep it up. The more you seem to displease them, the easier it will be for me to recruit you into our team." Chapter 59. A Bloodbath. One strike to vanquish a C-class beast after more than 20 days, Luo Feng ascended from 2nd-tier warrior to a 3rd-tier warrior. Had this feat been accomplished by another, Tai Kwai might have expressed surprise, but since it was Luo Feng, whose profile he had scrutinized, such an achievement was hardly worthy of astonishment. What truly delighted Tai Kwai was Luo Feng's remarkable performance. Conversely, the other 4 captains perceived Luo Feng's actions as excessively reckless, indicative of a lack of awareness regarding the C-class beasts. Even if Luo Feng successfully passed the assessment, it was highly unlikely they would accept such a newcomer. A momentary lapse in judgment during a mission could jeopardize the entire squad. Fortunately, their 5 assessment teams held the privilege of selecting a newcomer, thereby allowing them to exclude those who performed poorly yet managed to pass the evaluation, leaving them for the 5 external task forces. Once it was confirmed that Luo Feng posed no extraordinary threat, the captains diverted their attention to the performances of the remaining participants. However, there was an exception. One astute captain keenly observed that, rather than displaying displeasure at Luo Feng's prowess, Tai Kwai had clenched his fists and even allowed a slight smile to curve his lips. What was this? Why did it seem that Tai Kwai was more pleased with this newcomer? This discrepancy piqued the captain's curiosity further. Typically somber, Tai Kwai had exhibited unusual behavior since Luo Feng's arrival at headquarters. There must be an underlying reason for this change. Despite his suspicions, the captain remained discreet, continuing to monitor Luo Feng's performance. Unbeknownst to Luo Feng, he had inadvertently stirred a subtle power play. His singular focus was on unleashing a massacre. During his time in Yi City, He had not had the opportunity to slay beasts since the conclusion of the Beast Tide, resulting in a meager accumulation of attribute points over the past 20 days. Now, the roaring beasts before him appeared to shimmer with the allure of golden attribute points. What was the plan? To stealthily approach a C-class beast, execute a decapitating strike, and then retreat to seek another target? Nonsense. Luo Feng intended to spare none of the beasts within his sight. Each one represented nourishment for his growth. Even encircled by the beasts, they posed no threat to him. With each swift stroke of his blade, one beast after another fell beneath his might. As the situation dawned on them, the E-class beasts regarded Luo Feng with palpable fear, abandoning their previous charge in favor of retreat. Yet, at that moment, the C-class beast lord unleashed a thunderous roar, commanding its minions to persist in their assault against Luo Feng. Obedient to its orders, the beasts that had contemplated fleeing steeled themselves and renewed their attack. In the face of this situation, Luo Feng's gaze suddenly sharpened, with a swift sweep of his long blade. The bodies of the monstrous beasts before him were instantaneously cleaved in two, severed at the waist. Warm, crimson blood surged forth from the carcasses, and in the blink of an eye, the ground around was saturated with a horrifying scarlet hue, as the scent of blood permeated the air. Even with the command of a sea-level beast, the lower-tier creatures could not suppress their innate fear and began to flee in disarray. This moment presented the opportune time to launch an offensive against the sea-level beast, as it was now devoid of subordinates to command. However, from the instant Luo Feng stepped into this territory, he had regarded these beasts as mere attribute points for enhancing his own power, and he would not permit them to escape so easily. Thus, rather than hastily attacking the sea-level beast, he, with remarkable swiftness, dispatched all the lower-tier creatures in less than a minute. With his bloody blade in hand, he advanced step by step towards the sea-level beast lord. The sea-level beast, the nether tiger, bared its teeth at Luo Feng, its eyes glinting with a predatory desire, exuding the aura of a top-tier predator. Advanced beasts possess intelligence comparable to that of adult humans, and the nether tiger was no exception. It sensed that Luo Feng was formidable, but also recognized the immense benefits it could gain by devouring him. For a top-tier predator like the nether tiger, the intertwining risks and opportunities were worth seizing. Locking eyes, the man and the tiger vanished from their positions almost simultaneously. The cold glint of the blade flashed, and the clash of blade against claw erupted in a thunderous collision, generating a violent roar. Boom! A terrifying wave surged forth from their point of contact, rapidly sweeping in all directions. Feeling the power conveyed through the claws, the nether tiger assessed that this human was indeed significantly weaker than itself. A glimmer of bloodlust flickered in its eyes as it opened its massive maw and lunged at Luo Feng's head. In the face of a nether tiger's assault, Luo Feng remained unperturbed, his right fist swinging powerfully towards its jaw. Thud! A muted sound reverberated as the tiger's colossal head was involuntarily lifted by Luo Feng's punch, its body arching backward. Seizing the opportunity presented by the beast's opening, Luo Feng decisively drew his blade and struck fiercely. With a slicing sound, the blade tore through flesh and fur, creating a gaping wound on the tiger's hide, from which thick, dark red blood erupted in a frenzy. Overcome by intense pain, the nether tiger let out a deep, guttural roar, its gaze towards Luo Feng shifting from disdain to grave seriousness. Resolved to unleash its full power and eliminate him in the shortest time possible. Coincidentally, Luo Feng harbored the same intention. Initially, Luo Feng sought merely to ascertain the extent of his power without resorting to the might of his golden body, relying solely on his vitality and the blood shadow blade technique to unleash formidable strength. Now that he has received his answer, confirming that he can rival the C-class beast, the nether tiger, he would certainly not squander any more time. It is imperative to swiftly eliminate this nether tiger and pursue a new target. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Luo Feng activated the power of his golden body, his internal vitality surging like boiling water, propelling his body to its utmost state. In the next moment, he took a powerful step forward, brandishing his long knife as he charged towards the nether tiger. The moment Luo Feng harnessed the golden body power, the nether tiger sensed something amiss. Unfortunately, it was too late to escape. It could only watch helplessly as Luo Feng's blade struck its neck. The good news is that the nether tiger felt no pain. The bad news is that it was instantaneously slain by Luo Feng's single strike. Meanwhile, the captain who had been silently observing Luo Feng after noticing the unusual behavior of the iron block could no longer contain himself upon witnessing this scene and exclaimed in disbelief. What the hell? Chapter 60. The shock of the captains. The seizure of talent. What was anticipated to be a fierce and indecisive battle between Luo Feng and the C-rank beast. The nether tiger left the captain utterly bewildered. With a single stroke, Luo Feng effortlessly severed the beast's head from its body, causing the formidable C-rank beast lord to meet an inexplicable demise at the edge of his blade. Had such a feat been accomplished by a fourth-tier warrior, the captain might have expressed a modicum of surprise, but his reaction would hardly have been so exaggerated. It is essential to note that Luo Feng is merely a third-tier warrior. The C-rank nether tiger, even among its peers, is recognized as one of the elite beasts. Logically, it should have been Luo Feng who was at a disadvantage. However, the outcome was starkly contrary, leaving the captain in a state of disbelief. Yet, after uttering a string of expletives, the captain experienced a jolt of realization, acknowledging his own folly. The attention of the other three captains had already drifted away from Luo Feng. As long as they remained oblivious to his true strength, he would only need to compete with Iron Block for Luo Feng's talent. Yet, his current actions had unwittingly exposed Luo Feng's anomaly. Indeed, as he had surmised, the moment the expletives were uttered, the other three captains immediately turned their gazes toward him, inquiring, "What is the matter?" The captain endeavored to maintain an air of calm, lightly shaking his head, and replied, "It's nothing. I merely believe the quality of the newcomers participating in this selection appears to be rather lacking." Isn't that right? Iron Block, harboring thoughts of vengeance, could only begrudgingly nod in agreement to the question posed to him. Indeed, another captain, casting a suspicious glance their way, could not restrain his curiosity, asking, "What were you two doing earlier? Did you not notice that there are still a few newcomers with considerable strength, more than capable of handling C-rank beasts?" Iron Block exchanged a look with him, both sharing a forced chuckle. Just as he was about to divert the conversation, a voice filled with confusion interrupted. "Hey, what is the situation with that kid? Wasn't he just surrounded by beasts? How'd he change locations? Could it be that he realized he had made a grave mistake and switched targets?" Upon recognizing that the subject of discussion was indeed Luo Feng, both Iron Block and the captain grew anxious, nodding repeatedly. It must be so. Their unnatural demeanor was evident enough that even the slowest of observers could sense something amiss. Consequently, the three captains refrained from further trivial conversation, opting instead to access the surveillance footage documenting Luo Feng's actions, keen to ascertain the unfolding events. As they witnessed Luo Feng dispatching the lower-tier beasts with the ease of cutting through vegetables, the three captains revised their previous assessments of him, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. It appears that his audacity in boldly entering the territory of C-rank beasts is not without merit. However, if this is all there is to it, what would motivate you two to fabricate such a ruse? I am curious to see what else transpires that could compel you both to engage in such antics. The captain made a sarcastic remark towards Iron Block and his companion. Luo Feng's performance could be deemed satisfactory at best. He certainly stood a good chance of passing the selection, yet he undoubtedly fell short of the standards set by the captains vying for recruits. As the surveillance footage displayed the scene of Luo Feng battling the spectral tiger, Iron Block realized that the truth could no longer be concealed. He turned to glare at the foul-mouthed individual, exclaiming in anger, "You are utterly foolish. Do you not understand the value of discretion?" The captain, aware of his own shortcomings, felt a wave of shame wash over him, his heart heavy with regret. At that moment, the other three captains finally witnessed the moment when Luo Feng dispatched the spectral tiger with a single strike. They comprehended why Iron Block and his companion would go to such lengths to obscure Luo Feng's accomplishments. Such a combat prodigy was precisely what the special operations team needed. Ah, so this is how you choose to play it? How petty. Is it truly necessary to engage in such underhanded tactics for the sake of a newcomer? To prevent you from leading him astray, I believe it would be best to have him join our squad. Upon hearing this, Iron Block could no longer afford to criticize the one who had revealed Luo Feng's prowess. Instead, he shot back, "You speak nonsense. Just moments ago, you proclaimed you would not compete with me for him. What has changed? Do you truly consider your words to be mere hot air?" Faced with Iron Block's retort, the man shrugged. "I was unaware of this kid's remarkable strength. If I am not mistaken, he has already begun to forge the embryonic form of the golden body, which allows him, as a third-tier warrior, to vanquish the spectral tiger in a single blow. To secure such a promising talent, one must resort to competition." Iron Block was incensed, eager to articulate his bond of camaraderie with Luo Feng, especially considering that his squad had come to Luo Feng's aid. Even without their assistance, Luo Feng had managed to turn the tables on Tang Mu Bai, and it was likely that Luo Feng would remember their support. They were hardly in a position to outmaneuver him. It would be best for them to recognize their limitations and withdraw. However, at that moment, one of the captains interjected, "Wait, this lad not only possesses the embryonic form of the golden body, but is also a psychic warrior?" Upon hearing this, the others ceased their quarrel and swiftly directed their attention to the illuminated screen. Iron Block, shaking his head in resignation, could not help but mentally critique the situation. It was evident that relying solely on his martial prowess was sufficient to pass the selection. So why would Luo Feng voluntarily disclose his identity as a psychic warrior? Was he not complicating the competition for himself? Under the watchful gaze of the 5 captains, including Iron Block, Luo Feng stood with 10 flying knives swirling around him, moving at a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye, resembling a formation of lethal blades. Any beast that ventured within a 5-meter radius would be pierced through the skull by the knives, losing its life in an instant. Even when his target, a C-class beast, attempted to flee upon sensing danger, it did not manage to escape far before the knives caught up with it. A glimmer of cold light flashed as a round, penetrating wound appeared on the beast's head, a direct result of the spinning dagger that had pierced through it. After witnessing this overwhelming display of dominance in battle, the captains fell into a silence that lingered for some time, until finally, one of them broke the quietude. A third-tier warrior had manifested the embryonic form of a golden body, while a fourth-tier mentalist was equally qualified to be a member of the Special Operations Team. Yet, remarkably, both abilities resided within a single individual. Iron Block, do you aspire to silently amass wealth by reserving this young talent for yourself? Such an ambition is destined to be thwarted. Chapter 61. Draw your swords, everyone. He is a pervert. Had Luo Feng merely been a third-tier warrior with a nascent golden body, perhaps out of respect for his prior acquaintance with Tai Kwai, the other captains might have granted him some leniency. After all, among the newcomers participating in the selection, there were several fourth-tier warriors. Without Luo Feng, there were still others to consider. However, upon discovering that Luo Feng was, in fact, a fourth-tier mentalist, the captains realized that the combination of both attributes rendered him an invaluable asset that no special operations team could afford to overlook. One captain, smiling, proclaimed, "There is nothing more to discuss. Draw your swords, everyone." At the moment Luo Feng unleashed his mental power, Tai Kwai understood that evasion was futile. While he held little confidence in seizing others, he felt a significant advantage in contending for Luo Feng. Thus, with a cold snort, Tai Kwai declared, "If you wish to fight for him, then let each rely on their own abilities." Unbeknownst to Luo Feng, the others had already prepared for a fierce contest over him. Yet, even if he were aware, it would not have concerned him. Having finally arrived in this paradise abundant with attribute points, he was determined not to squander such a splendid opportunity, striving to slay as many beasts as possible to compensate for the 20 days wasted in the City of Beasts. This was precisely why he did not hesitate to employ his mental power. Despite the fact that, with his current mental strength, confronting C-tier beasts was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, he saw no reason not to enhance his efficiency. After consecutively defeating 3 C-tier beasts, Luo Feng's available attribute points soared to over 2,000. Gazing at his attribute panel, he made his decision without a moment's hesitation. Wind Spirit, Allocate points to enhance the blood shadow blade technique. Understood, Master. Previously, during the Beast Tide, Luo Feng had slain an immense number of creatures, resulting in a windfall of contribution points. Beyond redeeming the foundational cultivation methods for mentalists and specialized throwing knives, he had also acquired the first 6 levels of the blood shadow blade technique. Although he could directly enhance the technique using attribute points, doing so might raise suspicions among the observant, adhering to the principle that it is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Luo Feng was reluctant to provoke any issues merely to save a few contribution points. Over the past 20 days, he had successfully cultivated the 2nd level of the blood shadow blade technique, thanks to his already advanced swordsmanship. Unfortunately, he had yet to grasp the nuances of the 3rd level, always feeling tantalizingly close. Now that he had arrived at headquarters, where a steady influx of attribute points awaited him, he was determined to maximize his abilities across the board. As 2,000 points were deducted from his panel, Luo Feng felt a profound deepening and integration of his understanding of the blood shadow blade technique, finally surmounting the final hurdle. With the 3rd level of the blood shadow blade technique, he could achieve 2 times his power output, and with his lower body refined to perfection, he could harness the strength of the golden body to attain a staggering 20 times his power. In the simultaneous exertion of both techniques, my power multiplier could instantaneously surge to over 60 times. Even though I am merely a 3rd-tier martial artist at present, I dare say that even an ordinary 4th-tier warrior would find it exceedingly challenging to withstand the full force of my unleashed strike. This realization filled Luo Feng with delight. However, upon noticing that the available attribute points had dwindled to below 100 once again, he couldn't help but click his tongue in dismay. The blood shadow blade technique requires a staggering 1,500 attribute points for just a slight enhancement in comprehension. Indeed, the higher the realm one attains, the more costly these attribute points become. Both mental energy and vitality consume resources in the process of refinement, functioning as 2 colossal devourers of wealth, necessitating a continuous influx of attribute points. Previously, I had focused solely on accumulating the value of mental energy, resulting in a less stable foundation. Now, as I revisit the refinement of my mental power, the requirement for attribute points escalates further. According to the Foundational Training Manual for Mental Practitioners, the denser one's mental energy becomes, the more pronounced the benefits will be in higher realms. Thus, Luo Feng resolved not to hastily stack levels, but to meticulously refine every strand of mental energy to its utmost potential, akin to tempering bones with vitality. However, this approach would inevitably lead to an even greater consumption of attribute points. It is no wonder that few individuals choose to cultivate both martial arts and mental mastery simultaneously. For an ordinary person, traversing a single path is already a formidable challenge, and attempting to navigate 2 paths will only result in stagnation on both fronts. After this reflection, Luo Feng employed his formidable mental power to sense the nearby exotic beasts. Upon discovering an A-grade exotic beast not far ahead, he strode purposefully in that direction. Humans and exotic beasts are sworn enemies across different races. Now that they can serve as nourishment for his growth, Luo Feng would show no mercy. Furthermore, an A-grade exotic beast corresponds to a 5th-tier warrior, and slaying it should undoubtedly yield a greater bounty of attribute points. As Luo Feng approached the A-grade beast, several members of the Iron Block team also took note of him. These special operations team members were strategically positioned throughout the abandoned city to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Should any selected participant encounter peril, they would be poised to provide immediate assistance. After all, those qualified for selection are undoubtedly the new generation of prodigies from the northern region, and they would strive to ensure the safety of their peers. Observing Luo Feng wielding the powers of both martial artist and mental practitioner against the A-grade beast, a robust man known by the codename De Zhuang quipped into his communicator. "Blind man, didn't TU previously claim that his mental energy manipulation was rather crude? Yet I sense that he is now on the verge of surpassing your control." The blind man remained silent, quietly observing Luo Feng's battle with his mental prowess. As a mental practitioner, He was more acutely aware of Luo Feng's transformation in mental energy than De Zhuang. Indeed, the reality is as De Zhuang articulated. The current Luo Feng is a stark contrast to the individual he was just over 20 days prior, rendering any comparison utterly futile. Initially, the blind man found it somewhat difficult to accept this transformation, yet upon reflecting on Luo Feng's background, he came to terms with it. This individual is truly extraordinary. Comparing oneself to him would only lead to discontent. Ignoring De Zhuang's playful jibes, the blind man gently shook his head. There is no need to observe any further. Even this B-grade beast poses no threat to him. Thus we need not concern ourselves with his safety. Remaining here serves no purpose. We should instead seek out others. Given Luo Feng's demonstrated combat prowess, he is already on par with the two of them, and may even have surpassed them. Thus, what significance does this so-called guardianship hold? De Zhuang evidently recognized this reality, shrugging in resignation. Blind man, do you think the boss could recruit him into our squad? With his current performance, I imagine the captains are already embroiled in heated debates over his allegiance. The blind man pondered for a moment before replying, I am uncertain, but the boss does have an advantage. After all, we have previously interacted with him. If we could indeed secure his place in our squad, that would be the most favorable outcome. Chapter 62. Have they lost their minds? The beasts have been slaughtered? As the blind man and De Zhuang departed from this area, the clash between Luo Feng and the B-level beast escalated into an intense confrontation. Their confidence in leaving stemmed from the undeniable advantage Luo Feng had established. The fate of the B-level beast was sealed, leading only to its demise. The stronger the beast, the higher its intelligence, a fact discernible even to the onlookers. The blind man and De Zhuang was also recognized by the creature itself. Unfortunately for it, with the flying daggers, empowered by Luo Feng's mental force, darting around. Escape was not an option. Realizing it was cornered, the beast let out a defiant roar and lunged toward Luo Feng. In response, Luo Feng exhibited no intention of evasion. Channeling his golden body power, he executed the Blood Shadow blade technique. A crimson glimmer appeared as his blade clashed with the beast's claws. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air. The violent shockwave swept across the street, lifting the nearby carcasses of other beasts, which tumbled away under the force. Assessing the power transmitted through his long blade, Luo Feng concluded that, relying solely on the martial artist's prowess, even with the enhancements from the golden body technique and Blood Shadow blade, he could at best match the B-level beast, unable to gain a substantial advantage. Nonetheless, this was already remarkable. A third-tier martial artist confronting a B-level beast represented a leap across two ranks in combat. However, with the addition of mental force, a B-level beast would be no match for him. With a mere thought, the 10 flying daggers sliced through the air, targeting the beast's vital points. Upon hearing the sound of slicing air, the beast sensed the impending danger. Yet under Luo Feng's relentless assault, it found itself unable to turn and defend. The daggers pierced through flesh, transforming into whirling drills that wreaked havoc within the beast's body, blood gushing forth as the creature emitted a heart-wrenching howl of agony. On the brink of death, rather than surrender, the beast succumbed to madness, disregarding its own dismemberment as it fervently charged at the source of its torment, Luo Feng. In the face of such desperation, Luo Feng remained unflustered, parrying with precision, his composure unwavering. Since arriving at the death row camp in Yi City, he had not only rapidly enhanced his strength, but also experienced a qualitative leap in combat experience. Now, with his refined skills, he was impervious to the beast's frenzied final assault. Amidst the dual onslaught, despite the beast's robust vitality, it ultimately collapsed with a thunderous thud, its life extinguished. Hearing the prompt from Wind Spirit in his mind, Luo Feng cast a glance at the fallen beast's carcass before turning away, seeking his next target. Typically, a B-class beast would yield a substantial amount of contribution points. However, for Luo Feng, his primary objective lies in acquiring more attribute points. The value of the beast corpses holds little significance for him, and he would not squander his time collecting them at the expense of his own endeavors. Subsequently, Luo Feng advanced through the area as if he were a lone soldier, steadily progressing. regardless of whether he encountered low-level creatures or the B and C-class beast lords. They were swiftly vanquished in a matter of moments. As half a day elapsed, Luo Feng either engaged in hunting beasts or traversed the path to do so. Observing his performance, the 5 captains, who initially engaged in fervent debate regarding Luo Feng's allegiance, gradually fell into silence. Eventually, one could not restrain their curiosity and inquired, "What is the situation with this fellow? He completed his assessment task the moment he slew the first B-class beast. Why is he still not emerging? Has he perhaps forgotten the assessment criteria? Should we notify him?" Upon hearing this, a nearby figure, Tieke, shook his head and remarked with a peculiar tone, "There is no need. I believe he merely wishes to hunt more beasts. The completion of the assessment task is inconsequential to him. I have perused his dossier and had a brief encounter with him. He was wrongfully accused and became a death row inmate. During his time in the condemned camp, he earned the moniker Madman due to his exceedingly frenzied demeanor when hunting beasts. In my estimation, he resembles those extreme-minded martial artists who perceive battling beasts as an opportunity to hone their combat prowess, a most effective avenue for rapid enhancement of their abilities." At this juncture, Tekaway paused for a moment. The only distinction is that the madman genuinely progresses at a remarkable pace through such means. The other 4 captains had also reviewed Luo Feng's dossier and were acutely aware of the weight of Tekaway's words. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that they became even more resolute in their determination to recruit Luo Feng into their ranks. Given his rapid rate of advancement and the talents he displayed across various domains, it was inevitable that he would ascend to become a top-tier powerhouse, potentially even breaking through to the 9th-grade martial saint. Should they forge a camaraderie with such a future champion, they would undoubtedly reap considerable hidden benefits. Of course, this motivation constituted only a minor portion of their reasoning. Primarily, they sought the assurance of safety during task execution. The presence of a reliable ally like Luo Feng in their team would undoubtedly bolster their confidence when confronting formidable beasts. Whether it was Tekaway or the other 4 captains, their minds raced with thoughts on how to successfully enlist Luo Feng into their squad. At that moment, one of the captains stroked his chin and could not help but jest, "By the way, will this fellow end up exterminating all the beasts, thereby preventing others from completing their tasks?" Tekaway responded with a shake of his head. "It is hardly conceivable. The creatures of the wilderness are simply inexhaustible. Even if he were to eradicate all the beasts in a given area, others from different regions would inevitably seize the opportunity to occupy the newly vacant territory. Within a day, the population of these creatures would return to its former levels. This is precisely why Tai Kwai allows Luo Feng to wreak havoc in this abandoned city. There are certainly enough beasts to satisfy the needs of those participating in the selection process. If Luo Feng wishes to hone his skills in such a manner, so be it. Tai Kwai is curious to see how long this endeavor can sustain itself. Luo Feng does not disappoint Tai Kwai's expectations. As time progresses, the number of beasts he slaughters increases exponentially, resulting in a continuous influx of attribute points that accelerate his strength enhancement at an astonishing pace. Consequently, his efficiency in hunting these creatures also escalates. Initially, the migration of beasts from other regions surpassed Luo Feng's killing speed, but by the 3rd day, the rate at which the beasts reappeared could no longer keep pace with Luo Feng's efficiency in slaughter. Eventually, when he could no longer perceive the presence of any beast in sight, nor through his mental acuity, Luo Feng was reluctantly compelled to cease his onslaught. With a long exhale, he summoned his status panel. Master, Luo Feng, Vitality, 2078, Mental Strength, 4125, Martial Skills, Advanced Swordsmanship, Blood Shadow Blade Technique, 3rd level. Available attribute points, 249. My mental strength has nearly reached its peak, and I am poised to break through to the 5th rank of mental mastery. Moreover, my skeletal structure is approaching perfection, allowing for an imminent breakthrough to the 4th rank of warrior. However, to achieve these advancements, I will require over 3,000 attribute points. Complacency is not an option. I must elevate my mental strength to 6,000 hertz to enter the realm of the 5th rank mental master. while my vitality must reach 3,000 calories to ascend to the 4th rank warrior. Even with Luo Feng's rate of slaying beasts, it would likely take him nearly a day to accumulate such points. Luo Feng glanced at his communicator, only to find it devoid of any messages. It seems that there are still participants who have yet to complete their assessment tasks, granting him some additional time. He decided to venture into a new area for hunting beasts. Having already exterminated all the creatures in this vicinity, he was unwilling to waste time waiting idly. However, just as Luo Feng exited the area, he encountered another participant in the selection process. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. If you intend to hunt beasts to complete your assessment task, you might want to consider a different location. There are no C rank or higher beasts left here. The individual raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Is that true? The beasts in this abandoned city seem endless. How could it possibly be devoid of creatures?" Luo Feng did not hesitate to respond candidly. "I have eradicated them all. If you wish to avoid a fruitless endeavor, it would be wise to relocate." Upon hearing this, the person's expression grew peculiar, and he looked at Luo Feng with a mixture of incredulity and skepticism, thinking to himself that this individual must be boasting. To annihilate an entire region of beasts, such a feat could only be accomplished in dreams. Seeing his disbelief, Luo Feng chose not to elaborate further and simply turned to leave. The man, unfazed, proceeded towards the area where Luo Feng had just departed. Upon entering and witnessing the ground strewn with the bodies of exotic beasts, many of which still bore a normal body temperature, he instinctively rubbed his eyes vigorously. Once he confirmed he was not dreaming, he could not help but exclaim, "What on earth? Did he truly exterminate all the exotic beasts?" Chapter 63. The Fortunate One. The madman exerted every ounce of his strength, taking a full 2 days to successfully vanquish 3 sea-level beasts. Hoping to change his fortune, he sought another location in the hope of encountering a more manageable sea-level creature, only to find that Luo Feng had eradicated all the beasts in this area. Staring in disbelief at the countless carcasses strewn about, he felt a tremor in his heart, fully realizing that the disparity between humans is far greater than that between man and dog. He understood well the sheer magnitude and density of the beasts in the heart of the wilderness. It was inconceivable that such a vacuum could exist had it not been for Luo Feng's astonishing speed in hunting. He finally grasped why the murderous aura emanating from Luo Feng had felt so terrifying. Every individual eligible for this elite selection process could be considered a rare talent from the northern regions. Yet, even among geniuses, there exists a hierarchy. Sighing in resignation, he decided it was futile to compare himself to such a monster and chose to avoid unnecessary discomfort. After a brief moment of self-reflection, he regained his composure, sighed once more, and turned to leave this desolate region in search of beasts he could contend with. As time flowed on, more participants successfully completed the assessment by slaying 10 sea-level beasts or 1 B-level beast. Among them were those like Luo Feng, who, after accomplishing their tasks, chose not to depart but continued to engage in battle with the beasts to hone their skills. However, in comparison to Luo Feng, their pace of hunting was considerably slower. Nevertheless, their actions stirred a sense of impatience among the formal members of the Special Operations Team. The newcomers were so industrious that the seasoned members felt somewhat embarrassed, resembling layabouts in contrast, had they not been required to stay behind to ensure the safety of others. These seasoned members would likely have been unable to resist joining the fray to hunt alongside them. The team leaders found this shift in atmosphere quite gratifying, with Iron Block unable to suppress his thoughts, exclaiming that recruiting newcomers periodically was indeed essential for fostering a positive environment. Otherwise, over time, these veterans might grow weary of slaying beasts, becoming lethargic old hands who sought only to laze about. The other 4 team leaders wholeheartedly agreed with his sentiments. The Special Operations Team spent the majority of the year in the wilderness, waking each day to a landscape filled with beasts. Initially, it seemed inconsequential, but over time, it could lead to a detrimental mindset. One team leader, observing Luo Feng's increasingly adept maneuvers as he hunted B-level beasts, remarked thoughtfully, "Do you not feel that the madman's strength has significantly improved compared to when he first began? I sense that he is not far from a breakthrough." The others exchanged glances before simultaneously averting their eyes. They certainly noticed the transformation in Luo Feng. However, they had intentionally refrained from mentioning it previously, lest their discussions over which team he should join spark disputes before the selection process concluded. Now that someone had broached the subject, there was no longer any reason to evade it. Tai Kun nodded in agreement. While such occurrences might seem exaggerated in others, I find it entirely plausible when it comes to a madman. I even suspect that the madman's exaggerated behavior may stem from a mysterious inheritance he received during his time in Yi City. Consider the powerful individuals from Blue Star who have acquired legacies from ruins or wilderness. Many, like the madman, initially displayed no remarkable traits, yet after receiving their inheritance, their ascension in levels became astonishingly rapid. Both Tai Kwa and the other captains had long reached the 5th-tier realm, with some merely a step away from breaking into the 6th. They understood all too well what legacies from ruins and wilderness truly signified. Even those with mediocre talents, upon receiving the most basic inheritance, will be granted the chance to reverse their fate, making it entirely possible for them to become 7th-tier masters in the future. If Luo Feng were indeed such a fortunate individual, then, as Tai Kwa remarked, his extraordinary performance would be entirely justified. It was no wonder that the madman could manifest the rudimentary form of a golden body at the 2nd-tier warrior stage. It turned out he was, like that woman, another lucky recipient of a mysterious inheritance. Such fortunate beings are truly enviable, achieving such heights at a young age. If the level of inheritance the madman received were comparable to that of the woman, it would not be long before he surpassed us, potentially becoming the captain of the special operations team as well. Just as this thought lingered in the air, the communicators worn by the 5 captains simultaneously chimed. Upon seeing that the caller was indeed the woman who had received the inheritance, their expressions shifted dramatically. Wait, are you serious? We just mentioned her, and she sensed it? Suddenly reaching out to contact us, she surely harbors ill intentions, most likely inquiring about the newcomers, wanting to know if there are any promising candidates. Realizing the high probability of this scenario, the captains exchanged glances, and one suggested, "Shall we just ignore her?" Tai Kwa rolled his eyes at this suggestion, retorting, "Will ignoring her be effective? Perhaps they've already completed their mission and returned to headquarters. If we don't respond, they might just come here to check the situation themselves." After saying this, Tai Kwa took the lead in accepting the communication, and the others followed suit. As the connection was established, a teasing voice emerged from the device. "You took so long to respond. It seems this batch of newcomers has indeed performed well. Were you contemplating how to concoct a lie to deceive us?" Although they could not see the other's face, a hint of embarrassment rose within the 5 captains, including Tai Kwa, who hurriedly explained, "How could that possibly be? Everyone is comrades. Thus, any newcomers who exhibit commendable performance should engage in fair competition." Upon hearing this, the other party chuckled lightly and, without further inquiry, stated directly, "Send us your locations. Our mission has been accomplished, and we are now at headquarters. Since the selection process has not yet concluded, we are also prepared to assess the caliber of the newcomers." With that, they hung up the communication, offering no chance for refusal. The group exchanged wry smiles, resigned to sending their locations. At that moment, one of the captains glanced at the monitoring screen and, upon noticing Luo Feng's transformation, could not help but exclaim, "Look, the madman has broken through." Chapter 64. The Immortal Golden Body. Elemental laws. After relentless hunting of advanced exotic beasts, Luo Feng's attribute points finally reached a sufficient level to elevate both his martial artist and psychic master ranks. He successfully refined his skeletal structure to perfection, and even his mental prowess reached its zenith. Under these circumstances, Luo Feng was determined not to allow his rank to stagnate. He decisively allocated points to the wind spirit, simultaneously breaking through both the martial artist and psychic master systems. With his available attribute points once again depleted, Luo Feng finally ascended to the 4th rank of martial artist and the 5th rank of psychic master. A terrifying vitality surged within Luo Feng, akin to boiling water, continuously providing him with an inexhaustible source of energy. A formidable aura emanated from his body, compelling the surrounding exotic beasts to instinctively retreat, their gazes filled with trepidation. Most notably, when Luo Feng utilized his mental power to introspect, he discovered that his blood had transformed from a vibrant red to a hue tinged with a faint golden glow, even with flesh covering it. The golden radiance could not be entirely concealed. With the upper limb bones, lower limb bones, and torso bones fully refined, Luo Feng successfully molded the immortal golden body, achieving a state of complete transcendence. Eagerly, he urged the vitality within him, unleashing the power of the golden body with a casual punch, producing a deafening sonic boom. Bang! Even without striking any object, this overwhelming force shattered a massive boulder 3 meters away into countless fragments. As he watched the debris raining down like celestial blossoms, a satisfied smile graced Luo Feng's lips, reveling in the potency of his golden body. With the upper and lower limb bones refined to perfection, each allowed him to unleash 10 times his strength. Now, with the torso bone also completed, his power surged to an astonishing 50 times. If he were to combine this with the third tier of the Blood Shadow Blade technique, his strength could potentially reach an incredible 160 times. It is no exaggeration to assert that even when relying solely on his martial artist abilities, few 5th-rank martial artists across the Blue Planet would stand a chance against him. However, to Luo Feng's surprise, upon his breakthrough to the 4th rank, he discovered the awakening of a new power, and even his interface underwent slight changes. Wind Spirit. Display the interface. Master. Luo Feng. Vitality. 3034. Mental Power. 6069. Martial Skills. Swordsmanship Advanced. Blood Shadow Blade Technique. 3rd tier. Elemental Laws. Fire. Beginner. Available Attribute Points. 0. Gazing at the newly appeared line on the interface labeled Elemental Laws, Luo Feng fell into contemplation. He had indeed heard whispers of martial artists awakening elemental abilities, yet due to his previous lack of access to powerful martial artists, he had only encountered these theories online. Upon reaching the 4th rank, it is known that warriors have the opportunity to awaken one of the 8 elemental forces: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and light, or some branches stemming from these elements. However, the vast majority of warriors typically awaken their elemental abilities only at the 5th rank or above, with very few achieving such extraordinary powers at the 4th rank. The elemental forces bestow unique capabilities upon the warriors, akin to the immortal golden body, albeit significantly less potent than the diamond-like body. They can also enhance agility to a speed akin to a tempest, rendering the ordinary unable to perceive their movements. The fire element awakened by Luo Feng grants him the ability to command flames, infusing his martial techniques with the ferocity of fire. There exists no absolute hierarchy of strength among the elemental abilities. Even within the same elemental category, disparities in power can arise due to the warrior's own prowess. Therefore, relying on elemental abilities to engage in combat beyond one's rank is nearly an impossible feat, often limited to preying on exotic beasts. Yet, the esteemed martial saint of the Great Xia, Lin Xiaoyao, once remarked that the elemental powers awakened by warriors are not as simplistic as they may seem. The perception of their ineffectiveness stems from the fact that most warriors lack sufficient strength to truly harness the elemental force's capabilities. With the recent panel update, which has even dedicated a section to elemental powers and correlated them with fundamental laws, the significance of elemental forces has been further underscored. Wind Spirit, do you comprehend the true function of the elemental laws? Luo Feng inquired. Master, Wind Spirit does not possess specific information regarding the elemental laws, came the reply. Luo Feng sighed in resignation, realizing that he would glean no answers from the Wind Spirit and would have to consult Taikwai after the selection process concluded to see if he had any insights. After breaking through to the 4th rank, Luo Feng felt a sensation similar to that experienced when he ascended to the 4th rank within the mentalist system, as if he had merely taken his first steps into the true realm of martial arts. Even the 2 martial saints of the Great Xia were in seclusion, striving to transcend to higher realms, leaving Luo Feng curious about what lay beyond the 9th rank. Realizing his thoughts had wandered, he shook his head, reflecting, The distance to surpass the martial saints remains daunting. Even if this is merely the beginning, I must hasten my pace to enhance my strength. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed the exotic beasts eyeing him hungrily, their eyes alight with the desire to hunt. However, the commotion from his recent breakthrough had instilled a sense of caution among them, none daring to advance. Observing this, Luo Feng hesitated not, with a mere thought. The long knife in his hand erupted into searing flames, the terrifying heat distorting the air around him. In the next instant, he lunged forward, charging at the nearest C-rank exotic beast. Simultaneously, empowered by a formidable 6,000 hertz of mental energy, 10 flying knives whistled through the air, hurtling towards the surrounding beasts. Advancing to the 4th rank does not imply that one can cease to expend vitality in the pursuit of strength. The tempering of the upper limbs, lower limbs, and torso is aimed at enhancing a warrior's resilience and strength. During the transition from the 4th to the 6th rank, it becomes essential to refine the internal organs and meridians using vital energy and blood, thereby achieving a significant leap in recovery capabilities. This implies that the attribute points required by Luo Feng not only remain unchanged, but, rather, increase in number as his level of mastery ascends. Furthermore, mental strength also constitutes a considerable drain on resources. If Luo Feng wishes to pursue both paths simultaneously, he must undoubtedly invest additional effort and diligence. Chapter 65. Refusing to join. I upgrade alone. The sound of wind spirits prompts echoed incessantly in Luo Feng's mind, while the available attribute points on his panel surged like a rushing river. After his breakthrough, Luo Feng had reached the pinnacle of the martial artist and mentalist systems, attaining the most formidable level among the 5th rank. The C rank and B rank beasts posed no threat before him. Often, a single strike was sufficient to vanquish them in an instant. Luo Feng's speed in hunting beasts had already been remarkable, and now his efficiency had doubled. The captains, observing this scene through monitoring devices, found themselves in a peculiar state of mind. One of them could not help but voice his thoughts, exclaiming how astonishingly swift Luo Feng was. Is this kid truly intending to eradicate all the beasts in this abandoned city? At this rate, he might leave other participants with no beasts to slay. Previously, they had considered such remarks as mere jokes, yet now the captains could not muster a smile. They genuinely believed that with Luo Feng's current efficiency in hunting beasts, such a bizarre scenario was indeed plausible. While exterminating all the beasts in the entire abandoned city may be an exaggeration, clearing the surrounding areas was certainly within reach. However, what astonished these captains even more was not merely this feat, but the realization that Luo Feng's strength had already matched, if not surpassed, their own. Observing his displayed combat prowess, they mused that he could easily overpower them at will. Such a prodigy, destined not to remain in any single team for long, would soon adapt to the special operations team's rhythm and transform into a captain, leading a team of his own. Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment crept onto the captains' faces, and their desire to compete for Luo Feng's attention diminished significantly. Even Iron Block could not help but shake his head in resignation, reflecting, "There's no denying it. We ordinary individuals are simply not in the same realm as a genius like him." With this realization, the captains redirected their focus to other participants, eager to identify promising recruits for their teams. As for Luo Feng, whether he could join their ranks would be left to fate. They no longer felt entitled to insist on it. This sentiment was not confined to just the 5 of them. When another 5 squads arrived at the abandoned city and learned of Luo Feng's latest breakthrough, they too experienced feelings of inadequacy. One captain sighed in resignation. "Having seen his profile earlier, I thought he would be a reliable teammate, but now even if we were to recruit him, it would hold little significance. He would likely ascend to captaincy after only a couple of missions, given his strength." Their haste to return to headquarters after completing their mission was driven by the discovery of this extraordinary talent, Luo Feng, during their review of new recruits. However, it now appeared that they had underestimated the situation. After his breakthrough, Luo Feng's prowess had eclipsed that of any captain among them. Certainly, there are exceptions. The fortunate individual, whom they referred to as having acquired the same legacy as Luo Feng, The woman, codenamed Lingyu, did not share their despondency. Instead, she offered a faint smile and remarked, "It appears that our small team is the most suitable for him to join." The others exchanged glances, their lips curling in disdain, yet none voiced any objections. Lingyu's team was the most formidable among the special operations units in the Northern War Zone. Although she was merely 24 years old, as the captain, she had already attained the rank of a 6th-tier psychic master, and her 4 subordinates were all 5th-tier warriors, each a powerhouse in their own right. The very existence of her team was to confront high-level aberrations that other squads could not handle. It was Lingyu's team that quelled the S-rank aberrations responsible for the Beast Tide over 20 days ago, effectively averting further sacrifices. Thus, having Luo Feng join Lingyu's team might indeed be the optimal choice for him. After the arrival of Lingyu and her 4 fellow captains a day later, the selection process finally concluded. Among 34 participants, only 11 succeeded in completing the task. Nonetheless, this was a commendable outcome compared to previous years. Luo Feng, still fervently hunting aberrations, received the gathering order from the captains and reluctantly departed from the abandoned city. Once all participants convened, a captain surveyed the dejected faces of those who had failed to complete the task and offered words of consolation. Do not be disheartened by your failure. As long as you continue to strive and cultivate your abilities, opportunities will arise in the future. As for the 11 of you who accomplished the task, congratulations on officially becoming members of the Special Operations Team. You may now freely choose which squad to join. As his words resonated, the other captains extended invitations to their favored newcomers, earnestly urging them to join their teams, yet all deliberately overlooked Luo Feng. They presumed he would most likely opt for Lingyu's squad, and it was prudent to avoid the humiliation of being rejected. At that moment, Lingyu, clad in a black combat suit, approached Luo Feng with graceful strides and smiled as she addressed him. "Greetings, Luo Feng. My codename is Lingyu, a 6th-tier psychic master, and my team members are all 5th-tier warriors. I have reviewed your profile, and given your strength, our squad is undoubtedly the most fitting for you among all present teams. So, would you like to become my teammate?" Faced with Lingyu's invitation, Luo Feng fell into contemplative silence. For the majority of those meeting the requirements, joining Lingyu's team would indeed be the best option, as having such strong allies would provide a significant advantage while undertaking missions in the wilderness. However, Luo Feng was different. For him, the paramount objective was the relentless hunting of aberrations to facilitate the swift enhancement of his own abilities. Regardless of the team he might join, it would bring him no benefits. Instead, it would become a burden that diminishes his efficiency in hunting extraordinary beasts. Only by wandering alone in the wilderness can he hunt these creatures without reservation. This solitary approach to leveling up is indeed the best choice for Luo Feng. With this thought in mind, Luo Feng no longer hesitated and, meeting the gaze of the other party, gently shook his head and said, "I apologize, but I prefer not to join any party." Chapter 66. Teammates only affect the speed of my blade draw as Luo Feng's words fell. An atmosphere of profound silence enveloped the scene. Regardless of the captains, the newly qualified recruits, or those who had failed their missions, all instinctively shifted their gazes towards Luo Feng. Even Lingyu's smile gradually faded. Her brows knitted in confusion as she looked at Luo Feng and inquired, "Why? Do you intend to join another squad? Or do you aspire to become a captain directly? With your prowess, other squads are simply unworthy of you. And if you wish to become a captain, you would only be hindered by teammates far beneath your strength. Based on your records and your performance in this election, your fervent hunting of monstrous beasts suggests you desire to hone your skills, and you surely do not wish to be encumbered by teammates, preventing you from confronting formidable beasts. Do you?" Unfazed by her words, Luo Feng slightly shook his head and replied, "You have misunderstood my intentions. I am not rejecting your team. Rather, I wish to remain unaccompanied and roam the wilderness alone." Upon hearing this, Lingyu's pupils constricted slightly as she finally grasped Luo Feng's meaning. However, before she could articulate a response, Tai Kui stepped forward, urging him, "Madman, please do not proceed with such a reckless decision. The monstrous beasts here are unlike those in Yi City. Even A-grade beasts equivalent to 6th-tier martial artists are commonplace. If fortune does not favor you, you might even encounter an S-grade beast. Once targeted by such a creature, even you would find it exceedingly difficult to escape unharmed. Taiko paused, letting out a bitter smile before continuing. Initially, I intended for you to join our team, but your demonstrated strength is indeed too formidable. As Ling mentioned, our squad is not suitable for you. Aligning with her team would be your best option. Ling Yu scrutinized Luo Feng for a moment, her demeanor shifting from initial enthusiasm to a more subdued tone. Have you heard? Perhaps you take pride in your rapid ascension to this level, but in the wilderness, the most detrimental attitude is one of arrogance and complacency. From the moment you pursued both martial and mental paths concurrently, I discerned your tendency to reach for the unattainable. Your current behavior only serves to reinforce my suspicions. Ling Yu gazed deeply at Luo Feng, her voice earnest. Previously, your low strength concealed the issues at hand. If you continue down this path, the consequence will merely be a sluggish progression in your cultivation, or even a complete stagnation. I strongly advise you to relinquish these unrealistic notions. Choose a single path and abandon thoughts of solitary explorations in the wilderness. Otherwise, a grim fate awaits you. Fearing that Luo Feng might take offense at Ling Yu's blunt words, Tai Qua hastily interjected to provide clarification. The words of the madman may sound unappealing, yet they possess a certain wisdom. Perhaps you should consider them? Luo Feng, resolute in his decision, declined outright, expressing gratitude for their kindness but insisting on his desire to venture forth alone. To him, allies merely served to hinder his swiftness in drawing his blade and to encroach upon his prey. His singular ambition was to swiftly hunt a greater number of aberrant beasts, elevating his strength to rival or even surpass that of Tang Shan, thereby enabling him to exact vengeance upon all his enemies for the sake of his mother and girlfriend. Seeing Luo Feng's unwavering stance, Ling Yu ceased her attempts at persuasion and turned away without further ado. Tai Qua shook his head slightly, remarking, "Though I cannot fathom your insistence on traversing the wilderness alone, such endeavors are unlikely to be sanctioned by the higher-ups. Let us return to headquarters for now." Regarding the allocation of the 10 other newcomers who had passed the selection, they had reached their conclusions. Apart from Luo Feng's rejection of Ling Yu's invitation, which resulted in her team failing to recruit a new member, all other 9 teams successfully added 1 new member each, with one team fortunate enough to welcome 2. Upon returning to headquarters, the leaders of the Special Operations teams reconvened with Commander Yang Jing of the Northern Combat Zone, accompanied by 11 new recruits. Commander Yang, having already received the performance records of this batch, expressed his satisfaction with their results and offered his commendations. Following this election, you should have gained a clearer understanding of the responsibilities inherent to the Special Operations teams. This is a task both honorable and arduous, and I hope you will strive to excel further. Welcome to the ranks of the Special Operations team, and thank you for your commitment to safeguarding the peace and security of the Great Xia populace. Since you have chosen your respective teams, I shall refrain from further elaboration. I am the direct overseer of the Northern Special Operations team, and you may approach me for any needs that arise in the future. Now, let us familiarize you with the headquarters alongside your team leaders, as you shall commence your official duties in the wilderness tomorrow. After concluding his address, Commander Yang cast a glance at Luo Feng and beckoned, "Luo Feng, accompany me." Before his departure, Tai Kuo placed a hand on his shoulder and whispered, "Have a good discussion with the commander. If he disapproves, joining Ling Yu's team is still a viable option. Should that not suffice, you may also consider joining our team." Luo Feng nodded in understanding and followed Commander Yang to his office. Commander Yang deliberately slowed his pace to walk beside Luo Feng, gently stating, "Luo Feng, I have familiarized myself with your circumstances. Investigations have almost conclusively indicated that you have been wrongfully accused. However, the perpetrators executed their scheme with remarkable precision, leaving no evidence. Thus, we are currently unable to exonerate you or bring the true culprits to justice. I hope you can comprehend this." Luo Feng nodded in silence, feeling no surprise at the revelation. It was indeed an impossible task to address the matters involving a daughter and granddaughter of an 8th-grade master. especially with the presence of Major General Lin Jingwu, without any tangible evidence. Even if it were possible, Luo Feng would prefer to prevent such an occurrence. Rather than allowing those murderers to face the death penalty, he yearned for the opportunity to avenge himself. Only through this act could he find solace for the souls of his mother and girlfriend in the afterlife. Noticing that Luo Feng did not voice any objections, Commander Yang continued, I have also received news regarding Tang Mubai's pursuit of you in Yi City, and I have already issued a warning to Tang Shan. For the time being, he should refrain from sending anyone to take your life. However, this certainty cannot be guaranteed. Therefore, for your safety, I sincerely hope you will consider joining the Lingyu team. Chapter 67. The last thing he needed was pity. Commander Yang cast a glance at Luo Feng beside him and spoke in a solemn tone. Since the two martial saints of Daxia have entered seclusion, the Tang family has become increasingly restless. The two sons of Tang Shan are utterly reprehensible. Over the years, rumors have circulated that Tang Mubai has mercilessly slaughtered numerous talented youths, while Tang Hao has colluded with four martial artists, profiting by selling Daxia's resources. However, due to the lack of concrete evidence, capturing them has only led to inconclusive outcomes. Although Tang Mubai's demise may be seen as self-inflicted, the Tang family will undoubtedly seek revenge. Perhaps Tang Shan will refrain from acting out of fear of government retribution, but Tang Hao's intentions remain uncertain. With your current strength, you can indeed easily defeat 5th-grade warriors and even hold your ground against 6th-grade opponents. Yet, Tang Hao has ascended to the 7th-grade realm of Grandmaster. Should he take matters into his own hands, you might not even have a chance to flee. Commander Yang's words were not mere alarmism. The disparity between 6th and 7th-grade warriors is akin to that between heaven and earth. Once a martial artist achieves a golden body, even a mentalist cannot fight above their level. At most, they can ensure their own survival. He indeed holds great expectations for Luo Feng, believing he could become a new pillar of strength for Daxia, and naturally, he does not wish to see such potential extinguished prematurely by the Tang family. Commander Yang opened the office door and led Luo Feng inside. The office was remarkably simple. If one were not in the know, they would hardly recognize it as the office of a theater commander. What surprised Luo Feng even more was the presence of Lingyu, the captain who had previously invited him to join her team. Commander Yang smiled slightly at Lingyu before turning to Luo Feng with a knowing look. It was Lingyu who informed me of your desire to venture alone into the wilderness, and despite her efforts to dissuade you, she has asked me to persuade you to abandon this perilous notion. Seated in the chair, Lingyu let out a soft huff, crossing her arms over her chest and tilting her chin slightly. Despite her mature appearance, she displayed a demeanor reminiscent of a proud young girl. I merely wish to prevent a promising talent from jeopardizing a bright future by seeking shortcuts. Do not overthink it. Commander Yang chuckled in response. You too are merely a 24-year-old girl. You need not sound so mature in your speech. Lingyu, clearly struggling to maintain her composure, shot him a reproaching glance, prompting Commander Yang to gesture for silence. She then turned to Luo Feng, her tone earnest. I have reviewed your files and understand your yearning for vengeance, as well as the formidable strength of your enemies. However, if you rush into things, you may not only fail to achieve your revenge, but also endanger yourself. Only by ensuring your survival can you hold on to hope for the future. Luo Feng remained silent. He understood that Ling Yu's words were not mistaken, as anyone in such a predicament would wisely choose to bide their time, accumulating strength until they possess sufficient power to contend with the Tang family before seeking revenge, thus ensuring the avoidance of unforeseen consequences. However, Luo Feng was different, with Feng Ling by his side. The most effective means for Luo Feng to grow stronger was to engage in relentless hunts of alien beasts, converting the acquired attribute points into his own power. In this context, if he were to team up with others as he did in the death row camp of Yi City, it would not only provide no benefits to Luo Feng, but would also impede his speed in hunting alien beasts, consequently delaying his enhancement of strength. Thus, even knowing they meant well, Luo Feng had no choice but to decline. After contemplating his phrasing, he looked at Ling Yu seated before him, his tone as sincere as possible. Thank you, Captain Ling Yu, for your kindness. I understand your and Commander Yang's concerns. but I am confident in my abilities and can assure you that no mishaps will occur. I am indeed eager to enhance my strength, as it is of utmost importance to me, and thus I cannot change my mind. I hope Commander Yang will permit me to venture into the wilderness alone." Upon hearing Luo Feng's response, Commander Yang raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flickering in his gaze. He had not anticipated that even under his persuasion, Luo Feng would persist in such a notion. Could it be that the inheritance he received was related to combat? Perhaps that was why, after becoming a death row inmate and battling alien beasts, he had managed to elevate his strength to such a level in such a short period. This could explain his reluctance to join any special operations team, opting instead to forge his path alone in the wilderness, honing his skills through battle for the quickest enhancement. Whether it be relics or inheritances found in the wilderness, each possessed its unique aspects, with diverse limitations and benefits. As the commander of the northern war zone of the Great Xia, Yang had encountered many fortunate individuals who had received inheritances, which is why he immediately considered this possibility. However, for Ling Yu, who lacked such broad experience, Luo Feng's obstinacy was quite astonishing. Ling Yu abruptly stood, striding over to Luo Feng, her long legs carrying her with purpose as she tilted her head slightly to meet his gaze, her fair and delicate face betraying her ire. "Why must you be so stubborn? I have already informed you of the dangers. Can you not consider an alternative? At the very least, wait until you break through to a 6th grade mentalist before entering the wilderness alone. That way, even if you're pursued by Tang Hao, you would at least possess the means to protect yourself." In the face of her questioning, Luo Feng's expression remained unchanged, his voice as calm as ever. "I do not have the luxury of time to waste, and by that point, will I not again abandon this notion out of fear of Tang Shan's direct involvement?" Ling Yu found herself momentarily at a loss for words, and just as she prepared to voice another objection, Commander Yang interjected. "Enough, Ling Yu. Since Luo Feng has made his decision, let us proceed as he has proposed." Commander Yang, disregarding Ling Yu's reaction, solemnly instructed Luo Feng. "I can permit you to venture into the wilderness alone, but should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you must seek assistance immediately. Do not attempt to endure it alone." Ling Yu's earlier words rang true. Whatever your intentions may be, they must be predicated on the principle of survival. Upon hearing Commander Yang's consent, Luo Feng breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in understanding. After Luo Feng departed from the office, Ling Yu, perplexed, inquired, "Grandfather Yang, why did you agree to him?" Commander Yang did not respond directly, but countered with a question. "Why are you so concerned about him?" To this, Ling Yu candidly replied, "Because I have reviewed his background and found his life experiences to be exceedingly tragic. Having finally found hope for vengeance, I naturally wish to see him succeed in his quest for retribution." At these words, Commander Yang shook his head slightly and spoke gently. "You are mistaken, Ling Yu. A young man of such resolute character, who has withstood numerous trials without being crushed, is least in need of others' pity." Chapter 68. The Siege of Luo Feng. Tang Lingshuan's revenge. You may perceive that Luo Feng's current standing is solely attributed to the fortunate acquisition of a legacy. Yet, have you contemplated that with the indomitable spirit he exhibits, even in the absence of such a legacy, he would resolutely press on, even at the cost of his life? Individuals of his caliber face but two fates. Either they perish in the throes of their charge, or ultimately ascend to the pinnacle of success. As the commander of the Northern War Zone, Commander Yang has encountered countless individuals and is acutely aware that the elite of Blue Star are invariably those of unwavering resolve. To become a formidable force, one must first possess the heart of a warrior. Those who cower before threats may achieve modest successes through mere fortune, yet they are destined for mediocrity. This elucidates why, upon witnessing Luo Feng's determination to venture alone into the wilderness, Commander Yang sanctioned his decision. He yearned to observe the heights to which Luo Feng might ultimately ascend. After listening to Commander Yang's words, Ling Yu fell into a contemplative silence. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke. "Since he is resolute in his desire to traverse the wilderness alone, to preclude the possibility of him being hunted by the Tang family, our team shall undertake missions in close proximity to him. This way, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we can promptly provide assistance." Commander Yang pondered her suggestion for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, let us proceed as you propose. However, you must ensure your own safety. Should you encounter any danger, contact me without delay, and I shall dispatch aid. If any misfortune befalls you, I will have no means to account for it to your grandfather after I am gone. Commander Yang had been comrades with Ling Yu's grandfather for many years, and it was under tragic circumstances that the latter had perished while protecting him from a beast. Ling Yu's parents were also victims of a beast tide, leaving her as the sole survivor. Commander Yang regarded her as his own granddaughter, thus he could not permit her to face further peril. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu smiled and waved her hand dismissively. Rest assured, Grandpa Yang, do not forget that I am a 6th-tier psychic master who has received the legacy. I shall encounter no issues. When it became known that Commander Yang had indeed approved Luo Feng's solitary expedition into the wilderness, even Tai Kuai was taken aback, yet ultimately attributed it to the privileges that genius often commands. To celebrate their reunion, Tai Kuai organized a gathering with the team and Luo Feng. Although Luo Feng did not ultimately become his teammate, Tai Kuai believed that with his involvement, the special operations team could hunt a greater number of beasts, thereby minimizing unnecessary sacrifices. During the banquet, Luo Feng seized the moment to inquire about the elemental principles, yet regrettably, he did not receive an answer from Tai Kuai. According to Tai Kuai, he had previously posed the same question to Commander Yang, only to receive a response that left him perplexed. As Commander Yang explained, during the lower tiers, there is no pressing need to overly focus on the awakened elemental abilities, while enhancing one's control over the elements is indeed advantageous. A lack of progress in this regard need not be a cause for concern. Only upon breaking through to become a 9th-rank martial saint can the true significance of elements be fully revealed. With this realization, Luo Feng pondered deeply, further confirming that the elemental laws, which Feng Ling had unilaterally highlighted on the panel, were far from simple. Indeed, the path of martial arts undoubtedly harbored greater mysteries, known only to those at the pinnacle, like martial saints and Commander Yang. However, since Commander Yang asserted that elements were not of paramount importance at lower ranks, Luo Feng felt it prudent to temporarily disregard them, choosing instead to allocate all his attribute points to vitality and mental strength, thereby maximizing his potential for growth. He also understood that Commander Yang and Ling Yu were not merely trying to intimidate him. Given the Tang family's reckless nature, even official warnings would hardly deter them. There was a real possibility that Tang Hao or even Tang Shan might personally seek to eliminate him, if he wished to survive and exact revenge. Seizing every opportunity to enhance his strength was imperative. With this mindset, upon entering the wilderness the following day, Luo Feng resembled a top predator that had finally found its prey. Without hesitation, he launched into a hunting spree. Even the 10 captains of the Special Operations Team, seasoned in battling exotic beasts, were struck by a sense of awe at his audacity. Indeed, it was only the name that was mistaken. The moniker of Madman was well-deserved, reflecting his truly reckless nature. Iron Block, who had observed Luo Feng's confrontations with beasts on 2 occasions, nodded in agreement. If even this newcomer, dubbed a madman, was so fervently hunting exotic beasts, they could not afford to be outdone. If their squad's tally of slain beasts fell short of his single-handed efforts, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. Though typically reticent, Iron Block's words resonated with his comrades, stirring their spirits. They wasted no time and began searching for targets as well. Ordinarily, special operations teams would embark on missions diverging from headquarters in separate directions, avoiding interference and ensuring no 2 teams targeted the same prey. However, due to concerns for Luo Feng's safety amidst potential threats from the Tang family, Ling Yu decided to follow Luo Feng closely, as she had previously discussed with Commander Yang, hunting high-level exotic beasts in his vicinity. Faced with this situation, her teammates could not suppress their inquiries. Captain, isn't that newcomer the madman in this area? Why are we here? One remarked, noting the radar indicated a lack of A-level exotic beasts nearby, and certainly no S-level ones either. After dispatching a B-level beast, another team member scoffed. What else could it be? It's obviously to protect him. Everyone else has already declined to join our squad. So I don't understand why the captain insists on pursuing him. Hearing this, Ling Yu coldly reprimanded, "Silence. Focus on slaying your exotic beasts. Does it matter where we hunt? Why so many questions?" The 4 team members exchanged glances, acutely aware that they could not alter the decision made by their captain. Resignedly, they transformed into diligent sweepers, advancing incrementally while hunting the beasts. Ling Yu, wielding her formidable mental prowess, scanned the vicinity for any elusive creatures that might have escaped their notice, intermittently checking her wrist-mounted device for Luo Feng's whereabouts. Yet, she could never have anticipated that Luo Feng had already fallen into the encirclement of a 5-member warrior squad. One among them scrutinized Luo Feng while cross-referencing the information, nodding in affirmation. It was undoubtedly him. Chapter 69. Miscommunication requires additional payment upon confirming that Luo Feng was indeed their target. The 5 unfamiliar martial artists collectively exhaled in relief. Among them, a foreign warrior with golden hair and blue eyes flashed a faint smile at Luo Feng and, in somewhat imperfect yet remarkably fluent summer country dialect, remarked, "According to the information provided by our benefactor, you were supposed to be in that commercial city. However, upon arrival, we discovered you had already departed, leaving us to make this fruitless journey. Moreover, judging by your earlier performance in slaying that B-grade exotic beast, you are at least a 4th-tier warrior, 2 ranks superior to the 2nd-tier warrior indicated in the intelligence. While the difficulty of eliminating you remains unchanged for us, we must insist that our benefactor increase the payment." His words garnered unanimous agreement from the other 4 individuals, and the golden-haired warrior began to contact his so-called benefactor without a hint of discretion. Luo Feng observed the scene with an expressionless visage. Although he was already aware of their intention to kill him, he was keen to uncover the identity of the mastermind behind this plot. It wasn't long before the communication was successfully established. Before the golden-haired warrior could utter a word, a hurried inquiry came through the device. "How is it? Is that little bastard dead yet?" At the sound of that voice, Luo Feng's grip on his long sword tightened abruptly, producing a creaking sound from the strain. His fingers turned pale, and veins pulsed visibly on his forehead as rage surged within him. Despite the alterations in tone due to the device, Luo Feng instantly recognized the voice. The so-called benefactor of this martial artist team was none other than his stepmother, Tang Lingxian, who had tormented him throughout his childhood. The golden-haired warrior noticed Luo Feng's reaction, but dismissed it, responding to the communicator, "Not yet, but we have located our target. I am contacting you early because the information you provided was inaccurate. The target's strength is not that of a 2nd-tier warrior and a 2nd-tier psychic master, but rather has already ascended to a 4th-tier warrior. As for the psychic master, we are still uncertain of his capabilities, but one can assume it is not lower than 4th tier as well. Your promised compensation must triple, otherwise, we are willing to abandon this assignment." As the golden-haired warrior concluded his statement, Tang Lingshuan's incredulous exclamation resonated through the communicator. "What? A 4th-tier warrior? This is impossible." The golden-haired warrior remained unfazed. "The target is right before us. We witnessed it with our own eyes." Tang Lingxian was momentarily stunned, but soon a wave of fury and hatred surged within her. She finally realized that her father, Tang Shan, had misjudged the situation. Her younger brother, Tang Mubai, was indeed killed by Luo Feng, mistakenly interpreted as an action by the authorities. In such a short span of time, Luo Feng had ascended to a 4th-tier warrior. Had she not hastily offered a substantial bounty to hire a team of warriors for such tasks, he might have truly seized the opportunity for a comeback. Fortunately, to ensure that no unforeseen circumstances would arise this time, I specifically secured the services of the most formidable mercenary team, led by a 6th-rank warrior, accompanied by a 5th-rank mentalist. The wretched Luo Feng was undoubtedly destined for death. Upon realizing the extent of Luo Feng's threat, Tang Lingxian felt no hesitation in her resolve. In response to his demands for increased payment, she declared without a moment's pause, "No problem. As long as you can eliminate him, I shall provide you with triple the reward." Upon receiving this affirmation, a satisfied smile graced the face of the golden-haired warrior. Even though he could not behold his benefactor, He bowed slightly with an air of sophistication and assured her, "Rest assured, with our intervention, even a mite of the great Siam military will be unable to effect a rescue." "Very well. I shall await your favorable news." After concluding the communication, the golden-haired warrior raised the communicator towards Luo Feng, a smirk playing on his lips, and remarked, "You heard that, didn't you? I apologize, but in order to secure her triple reward, I must trouble you to meet your demise." Luo Feng, his expression impassive, fixed him with a hard gaze and inquired in a low voice, "You mentioned Yi City. Did you come seeking me there prior to arriving here?" The golden-haired warrior did not conceal the truth and nodded candidly, "Indeed. Initially, our benefactor informed us that you were a death row inmate in Yi City. However, upon locating the inmates, we discovered that you were not among them. From their accounts, we learned that you had already arrived here, necessitating our additional journey." A heaviness settled in Luo Feng's heart as he coldly demanded, "What are the death row inmates in Yi City?" A refined smile surfaced on the golden-haired warrior's face, yet his words were laced with extreme cruelty. "They are, of course, deceased. At first, I deceived them into believing that if they revealed your whereabouts, I would spare their lives. Regrettably, they did not trust my claims and refused to disclose your location. Consequently, I had no choice but to employ the interrogation techniques I had mastered, and ultimately, to spare them further suffering, I ended their lives. In a strict sense, I liberated them, as they were, after all, death row inmates, were they not?" Luo Feng stood in silence, memories of his time in Yi City flooding back. To be fair, his interactions with the likes of the Fatty, Scar, and Zhang Yu had not been particularly extensive. They could hardly be deemed friends. They were merely fellow death row inmates, forcibly united by circumstance. When the emotionless man-faced and the horse-faced met their end at the hands of a beast, Fatty had once uttered similar sentiments, that for them, death might not be an unmitigated tragedy. Yet, while Luo Feng could accept their demise at the hands of a beast, he could not bear the thought of their deaths being a consequence of his existence. Having endured torment and suffering throughout his life, Luo Feng had learned to remain unperturbed by honor or disgrace, mastering the art of emotional control in the face of any situation. Despite being informed of the demise of the three hefty individuals, Luo Feng maintained an expression devoid of emotion, his grip tightening around the long blade. Meanwhile, under the influence of his mental prowess, throwing knives began to materialize from his backpack, hovering around his form. Observing this spectacle, the blonde warrior raised an eyebrow and taunted, "Do you still wish to resist? Why complicate matters so? Would it not be more advantageous to let us end your life swiftly, thereby securing triple the reward from our benefactor?" Luo Feng remained silent, for he had never held an interest in engaging in idle chatter with adversaries. In the next moment, his gaze sharpened fiercely as he brandished his long knife and initiated a direct assault against his opponent. Chapter 70. Boundless shadows and instant retribution. Alas, what a nuisance, sighed the golden-haired warrior, pushing his hair back with a weary shake of his head. "Very well, since he insists on resisting, let him experience the true essence of despair. We shall strike him down together. After all, we are in the realm of the Great Xia, near the headquarters of the Northern Military Region, and the repercussions of being discovered would be dire." The other four men expressed no dissent, fully aware that Great Xia was not a place where they could act with impunity. If they were to be uncovered, they would surely meet their demise. Without hesitation, three of the warriors brandished their weapons to engage, while the fourth concealed himself, wielding psychic energy to control flying daggers aimed at Luo Feng. "Daring to employ flying daggers before me, a second-tier psychic master? Allow me to demonstrate what a true psychic master embodies before your last breath." Bolstered by psychic energy, the speed of the dagger surpassed that of the three fifth-tier warriors, clashing with Luo Feng's daggers in a thunderous collision. Clang, clang, clang. The shrill sounds echoed as a terrifying wave emanated from the point of impact, sweeping across the street in an instant. This was not merely a contest of daggers. It was a collision of psychic energies. The battle between psychic masters was far more intense and exhilarating than that of warriors. A single misstep could result in one's life being claimed by the opponent's daggers. After all, psychic masters lack the formidable physical prowess of warriors. epitomizing the truth of high offense and low defense. Initially, the fifth-tier psychic mercenary believed that his confrontation with Luo Feng would be a one-sided affair. Even if his psychic power, along with his vitality, had ascended to the fourth tier, he presumed Luo Feng would be reduced to mere fragments before his might. However, as the daggers clashed and the two streams of psychic energy began to collide, the confident smile vanished from his face, replaced by an exclamation of shock. Bordev, he is also a fifth-tier psychic master. Upon hearing this, and witnessing Luo Feng's daggers not only withstanding the assault, but gradually suppressing his allies' psychic energy, both the golden-haired warrior and the other three were engulfed by confusion. The golden-haired warrior could not help but curse aloud. Damn it, how outdated is the information our benefactor provided us. Wasn't it supposed to be a second-tier warrior paired with a second-tier psychic master? How has it escalated to this extent? Recalling how he had previously persuaded Tang Lingxian to agree to triple the reward without first gauging the situation, he had assumed Luo Feng's psychic mastery would be calculated as fourth tier. What he thought would be an advantage had turned into a significant loss. The cost of eliminating a fifth-tier psychic master far exceeds that of a fourth tier. The golden-haired warrior's countenance darkened, and he contemplated contacting Tang Lingxian to negotiate for a higher fee. Yet, after some reflection, he ultimately abandoned the idea. Increasing the price at this stage would be a breach of professional ethics, especially since he had been the one to propose calculating Luo Feng's worth as that of a fourth-tier psychic master. If given another chance, the reputation of this small team would be irrevocably tarnished, rendering the entire endeavor utterly futile. As the golden-haired warrior seethed with anger, the combat between Luo Feng and his four companions grew increasingly intense. Although they were all fifth-tier spiritual masters, disparities existed among them. It is essential to note that Luo Feng's mental power, akin to his vital energy, had been meticulously honed to perfection at every stage, making it incomparably superior to that of his adversaries. Thus, leveraging his formidable mental strength, exceeding 6,000 hertz, Luo Feng adeptly employed his mental prowess to manipulate flying knives against one fifth-tier spiritual master, while simultaneously directing three other knives to assault the trio of fifth-tier warriors. The spiritual master grew increasingly alarmed, realizing he was akin to a novice before Luo Feng, relegated solely to a defensive stance with no opportunity for counterattack. He understood his precarious situation. Should Luo Feng seize a chance, it would likely result in dire consequences. Moreover, in the face of the trio's relentless assault, Luo Feng not only held his ground, but also managed to overpower them with his immense strength. The most critical aspect was that they were contending not only with Luo Feng's exquisite and deadly swordsmanship, but also had to remain vigilant against the swarming flying knives. Despite being fifth-tier warriors, their bodies, refined through the tempering of vital energy, were still incapable of matching a spiritual master of the same level before achieving their golden forms. As the situation grew increasingly dire, one warrior, after barely parrying Luo Feng's strike, shouted urgently, "Boss, hurry and assist us. We are on the brink of collapse." The golden-haired warrior's expression darkened further upon hearing this. Luo Feng's demonstrated power only served to underscore the significant loss he was incurring. Based on the combat prowess exhibited, once he eliminated Luo Feng, he would undoubtedly demand additional compensation from Tang Lingxian. Taking a deep breath, the golden-haired warrior glared at Luo Feng with palpable animosity. "It's all your fault that we lost so much profit. Therefore, you must suffer a most gruesome fate." With that, he ceased to remain a mere observer. Drawing forth the ornate sword from his waist, and with a forceful step, charged directly toward Luo Feng's position. The sound of the sword's tip slicing through the air echoed as Luo Feng's formidable mental acuity allowed him to perceive his opponent's movements. After repelling the warrior before him with a strike, he swiftly pivoted and delivered a powerful slash. Boom! The clash of blade against sword erupted in a thunderous roar that resonated throughout the heavens. Luo Feng's raven-black hair swirled in the air, while his gaze turned icy. In the next moment, he exerted his strength anew, engaging in a fierce struggle with the golden-haired warrior. Feeling the immense force transmitted through the ornate sword, Even this sixth-tier warrior found himself taken aback. What the hell? How can this possibly be a fourth-tier warrior? Not even a fifth tier can compare, he thought, realizing why the three adversaries had been overpowered when they joined forces. Yet, it was unfortunate that, regardless of his innate talent, a genius who had not yet matured posed no real threat. The golden-haired warrior's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he summoned his vital energy, commencing the execution of his meticulously honed sword technique. The power he unleashed surged to several times its original magnitude. In an instant, the situation underwent a dramatic reversal. Luo Feng found himself relentlessly pressed back by the floral sword, unmistakably on the verge of defeat. Observing this, the three warriors eagerly joined forces with the golden-haired warrior, intent on swiftly vanquishing Luo Feng before departing from the scene. However, just as they closed in behind him, Luo Feng abruptly activated his immortal golden body while simultaneously deploying the blood shadow blade technique, augmenting his power to an astonishing 160 times. With a sudden pivot, he swung his blade towards the trio. Chapter 71. Damn. Trapped by that woman upon realizing that something was amiss, the captain, a golden-haired warrior, felt his pupils constrict sharply as he urgently shouted, "Get back!" Despite his warning, it was regrettably too late. Harnessing the power of the immortal golden body, combined with the third level of the blood shadow blade technique, Luo Feng's full force strike was on par with any full-strength attack unleashed by a sixth-tier warrior. The three fifth-tier warriors had no time to react. They merely caught a glimmer of bright silver blade light before the world around them began to spin wildly, their vision ascending rapidly. In the next moment, accompanied by the sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground, they finally realized that it was not the surroundings rising, but rather their own heads had been severed from their bodies, tumbling heavily to the floor. One strike, just a single strike, was sufficient to instantaneously slay the three fifth-tier warriors. Witnessing this scene, the golden-haired warrior felt a sudden constriction in his breath, and his heart began to race violently. Even as a seasoned sixth-tier powerhouse, he could not guarantee he could achieve such a feat yet. Before his very eyes, Luo Feng, a mere fourth-tier warrior, had orchestrated this spectacle. After a brief moment of bewilderment, the golden-haired warrior gazed at the three headless corpses tumbling to the ground, along with the three severed heads rolling about, and could not help but curse vehemently. Damn! That wretched woman actually dared to betray us. How could a second-tier warrior and a second-tier mentalist possess such overwhelming strength? The golden-haired warrior struggled to accept this reality. It was no longer merely a matter of how much reward Tang Lingxian would offer him for killing Luo Feng. It had escalated to whether he could survive this encounter. With the power of the immortal golden body and the third level of the blood shadow blade technique, Luo Feng unleashed strength comparable to that of a sixth-tier warrior, while also training in mental force, surpassing even the fifth-tier mentalist in his own team. This must be a setup orchestrated by Tang Lingxian. After painstakingly reaching the sixth tier, to risk his life for a meager reward was utterly foolish. Contemplating this, the golden-haired warrior forced a grim smile and addressed Luo Feng. "You've already killed the three of them. Why not let us go and pretend we're never here?" Luo Feng remained silent, merely lifting his long blade and striking towards him. Simultaneously, Luo Feng keenly observed the fifth-tier mentalist showing signs of abandoning the golden-haired warrior to flee, prompting him to use his mental force to control a flying dagger, effectively severing the escape route and leaving the man with no means of retreat. Just moments ago, it was this group of warriors attempting to encircle Luo Feng, but less than 10 minutes had passed, and the tables had turned, with Luo Feng now surrounding the two of them, driving them into a corner. At the same time, Ling Yu was hastily leading 4 team members towards their location. Initially, she had not sensed anything amiss, but upon observing that Luo Feng remained in the same position, her keen instincts alerted her to the unfolding danger. Thus, she swiftly extended her mental power to assess the situation. With her 6th-grade mental strength, covering the entire city district posed no challenge. Upon discovering that Luo Feng was ensnared within the encirclement of 5 unfamiliar martial artists, Ling Yu decisively led her 4 teammates to his location. One team member, observing their captain's anxious demeanor, could not refrain from voicing his thoughts. Why does it seem like the captain is overly concerned for that lunatic? When I was surrounded by beasts and in peril, shouldn't he exhibit this level of concern? Another teammate cast him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, "Haven't you encountered a madman before? Have you not realized the disparity between you two?" The man paused, instinctively questioning what disparity. Although he was a fourth-grade martial artist and a fifth-grade mental master, he was confident in his own prowess, exclaiming, "I'm a fifth-grade martial artist." He gestured his own face, speaking bluntly, "I'm not referring to strength, but rather this. Furthermore, even in terms of strength, you might find it difficult to surpass him." Upon receiving this response, the man felt quite wounded. Casting a glance at Ling Yu's retreating figure, he muttered, "Surely the captain is not the type to be so superficial as to only judge based on looks?" Just as he was about to continue, they were abruptly interrupted by Ling Yu's icy voice. "If you continue to chatter on about irrelevant matters, I won't hesitate to toss you into a den of A-grade beasts." At her words, the four teammates fell silent. Despite their ages being significantly greater than Ling Yu's, they dared not provoke the young prodigy who had already attained the 6th grade mental master level. Ling Yu's team and Luo Feng were in the same desolate city, strategically positioned on opposite sides to avoid disturbing each other while hunting beasts. However, with their speed, they traversed the entire city and reached Luo Feng's position in under 10 minutes. Although Ling Yu had previously observed through her mental power that the opposing martial team had suffered casualties, she remained vigilant. She sensed that a 6th-grade martial artist and a 5th-grade mental master were engaged in a fierce battle with Luo Feng. Yet, upon their arrival, the scene before her rendered her utterly astounded. The once golden hair of the 6th-grade martial artist was now drenched in a horrifying crimson, and a diagonal cross-shaped wound marred his chest, deep enough to reveal stark white bones. One of his arms had been severed. The 5th-grade mental master fared even worse. Completely surrounded by daggers, his cries of despair and pleas for mercy filling the air. Unfortunately, Luo Feng remained unfazed, adhering to the principle of seizing the opportunity to strike harder while his opponent was down. With the dual enhancement of the immortal golden body and blood shadow blade technique, the 6th-grade martial artist, already on the brink of exhaustion, could no longer withstand the onslaught. With a single stroke, the delicate rapier in his hand was sent flying, the blade tearing through his chest. Warm, crimson blood surged forth, mingling with his innards, as his fallen body remained frozen in a state of wide-eyed shock, filled with regret and resentment. Upon witnessing the captain's demise, Luo Feng charged forward with his weapon drawn, prompting the psychic practitioner to finally succumb to despair. Seizing this precise moment, Luo Feng deftly commanded his flying knives to strike directly at the man's forehead, heart, and throat, vital areas that ensured his complete annihilation. After executing this decisive act, Luo Feng approached the corpse of the 6th-tier warrior, retrieving the communicator linked to Tang Lingxian, and without hesitation, dialed the number. Just as the call connected, before Luo Feng could utter a word, Tang Lingxuan's anxious voice pierced through, inquiring about the delay. Why the holdup? It mattered not. As long as that little bastard was eliminated, all would be well. Chapter 72. Tang Lingxian. Your turn and that of your son will come swiftly. 4. Tang Lingxian. Hailing from the illustrious Tang family, she has never been one to hoard her resources, especially after witnessing Luo Feng's remarkable transformation in such a brief span. Evolving from a mere wastrel into a prodigious genius, even more formidable than before his affliction by her poison. In her estimation, even thrice the reward would pale in comparison to the value of successfully eliminating Luo Feng. With the elite warrior team she had invested heavily in, she was utterly convinced that Luo Feng would not survive. However, in the next moment, the voice emanating from her communicator sent her heart plummeting into despair. Tang Lingxian, the individuals you dispatched have been dispatched by me. Soon, it will be your turn. Upon hearing these words, Tang Lingxuan's pupils constricted, and her impeccably maintained visage, devoid of any wrinkles, was suddenly awash with disbelief and existential doubt. She could not help but exclaim, "How is this possible? You little wretch. How could you still be alive? Where are they? How could this happen?" Did someone assist you? I can't believe your luck could be so extraordinary. Tang Lingxian was utterly incredulous that a team comprising a 6th-tier warrior, a 5th-tier mentalist, and 3 additional 5th-tier warriors could be outmaneuvered by Luo Feng. If this was indeed the work of Luo Feng, what level of prowess had he attained? Surely, they had acted too late and were discovered by the Northern War Zone headquarters, allowing Luo Feng to survive. Yes, that must be the case. Tang Lingxian fervently reassured herself, convincing herself that Luo Feng could not possibly have grown to such a level. Luo Feng's gaze was as frigid as ancient ice, and he addressed the communicator with a chilling tone. Assistance? Do I need help to deal with these people? They are no different from your brother, Tang Mubai. Merely useless trash. Tang Lingxian, your brother knelt before me in his last moments, begging for mercy, yet I still executed him. Do you know why? Rest assured, I guarantee that your demise will be 100-fold more agonizing than that of Tang Mubai, and I will not keep you waiting long. Upon hearing this, images of her brother being ruthlessly dispatched by Luo Feng's mental prowess flooded Tang Lingxuan's mind, causing her eyes to blaze crimson with rage. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she unleashed a torrent of curses into the communicator. Luo Feng, you little wretch, I will ensure your death. Luo Feng appeared unfazed, his expression unchanging, as he continued, not just you, but your son Lin Changqing will not escape my wrath either. I will repay the suffering you and your family have inflicted upon me 100-fold, 1,000-fold. You wish to kill me? Then come forth. Unleash every tactic at your disposal, and I shall withstand all. As Luo Feng's words echoed, Tang Lingxian completely lost her composure, venting her fury like a woman driven to madness. Luo Feng turned a deaf ear to her, effortlessly silencing her with a mere light remark. Is this what breaks you? Tang Lingxian, I hope you and Lin Changqing can endure longer than Tang Mubai, who faltered at the first cut, unable to withstand the torment even as it began. Upon hearing this, Tang Lingxian decisively ended the communication, unable to bear the continuation of such conversation. The image of Tang Mubai being executed by Luo Feng's blade haunted her thoughts. His death was entirely to eliminate the threat posed by Luo Feng. No, that is not right. Mubai's demise is not my fault. It is all due to that wretched scoundrel Luo Feng. If it weren't for him, how could such a tragedy befall Mubai? After comforting herself, Tang Lingxuan's visage contorted into a ghastly mask of rage. Akin to a malevolent spirit eager to devour its prey, she longed to make Luo Feng experience the suffering her brother had endured. That damned little bastard. I should have killed him outright. Then none of this would have transpired. In that moment, Tang Lingxian was engulfed in regret, not for having tormented Luo Feng, but for not having escalated her efforts to eliminate him entirely. Luo Feng was acutely aware that, given Tang Lingxuan's nature, she would never repent for her threats. Rather, she would lament not having killed him when she had the chance. Yet, even if Tang Lingxian truly felt remorse, he would never let her off the hook. He had vowed to repay the torment he had suffered over the years 100-fold upon her and her son, and he would not renege on that promise. At that moment, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanated from Luo Feng, causing even the seasoned members of the Lingyu team, who had faced countless life-and-death battles, to feel a tremor of unease within. The instant Luo Feng initiated communication with Tang Lingxian, they had halted in their tracks. While they were in a sense colleagues, there remained a necessary boundary. Although the 4 team members did not overhear the conversation, Lingyu, endowed with formidable mental prowess, grasped every detail of the exchange. Coupled with her prior research and the palpable aura of vengeance radiating from Luo Feng, she felt no fear. Instead, her gaze towards him was tinged with compassion and sorrow. However, recalling Commander Yang's earlier statement that Luo Feng needed no one's pity, Lingyu composed herself and approached him, inquiring, should we inform Commander Yang of this matter? If she dares to send someone to hunt you down at headquarters, Commander Yang surely would not let her off the hook. Luo Feng, retracting his murderous intent, restored his expression to its usual impassivity. In response to Lingyu's suggestion, he gently shook his head. If she dares to act in such a manner, then she will certainly leave no evidence to implicate herself. Moreover, Rather than relying on others to exact vengeance upon my tormentor, I would prefer to wield the blade myself. Understanding the intricacies of the situation, Ling Yu was aware that Luo Feng's words were not unfounded. However, upon reflecting on the formidable adversary Luo Feng was destined to confront, the so-called strongest 8th-rank grandmaster, Tang Shan, she felt that the challenge ahead was indeed insurmountable. Just as Ling Yu was about to advise Luo Feng to refrain from acting impulsively until he possessed absolute certainty, a voice of utter astonishment erupted from behind her. What on earth? Are these 5 individuals from that renowned elite mercenary team, famed for their infallibility in battle? Chapter 73. The frustration of spirit language as spirit language communicated with Luo Feng. Her 4 teammates were busily examining the corpses of the 5 martial artists, eager to uncover the identities of those audacious enough to accept a contract for murder near the headquarters of the Northern Battle Zone. Initially, they presumed these individuals were merely 5th-grade martial artists who had been caught off guard by Luo Feng's cunning, leading to their untimely demise. However, upon glimpsing the faces of these individuals, they soon realized the extent of their misjudgment. One team member, gazing at the blood-soaked body that had once possessed golden hair, took a photo to compare with the database. As the information materialized on his device, his pupils widened in shock, and he could not suppress an exclamation. Holy cow, this guy's a 6th-grade martial artist. At this revelation, the other 3 rushed to inspect the body, and upon confirming its classification, they hurried to examine the remaining 4 corpses. Even spirit language felt a surge of unease and turned to her teammates, seeking a definitive answer from them. After completing their comparisons, one member swallowed hard, astonishment etched on his face as he addressed Luo Feng. This individual is a 5th-grade psychic practitioner. These 5 were indeed led by a 6th-grade martial artist, with 1 5th-grade psychic in their ranks, and the remaining 3 are a complete team of 5th-grade mercenary martial artists. Spirit language regarded Luo Feng, whose expression remained impassive, and could not help but inquire, "Is this true?" Luo Feng nodded slightly. "It is indeed as they say." Upon hearing this, spirit language bit her lip, feeling a profound sense of defeat. "I was so concerned about your safety that I insisted our team hunt beasts in the same city as you. I never imagined you had grown to such an extent. No wonder you prefer to venture alone into the wilderness. It seems my worries were unfounded." Even spirit language found it difficult to articulate her current emotions. Recalling her earlier earnest counsel to Luo Feng not to rush, she felt an acute embarrassment, wishing she could burrow into the ground. Given Luo Feng's displayed prowess, it was likely he could easily handle her entire team alone. If spirit language felt this way, her 4 teammates were even more affected. They exchanged glances, a shared thought emerging. They felt as if they had aged like dogs. Here they were, proclaiming themselves the strongest special operations team in North, deriding Luo Feng's refusal to join them as foolishness, but it now appeared that the truly ignorant were, in fact, themselves. At just over 20 years of age, Luo Feng had already acquired such formidable strength, while they, in comparison, felt like talentless, lackadaisical individuals. Luo Feng sensed the unusual emotions radiating from spirit language and her 4 teammates. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Regardless of the circumstances, I am grateful for your goodwill." Even though the other party ultimately did not assist him, Luo Feng could still perceive Ling Yu's goodwill towards him. Perhaps it was due to her benevolence, or perhaps upon reviewing his information, she found his experiences rather tragic. Regardless of the reason, Luo Feng was not the type to disregard the kindness of others. However, his expression of gratitude did little to alleviate the frustration in Ling Yu's heart. She waved her hand weakly and said, "Forget it. Whether we have help or not, we are in the same situation. Since you are safe now, we shall take our leave." After saying this, Ling Yu turned without hesitation, leading her team away. Yet before departing, she glanced back at Luo Feng and added, "By the way, although you claim there is no evidence, I still need to report the presence of this foreign mercenary team near our Northern War Zone headquarters to Commander Yang." Luo Feng had no objections and nodded in agreement. "All right." Ling Yu waved her hand over her shoulder and continued on her way with her team. Luo Feng silently noted Ling Yu's kindness, contemplating that if the opportunity arose in the future, he might reciprocate her assistance. As for the mercenary team sent by Tang Lingxian to pursue him, since they had perished by his hand, Luo Feng felt little concern. He regarded the incident as an inconsequential interlude and continued his focus on hunting the otherworldly beasts. The only source of guilt for Luo Feng lay with Zhang Yu, the chubby one, and Scar, who had perished because of him. Yet, since the events had already transpired, he felt powerless to change them. He could only keep a mental note, ensuring that Tang Lingxian would eventually pay the price for her actions. After Ling Yu's team left Luo Feng's location, an air of silence enveloped them, with not a single word exchanged among the members. Initially, their team had maintained a relaxed atmosphere, but the recent events had left them profoundly impacted, filled with frustration and helplessness. After a considerable pause, one of them finally spoke up. "Captain, given his formidable strength, is it still necessary for us to remain in the same city as him?" Another team member, with a spark of determination, proposed, "Indeed, why don't we venture deeper into the wilderness? After all, a warrior can only truly unleash their potential when dancing on the edge of life and death, battling against even more formidable otherworldly beasts. I refuse to be trampled by a rookie like him. I too must grow stronger." Upon hearing this, Ling Yu finally awakened to the realization. Remaining here served no purpose. Confronting only A-class beasts would not provide her with any substantial training. With Luo Feng already exhibiting such prowess, she needed to elevate her own strength swiftly, at the very least not to be left behind by a newcomer. With this thought in mind, Ling Yu took a deep breath and declared resolutely, "Let us change locations and delve deeper. We're going to hunt higher-level beasts. But you all must exercise caution. If we encounter an S-class beast, leave it to me, and do not act recklessly. Rest assured, Captain, do not forget that it was our team who dealt with the two S-class beasts that initiated the beast tide." Ling Yu rolled her eyes at this remark, retorting, "How can you even say that? If it weren't for my full-force effort to swiftly eliminate one of them and provide support for you all, it is highly likely that you four would have already fallen victim to the other S-class beast. Remember my words. Do not act recklessly in your pursuit of Luo Feng, for such actions could not only lead to your own demise, but also endanger others." Chapter 74. Tang Shan's Wrath Against His Children. Misfortune at home. As they ventured deeper into the wilderness, Ling Yu meticulously relayed the events that had transpired to Commander Yang. Throughout her account, Commander Yang remained silent, only speaking after Ling Yu had finished. "The audacity of the Tang family knows no bounds," he exclaimed. "It appears that Tang Shan genuinely believes that, in the absence of concrete evidence, the authorities could do nothing against him. Or perhaps he thinks that without the two martial saints present, he, as the most formidable 8th-grade grandmaster, can act with impunity. Regardless of the scenario, it is evident that the Tang family has been testing the limits of the Great Xia government, a fact that Commander Yang cannot tolerate." In a grave tone, Commander Yang declared, "You need not concern yourself with this matter. I shall report it personally to see how the higher-ups intend to respond. However, until we acquire undeniable evidence, taking action against the Tang family will not be an easy feat. This is not only due to Tang Shan's prowess, but, more importantly, it contravenes the laws of Great Xia. Any forceful intervention could incite panic among other martial artists." It was this very knowledge that fueled Commander Yang's frustration. Had either of the two martial saints been present, the Tang family would have faced the consequences of their actions in an instant. Alas, it seems their assistance is not forthcoming in the near future. Ling Yu was not an innocent young girl. She fully comprehended the truth behind Commander Yang's words. Ultimately, this situation might very well result in a stalemate, and should Luo Feng seek vengeance, he would likely have to rely solely on his own strength, waiting until he could match or surpass Tang Shan. Before concluding the communication, Commander Yang reminded her, "Ling Yu, while I understand your desire to delve into the wilderness, please prioritize your safety. If you encounter an insurmountable beast, retreat at once." Ling Yu nodded in response. "Rest assured, Grandfather Yang, I am aware." Meanwhile, Tang Lingxian had reduced everything in her home to ruins, yet she remained unable to dissipate the fury and hatred within her. In truth, even she was unaware that beneath her anger and resentment lay an undercurrent of fear. She could not fathom how Luo Feng had acquired such formidable strength in such a brief span of time. Even if the martial team had not fallen by his hand, the fact remained that he had ascended to the rank of 4th-grade martial artist. Just recently, he had been a mere 2nd-grade martial artist and a 2nd-grade mentalist. How could he achieve consecutive breakthroughs? As her tumultuous emotions began to settle, Tang Lingxian came to recognize the magnitude of the threat posed by Luo Feng. Realizing it was impossible for her to eliminate him on her own, her only remaining support was Tang Shan, her greatest ally. Even Lin Jingwu could scarcely assist her now. Consequently, Tang Lingxian resolved to act without hesitation and promptly contacted her father. After Tang Lingxian recounted the origin and outcome of the situation to Tang Shan, an extended silence ensued, with no response from him. Just as she was about to inquire further, a sudden outburst of anger erupted from the communicator. "You brainless fool!" Tang Lingxian was startled, nearly dropping the device in her hand. However, Tang Shan was evidently not inclined to let her off easily, continuing his tirade. "Tang Lingxian, have you completely lost your wits? I warned you before to disregard him and refrain from any unnecessary actions. Why did you not heed my words? You've truly outdone yourself, hiring a foreign mercenary squad? Do you not realize that such actions will only provoke the authorities further against the Tang family? It might even compel them to take direct action against us." Tang Shan was utterly exasperated. To invite a notorious foreign mercenary group into the territory to commit murder, especially near the headquarters of the Northern War Zone, was a foolhardy move that only someone devoid of common sense would contemplate. For the first time, Tang Shan felt that all 3 of his children were exceptionally gifted, albeit in the wrong way. The eldest, who had consistently traded resources from the great Xia for profit, was at least understandable for the sake of family advancement. Yet, from Tang Lingxian to the now-deceased Tang Mubai, each of their actions left one breathless. Despite his stern warnings, Tang Lingxian had recklessly engaged in such a preposterous act. Tang Shan was filled with an overwhelming desire to slap her into submission. What was most infuriating was that in the end, she had failed to eliminate Luo Feng. Realizing her blunder after Tang Shan's admonition, Tang Lingxuan's face paled, and she stammered, "Dad, what should I do? I understand my mistake, and I promise to listen to you from now on." Tang Shan, pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration, retorted, "Silence. From this moment forth, you shall remain at home and refrain from any actions. If you dare to repeat such folly, you need not wait for the authorities to intervene. I shall not hesitate to take matters into my own hands." Tang Lingxian fell silent, daunted into compliance, and nodded repeatedly. Once the communication ended, Tang Shan turned to his eldest son, Tang Hao, seated opposite him, and coldly remarked, "That mercenary squad was recommended to your sister by you, was it not?" Tang Hao did not deny it and nodded in affirmation. "Lingxian approached me previously, seeking a way to deal with that little brat while also avenging Mubai. I considered her reasoning and facilitated her connection with the squad. However, I did not anticipate that those 5 would be so inept as to fail to handle even a mere child." With a resigned shake of his head, Tang Hao continued, "Father, perhaps I should take matters into my own hands. First Mubai, and now even a squad comprised of a 6th-grade martial artist and a 5th-grade spiritual master has faltered before him. I am curious to ascertain the true nature of that little brat." In response to Tang Hao's proposal, Tang Shan slammed his palm down onto the table before him. With a resounding crash, the valuable solid wood table splintered into countless fragments. Enraged, Tang Shan glared at him, exclaiming, "How on earth did I end up with 3 mindless fools like you? You were so preoccupied with berating my sister that you forgot to scold me, didn't you? I have repeatedly warned you all to cease your meddling. Why is it that none of you take my words to heart?" Tang Hao's expression stiffened, and he dared not utter another word. Tang Shan shot him a fierce glare, forcibly suppressing his fury, and coldly remarked, "Let me remind you, that little wretch is merely a 4th-tier warrior. Even if this mercenary team were truly responsible for his demise, it is of little consequence. Once I ascend to the 9th tier, he is destined for death. No amount of official protection will save him." Chapter 75, Coward. Lin Chongqing's desire to flee Tang Shan had consistently underestimated Luo Feng. Whether it was Luo Feng's transformation into a death row inmate or his rapid ascension to the rank of a fourth-tier martial artist, to Tang Shan. It was merely a case of an ant evolving into a slightly larger ant, with no significant difference whatsoever. The true source of Tang Shan's vigilance lay in the Daxia government, particularly concerning the two martial saints who had departed from Blue Star many years ago. Tang Shan could not ascertain when they might return. Should they choose to come back, given the Tang family's actions over the years, they would likely face severe retribution. Thus, Tang Shan felt compelled to reach the ninth-tier martial saint realm before their return, which would grant him a measure of confidence when confronting them. Upon hearing Tang Shan's reprimand, Tang Hao fell silent, realizing the wisdom in his father's thoughts. Currently, Tang Shan was merely a king without a crown in Daxia, but once he achieved the ninth tier, the Tang family status would likely surpass that of the official authorities, effectively transforming Daxia into their private garden. Merely contemplating such a scenario filled Tang Hao's heart with anticipation. While Tang Shan and Tang Hao regarded Luo Feng as a minor threat, the sentiment was starkly different for another father-son duo. Lin Chongqing had learned of the situation from his mother, and upon hearing that she had dispatched the so-called strongest team of hired martial artists to hunt down Luo Feng, only to have them fail and be counter-killed, he was left utterly bewildered. Even after the communication ended, Lin Chongqing remained in a daze. How could this be? Why was he so powerful? At that moment, Lin Chongqing recalled the look Luo Feng had given him during the public trial while imprisoned. At that time, Lin Chongqing had believed Luo Feng was doomed. Thus, he had recklessly provoked him in various ways, ultimately inciting Luo Feng to fix him with a gaze as if it could kill. Deep down, Lin Chongqing had felt a flicker of fear, but because he did not believe Luo Feng had any chance of resurgence, he dismissed it. Now, upon hearing that Luo Feng had acquired the formidable power to counterkill 6th-tier martial artists and 5th-tier mentalists, Lin Chongqing could no longer maintain his composure. Why could this lowly wretch not simply perish at the hands of the beasts? Why did he persist? Why did he have to become so powerful? Unable to contain his emotions, Lin Chongqing mimicked his mother Tang Ling Xuan's destructive behavior, smashing everything in the barracks into ruins, leaving the place looking as though it had been ransacked. Yet, following his jealousy, an overwhelming fear consumed him. Luo Feng had now shed his identity as a death row inmate, transforming into a member of the Special Operations Team, and his range of movement was no longer confined to the small area of Yi City. Even if he were to suddenly appear in the Southern War Zone, no one would hold him accountable. Does this not imply that Luo Feng could arrive here at any moment to seek vengeance against him? Lin Chongqing possessed a modicum of self-awareness, understanding that in Luo Feng's heart, his mother was the source of his greatest hatred, followed closely by himself. Merely recalling Luo Feng's terrifying gaze from that time sent an involuntary shiver down Lin Chongqing's spine. No, I cannot linger here any longer. I must depart. I need to be by my grandfather's side, for that is the only sanctuary. With this thought in mind, Lin Chongqing hastily attempted to contact his father, Lin Jingwu, seeking assistance to escape the military. However, to Lin Chongqing's astonishment, upon hearing his request, Lin Jingwu erupted in furious indignation. What did you say? You wish to abandon the military? You coward! Faced with his father's scorn, Lin Chongqing meekly responded, Father, Luo Feng will not spare me. He might come seeking revenge at any moment. I do not wish to die. I only wish to survive. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingwu felt as though his breath had been stolen away, and he spat venomous words in reply. So you wish to be a deserter? If you do not wish to die, should you not strive to train harder? When faced with adversity, you only think of fleeing. How could I possibly have such a son like you? Lin Jingwu was seething with rage, wishing he could appear before Lin Chongqing and slap some sense in him. The son of a distinguished major general in the Southern War Zone. Should he choose to become a deserter, the repercussions would not merely fall upon Lin Chongqing. Lin Jingwu himself would be implicated. Thus, even though he was acutely aware that Lin Chongqing's fears might very well materialize, he was resolutely opposed to allowing his son to abandon the military. For a man capable of murdering his wife and allowing his own son to be framed, even actively aiding in concealing the evidence. Lin Jingwu had always prioritized his own interests, never caring for the lives of others. even if that person happened to be his own son. Lin Chongqing. Remain obediently in the military. You hold the rank of a second lieutenant in the Southern War Zone. Even if he were to come to the south, he would never dare to lay a hand on you. Lin Chongqing remained silent, and Lin Jingwu interpreted this as acquiescence, promptly severing the communication. Lin Chongqing stared at the communication device before him, his gaze flickering as he resolved not to heed his father's advice. His life was singular and irreplaceable. He could not gamble on whether Luo Feng would truly attempt to kill him. Should Luo Feng indeed become deranged and take his life? Even if he ultimately faced the punishment of the great Xia's laws, the fact remained that a dead man cannot return to life. Ensuring his own survival was paramount before considering anything else. Forgive me, father, I must leave. Lin Jingwu remained oblivious that Lin Chongqing had dismissed his words as mere noise. Resolutely intent on becoming a deserter, he had yet to calm the turmoil within him. The news of Luo Feng's counterattack against that group of martial artists shocked not only Tang Lingxian and Lin Chongqing, but also left Lin Jingwu in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that Luo Feng, who had been a mere waste 2 months prior, had now ascended to a level capable of countering 6th-tier martial artists and 5th-tier mentalists. It is certainly not as simple as a mere restoration of talent. Perhaps he is also a fortunate recipient of a legacy, which accounts for such an extraordinary transformation. Nevertheless, to possess such formidable power within a mere 2 months is likely unparalleled among all known inheritances. Regrettably, you remain oblivious to the true extent of the strength possessed by that old man from Tangshan. Regardless of your struggles, you cannot escape the fate of perishing at his hands. Cherish these final moments wisely. Chapter 76, 200-fold Effort. Seeking aid from the spirit language, Luo Feng regarded every moment as exceedingly precious, especially when he was on the verge of engaging in dialogue with Tang Lingxian. With her and her child waiting for him, he was even more reluctant to squander time, yearning to be in a perpetual state of hunting the otherworldly beasts. As a martial artist who had attained the 4th rank and meticulously refined his upper and lower limb bones, as well as his torso to perfection, successfully forging an indestructible golden body, Luo Feng found that even 10 days and nights without rest would bear no adverse effects on him. Theoretically, as long as his vital energy remained sufficient, he could continue to battle the beasts indefinitely. However, Luo Feng was acutely aware that he could not stretch the mental string too taut. Otherwise, psychological issues might arise. It was essential to occasionally cease the slaughter to allow his emotions to settle. After 5 relentless days of hunting, Luo Feng perched on the edge of a rooftop, devouring food while gazing down at the few remaining beasts below, realizing that the turbulent urge to kill within him remained unquenched. The sensation of becoming stronger was indeed addictive. Had he not forced himself to calm down, he might have been unwilling to halt the hunt. Luo Feng recalled a saying he had once heard: if every endeavor could be monitored like a progress bar in a game, the indolent would surely cease to exist. His current state mirrored this sentiment, as each beast he dispatched yielded corresponding attribute points, which he could then convert into his own strength, a sensation that naturally drew one into a state of obsession. Moreover, his time was critically limited, as no one could predict when the Tang family might retaliate, especially now that they were acutely aware of his power and the extent of the threat he posed. Should the old man Tang Shan prove to be more astute than Tang Lingxian, it was likely he would take matters into his own hands next time. As Luo Feng slowed his pace of consumption, he spoke. Wind Spirit, open the panel. Master, Luo Feng, vital energy, 5,090, mental energy, 8,237, martial arts, swordsmanship advanced. Blood Shadow Blade Technique, 3rd level, elemental laws, fire, beginner. Available attribute points, 4541 currently. The available attribute points were sufficient for breakthroughs in both the martial artist and mentalist systems. However, he still had a considerable distance to cover before his internal organs could be refined to perfection, and his mental energy had yet to reach its utmost state. At this rate, it would likely take another 5 days to accomplish that, until both his internal organs and mental energy were honed to their limits. He could not pursue a breakthrough. Thus, he decided to allocate his attribute points elsewhere. Luo Feng was not one to hoard points. He must utilize every attribute point gained from slaying the beast to enhance his strength. Since a breakthrough in rank was temporarily unfeasible, he would shift his focus and invest those points in other areas. Wind Spirit, enhance my swordsmanship and blood shadow blade technique. Understood, Master. After Luo Feng issued his command, his originally abundant 4,000 attribute points plummeted to merely 200. Yet, he could distinctly perceive a remarkable enhancement in his mastery of swordsmanship. Moreover, he had attained the 4th level of the blood shadow sword technique, which, when executed, could unleash a force multiplier of 4. Should he simultaneously employ the power of the undying golden body alongside the blood shadow sword technique, his strength would surge exponentially to a staggering 200 times. Although Luo Feng's current rank appeared to be that of a 4th-tier warrior, it would be arduous for even a 6th-tier warrior to contend with him. It is crucial to remember that this only pertains to the martial arts hierarchy. If one were to factor in his mental prowess, Luo Feng would be more than capable of sweeping away all 6th-tier warriors on Blue Star. Nevertheless, he felt no sense of complacency. He was no longer the Na'vi youth with limited understanding of the martial path. He was acutely aware of the terrifying chasm that exists between a 6th-tier warrior and a 7th-tier master, a disparity that could be likened to the difference between heaven and earth. The majority of Luo Feng's current advantages stemmed from the power of the undying golden body. However, once a warrior breaks through to the 7th tier, even if the opponent has not refined their bones to perfection as he had, they would still forge a golden body and be capable of wielding the power of the undying golden body. While lower-tier warriors might occasionally overcome their rank and defeat stronger opponents due to various factors, it is nearly impossible for a 6th-tier warrior to triumph over a 7th-tier master. In the 3 centuries since the emergence of martial arts on Blue Star, no one has achieved such a feat, taking it one step at a time. As haste often leads to undesirable outcomes, Luo Feng reassured himself and reclined on the rooftop, closing his eyes to rest, intending to resume his hunt for exotic beasts after 3 or 4 hours. However, just over an hour later, an urgent call erupted from the communicator on his wrist. Luo Feng abruptly opened his eyes, glancing at the name displayed on the device, raising an eyebrow before decisively answering the call. The moment the connection was made, Ling Yu's anxious voice resonated through. Luo Feng, we are in trouble. We're being besieged by 3 S-rank exotic beasts. I've informed Commander Yang, but it will take some time for reinforcements to arrive. You're the closest capable individual. Could you assist us? 3 S-rank exotic beasts? Luo Feng sat up with urgency, his expression shifting dramatically, not from fear, but as a top predator finally encountering coveted prey. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied straightforwardly, "No problem. I'm on my way." Even if it were not for the attribute points obtainable from hunting S-rank exotic beasts, Luo Feng would never turn a blind eye to the goodwill previously shown by Ling Yu's team. Given the overall strength of their squad, it was already a formidable challenge to have dealt with the 2 S-class beasts that had instigated the beast tide. Now, faced with the simultaneous emergence of 3 S-class beasts, the prospect of survival seemed grim unless swift assistance could be secured. Upon receiving this grim assessment from Luo Feng, Ling Yu visibly exhaled in relief. However, the roars of the beasts, accompanied by the anguished cries of one of her team members, prompted her urgent plea. If possible, please hurry. We may not be able to hold out much longer. Without waiting for Luo Feng's response, she hastily severed the communication link to expedite the support for her team. Luo Feng raised his wrist to access the map indicating the Special Operations Team's location. After confirming the position and direction of Ling Yu's squad, he immediately surged forward at full speed. Chapter 77. 3 S-class beasts. Despair at this moment. The situation of the Ling Yu team was exceedingly dire. As the captain, Ling Yu valiantly held off 2 S-class beasts single-handedly, while her 4 teammates struggled to contend with another. Yet, both sides found themselves ensnared in a perilous predicament. The 4 warriors were merely 5th-tier fighters, lacking the prowess to combat foes of such caliber, unlike Luo Feng, who could engage in battles beyond his rank. Despite exerting every ounce of their strength, they were no match for the S-class beasts. One team member, after being struck and sent flying by a beast's claw, managed to prop himself up with his long sword, gritting his teeth as he beheld the enormous dark golden claw bear before him, its form reminiscent of a small mountain. He could not suppress a curse. Damn it, it seems we are truly destined to perish here. With the power at their disposal, even a full frontal assault would be insufficient to breach the defenses of the dark golden claw bear. Conversely, should they fall victim to its claws, the consequences would be severe, amputation at best, or evisceration at worst. The defensive capabilities of fifth-tier warriors were utterly inadequate against a mere swipe from such a beast. One member of the Ling Yu team had already suffered the loss of an arm to the dark golden claw bear, significantly diminishing their combat effectiveness and exacerbating their plight. Damn it, how could we be so unfortunate? How did we end up in the territory of these 3 dark golden claw bears? At this moment, regret filled the hearts of the 4 team members. Ling Yu had previously warned them to carefully assess their surroundings before initiating any hunt after venturing deeper into the wilderness. Yet, spurred by Luo Feng's earlier provocation and their desire to keep pace with this newcomer, they had carelessly disregarded her counsel, inadvertently encroaching upon the territory of 3 S-class dark golden claw bears. Among all S-class beasts, the dark golden claw bear was undoubtedly a top-tier predator, perched at the apex of the food chain. Its defensive and offensive capabilities far surpassed those of the majority of S-class creatures, with the only drawback being its relative slowness. However, this shortcoming was negligible when compared to the overwhelming threat it posed to the 4 fifth-tier warriors, who found themselves devoid of any hope of escape. Initially, they had hoped to endure until reinforcements arrived, but the stark reality of battling the dark golden claw bear shattered that naive notion. At this rate, it would not be long before they were torn to shreds by the beast. Crucially, Ling Yu's situation was no better than theirs, and perhaps even more precarious. After all, she was facing the combined assault of 2 dark golden claw bears. As a 6th-tier mentalist endowed with a mysterious legacy, Ling Yu could have potentially ground down a single dark golden claw bear through her advantages. However, the 2 beasts offered her no such opportunity, steadily cornering her into a desperate situation. Upon realizing this, one team member shouted toward Ling Yu, "Captain, cease your concern for us and leave this place at once. If you depart now, given your speed, there remains a glimmer of hope. However, should you linger until we all perish at the hands of this accursed bear, then the opportunity will vanish completely." Upon hearing these words, the other 3 began to implore Ling Yu as well. "Indeed, swiftly depart, Captain. The reason we have provoked these 3 bears ultimately stems from our own folly. Do not involve yourself further with us. You are still young, and there will be ample opportunities for you to grow stronger. Perhaps you could return to avenge us once you have ascended to the rank of a 7th-tier mental adept. Yet, if you perish here, all will be lost. We failed to heed your warnings, and we must bear the consequences of our errors. This has nothing to do with you. Please leave now." Their location was deep within the wilderness, rendering any timely assistance from headquarters impossible, effectively sealing their fate. However, Ling Yu was different. As a 6th-tier mental adept, even if she could not overcome the onslaught of 2 S-class dark golden claw bears, she could certainly escape successfully. Thus, they were adamant that they did not want to see their talented captain sacrifice herself for their mistakes, for that would indeed be a grave sin. In response to her teammates' pleas, Ling Yu gritted her teeth, maneuvering her flying daggers to fend off the attacks of the 2 dark golden claw bears while retorting, "Silence. Luo Feng is on his way. He is not far from our position and will arrive shortly. What you must do now is not to fret, but to muster all your strength to endure a little longer. If we can hold out until Luo Feng arrives, the situation may turn in our favor." To prevent her 4 companions from continuing to babble and distracting themselves, Ling Yu added, "Concentrate all your attention on countering the attacks of that dark golden claw bear. Do not worry about me. If the situation becomes dire, I will find a way to escape." Ling Yu was not the naive girl they imagined. She understood precisely when to take action and required no reminders from them. Yet, in the face of their current predicament, her only recourse was to pray for Luo Feng's swift arrival, for she had no other strategy to turn the tide. She was acutely aware that since Luo Feng could single-handedly confront a squad comprising a 6th-tier warrior and a 5th-tier mental adept, once he joined forces with her, They could certainly retaliate against the three S-class dark golden claw bears. Regrettably, the disparity between her four teammates and the dark golden claw bears remained too vast. Suddenly, a sickening sound echoed as the razor-sharp claws of the dark golden claw bear slashed diagonally from one teammate's shoulder down to their thigh. The unfortunate soul did not even have time to scream before their body was cleaved in two. Witnessing this horrific scene, the remaining three teammates were instantly consumed by rage, yearning to shred the dark golden claw bear to pieces in vengeance for their fallen comrade. Yet they knew that charging forward would be akin to seeking death. It is precisely due to their obstinate behavior that they have found themselves ensnared in this predicament. Now, they must not succumb to impulsiveness and risk their lives. Unfortunately, the dark golden claw bear has no intention of relenting. With a thunderous roar directed toward the heavens, it fiercely propelled itself upward with its powerful hind legs, launching itself toward the remaining three members. The quartet was already outmatched against the dark golden claw bear, and with one member slain and another incapacitated, the onslaught from the bear filled their hearts with despair. Chapter 78. Luo Feng to the rescue. Do not add to the chaos. The formidable strength of the dark gold claw bear was astounding and terrifying, rendering them unable to confront it head-on. With a mere swipe of its claw, a piercing howl filled the air, compelling the remaining three to concentrate fully on evasion, fearful of meeting the same grim fate as their comrade who had been cleaved in two. However, the greater the power of a beast, the higher its intelligence. As an S-grade beast, the dark gold claw bear was far from the dim-witted lower-grade monsters. It recognized these humans as allies and was unwilling to witness further misfortune befall them. A glimmer of insight flashed in the bear's eyes as it disregarded the other two and fixated on the one with a severed arm, launching relentless assaults that left him no chance to evade. Realizing the bear's tactical maneuver akin to surrounding and assisting, the three members of the Lingyu team felt a mix of anger and fear. The two understood that the dark gold claw bear was deliberately luring them into a trap. Yet, as comrades in arms, they could not bear to watch another fall. Having provoked these three apex S-grade beasts was their own doing. Now, with Luo Feng hastening to their aid, if they could not even hold their ground, they would truly deserve their fate. Exchanging a resolute glance, the two steeled themselves and charged to their teammates' aid. However, as they arrived, the dark gold claw bear unhesitatingly swung its claw towards them. Having been fixated on their movements from the onset, this opportunity was not one it would let slip away. Seeing this, their pupils contracted sharply, eyes filled with terror as they hastily rolled to avoid the strike. Although they ultimately escaped the claws, they became ensnared by the bear, losing any chance of escape. Meanwhile, Lingyu found herself in a perilous situation, fending off the assaults of the two dark gold claw bears while keeping a vigilant eye on her teammates. Upon realizing they were cornered, she bit down hard on her lip, draining the color from her previously rosy lips. Lingyu yearned to rescue her comrades, but she was also caught in a precarious state. Despite her earlier words about seizing an opportunity to flee if the situation turned dire, these two S-grade beasts offered her no such chance, blocking her escape routes entirely. Even if she wished to retreat, it was impossible. As a spiritual practitioner, her physical strength paled in comparison to that of a warrior. Against the relentless onslaught of the dark gold claw bears, she could only muster all her strength to control flying knives with her mental power while evading, too fearful to allow the bears to close in. The consequences of such proximity would likely be fatal. At that moment, the two other teammates fell victim to the dark gold claw bear's opportunistic strike. Being knocked to the ground, with a swift motion, the bear descended its claws upon their necks. Swoosh! A flash of cold light severed the head from body, and crimson blood began to spurt wildly. After resolving one foe, the dark golden claw bear showed no signs of pause, launching an assault on another adversary. In just a few exchanges, its weapon shattered into two pieces, and its body became adorned with grotesque, bone-deep wounds. As the dark golden claw bear prepared to slay another member of the team, Lingyu's formidable mental prowess detected a figure swiftly approaching from a distance, prompting her to call out excitedly, "Luo Feng!" Whoosh! 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 The sound of flying daggers sliced through the air in response to Lingyu's call. The daggers, imbued with Luo Feng's mental energy, hurtled towards the bear at nearly the speed of sound, crashing forcefully against its claws. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed through the sky as the overwhelming force toppled the massive creature to the ground. The team member who narrowly escaped did not hesitate. After rolling to the side, he scrambled to his feet and fled into the distance, furious at the sight of its prey fleeing. The dark golden claw bear steadied itself and let out a roar, intent on pursuing. However, before it could take a step, Luo Feng, already present, unleashed the power of the immortal golden body and the fourth level of the blood shadow blade technique, instantly elevating his power by 200 times. He swung his blade, colliding fiercely with the dark golden claw bear. Boom! A resounding crash reverberated, sending a terrifying shockwave radiating outward from the point of impact. The ground beneath the bear cracked open, revealing a massive pit, and a cloud of dust and debris enveloped both Luo Feng and the dark golden claw bear. After a brief standoff, both were jolted backward by the force of the collision. Regaining his footing, Luo Feng surveyed the condition of Ling Yu's team members with his mental energy. 2 had already perished at the hands of the dark golden claw bear, and another was severely injured, leaving only Ling Yu in relatively good condition. Realizing this, Luo Feng felt vindicated in his earlier decision to venture alone into the wilderness. Although he lacked allies in his time of trouble, their absence spared him from much of the ensuing chaos. In the wilderness, particularly in its central regions, fools lacking self-awareness not only fail to provide assistance, but instead invite endless complications. Ling Yu and her 2 companions were oblivious to Luo Feng's inner musings. His arrival undoubtedly offered them a glimmer of hope for survival, especially as Luo Feng skillfully manipulated the flying daggers to aid Ling Yu. The pressure on her, who was previously facing 2 S-class beasts alone, diminished significantly. Disliking unnecessary chatter, Luo Feng, having completed his support, charged towards the dark golden claw bear without hesitation. In his eyes, there was no trace of fear towards the S-class beast. Rather, an insatiable desire for the substantial attribute points to be gained from its defeat consumed him. The 2 members of Ling Yu's team exchanged glances, contemplating whether to aid Luo Feng against the bear, but were left speechless by his curt command, "Don't add to the chaos." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the 2 team members shifted from pale to flushed, ultimately settling into a profound sense of shame. Luo Feng was indeed correct. Their presence would merely complicate matters, offering no assistance to him while potentially becoming a burden. Indifferent to their reactions, Luo Feng was consumed by a singular thought in his mind. The 3 S-class exotic beasts, the dark golden claw bears, must be vanquished solely by his own hand. Chapter 79. The Defeat of the S-Class. The terrifying Luo Feng in the midst of Luo Feng's full-blown eruption of power. Even relying solely on the martial artist system, he proved to be on par with any 6th-grade warrior. This implies that even when facing the S-Class dark golden claw bear, Luo Feng could achieve an evenly matched confrontation. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Luo Feng had been navigating solely on 2 legs, and his prowess as a mentalist was hardly inferior to that of a martial artist. Even though he allocated a portion of his mental energy to assist Ling Yu in battling the 2 dark golden claw bears, he could still multitask, utilizing the remainder of his energy to synergize his martial strength in a fierce struggle against the lone dark golden claw bear. While Ling Yu's team of 5th-grade warriors found themselves incapable of breaching the defenses of the dark golden claw bear, Luo Feng was distinctly different. Initially, the dark golden claw bear dismissed Luo Feng's threat. However, after exchanging a few blows and enduring several thrown blades, it quickly became aware of its misjudgment. Recognizing that Luo Feng was entirely unlike the 4 others, it no longer dared to underestimate him. With a low growl, it summoned its 2 companions, hoping to unite and confront Luo Feng and Ling Yu together. Alas, Luo Feng was not inclined to grant them such an opportunity. Knowing full well that taking them down one by one was the optimal strategy, he refused to allow them to regroup and collaborate. Such folly would be inconceivable. While employing his flying knives to impede the advance of the other 2 dark golden claw bears, Luo Feng unleashed his full power. launching a relentless assault on the solitary foe before him. With each swing of his blade, the glimmer of light shone forth like a crescent moon, interspersed with the whistling sound of flying knives slicing through the air, leaving the dark golden claw bear utterly unprepared. Confronted by an adversary who seamlessly merged the disciplines of martial artist and mentalist, the speed deficiencies of the dark golden claw bear were laid bare. Even in a state of rage, exerting its utmost strength, it could merely fend off Luo Feng's blood shadow blade techniques, empowered by his indomitable golden body. Utterly incapable of countering the flying knives augmented by Luo Feng's mental prowess. Even though Luo Feng's mental energy had yet to reach the 6th grade threshold of 9,000 hertz, he had already honed and refined it to near perfection, rendering its inherent might insurmountable by the dark golden claw bear's own defenses. With a piercing sound, the blade tore through flesh, leaving numerous gashes on the dark golden claw bear's sleek hide, crimson blood gushing forth in torrents. What the dark golden claw bear found most intolerable was the sheer velocity of the flying knives. Often, as one blade opened or wound upon its body, another would swiftly follow. The intense pain surged through it, compelling the dark golden claw bear to unleash a roar from the depths of its throat, a sound imbued with boundless fury. The powerful sound waves reverberated throughout the city, causing nearby beasts to scatter in fear, unwilling to investigate the source of the commotion. Yet, through this roar, they could sense that the 3 S-class dark golden claw bears, rulers of the city, were undoubtedly facing a life-threatening peril. In less than 5 minutes, the dark golden claw bear had become drenched in its own blood, finding itself at the brink of demise. As it felt its energy swiftly ebbing away with each pulse of blood, the dark golden claw bear realized that death was imminent. However, as a fearsome S-rank beast renowned for its ferocity, it was determined that even in its final moments, it would exact a toll from Luo Feng. Thus, it disregarded its injuries entirely, launching a desperate, life-for-life assault against Luo Feng. In the face of such a situation, Luo Feng did not recklessly confront it head-on. Instead, he utilized his size advantage to nimbly evade, denying the beast any opportunity to make contact. Simultaneously, he manipulated flying knives with his mental prowess, driving them into the bear's wounds. In the next moment, the knives began to spin rapidly like drill bits, with a low hum accompanying their descent. The bear's flesh splattered in all directions. Under the watchful eyes of the 2 members of the spirit language team, the massive body of the dark golden claw bear collapsed with a thunderous crash, ultimately devoid of any signs of life. Congratulations, Master, on successfully slaying the S-rank beast, the dark golden claw bear, and earning 879 attribute points, chimed Wind Spirit. Upon hearing this notification, a glimmer of satisfaction appeared in Luo Feng's eyes. It was indeed worthy of its S-rank status, as even a single beast provided nearly 1,000 attribute points. Without so much as a glance at the bear's corpse, he resolutely charged towards the location of spirit language. Upon witnessing Luo Feng's triumph over the dark golden claw bear, spirit language exhaled deeply, gaining a clearer understanding of Luo Feng's formidable abilities. Together, they would undoubtedly have no difficulty in hunting the remaining 2 dark golden claw bears. However, following the death of their companion, the remaining 2 were intensely provoked, their copper bell-sized eyes turning a vivid crimson as they launched a frenzied assault against Luo Feng and spirit language. Regrettably, despite their fervent efforts, they were no match for Luo Feng and spirit language. Both possessed the strength to single-handedly slay S-rank beasts. Now, united, they found dealing with the 2 dark golden claw bears to be a mere trifle. Although they had not fought together previously, their powerful mental energies complemented each other remarkably well. Luo Feng, wielding the strength of a 6th-tier warrior, stood at the forefront while simultaneously directing the flying knives in concert with spirit language to exploit the bear's vulnerabilities. Observing this scene, the 2 surviving members exchanged glances, their expressions filled with disappointment. Although they had previously recognized the significant disparity in power between themselves and the captain, they had hoped that their combined strength could somewhat bridge that gap. Now, They realized that they had merely been a hindrance to the captain all along. One of the members, who had lost an arm, felt a tumult of emotions, and after a moment of silence, he sighed heavily. My contribution points are sufficient to exchange for the elixir of rebirth. Once my severed arm is restored, I shall request to form and lead a small team, for it is time to cease being a burden to the captain. They had previously been consumed by their own ambitions, eager to engage in fierce battles with formidable beasts under Ling Yu's guidance, seeking the swiftest enhancement of their own powers. In their pursuit, they unconsciously overlooked the fact that this would hinder Ling Yu's development, forcing her to continuously tend to their needs. However, having endured this recent ordeal, they have now come to a profound realization, understanding that they can no longer afford to be so selfish as to consider only their own interests. Chapter 80. Forming a duo with Ling Yu. Upon hearing this remark, the gravely injured team member nodded in agreement. I share the same sentiment. Compared to us, the captain is truly a prodigy. Rather than squander her time tending to our wounds, it would be far more advantageous to allow her the freedom to seek out formidable S-class beasts and hone her skills. Pausing momentarily, he gazed ahead at Luo Feng and Ling Yu, who were fighting side by side with remarkable synergy, and continued. I believe that pairing the captain with him to form a duo would be the wisest choice. Not only would they not hinder each other, but together they would effortlessly confront high-level beasts. Both are mentalists, and should they encounter peril, they possess the capability to extricate themselves, rendering any threat negligible. The one-armed warrior rolled his eyes at this, retorting, "Let us not forget that he has previously declined the captain's offers multiple times. He is resolute in his desire to navigate the wilderness alone. How could he possibly agree to team up with the captain now?" The injured member coughed up blood, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he pondered, is it possible that he does not disdain the captain, but rather us, the burdens he carries? Upon hearing this, the one-armed warrior's breath caught in his throat, suddenly realizing the truth in those words. Previously perplexed by Luo Feng's refusals of Ling Yu's invitations, they now comprehended the reason upon recognizing that Luo Feng's prowess rivaled that of Ling Yu. It was not that Luo Feng looked down upon Ling Yu, but rather that he had little regard for teammates of their caliber, mere fifth-tier warriors. With this revelation, the two fell into a contemplative silence. Meanwhile, the battle between Luo Feng, Ling Yu, and the two S-class Dark Gold Claw Bears had reached its climax. United in their efforts, the Dark Gold Claw Bears were unable to counterattack or escape, gradually succumbing to the relentless assault. After nearly 10 minutes of fierce struggle, the bears were left battered and on the brink of defeat. Seizing an opportunity, Luo Feng decisively advanced, launching himself into the chest of one bear with a powerful thrust. In the next instant, the indomitable golden body power surged forth, coupled with a fourfold enhancement from the Blood Shadow blade technique. A searing flame enveloped the blade in his hand as he drove it mercilessly into the bear's heart. Sizzling sounds echoed as the blade pierced through, the blood evaporating before it could even flow. Once the tip of the blade breached the massive heart of the Dark Gold Claw Bear, Luo Feng wasted no time. Twisting his wrist with force, he violently spun the blade, reducing the heart to a myriad of fragments. A mournful howl erupted from the bear, reverberating through the skies as its colossal form collapsed like an avalanche. Thud! The ground was indented by the weight of the fallen bear, a cloud of dust billowing into the air, obscuring all vision. Upon witnessing the demise of his two companions at the hands of Luo Feng, the last remaining Dark Gold Claw Bear was engulfed in sorrow and fury, charging recklessly towards him. Ling Yu, standing nearby, would not allow it to harm Luo Feng. Without hesitation, she employed her mental prowess to command flying daggers to thwart its advance. As she cornered the last Dark Gold Claw Bear, preparing to take its life, Luo Feng suddenly called out, "Let me handle this." Ling Yu was momentarily startled, but seeing Luo Feng rush forward again, she, despite her confusion regarding his fervor, refrained from contesting him for the kill. Instead, she directed her flying daggers to target the bear's claws, rendering it defenseless. It was only when the system's notification echoed in his mind, announcing the slaying of this final S-class beast, that Luo Feng finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. The three S-Class Dark Gold Claw Bears had collectively bestowed upon him over 2,500 usable attribute points. Having just expended his previous points to enhance his swordsmanship and blood shadow blade technique, this windfall brought him immense joy. Indeed, the higher the level of the beasts, the greater the rewards they yielded. This was far more efficient than toiling away hunting lower-tier beasts for attribute points. Perhaps he could entirely abandon the pursuit of weaker creatures, focusing instead on A-Class and S-Class beasts, which would not only hone his combat skills, but also optimize his efficiency in acquiring attribute points. As Luo Feng silently resolved to this course of action, Ling Yu stepped forward, gazing at him with gratitude. "Thank you, Luo Feng. If you hadn't arrived in time, our team would have surely faced total annihilation." Luo Feng, devoid of pride in his contribution, merely shook his head. "It's nothing. It was the least I could do." Whether it was due to Ling Yu's earlier attempt to invite him to her team to shield him from the Tang family's pursuit, or her prompt assistance when they encountered the warriors squad days prior, Luo Feng's character would naturally remember her goodwill. Thus, saving Ling Yu and the other two was merely his way of reciprocating her kindness. With the three S-Class beasts fully vanquished, Ling Yu sighed in relief, though her expression dimmed slightly. Regardless of the outcome, her team had suffered greatly. While the two injured could potentially recover with healing water, the deceased were irrevocably lost. Ling Yu felt an undeniable sense of responsibility as their captain for the misfortunes that had befallen them. Luo Feng noticed her despondency, but refrained from offering consolation, recognizing that everyone must face their own tribulations, and true empathy was a rare gift. No amount of comforting words could truly alleviate her burden. However, the two survivors, sensing Ling Yu's emotional turmoil, hurried over to reassure her. "Captain, please don't blame yourself for this incident. It has nothing to do with you. We disregarded your warnings and insisted on coming here. Provoking those three S-Class beasts was our fault." The man with the severed arm nodded earnestly and spoke. "Captain, we have just reached a consensus. We intend to form our own teams, much like the Iron Blocks, and will no longer follow you. For you, we provide no assistance. Rather, we risk becoming a burden, and we are unwilling to continue in this manner." Ling Yu was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Luo Feng stood silently by, disinterested in involving himself in their affairs. To his astonishment, the gravely injured man inadvertently dragged him into the conversation with a single remark. "Indeed, with your capabilities, it is unwise to divide your focus on our behalf. We believe it would be more fitting for you to form a two-man team with Luo Feng." Chapter 81. A genius is insignificant before the overachiever. As the words of this individual fell, Ling Yu instinctively turned to look at Luo Feng, only to find that the latter's brows had furrowed in discontent, seemingly displeased with the suggestion. With an expression devoid of emotion, Luo Feng addressed the two individuals, stating, "I am not interested. I prefer to venture alone in the wilderness." He harbored no ill feelings towards Ling Yu. However, he had nearly been deprived of the S-grade Dark Golden Claw Bear's head by her mere moments ago. Forming a team with her would imply that she could seize his hard-earned kills at any time. He sought to hunt beasts in solitude, unwilling to allow anyone to usurp his rightful attribute points. Upon hearing Luo Feng's response, Ling Yu's demeanor soured, and she huffed in retort, "Rest assured, I have no interest either." Initially, she had found merit in her teammate's proposal, believing that teaming up with Luo Feng would be the optimal choice. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Luo Feng's resolute rejection had caught her off guard. Had she articulated her opinion earlier, she would have faced considerable embarrassment. The two surviving team members attempted to interject, but just then, the piercing sound of an approaching aircraft resonated, heralding the arrival of reinforcements from headquarters. Upon discovering that the three S-grade beasts lay vanquished and that Ling Yu's team had escaped peril, the aircraft smoothly descended in a nearby open space, and personnel dispatched by headquarters began to disembark. Leading the contingent was an officer adorned with the insignia of a major general. He cast a glance at the massive carcass of the Dark Golden Claw Bear, then saluted Luo Feng with gratitude, stating, "Thanks to your timely assistance. If we had arrived any later, it could have spelled disaster." Luo Feng simply shook his head and replied succinctly, "It was nothing. It was my duty." The major general, understanding the gravity of the situation, refrained from further discussion. He directed his team to attend to the bear's remains while they lifted the bodies of the two unfortunate members of Ling Yu's team aboard the aircraft. Addressing the two survivors, he advised, "Given your current conditions, it will be prudent to return to headquarters for recuperation before resuming your missions. One has a severed limb, and the other is gravely injured. Remaining here would only render you burdensome." The two had already contemplated returning to headquarters for healing and seeking Commander Yang's approval for a new team leader. Thus, they readily accepted the Major General's counsel. Once arrangements were made, the Major General turned to Ling Yu and inquired, "Captain Ling, will you accompany us back?" After a moment's contemplation, Ling Yu shook her head. "No, I shall remain in the wilderness." The Major General considered her capabilities. With her rank as a 6th-rank spiritual master, had it not been for her teammates' shortcomings, she would have likely detected and evaded the 3 S-grade beasts with ease. Therefore, her solitary endeavors in the wild should pose no significant risk. Taking this into account, the Major General refrained from further persuasion, instead solemnly addressing both Luo Feng and Ling Yu. "Then I wish you well in your continued hunt for beasts." After exchanging a few more words, he departed aboard the aircraft, returning to headquarters. Observing this, Ling Yu turned to Luo Feng and posed a question. "What do you intend to do next?" Upon hearing this, Luo Feng replied without the slightest hesitation, "I will venture deeper into the wilderness to hunt high-level exotic beasts." He had already tasted the rewards from the 3 S-rank dark gold claw bears. The benefits derived from slaying an S-rank beast were incomparable to those from lower-tier creatures. For Luo Feng, the lower-level beasts were merely targets for a one-sided massacre. Only the S-rank beasts could pose any semblance of challenge to him at this stage. He sought not only to enhance his strength through attribute points, but, more critically, to sharpen his combat prowess and accumulate a wealth of battle techniques and experience. It was imperative to realize that the adversaries he would face in the future included formidable opponents like Tang Hao, a 7th-tier master, and even Tang Shan, an 8th-tier grandmaster. These two had undoubtedly endured countless life and death struggles to reach their current stature. Merely catching up to their realm would not suffice to defeat them. Upon learning of Luo Feng's intention to delve deeper into the wilderness, Ling Yu immediately contemplated dissuading him from such a perilous course of action, lest he find himself surrounded by exotic beasts, much like her own team had. However, recalling Luo Feng's previous rejections of her invitations and his steadfast resolve to navigate the wilderness alone, she recognized that once he made a decision, he would not waver. After a moment's reflection, Ling Yu proposed, "How about this? Although we may not form a team as he suggested, let us try to keep our distances close. Should you encounter multiple S-rank beasts simultaneously, I can provide immediate support." Following recent events, Ling Yu had come to realize that Luo Feng's strength was on par with her own. Indeed, with the synergy of martial and mental disciplines, she feared she might no longer be his equal. Yet even so, it would not be so simple for him to recklessly hunt high-level beasts in the depths of the wilderness. Should an unexpected situation arise, such as being encircled by multiple S-rank beasts, or even facing a more powerful SS-rank creature, he could swiftly find himself in dire straits. By maintaining proximity, they would at least be able to support one another in case of emergencies. With the discussion having reached this point, Luo Feng naturally would not refuse. As long as Ling Yu did not remain at his side to claim his prey, he held no aversion towards her. Seeing Luo Feng acquiesce, Ling Yu wasted no time, decisively stating, "In that case, let us be off. The A-rank beasts in this city have been dealt with by our team, and the remaining 3 S-rank ones have fallen to your blade. Now, let us set forth to seek new targets." Ling Yu felt invigorated by Luo Feng's determination. Despite being 3 years his senior, and both having been fortunate enough to receive legacies, Luo Feng had remarkably risen from being a mere novice to someone who seemed to surpass her in just 2 months. If she continued to lag behind, it wouldn't be long before she could no longer even catch a glimpse of his figure. Since the 2 surviving team members voluntarily chose to leave the squad, Ling Yu found herself unencumbered and naturally inclined to learn from Luo Feng, engaging in fierce battles against those formidable exotic beasts to elevate her prowess at an accelerated pace. Luo Feng, aware of Ling Yu's intentions, remained indifferent. Indeed, It is true that Ling Yu is a prodigy who has inherited great talents, making her advancement in strength considerably easier than that of ordinary individuals. However, even a genius holds no comparative value when faced with the overwhelming prowess of a true master. Chapter 82. Luo Feng's Plan. Comprehensive enhancement. It was only after Luo Feng delved deeply into the wilderness that he comprehended why this place had become a paradise for exotic beasts and was dubbed a forbidden zone for humanity. Apart from those martial artists with sufficiently high realms and formidable strength, none dared to set foot here. The number of exotic beasts was overwhelmingly vast, seemingly infinite, making it impossible to eradicate them entirely. In the depths of the wilderness, A-grade and even S-grade exotic beasts were ubiquitous. It is noteworthy that S-grade beasts are comparable to 6th-tier martial artists, and how many among the entirety of Blue Star could claim to have reached the 6th tier. Moreover, this concern only pertains to the terrestrial exotic beasts. The aquatic expanse of Blue Star is more than twice, nearly thrice that of the land. According to the joint statistics of the 5 major nations, the number of exotic beasts inhabiting rivers, lakes, and seas is likely tenfold that of those on land, with the count of SSS-grade beasts being unfathomable. In such circumstances, the challenge for humanity to reclaim their homeland is exceedingly formidable. Preserving base cities to provide a semblance of survival for the populace is already an arduous task. Yet, as previously stated, the wilderness, which resembles a purgatory to others, appeared to Luo Feng as nothing short of paradise. Whether A-grade or S-grade exotic beasts, to him, they were merely walking attribute points. Upon arriving here, Luo Feng resembled a dragon finally entering the sea, unhesitatingly embarking on a spree of slaughter, ruthlessly hunting the exotic beasts that met his gaze. Luo Feng no longer focused solely on the annihilation of lower-tier beasts. Instead, he dispatched any encountered foes with ease. Even if some lesser beasts managed to escape, it held no significance for him, as he had no intention of pursuing them. Instead, he utilized his formidable spiritual energy to scan the surroundings in search of high-tier beasts to hunt, deeming only those of A-grade or higher worthy of his attention. In the midst of his battles with the exotic beasts, Luo Feng either employed the powers of the martial artist system or wielded his mental force, refraining from employing both simultaneously to dominate the beasts. At this juncture, he sought to hone his combat prowess. Otherwise, his methods would yield no fruitful results. Nevertheless, despite this, Luo Feng's attribute points continued to accumulate, seemingly inexhaustible. Now, with the perfect stage of refining his internal organs still a distant goal, the refinement of his mental power to its utmost required not merely attribute points, but rather the time-consuming endeavor akin to grinding. Thus, despite possessing a vast quantity of attribute points, he could not allocate them to enhance his vitality and mental energy. After slaying yet another A-grade exotic beast, Luo Feng silently intoned, "Wind Spirit, open the panel." Master, Luo Feng, Vitality, 5,130, Mental Energy, 8,417, Martial Skills, Swordsmanship Advanced, Blood Shadow, Sword Technique, 4th level, Elemental Laws, Fire, Beginner. Available attribute points, 7588. It is indeed a pity to have so many attribute points, yet be unable to allocate them to enhance his vitality and mental energy. Luo Feng shook his head slightly in lamentation, pondering for a moment before speaking to himself. However, since the realms of martial artists and mental practitioners are now destined to stagnate, it is prudent to enhance the techniques of swordsmanship and the Blood Shadow Blade art. Ideally, I aim to elevate the Blood Shadow Blade art to the 9th level, whereupon I could achieve an 8-fold increase in power solely through this technique. If I were to additionally harness the strength of the immortal golden body, the multiplier could astonishingly soar to 480 times. Although the precise disparity between a 6th-grade martial artist and a 7th-grade master remains unknown, attaining such a formidable increase might afford me a chance to engage in battle. Having made this decision, Luo Feng hesitated no longer and declared, "Wind Spirit, allocate all points to the Blood Shadow Blade art." Understood, Master. Upon receiving Luo Feng's command, the available attribute points on the panel instantly dwindled to 0, and the proficiency of the Blood Shadow Blade art ascended directly to the 5th level. Henceforth, Luo Feng could achieve a 4-8-fold increase in power through this technique alone. While a 4-8-fold increase may seem insignificant compared to the 60-fold increase of the immortal golden body, it is vital to remember that the latter derives from the genetic primal energy inherent in human martial artists, an opportunity accessible to all. In this context, the external force of swordsmanship becomes exceptionally crucial, serving as a significant factor in bridging the gap in combat prowess among martial artists. Most importantly, the multiplicative nature of these power increases is nothing short of terrifying. At this moment, Luo Feng's attention was once more captivated by the line concerning elemental laws on the panel. Gazing at the rudimentary mastery of fire elements, he squinted slightly and murmured, "What precisely are these elemental laws? What functions do they truly serve?" Whether it is the system's dedicated line for them, or the words of the great Xiao martial saint, Lin Xiaoyao, stating that one must reach a certain level of mastery to genuinely comprehend the effects of elemental laws. Both indicate that these laws are not as trivial as some claim. Rather, they remain elusive to the vast majority. Given that a breakthrough in vitality and mental prowess is unattainable in the short term, I shall also consider elevating the elemental laws alongside the Blood Shadow Blade art with the attribute points I acquire. After all, being deep within the wilderness, there is no shortage of opportunities to amass attribute points. Wind Spirit, how many attribute points are required to enhance my fire element level? Upon calculation, given your current understanding of elemental laws, only 5,000 attribute points are needed to elevate the fire element mastery. Upon hearing Wind Spirit's response, Luo Feng's pupils constricted slightly, and he could not help but inquire further. 5,000? Are you certain there isn't an extra 0? Absolutely, Master. It is indeed 5,000. Luo Feng fell silent. The mere act of advancing from the rudimentary level demands a staggering 5,000 attribute points, making it evident how colossal the consumption would be for future enhancements. Yet, it is precisely this realization that fortifies Luo Feng's conviction regarding the paramount importance of elemental laws. According to the wisdom gleaned from our predecessors, there exist 8 fundamental elements that a warrior can awaken. Aside from a fire element, is it not possible for one to utilize attribute points to comprehend and enhance the levels of the other elemental laws? Upon hearing Luo Feng's inquiry, Fengling responded with conviction. Indeed, after meticulous calculations, if the master wishes to use attribute points to grasp the remaining elemental laws, each requires a total of 5,000 attribute points to successfully attain the initial level. Luo Feng could not help but click his tongue in astonishment. It appears that, ultimately, the enhancement of vitality and mental strength necessitates the least expenditure of attribute points, while this enigmatic elemental law stands as the greatest devourer of resources. Given that every endeavor demands attribute points, and the subsequent consumption will only escalate, there is little left to deliberate. One must continue on a path of relentless slaughter. Chapter 83. Losing purpose, becoming a killing machine. Luo Feng had made his decision. Just as one could traverse the paths of both a warrior and a psychic, having recognized the significance of elemental laws, he could no longer afford to disregard them. As the realms of warriors and psychics ascend, the time required to refine their skills to perfection lengthens considerably. Thus, it was entirely plausible to temporarily allocate attribute points to other areas, enabling him to possess combat prowess that surpassed that of his peers, or even those of a higher level, at every stage. With this resolution, Luo Feng found renewed motivation to hunt extraordinary beasts. In his fervent pursuit, it did not take long for him to accumulate over 5,000 usable attribute points. Upon achieving this goal, he did not hesitate to invest the points into the fire element. As his comprehension of the fire element elevated from beginner to intermediate, Luo Feng distinctly sensed a deepening understanding of this fundamental element. With closed eyes, he meticulously attuned to his surroundings and could faintly perceive the presence of fire elements in the air around him. Raising his hand, the fire elements, so minuscule that they eluded the naked eye and even the keenest psychic perception, began to dance upon his palm, as if they shared a profound affinity with him. At the mere thought of it, flames erupted from his hand, scorching the surrounding air to a twisted haze. Yet, Luo Feng felt no discomfort. Instead, he experienced a sense of tranquility. Although this power was indeed stronger than in his initial stages, the increase in intensity seemed somewhat limited. Despite the modest enhancement in combat capability, the elevation of the fire element's level afforded Luo Feng a clearer insight into the so-called elemental laws. The 8 fundamental elements, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and light, were intrinsically linked to the laws governing the world. Without these 8 elements, the world would languish in desolation, devoid of life. Understanding these elements grants human warriors a deeper resonance with the world's laws, thereby unleashing greater power. Realizing this, Luo Feng gazed at the panel displaying only the fire element in its emptiness and exhaled a sigh of relief. Next, he resolved to unlock the other 7 elemental laws as well. Scanning his surroundings with his psychic power, upon detecting the trace of an S-class extraordinary beast, Luo Feng advanced without hesitation, drawing his blade and charging forth. Indeed, it was only through battling high-level extraordinary beasts that one could rapidly enhance their psychic abilities under such pressure. However, the journey to break through to the 7th-tier psychic master at 15,000 Hz still lay ahead. Lingyu, sensing the current strength of her psychic power, shook her head in resignation. She truly could not comprehend how Luo Feng managed to approach a breakthrough to the 6th tier in such a short span. Could it be that his inherited legacy was of a significantly higher caliber than hers? According to Grandpa Yang, the mental inheritance I have acquired is already among the most elite known. Lingyu, unable to comprehend the reason, chose not to speculate further. After scanning the area with her mental prowess, she realized that the extraordinary beasts in this vicinity had nearly all been exterminated, with only a few low-ranking creatures remaining. Having arrived in this abandoned city with Luo Feng for 3 days, they had tirelessly hunted the beasts without respite. Not only had the immediate area where Lingyu stood been cleared, but the advanced beasts throughout the entire city had been eradicated. It was time to seek the next target, but it would be wise to rest first. Lingyu was not foolish enough to persist in the face of what was evidently unachievable. Even though the number of beasts she had slain during these 3 days paled in comparison to Luo Feng's tally, she would never engage in a futile contest with him. Upon reaching the area where Luo Feng was engaged in battle, she observed him impassively wielding his blade, each strike resulting in the demise of a beast. Lingyu gracefully leaped onto the edge of a building and swung her legs, opting not to intervene. Although she was unaware of the nature of Luo Feng's inheritance, his fervor in hunting beasts suggested, much like Commander Yang, that it was undoubtedly related to combat. Furthermore, recalling how possessive Luo Feng had been during the hunt for those 3 S-class dark gold claw bears, Lingyu thought that offering her assistance might not only go unappreciated, but could also lead to greater alienation between them. Luo Feng did not keep Lingyu waiting for long, efficiently clearing the area of beasts before looking up at her and saying, "Let us move on to the next location." Lingyu tilted her head slightly, surprised. "We've been fighting continuously for 3 days. Do you not plan to rest at all?" Luo Feng replied without hesitation, "I'm fine." Lingyu rolled her eyes at him, exasperated. "You may be fine, but I am not. I am merely a mental cultivator, not someone who balances both martial and mental disciplines like you. To fight for 3 consecutive days is already my limit." Upon hearing this, Luo Feng remained silent, gazing at Lingyu for a long while without speaking. However, despite his silence, Lingyu keenly sensed a hint of disdain in his eyes. Clearly, in Luo Feng's view, even without forming a duo, Lingyu was still a hindrance to him. With a sigh, Lingyu remarked, "Brother, I understand your eagerness to elevate your rank and seek vengeance upon the Tang family once you possess sufficient strength, but you must not pursue this recklessly. Are you not aware that maintaining a state of high tension in one's mental faculties can easily lead to problems? Especially for someone like you, whose mind is consumed by vengeance, even if you were to annihilate the Tang family and achieve your revenge." You would likely lose your sense of purpose and succumb to confusion, ultimately becoming a mere machine of slaughter. Ling Yu feared that Luo Feng's fate might indeed unfold as he had described, completely ensnared in the throes of bloodshed. Even now, the murderous aura surrounding Luo Feng was already overwhelmingly intense. It would not be surprising if, upon appearing in the city, ordinary people would dare not approach him, and he might even attract inquiries from the enforcement team. This trajectory cannot continue. The thread in your mind is stretched too tightly. Once the goal of revenge is accomplished, what will Luo Feng do next? Chapter 84. Annihilating the beasts and reclaiming the homeland after exacting vengeance upon the Lin Jingwu father and son duo, as well as the Tang family. Luo Feng found himself pondering a question he had yet to consider. What should he do next? Until this moment, his mind had been singularly focused on one objective: to elevate his power as swiftly as possible. This way, should the Tang family attempt to extinguish him prematurely, he would possess sufficient strength to retaliate. Furthermore, he would gain the capability to initiate his revenge against the Tang family at an earlier stage. However, regarding his subsequent endeavors, Luo Feng lacked a clear vision. Upon hearing Ling Yu's words, a fleeting look of confusion crossed Luo Feng's eyes as he silently gazed at the setting sun on the horizon. Observing this moment, Ling Yu prepared to offer some words of comfort, suggesting that he should cultivate additional goals beyond revenge, lest he encounter psychological turmoil later on. Yet, to her surprise, before she could utter a word, the bewilderment on Luo Feng's face vanished completely, his expression reverting to its customary stoicism as he addressed her. When the time comes, I shall undoubtedly establish a new goal. Until then, my sole purpose is to enhance my strength for the sake of vengeance, and I will not allow myself to be distracted by other matters. Over the years, Luo Feng had endured the loss of his mother at a young age, neglect from his biological father, maltreatment from his stepmother and Lin Chongqing for over a decade, and even the murder of his girlfriend, Su Liyue, who had once radiated warmth like an angel. Despite all this, he had not succumbed to despair. His mind had been tempered into an unyielding fortress. Perhaps, as Ling Yu suggested, there would indeed be a period of confusion after his revenge was fulfilled, but for Luo Feng, such a state could not linger for long. He would soon forge a new objective and embark on another journey. Ling Yu was taken aback by Luo Feng's demeanor, and it was only now that she fully grasped the profound disparity between them. Perhaps, as Commander Yang had remarked, an individual with such resolute determination as Luo Feng would never relinquish his pursuits, even in the absence of a legacy. He would fight to the death if necessary. There were only two potential outcomes for someone like Luo Feng. Either he would perish in his charge or ultimately triumph, standing at the pinnacle of success. At that moment, Ling Yu had dismissed Commander Yang's words as hyperbole, but it became clear to her now that she had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Presently, Luo Feng stood amidst the desolate ruins, surrounded by the carcasses of ferocious beasts, his figure bathed in the golden light of the setting sun, which accentuated his fierce demeanor and unwavering resolve. Witnessing this scene, Ling Yu felt a ripple of emotion within her heart, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of wonder. To mask her own sentiments, Ling Yu quickly shifted the topic. Since you have already formulated your thoughts, I shall refrain from saying more. Nevertheless, it will be prudent to rest for a while. Previously, when our team encountered those 3 S-Class dark golden claw bears, you rushed to our aid without taking a moment to recuperate, and now you have been relentlessly hunting beasts for 3 consecutive days. Even if you do not feel fatigued mentally, your body must be nearing its limits. The words of Ling Yu ring true. In a strict sense, Luo Feng has been engaged in combat for nearly 8 consecutive days, with only a brief respite of just over an hour prior to supporting Ling Yu's team. Not to mention, during these 3 days, he's been embroiled in intense battles against A-Class and S-Class beasts. Even though he is on the verge of breaking through to become a 5th-tier warrior, he still finds the strain somewhat overwhelming. As he experiences the soreness coursing through his body, Luo Feng no longer resists. Instead, he leaps onto the rooftop where Ling Yu is situated, taking a seat nearby and retrieving food from his pack to eat. With her chin resting on her palm, Ling Yu gazes at Luo Feng and speaks softly. I once shared a similar mindset to yours. My drive to cultivate and grow stronger stemmed from a desire for vengeance as well. However, you at least have a concrete objective, while my aim is merely to slay more beasts. A hint of sorrow glimmers in her eyes, though her lips remain curled into a faint smile. My grandfather and parents were all soldiers from the north, but they perished in the beast tide when I was quite young. It is precisely for this reason that I have always taken the extermination of beasts as my goal. Yet, as my strength has increased, I have come to realize how naive this notion truly is. Even the mightiest warriors of Blue Star failed to eradicate the beasts and reclaim our homeland. What difference would it make if I became a 9th-tier psychic master? Lingyu bites her lip, her face displaying a tumultuous blend of bitterness and frustration. Initially, her aspirations were grand. She wished to change the world so that the people of Blue Star would no longer live in fear of dying at the hands of beasts. However, upon truly understanding the nature of this world, she discovered that achieving such a feat is nearly impossible. Experiencing this disparity, the fervor within her began to wane, and she no longer pushed herself to grow stronger with the same fervor as before. Yet, upon encountering Luo Feng, she finally recognized that she could not continue in this manner. A transformation was necessary. Thus, she chose not to return to headquarters with the 2 surviving team members, but instead to remain in the wilderness with Luo Feng, hunting beasts together and honing her mental fortitude. Even if she cannot eliminate all the beasts, each one slain reduces the danger faced by the people of Daxia. After swallowing the last morsel of food, Luo Feng looks at Lingyu and says, "If you cannot achieve it as a 9th tier, then continue to grow stronger. As long as you do not give up, opportunities will invariably arise." His words are not only directed at Lingyu, but also serve as a reminder to himself. For Luo Feng, the Tang family represents a daunting behemoth that could easily plunge one into despair. Indeed, had he been an ordinary person, he might have succumbed to despair and relinquished his life when subjected to the abuses of Tang Lingxian and Lin Chongqing. It is his indomitable spirit, refusing to surrender even in the face of death, that has brought him to this point. Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, Lingyu nods in agreement and then, with a tentative curiosity, asks Luo Feng, "Would you share your story with me?" Luo Feng paused momentarily and retorted, "Have you not perused my profile?" Lingyu shrugged her hands, responding, "Your profile lacks detail. Even having seen it, one cannot fathom the true extent of Tang Lingxian, Lin Chongqing, or even Lin Zhengwu's malice. There is little worth discussing regarding those matters." Luo Feng chose not to reply, displaying no interest in continuing the conversation. Observing this, Lingyu pouted slightly, inwardly scoffing. What is with this constant air of aloofness? Chapter 85, Breakthrough. 5th rank warrior. 6th rank mentalist. In addition to urging Luo Feng to refrain from being solely consumed by thoughts of vengeance, Lingyu had another crucial matter to bring to his attention. By the way, Luo Feng, are you planning to concurrently cultivate both the warrior and mentalist paths? Since the advent of martial arts on Blue Star, many have attempted this dual cultivation. Everyone is aware of the immense power that comes from mastering both forces, yet without exception, all have failed. Some, upon realizing the futility of their endeavor, chose to focus on a singular path. Although they may have squandered some time, they ultimately achieved renown as formidable warriors. Conversely, others, clinging stubbornly to their misguided ambition, found themselves battered and broken, forever barred from ascending to higher realms. Lingyu gazed earnestly at Luo Feng, offering her counsel. "Though I am unaware of the specifics of your inheritance, it is evident that your rapid ascension to such a level of power must stem from a highly esteemed legacy. However, as your realm continues to rise, the difficulty of mastering both paths simultaneously will only intensify. It is not too late to abandon this dual pursuit. With your innate talent and inheritance, you could become a top-tier warrior or mentalist by dedicating yourself to one discipline. Yet, if you persist in this dual cultivation, the consequences could be unpredictable. In Lingyu's perspective, if Luo Feng desired to accelerate his strength to confront the Tang family, he must not be greedy in attempting to master both the warrior and mentalist paths. Otherwise, he would likely stagnate at the 6th rank. facing insurmountable challenges in advancing to the 7th, ultimately squandering precious time. After all, whether as a warrior or a mentalist, the energy and mental fortitude required to transition from the 6th to the 7th rank far exceed those needed for previous breakthroughs. A person's vitality is inherently finite. Achieving excellence along a single path is already a formidable task, and attempting to balance two is akin to chasing a mirage. However, Ling Yu clearly misjudged Luo Feng. As an extraordinary individual, he was unyielding in his resolve. In response to Ling Yu's entreaties, Luo Feng simply stated with calm determination, "I wish to try." Ling Yu opened her mouth, intending to argue further, but upon seeing the steadfastness in his demeanor, she realized that no amount of persuasion would sway this obstinate individual. Thus, she decided to conserve her efforts. With a silent roll of her eyes, she muttered, "Very well, do as you wish. You will understand the consequences when you face real challenges." To prepare himself adequately, Luo Feng chose not to force the issue further. Instead, he and Ling Yu sought refuge on the rooftop of an abandoned skyscraper to rest thoroughly overnight, setting out the following day towards a new city in search of prey. As they delved deeper into the wilderness, reaching the outskirts of another forsaken city, Ling Yu employed her mental prowess to scan the interior, discovering at least dozens of A-rank beasts and 4 S-rank beasts residing within. Upon conveying this situation to Ling Yu, she offered an invitation with a gentle smile. "What do you say, Luo Feng? Would you care to join me inside?" In response to her proposal, Luo Feng resolutely declined, stating, "No, I prefer to hunt the beast alone." Ling Yu's smile faltered at his words, and she shot him a disapproving glance, wishing she could peer into his mind to ascertain if it truly contained nothing but thoughts of slaying beasts. However, since Luo Feng had so candidly refused her, Ling Yu would not press further. Instead, she huffed dismissively and said, "That is quite all right. I too wish to engage the beast by myself." With that, she strode away. But before parting, she turned back to Luo Feng with a hint of pride, saying, "Should you encounter any trouble, remember to call for me at once. You aided our team before, and I shall certainly return the favor if the opportunity arises." Luo Feng offered no further words, merely nodding to indicate his understanding before entering the abandoned city, embarking once more on his journey of slaughter. Having honed his skills over the past few days, Luo Feng could now effortlessly dispatch S-rank beasts using only the power of the warrior system, where he unleashed his mental prowess. Even 2 S-rank beasts working in tandem would fall before him. The state of this desolate city was indeed as Ling Yu had perceived with her mental acuity. The highest-ranking beasts were merely S-rank, and there were only 4 of them, while the rest were A-rank and lesser beasts that posed no threat to Luo Feng whatsoever. In such circumstances, Luo Feng thrived, his speed in hunting beasts increasing exponentially as he amassed attribute points. In just 2.5 days, he successfully upgraded his Blood Shadow Blade technique to the 7th level, enabling him to unleash 4 times his normal strength solely through this technique. Moreover, he had comprehended all 8 fundamental elements. Once all 8 elements were activated, Luo Feng distinctly sensed that his every action resonated harmoniously with the laws of the universe. Everything he endeavored became significantly smoother, akin to flowing water, as invisible elemental forces danced around him, perceiving him as one of their own. With his eyes closed, Luo Feng savored the sensation of being enveloped by these elements. After a considerable time, he suddenly opened his eyes and murmured, "Elements are indeed vital. Yet what is of greater significance are the laws they represent." No wonder that martial sage remarked that the importance of elements only manifests at higher realms of mastery. Others, lacking a system, could not convert attribute points into comprehension of elemental laws as he did, remaining perpetually stuck at the basics with no means of advancement. It seemed that only after becoming a martial sage would one genuinely encounter the methods to enhance their understanding of elemental laws, thereby unlocking new doors to potential. The more Luo Feng pondered, the more he felt a chill of realization, his expression growing increasingly grave as he remarked, "Could it be that, in the realm of true martial arts, the title of martial sage is merely the initial step through that great door?" Merely contemplating such possibilities, Luo Feng's emotions grew exceedingly intricate akin to a frog finally emerging from its well, witnessing the vast expanse of the true sky for the very first time, and fully realizing the insignificance of its own existence. However, this sense of defeat and helplessness was fleeting, swiftly expelled from Luo Feng's mind. If the martial sage had merely just entered the realm of martial arts, then why not push open the door and continue onward? Rather than lamenting his own diminutiveness, Luo Feng preferred to develop and expand step by step. At that moment, Luo Feng distinctly sensed that his internal organs and spiritual energy had been honed to perfection, enabling him to commence a breakthrough into a new realm. Chapter 86. The Great Competition in the War Zone. A chance for revenge. Refining the body with vital energy and honing mental strength is a gradual endeavor. Excessive eagerness can yield counterproductive results, potentially leading to issues within both body and mind. Had it been otherwise, with the speed at which Luo Feng acquired attribute points, he would have long since ascended to a higher realm, rather than just now breaking through to the 5th rank as a martial artist and the 6th rank as a mentalist. Upon realizing that his internal organs had been refined to perfection through vital energy, Luo Feng wasted no time in consuming attribute points to elevate his vital energy to the requisite 6,000 calories for a 5th rank martial artist. Boom! The organs within Luo Feng's body began to operate with fervor. With each heartbeat, akin to a water pump enhancing pressure, his vital energy thickened and surged to other regions, amplifying his overall strength. If one were to liken Luo Feng's body to a vehicle, the refinement of his upper and lower limb bones, along with his torso, would be akin to upgrading the chassis to that of a top-tier sports car. Now, with the internal organs refined to perfection, it was as though he had replaced the engine with a ferocious imperial engine, enabling him to harness the full potential of an elite chassis. Although the multiplier of his immortal physique remained unchanged at 60 times, the refinement of his internal organs allowed Luo Feng's vital energy to flow more smoothly, and the time required to exert his full power had more than tripled. Furthermore, his resilience to physical blows and the speed of recovery from injuries also experienced a qualitative leap. After successfully breaking through to the 5th rank in the martial artist system, Luo Feng did not squander any time and similarly elevated his mental strength to 9,000 hertz, officially entering the 6th rank as a mentalist. Buzz! In that instant of breakthrough, everything around him materialized vividly in Luo Feng's mind. Even the tiniest giant ant underground or the hidden beast within abandoned skyscrapers could not escape his perception. With a terrifying mental strength of 9,000 hertz, he could effortlessly encompass the entirety of the city. Ling Yu, who was currently maneuvering flying knives against the beasts, felt this surge of mental strength sweep over him, causing him to momentarily hesitate and instinctively turn to look in Luo Feng's direction. Has he already broken through? This is astonishingly swift. It was one thing to be outmatched in overall combat strength, but if this continued, the power of the mentalist system would soon rival his own. I must accelerate my own strength enhancement. Ling Yu's gaze sharpened as he attracted more beasts with his flying knives and resolutely plunged into the throng of creatures, deliberately increasing his own pressure. Luo Feng savored the novel experiences brought about by his ascent to the 6th rank as a mentalist, feeling an exquisite sensation beyond measure. Vital energy and spirit. These are the two most crucial elements sustaining a person's existence, the body and the soul. Any enhancement in either aspect brings immeasurable benefits. However, had he achieved the rank of a 6th grade mental practitioner earlier, Luo Feng would have been immensely delighted, feeling that he had drawn closer to the realm of the top-tier powerhouses. Yet, after awakening to the comprehension of the 8 fundamental elements and gaining a profound understanding of the essence of martial arts, Luo Feng realized that being a mental practitioner is akin to being a martial artist. The 9th rank is not the ultimate limit, but rather a potential new beginning. Of course, there are advantages to this progression. It brings him a step closer to acquiring the strength necessary for vengeance against the Tang family. However, the disparity between the 6th and 7th ranks is no longer as trivial as it once was. Wind Spirit, activate the panel. Master, Luo Feng, Vitality, 6,048. Mental energy, 9,002. Martial skills, swordsmanship advanced, blood shadow sword technique, 7th level. Elemental laws, fire, intermediate, metal, beginner, wood, beginner, water, beginner, earth, beginner, wind, beginner, lightning, beginner, light, beginner. Available attribute points, 358. Gazing at the virtual panel before him, Luo Feng clicked his tongue in astonishment. The gap in mental energy required to ascend from the 5th to the 6th rank was merely 3,000 hertz, yet from a 6th to the 9th rank. Each elevation demands an increase of at least 6,000 hertz. As for the realms beyond the 9th rank, no one has yet traversed that threshold. The attribute points required for the breakthrough are manageable. Given my speed in hunting exotic beasts, I could accumulate them in a day at most. The real challenge lies in continuing to refine my mental energy, which will require a more extended period. Luo Feng shook his head slightly, contemplating this. Yet he did not dwell on it too much. Since it was not a matter to be rushed, he decided to take his time. At worst, he could follow the previous course of action and utilize the attribute points to enhance the blood shadow sword technique and the 8 elemental laws until his vitality and mental energy reached the necessary threshold for a breakthrough. Just as Luo Feng prepared to continue hunting exotic beasts, an unexpected communication request interrupted him. Upon seeing the name Commander Yang displayed on his smart device, Luo Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the purpose of the contact. Once the communication was established, Commander Yang spoke first. Luo Feng, how is the situation on your end? Can you spare a few minutes to discuss? Luo Feng glanced at the wary exotic beasts nearby, who dared not approach, and nodded slightly. Certainly. Commander Yang considered his words for a moment before continuing. In 5 days, the 4 battle zones will hold the annual grand competition. Each zone will dispatch 20 participants who must venture into the wilderness to hunt exotic beasts. Ultimately, the victor will be determined based on the points accumulated from their hunts, and rewards will be distributed according to each participant's score. This competition has been held for nearly a century. Aside from the purpose of eliminating potentially significant threats posed by the exotic beasts, its primary aim is to motivate the warriors. And you, Luo Feng, have been confirmed as one of the 20 participants from our northern battle zone. Upon hearing these words, Luo Feng did not feel a surge of excitement. Rather, he found the so-called grand tournament of the battle zone to be quite bothersome. He mused that the time wasted on this competition could be better spent continuing his hunt for otherworldly beasts. Just as he pondered how to decline, Commander Yang seemed to have anticipated his thoughts, interjecting before he could voice his objections. Of course, my intention in sending you there is not to aid our northern battle zone in garnering glory, but rather to provide you with an opportunity. This grand tournament will be held in the southern battle zone, and, after multiple discussions with the higher-ups, it has been determined that Major General Lin Zhengwu from the Southern Battle Zone will also participate in this event. Luo Feng, do you grasp the implications of what I am saying? Chapter 87. Despite letting go, I have her back upon hearing Commander Yang's words. Luo Feng's pupils constricted slightly, his voice tinged with both astonishment and joy as he inquired, "Are you implying that I can exact revenge on him during this grand competition?" Commander Yang nodded subtly. To say revenge might be somewhat excessive, but you can certainly take this opportunity to teach him a lesson, making him aware that our government has set its sights on him and the Tang family, which could potentially lead him to reveal himself in a moment of panic. Regarding the matter of Tang Shan's eldest son, Tang Hao, who betrayed national resources for personal gain, it is highly likely that Lin Jingwu was also involved, which is why solid evidence has yet to be found. The higher authorities have reached their limit with the Tang family and are now more eager than ever to uncover concrete proof to eradicate those who engage in nefarious deeds. Therefore, your cooperation in this matter is essential. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng's eyes narrowed. Instead of feeling disheartened by Commander Yang's suggestion of merely teaching Lin Jingwu a lesson, he was, in fact, eager for the competition to commence. He was not merely content with the idea of reprimanding Lin Jingwu. He had resolved to seize this opportunity to eliminate him entirely. Lin Jingwu, who had murdered his mother, allowed Tang Lingxian and Lin Chongqing to abuse him, and even colluded with Tang Lingxian to frame him, leading him to bear the blame for the massacre of his girlfriend's family. Lin Jingwu was never innocent. In a certain sense, he could be regarded as the very source of this tragedy. The so-called bond of father and son ceased to exist in Luo Feng's eyes the moment Lin Jingwu permitted Tang Lingxian to mistreat him, given that Lin Jingwu subsequently participated in the conspiracy against him. And according to Tang Mubai, it was he who directly caused his mother's demise. Luo Feng would undoubtedly not let him escape retribution. Commander Yang seemed to have discerned Luo Feng's thoughts and remarked pointedly, "In this great competition, you may act freely. Regardless of the outcome, I will be there to support you." Upon hearing this, Luo Feng understood and spoke into the communicator with a firm tone. "I comprehend, Commander Yang." "Thank you." Commander Yang, downplaying his role, merely sighed softly. "No need for thanks. You should thank the unwavering spirit within yourself. Had you given up even once over these years, we might not have reached this outcome. Furthermore, if it weren't for Luo Feng, the authorities might still be indecisive about taking action against the Tang family. After all, with two martial saints absent, eliminating Tang Shan, who is reputed as the most formidable 8th-rank martial artist, would be exceedingly challenging." Once the communication concluded, a slight smile graced Luo Feng's lips, and he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Commander Yang's earlier words had already indicated that the higher-ups were somewhat prepared for how he intended to deal with Lin Jingwu. Whether it was to leverage him to force the Tang family into overstepping their bounds, or for some other reason, Luo Feng was resolute in seizing this invaluable opportunity. Commander Yang has already created such a splendid opportunity for himself. If he fails to ensure Lin Jingwu's survival, it would denote his lack of capability. Is it not merely patricide? From the moment the system was activated, Luo Feng has been anticipating this day. Before Luo Feng was wrongfully imprisoned as a death row inmate, Lin Jingwu was already a 5th-grade martial artist, and he was not far from breaking through to the 6th grade. Now, after such an extended period, it remains uncertain whether he has achieved that breakthrough. Yet, even if Lin Jingwu has indeed become a 6th-grade martial artist, it makes no difference to Luo Feng. He must die. In the Southern Theater. Achoo, after sneezing, Lin Jingwu rubbed his nose and promptly contacted the Southern commander without hesitation. He had received notification regarding his participation in the upcoming theater competition, despite not having engaged in such event for the past 2 years. The sudden summons raised his instinctive suspicion. To quell his unease, it would be prudent to inquire about the situation. Once the communication was established, Lin Jingwu respectfully addressed, "Commander. This is Lin Jingwu." The Southern commander stared expressionlessly at the communication device and replied coolly, "What is it, Jingwu?" Lin Jingwu carefully chose his words and tentatively asked, "Commander, I just saw my name on the list for the upcoming theater competition. I was wondering if there has been an error. If not, I shall prepare to participate wholeheartedly for the honor of our Southern theater." "Honor? I have long lost face because of your damned actions." The Southern commander's face revealed intense fury, wishing to strike Lin Jingwu down on the spot. A dignified major general from the south. Yet he colluded with the Tang family to betray the interests of Daxia, for which even he, the Southern commander, could not absolve himself. However, to avoid arousing Lin Jingwu's suspicion, he could only suppress his anger and respond, "There is no mistake on the list. You are indeed included this time. Have you not been stuck at the 5th grade level for quite some time? This is a perfect opportunity to attempt a breakthrough to the 6th grade. It is also a splendid chance for you to showcase yourself." Upon hearing this, Lin Jingwu found it quite reasonable, promptly dispelling his earlier doubts and assuring, "Rest assured, Commander, I will not disappoint your expectations." After the call ended, Lin Jingwu's spirits lifted considerably. The fact that the higher-ups were still concerned about his progress indicated that the incidents involving Luo Feng and Lin Chongqing's desertion had not adversely affected him significantly. Indeed, it is advantageous to be backed by a mighty tree. With the esteemed Tang Shan as his father-in-law, even the authorities would endeavor to provide him with some favors. Perhaps once he successfully breaks through to the 6th-grade martial artist, his military rank might also see an elevation. Contemplating this possibility, a triumphant smile involuntarily spread across Lin Jingwu's face. However, this smile did not linger for long, as a sudden thought struck him, and he stroked his chin, murmuring to himself, "If the information previously obtained by Tang Lingxian is indeed true, then Luo Feng has already become a member of the Special Operations Team. which means he might also be dispatched from the north to participate in this grand competition in the war zone. Lin Jingwu's gaze flickered slightly as he contemplated. At that moment, he could observe the situation. If Luo Feng truly arrives and has attained the rank of a fourth-grade martial artist, it would be imperative to seize an opportunity to eliminate him. Allowing him to continue his ascent may not pose a significant threat to the Tang family, but for me, it could certainly lead to considerable complications. Though they have yet to meet, both Lin Jingwu and Luo Feng have simultaneously harbored thoughts of eliminating one another. Chapter 88. The distorted Luo Feng and the 9th level of Blood Shadow Blade technique in Lin Jingwu's perspective. Even if Luo Feng were to fortuitously acquire a high-level inheritance in the wilderness, it was utterly inconceivable that he could possess the capability to vanquish 6th-grade martial artists and 5th-grade spiritual practitioners in such a brief span of time. The mere fact that he had surged from being a mere waste, not even a quasi-martial artist, to a 4th-grade martial artist within just over 2 months was a terrifyingly rapid advancement, one that could command respect across the entirety of Blue Star. The martial artist squad hired by Tang Lingxian could not possibly have been slain by Luo Feng. It was far more likely that they had been discovered and subsequently eradicated by the Special Operations Team from the north. For Lin Jingwu, who stood on the cusp of breaking through to the 6th grade, even if Luo Feng could wield powers surpassing his own level due to the enigmatic inheritance, he remained unfazed. It would be more prudent to seize this opportunity to eliminate Luo Feng, lest he become a greater nuisance in the future. The only aspect that Lin Jingwu found regretful was that these inheritances could not be seized. They could only be triggered under specific conditions being met. Contemplating this, Lin Jingwu shook his head with a sigh. It must be said that my eldest son far surpasses Lin Chongqing, both in terms of innate talent on the martial path and in temperament. He is incomparable to that scoundrel Lin Chongqing. Merely mentioning Lin Chongqing ignited a fire of indignation within Lin Jingwu. He had sternly warned him before, advising him to remain obediently within the military and not to fret over potential retribution from Luo Feng. Yet that rascal had promised to comply, only to turn around and become a deserter. Within the military, one might be forgiven for lacking personal ability, but desertion was absolutely intolerable, regardless of having a father like Lin Jingwu, a major general. Initially, the Southern commander had personally intervened, demanding the capture of Lin Chongqing for judgment, vowing not to condone such desertion. However, it was unclear what transpired thereafter, as the Southern commander ultimately abandoned this course of action, as if nothing had ever occurred. This situation led Lin Jingwu to believe that the authorities were reluctant to confront Tang Shan, the 8th grade grandmaster, presuming that with such backing, they could continue to navigate smoothly. As he approached a breakthrough to the 6th grade, Lin Jingwu grew increasingly oblivious, failing to recognize the danger that was silently approaching. Regardless of Lin Jingwu's musings, Luo Feng remained unaffected by these events. To him, Lin Jingwu was already a doomed man. The only distinction lay in the timing of his demise. Thus, prior to the imminent great competition in the war zone, Luo Feng continued his relentless pursuit of hunting exotic beasts to acquire attribute points, converting all those points into his own strength. Ultimately, he succeeded in elevating the Blood Shadow Blade technique to its 9th level just before the commencement of the war zone competition. As the available attribute points dwindled to below 100, Luo Feng remained unconcerned. With a flick of his wrist, he swung his blade with precision towards his side. A strike imbued with a crimson blood shadow was unleashed, hurtling towards a nearby exotic beast. Boom! A sudden surge of blood light emerged, leaving the strange beasts along the path no time to evade. They were severed in half before they could even emit a cry of despair. Feeling the force coursing through him, Luo Feng mused internally. The 9th level of the Blood Shadow Blade technique could unleash an 8-fold increase in power. And with the immortal golden body he currently possessed, the multiplier soared to 480 times. Even though he remained a 5th grade warrior, the sheer strength of the warrior system alone would enable him to effortlessly crush any 6th grade warrior. Luo Feng felt a deep sense of satisfaction with the combat prowess he could now unleash. Although he was unaware of the true might of a 7th grade warrior, He was confident that the amalgamation of his warrior and mentalist powers would allow him to contend with one. At that moment, Ling Yu's figure appeared in the vicinity. She first surveyed the beast that had been cleaved by Luo Feng, then turned to him in astonishment, inquiring, "Luo Feng, what level have you reached in the blood shadow blade technique?" Luo Feng met her gaze and, without hesitation, answered, "The 9th level." Upon hearing this, Ling Yu's pupils constricted slightly, and she could not help but exclaim, "What? You have already cultivated to the 9th level?" Her shock was palpable as she stared at Luo Feng, akin to gazing upon a monster. The blood shadow blade technique, renowned as the most formidable blade technique on Blue Star, unleashed an unimaginable increase in power when cultivated to the 9th level. Moreover, with Luo Feng having forged the immortal golden body, the combination of the two meant that he could effortlessly defeat her using only his warrior strength. Originally, Ling Yu felt elated at the prospect of soon breaking through to the 7th grade mentalist, but Luo Feng's display of power struck her like a thunderbolt, filling her with a renewed sense of defeat. Previously, it was others who remarked upon her abnormal pace of growth, yet now she found herself lamenting the situation. It could only be said that genius pales in comparison to the truly extraordinary. Ling Yu regarded Luo Feng with a complex expression, teasing, "You are simply a freak." That said, she did not linger on the matter, but instead dissuaded Luo Feng from continuing his hunt for beasts, stating, "Time is running short. The headquarters has dispatched aircraft to retrieve us. We must prepare to head south for the upcoming regional competition." As a young talent on the verge of becoming a 6th grade mentalist, Ling Yu certainly would not miss this grand event. Hearing her words, Luo Feng paused, nodding slightly in response. "All right." Ling Yu cast a skeptical glance at Luo Feng, puzzled by his apparent excitement. Although he did not overtly express it, the subtle shift in his demeanor did not escape her keen observation, and she sensed something amiss. Ling Yu refrained from probing further, choosing instead to quietly observe Luo Feng, curious to uncover what had transpired to evoke such a change in the typically aloof individual. Throughout the journey, Luo Feng remained exceptionally silent, enveloped in a state of restful meditation, completely oblivious to the conversations among the other participants aboard the aircraft. Her lingering doubts were finally resolved when the members of the Northern Battle Zone arrived in the south and encountered the generals responsible for their reception. Upon catching sight of Lin Jingwu, Luo Feng's eyes instantly took on a faint crimson hue. Yet, this subtle reddening was not born of sorrow or anguish, but rather a vivid manifestation of the intense murderous intent she harbored towards this so-called father. Chapter 89. A meeting between father and son. A tinge of red in their eyes, the phrase, "a meeting between father and son." A tinge of red in their eyes aptly describes the relationship between Luo Feng and Lin Jingwu. In his childhood, Luo Feng was quite naive, believing that Tang Lingshuan's cruelty towards him stemmed from Lin Jingwu's frequent absences in the Southern War Zone, which provided her with the opportunity to torment him. However, upon Lin Jingwu's return home, and after recounting these events, Luo Feng discovered that Lin Jingwu had been fully aware of the situation from the beginning, yet chose not to intervene. Perhaps, to Lin Jingwu, the death of Luo Feng at the hands of Tang Lingxian would have been the most favorable outcome. This way, he would avoid bearing the infamous title of a parricide and evade the possibility of Luo Feng seeking vengeance once he gained power in the future. It was for this reason that, upon learning of Tang Lingshuan's scheme to frame Luo Feng for the brutal murder of his girlfriend's family, Lin Jingwu decisively cooperated, ensuring that Luo Feng would be firmly implicated in the crime. What he did not anticipate was that Luo Feng would not perish as a death row inmate at the hands of the beasts, but rather, in a remarkably short span of time, he would rise to become a member of the Northern Special Operations Team. While Luo Feng fixated his gaze upon Lin Jingwu, the latter also took note of him among the northern ranks. Sensing the intensity of Luo Feng's stare, Lin Jingwu merely scoffed, diverting his gaze, showing no concern for the animosity his son harbored towards him. In fact, the more Luo Feng exhibited disdain, the more determined Lin Jingwu became to eliminate him during this grand competition. Even back when Luo Feng was imprisoned following the public trial, Lin Jingwu was acutely aware of his son's desire to kill him. Initially, he dismissed Luo Feng as a mere victim of Tang Lingxian's machinations, believing him incapable of posing any threat. However, seeing Luo Feng's exceptional talent now made it imperative for Lin Jingwu to ensure his son's demise. In truth, this so-called war zone competition was merely a coalition of the 4 war zones uniting to hunt high-level beasts in the wilderness. The rotation of the competition among the 4 zones was designed to minimize the threat posed by these beasts throughout the year, thereby preventing them from organizing into a tide to assault the war zones and base cities. This strategy proved remarkably effective. With a total of 80 participants across the 4 war zones, each possessed the capability to hunt A-level beasts independently, and some of the most elite among them could effortlessly take down S-level beasts. The competition spanned 10 days, during which at least 1,000 A-level and S-level beasts could be hunted by the 80 participants combined. Following each competition, the hosting war zone would experience significantly reduced pressure for the ensuing 3 months, alleviating concerns of a beast tide in the short term. Thus, despite being nominal competitors, the Southern War Zone extended earnest hospitality to the participants from the other 3 zones. With the competition set to commence the following day, time was afforded for the participants to acclimate, while they were thoroughly entertained before heading into battle. After the conclusion of the welcoming banquet, Ling Yu hesitated for a considerable time before finally approaching Luo Feng in solitude. First, she employed her mental prowess to survey the surroundings, ensuring that no one else was nearby before she turned to Luo Feng and spoke softly. Luo Feng, I understand your deep-seated animosity towards Lin Jingwu, but during this great competition, you must refrain from any rash actions. Should you succeed in eliminating him, you would face the most severe repercussions from above, potentially even capital punishment. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Jingwu currently holds the rank of Major General in the Southern War Zone, and they will undoubtedly not permit his demise at your hands. On her journey to the south, Ling Yu had sensed Luo Feng's unusual behavior, yet she had been unable to discern the cause of his transformation until she laid eyes on Lin Jingwu. It became clear to her that Luo Feng intended to seize this opportunity to eliminate Lin Jingwu. Thus, before the competition commenced, she hastened to dissuade him from this perilous notion. Her counsel was indeed sound. Under normal circumstances, even if one were aware of Lin Jingwu's collusion with Tang, how to exploit the resources of the Great Xia for personal gain, without concrete evidence. He remained a major general in the Southern War Zone. To slay Lin Jingwu during this competition would be tantamount to publicly striking the Southern War Zone. However, with Commander Yang explicitly stating that Luo Feng was free to act as he pleased, without concern for the outcome, Luo Feng felt liberated from any reservations. Observing Ling Yu's grave demeanor, he realized that if he did not provide her with a satisfactory explanation, she would likely persist in her attempts to persuade him. To avert such a predicament, Luo Feng chose to be forthright and recounted Commander Yang's words to her. Upon hearing Luo Feng's account, Ling Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression reflecting sheer shock. "Is it truly so?" she exclaimed. It appeared that the higher-ups were indeed prepared to take action against the Tang family. But to avoid inciting panic among other martial artists, they had deliberately chosen this method to compel the Tang family to act first. The Great Xia was home to many formidable martial artists, many of whom had, to varying degrees, transgressed the laws of the realm. A hasty assault on the Tang family could potentially trigger a chain reaction, resulting in scenarios that the authorities wished to avoid. Thus, after extensive discussions and deliberations, it was ultimately decided to apply pressure on the Tang family in this manner. If the Tang family were to strike first, the officials would swiftly eradicate the family with overwhelming force, thereby obliterating this nefarious clan. With this realization, Ling Yu felt a sense of relief, no longer worrying about Luo Feng, but rather preparing to congratulate him on the prospect of revenge. Yet, just as the words were on the tip of her tongue, she reconsidered, feeling that such a situation was hardly worthy of congratulations, and thus, she swallowed her words. Luo Feng paid little heed to her thoughts. He was increasingly eager to encounter Lin Jingwu in the wilderness. Time flew by, and soon the moment for the official commencement of the war zone competition arrived. The commander of the Southern Theater personally extended a warm welcome to the participants from the other 3 theaters, simultaneously advising them to remain vigilant and to call for assistance at the first sign of danger. During his address, the Southern commander discreetly cast a glance at Luo Feng, and then, as though nothing had transpired, announced the official commencement of the theater competition. Before boarding the aircraft to enter the wilderness, Luo Feng and Lin Zhengwu exchanged glances, each acutely aware of the murderous intent reflected in the other's eyes. Chapter 90. The Southern commander undermines, seizing Luo Feng in an effort to optimize the time available. The Southern Theater dispatched 4 aircraft to facilitate the rapid entry of 80 participants into the heart of the wilderness, enabling them to hunt more advanced exotic beasts over the span of 10 days. To ensure fairness, the distribution was not based on the theater, but rather on a method where 5 individuals from each theater were assigned to each aircraft, allocated to a designated area. Fortuitously, both Luo Feng and Lin Zhengwu, father and son, found themselves aboard the same aircraft. Both felt immensely fortunate for this occurrence, notably orchestrated by the Southern commander himself. Throughout the journey, Lin Zhengwu engaged in jovial banter with his colleagues, paying little heed to Luo Feng, whom he deemed no threat at all. He merely awaited the opportune moment to eliminate Luo Feng, freeing himself from any future complications that might hinder his ascent. After arranging all matters, the Southern commander returned to his office and promptly contacted Commander Yang. Old Yang, are you certain that placing Luo Feng and Lin Zhengwu in the same area will not lead to complications? There are numerous methods to deal with Lin Zhengwu. Why entrust this task to such a young individual? Do not forget, Lin Zhengwu is a major general in our Southern Theater, already a 5th-tier martial artist, and under pressure, he could very well break through to the 6th tier. If that occurs, Luo Feng could find himself in peril, and by then, support might not arrive in time. In response to the Southern commander's inquiry, Commander Yang chuckled lightly. Rest assured, there will be no unforeseen issues. You overestimate Lin Zhengwu's capabilities and underestimate Luo Feng's. To be frank, Luo Feng is the most astonishingly rapid learner I have ever encountered. Even the 2 martial saints from before cannot compare to his rate of advancement. The Southern commander raised an eyebrow in surprise at this assertion. The notion that Luo Feng's progress surpassed that of the 2 martial saints was indeed extraordinary. Nonetheless, he recognized that Commander Yang would not speak lightly on such matters. This individual, named Luo Feng, must possess unique attributes. After pondering this for a moment, the Southern commander suddenly conceived an idea and spoke into the communicator. How about this, Old Yang? In light of your operations, we shall forego the compensation for a major general on the verge of breaking into the 6th tier. Let Luo Feng remain in our Southern Theater instead. What do you think? As his words resonated, there was a brief silence on the communicator, followed by Commander Yang's indignant response. You are truly deluded. Luo Feng is from our Northern Theater, and I warn you against any mischievous thoughts. The Southern commander dismissed his words with a scoff. You have the audacity to say that? During the major competition in your Northern Theater, were you not also scheming to poach our personnel? Commander Yang found himself at a loss for words. During the great competition of the war zone, the act of poaching has become quite customary. Despite the rarity of success, attempts are made each time. After all, those eligible to participate are all outstanding individuals from their respective zones. A successful poaching would yield substantial benefits for one's own area. After a moment of silence, Commander Yang, brimming with confidence, remarked, If you insist on attempting to poach Luo Feng, then by all means, give it a try. However, I assure you, you shall not succeed. Commander of the South raised an eyebrow at this assertion. So confident, are we? The more you insist, the more inclined I am to test my luck. How long has he truly spent in the North? Not to mention, he began as a death row inmate, lacking any sense of belonging to the Northern Territory. Enough of this banter. I have matters to attend to. I shall keep a watchful eye on Lin Zhengwu to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Once the communication ended, the Southern commander casually tapped a few buttons, and a holographic display showcasing the participants' locations appeared before him. In an effort to avoid arousing suspicion and to prevent Lin Jingwu from catching on, he deliberately assigned both Luo Feng and Lin Jingwu to the same region, yet did not allow them to land in close proximity to one another. At that moment, Luo Feng and Lin Jingwu were separated by 3 expansive, abandoned cities. Logically, for them to encounter one another within 10 days would require a stroke of luck. Nevertheless, both Luo Feng and Lin Jingwu were determined individuals. If they wished to eliminate one another, they would undoubtedly find a way to converge. Given the circumstances, it would not take long before this father-son duo would meet. The southern commander observed Luo Feng's position on the hologram, stroking his chin as he contemplated. Old Yang mentioned that your rate of improvement surpasses that of the 2 martial saints. Let me see if you truly deserve such praise as he claims. Upon leaping from the aircraft, Lin Jingwu first surveyed his surroundings, a hint of regret crossing his face. Initially, he had intended to follow closely behind Luo Feng after he jumped, thereby reducing the distance and facilitating an opportunity to eliminate him. However, his 4 companions were even more eager, all hastily descending, seemingly fearful of missing out on hunting more exotic beasts and securing victory for the southern war zone. As a result, Lin Jingwu found himself relegated to the rear, landing a considerable distance from Luo Feng, precisely 3 large abandoned cities away. A fleeting thought of directly seeking out Luo Feng crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it, shaking his head slightly. Never mind if I go now. Even with a cloaking device, I might encounter others and risk revealing my intentions. Let him live a few more days. Lin Jingwu scanned his surroundings, noting the exotic beasts that had gathered, drawn by the noise of his descent. Resolutely, he unsheathed the sword at his waist, preparing himself for the imminent confrontation. Previously, Tangshan had informed him that if he wished to swiftly ascend to the realm of a 6th-tier martial artist, the most effective method would be to engage in life-and-death battles with adversaries of comparable strength. Now, an opportune moment had arisen for him to confront a formidable exotic beast, and Lin Jingwu certainly did not intend to let this chance slip away. He would first endeavor to break through to the 6th tier and then seek out Luo Feng. At that juncture, he would crush and eliminate this son of his, demonstrating that every choice he made was undeniably correct. Chapter 91. Fault Line Leadership. Strategic existence. Luo Feng and Lin Jingwu shared a harmonious alignment of thoughts, both acutely aware that discretion was paramount. The fewer individuals privy to this matter, the better. The southern general's collusion with others to betray the resources of the Great Xia in exchange for personal gain, if disclosed, would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the entire southern theater, especially considering the absence of concrete evidence at the upper echelons. Although Commander Yang had not articulated his suspicions explicitly, he had subtly hinted at them, given that his adversary had presented him with such a fortuitous opportunity for vengeance. Luo Feng was resolute in ensuring that Lin Jingwu would linger a few more days before he seized a chance to personally eliminate him. Regardless of whether it was during the grand competition in this theater or previously at the Northern Theater headquarters, Luo Feng had consistently engaged in the relentless hunt of high-level, exotic beasts, a pursuit in which he was exceedingly proficient, thus immune to any adverse effects. All 80 participants were equipped with specialized devices capable of real-time monitoring of the levels they hunted, which would subsequently tally their points and rank them accordingly. Upon the conclusion of the 10-day period, the top 3 participants would be awarded substantial individual rewards. Additionally, the scores of the 20 participants from each theater would be aggregated to establish the rankings of the 4 theaters, thereby facilitating the distribution of honors and collective prizes. In accordance with the customary practices of past theater competitions, each theater typically showcased 2 or 3 participants of 6th rank, capable of independently slaying S-level. These individuals often established a significant lead on the first day, engaging in a protracted battle of attrition until the competition concluded. However, the circumstances of this particular competition defied the expectations of those tasked with monitoring the scores. On the large screen displaying each participant's performance, Luo Feng's name soared at the top, leaving the second-place contender trailing by a considerable margin, as if they were operating on entirely different planes of existence. It is crucial to note that only B-level and above would be factored into the scoring for this competition. Luo Feng's astonishing achievement indicated that he had decimated all nearby within a remarkably brief time frame. One soldier clicked his tongue in disbelief, exclaiming, "This guy is formidable." In less than an hour, he has amassed such a staggering number of points. He must have slain at least 100 B level or higher. Another soldier, furrowing his brow as he continued to scrutinize Luo Feng's name, finally spoke after a prolonged silence. "I recall that the son of the publicly judged Lin General is also named Luo Feng. Could this individual possibly be him?" Upon hearing this, a nearby soldier couldn't suppress a laugh. "What are you imagining? That guy isn't even a proficient martial artist. How could he possibly be this powerhouse? It must be a mere coincidence of names." True enough, another conceded. To achieve such an unparalleled lead in such a short span, he must be at least a 5th-rank martial artist, far beyond the capabilities of that condemned prisoner. Returning to the matter at hand, is it not said that Major General Lin is but a step away from breaking through to the 6th rank? He had been preoccupied with military duties and unable to engage in battles against the beasts in the wilderness. Yet this time, seizing the opportunity of the grand competition, he should be able to achieve his breakthrough as a 6th-rank warrior. Previously, Lin Jingwu's act of upholding justice even against his kin had indeed caused quite a stir in the southern theater, garnering him immense respect and admiration from the soldiers, who regarded him as a steadfast and selfless general. Thus, even though Lin Chongqing chose to flee a few days prior, they merely looked down upon him without casting any aspersions on Lin Jingwu. Now, upon seeing the name Luo Feng, it evokes memories of that public trial. However, no one believed that this Luo Feng was the same individual. In a mere span of less than 3 months, transforming from an inept aspirant to a formidable warrior of at least the 5th rank was indeed beyond their expectations. Not only them, but even the southern commander, upon witnessing the power exhibited by Luo Feng, was filled with astonishment, especially after reviewing Luo Feng's detailed profile, which revealed that aside from being a 5th-rank warrior, his prowess as a mentalist had reached the 6th rank. He finally comprehended the profound significance of Commander Yang's words. To simultaneously cultivate both martial and mental disciplines to such a level in under 3 months was indeed, as Commander Yang had stated, those 2 martial saints at this age could hardly compare to him. The southern commander chuckled softly and shook his head. "It appears my earlier concerns were indeed unwarranted. Not only is Lin Jingwu yet to break through, but even if he were to achieve the 6th rank, he would stand no chance against this young man. In light of this, I must devise a strategy to retain Luo Feng within our southern region." Recognizing Luo Feng's extraordinary talent and the high caliber of his inheritance, the southern commander began to ponder how best to entice him away. Setting aside the question of what kind of formidable warrior Luo Feng might become in the future, even in his current state, he possesses the capability to fend off a minor beast tide. Such a warrior is undoubtedly a strategic asset for any military theater. If Lin Zhongwu's demise could be exchanged for Luo Feng's allegiance, the southern theater would truly reap immense rewards. Unbeknownst to Luo Feng, the southern commander had already begun contemplating how to secure his allegiance, and even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. For him, there is little distinction between the north and the south, as his goal remains the same: to hunt beasts and accrue attribute points. Nevertheless, Luo Feng has no intention of leaving the north. After all, if it were not for Commander Yang's vehement advocacy, he would not have the opportunity to exact revenge on Lin Jingwu now. Even out of a sense of reciprocity, Luo Feng would not engage in an act that could be perceived as betrayal. As time progresses, the grand competition continues in an orderly manner. Within less than 5 days, Luo Feng has successfully eliminated the majority of the beasts inhabiting the abandoned city where he resides. Before arriving in the southern region, the Blood Shadow Blade technique had already been successfully elevated to the 9th level. The vitality was being utilized to refine the meridians, and the mental fortitude was continuously being honed and crystallized. Under such circumstances, Luo Feng devoted all the attribute points acquired during this period to enhancing his comprehension of the 8 fundamental elemental laws. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Jingwu, after several days of battling with the otherworldly beasts, still felt he had not found the opportunity to break through to the 6th rank. With half of the competition time already elapsed, Lin Jingwu had no choice but to temporarily concede and hasten toward the area where Luo Feng was located. Chapter 92. Luo Feng. Your fortunes have come to an end in order to avoid detection by the soldiers who were constantly monitoring the situation in the battleground competition. Lin Jingwu concealed his surveillance equipment before entering the area where Luo Feng was located, crafting an appearance of merely taking a rest. Subsequently, he equipped himself with a specially prepared jammer to prevent Luo Feng from seeking assistance from the military, which would inevitably expose his actions. Having made all the necessary preparations, Lin Jingwu wasted no further time and set forth directly towards the abandoned city where Luo Feng resided. The situation had escalated to a point where not only did the Tang family find themselves without an escape route, but Lin Jingwu too could only forge ahead, resolute in his path. Had it not been for his obedience to Tang Shan's orders years ago, which led him to personally eliminate Luo Feng's mother, he might have remained impartial, allowing Luo Feng to contend against the Tang family without concern for the outcome. Regardless of who triumphed, his status would remain unaffected. Although the prospect of Luo Feng overcoming the Tang family seemed exceedingly bleak, his remarkable growth into a fourth-tier warrior within merely 2 months attested to the high caliber of the legacy he had inherited, suggesting that a miracle could indeed transpire. However, having already taken the life of Luo Feng's mother and previously aiding Tang Lingxian in framing Luo Feng, causing him to unjustly bear the blame for the murder of Su Liu's family and become a death row inmate, Lin Jingwu found himself with no alternative. With a quiet lament, Lin Jingwu reflected, had he foreseen this day, he should have eliminated both mother and son in one fell swoop, thus avoiding the current predicament. His initial reluctance stemmed not only from a desire to evade the infamy of child murder, but also from his understanding of Tang Lingxian's nature. He believed she would undoubtedly devise ways to eliminate her stepson, Luo Feng. Consequently, Lin Jingwu spent the majority of his time in the military, creating ample opportunities for Tang Lingxian to act. Unexpectedly, Tang Lingxian proved inept, resorting to various means of tormenting Luo Feng without ever delivering a fatal blow. Lin Jingwu discerned her thoughts. She perceived Luo Feng as vulnerable and isolated, even abandoned by his own father, and thus deemed him no threat, using him merely as an outlet for her frustrations. In moments of good humor, she would torment him. In moments of ill temper, she would do the same. Yet, amidst such extreme circumstances, rather than succumbing, Luo Feng cultivated an indomitable spirit, one that refused to yield at any moment, ultimately causing considerable trouble for both himself and the Tang family. What a foolish woman! Had it not been for the desire to leverage the Tang family's resources, I would never have found any interest in such a person. Lin Jingwu shook his head slightly, his gaze filled with disdain for Tang Lingxian. After his moment of scorn, Lin Jingwu halted before the derelict city, retrieving the observation equipment he had acquired through his rank of Major General, to ascertain whether Luo Feng was indeed alone. Upon confirming that the nearest presence, aside from Luo Feng, was a staggering 500 kilometers away in another region, Lin Jingwu hesitated not a moment longer and strode purposefully towards Luo Feng's location. Despite having Tang Shan as his backing, Lin Jingwu was determined to avoid detection by the authorities regarding his actions. Otherwise, while the Tang family might remain unscathed, his status as a major general would likely lead to dire repercussions. Lin Jingwu did not believe that Tang Shan would risk antagonizing the officials merely to protect him as a son-in-law. After investing so much time and even paying the ultimate price of murdering his wife and child to reach this level, he was unwilling to become a mere casualty. However, as Lin Jingwu delved deeper into the desolate city, his expression gradually grew somber. Observing the numerous corpses of strange beasts scattered around, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. What could have transpired? Why were there so many beast carcasses? On his journey, he had encountered only a few low-level beasts, which fled in terror upon seeing him. As if confronted by a great horror, coupled with the surrounding corpses, it was evident that these creatures had witnessed something truly terrifying. Could it be that, aside from Luo Feng, other formidable individuals had also ventured into this abandoned city, eliminating the high-level beast before him? The more he pondered, the more plausible this scenario seemed. It was highly likely that a team of warriors, or at least a 6-rank powerhouse, had come to this forsaken place, seeking to sharpen their combat prowess by hunting down beasts, thus clearing out the majority of the creatures, leaving only a few to escape. In Lin Jingwu's view, the young man Luo Feng had undoubtedly observed that most of the high-level beasts in the city had been eradicated, which was why he had specifically chosen this location to hunt B-rank beasts that would count towards his achievements, free from a worry of attracting A or even S-rank beasts. It was worth noting that during the days leading up to the competition, even he, a Southern Major General, had been in a state of trepidation, fearing a simultaneous encounter with multiple S-rank beasts that could spell his doom. In contrast, Luo Feng appeared to be favored by fortune, able to hunt low-level beasts in a city devoid of A and S-rank creatures. Reflecting on this, Lin Jingwu could not help but chuckle softly. Ah, Luo Feng, your luck is quite remarkable. You managed to evade risks so effortlessly. Yet, he lamented, unfortunately, your good fortune ends here, as you shall become my stepping stone. The final act of filial piety from son to his father. Following the coordinates displayed on his monitoring device, Lin Jingwu progressed smoothly, encountering not a single beast that could pose a hindrance. Nevertheless, an inexplicable sense of unease gnawed at him, as if a great terror lurked ahead. Glancing down, he noted that he was now quite close to Luo Feng, just 2 streets away. He reassured himself, there will be no unforeseen events. As long as I swiftly eliminate him and depart, my actions will remain undetected. Embracing such thoughts, Lin Jingwu swiftly arrived at the designated location, where he was greeted by the sight of Luo Feng fiercely wielding his blade against the surrounding beasts. Observing Luo Feng effortlessly dispatching one B-class beast after another, Lin Jingwu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, realizing that he had perhaps underestimated the capabilities of this seemingly discarded pawn. The task of eliminating him was likely far more complex than he had initially anticipated. Yet, having arrived at this juncture, there was no possibility of retreat. Once Luo Feng had vanquished the last 2 remaining beasts, Lin Jingwu raised his hand in applause, exclaiming, "Indeed, you are quite remarkable." Chapter 93. The slaughtered wild dog. You are doomed. In terms of martial talent and temperament, you far surpass your brother. That scoundrel chose to flee upon hearing that you had become a 4th-tier warrior. He is truly spoiled. Unlike you, who has endured countless hardships since childhood, emerging not only unbroken, but also remarkably strong. Lin Jingwu sincerely believed that Luo Feng was vastly superior to Lin Chongqing. Regrettably, Luo Feng's mother was an ordinary woman without any influential background to aid his career or martial pursuits. Consequently, he had no choice but to form an alliance with Tang Lingxian, seeking to make Tang Shan his support. How fortunate it would have been if Luo Feng had a maternal grandfather of the 8th-tier Grandmaster caliber like Lin Chongqing. He would not have had to eliminate a son blessed with such terrifying talent. With this thought, Lin Jingwu shook his head in regret. Luo Feng, ignoring the praise, stood still, silently observing this so-called father. Even before Lin Jingwu arrived in the area, his formidable 6th-tier spiritual strength had already sensed the other's presence. He refrained from taking action, fully aware that Lin Jingwu's target was himself and that the confrontation was imminent. For Luo Feng, the purpose of participating in this grand contest was indeed to eliminate Lin Jingwu, yet this posed no challenge. It was as effortless as dispatching a wild dog. Hardly worthy of concern. Gazing at Lin Jingwu before him, memories of Tang Mubai's words surfaced in his mind. It was he who had slain his own mother, in her final moments had worried for his safety, pleading with Lin Jingwu and Tang Mubai not to take his life. Even without witnessing it firsthand, Luo Feng could imagine the depth of his mother's despair. With this reflection, Luo Feng's resolve shifted. He did not intend to grant Lin Jingwu a swift demise. Rather, he wished for him to fully experience the despair his mother had felt, repaying the torment he had endured over the years 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Observing that his compliments had gone unacknowledged, Lin Jingwu's smile gradually faded. He looked at Luo Feng and spoke sternly. I warned you after that public trial to maintain a respectful demeanor toward your father. Clearly, my words fell on deaf ears. Luo Feng regarded him with an expressionless gaze and replied in a voice devoid of emotion. Father, in my eyes, you are merely a wild dog awaiting slaughter. At these words, Lin Zhengwu's pupils constricted slightly, and he erupted with rage. What did you say? Lin Zhengwu was furious, utterly astonished that Luo Feng dared to be so insolent, showing complete disregard for his authority as a fifth-tier warrior and southern deputy general. For many years, Luo Feng's demeanor towards Lin Zhengwu has been profoundly unsettling, as if he were gazing upon a stranger or even an adversary. Regardless of Lin Zhengwu's attempts to reprimand and suppress Luo Feng, the latter exhibited no inclination to concede or acknowledge his faults. It was presumed that upon recognizing the disparity and the imminent peril he faced, Luo Feng's attitude would shift. Yet, he only became more audacious in his defiance. For Lin Zhengwu, a man who would stop at nothing to ascend the ranks, there was an intensified desire to witness others bow before him, particularly someone as unyielding as Luo Feng. The prospect of Luo Feng submitting would bring Lin Zhengwu an indescribable pleasure. To elicit such a response from Luo Feng, Lin Zhengwu produced a jammer he had on hand, casting a cold smirk at Luo Feng as he spoke. I am aware that you believe you can seek assistance from the military or expose my actions to them, thereby rendering me incapable of eliminating you, which is why you carry yourself with such bravado. Even you can conceive of this. Do you truly think I would be unprepared? Do not harbor illusions of contacting the military. With this jammer in place, all your devices will temporarily fail. Lin Zhengwu regarded Luo Feng with keen interest, casually asserting, although you managed to escape and scathe twice before, this time, you are doomed. His intention was to witness Luo Feng's panic and perhaps hear him plead for mercy. However, to Lin Zhengwu's astonishment, a flicker of mockery crossed Luo Feng's face as he regarded Lin Zhengwu with an expression akin to that reserved for a fool. Lin Zhengwu was bewildered by this attitude, which only served to irritate him further. Just as he was about to retort, Luo Feng interjected. Tang Mubai also possessed such a device, and it was precisely because of this that no one could reach him before his demise. Tang Mubai was once exceedingly arrogant, yet he begged pitifully in the end. Luo Feng understood that Lin Zhengwu's audacity to confront him and declare his intent to eliminate him stemmed from a fundamental imbalance of information. Even now, Lin Zhengwu believed that Tang Mubai and the martial team hired by Tang Lingxian were slain by formidable adversaries from the north, failing to grasp that Luo Feng had amassed considerable strength in the intervening stages. After all, how could one who had yet to break through to the 6th rank dare to boast of Luo Feng's certain demise? Lin Zhengwu's brow furrowed at these words, and with a disdainful snort, he retorted, to compare me with the likes of Tang Mubai, that worthless waste, is an affront. What qualifications does a mere pawn, reliant on ancestral resources to forcefully attain the 4th rank, possess to be compared to a battle-hardened southern major? Luo Feng shook his head slightly, an expression of derision etched across his face. You're no different, since you have traversed this city to arrive here. Did you not notice the corpses of the exotic beasts along the way? Upon hearing these words, Lin Zhengwu was momentarily taken aback, but then, as if a thought struck him, he inquired, What? Are you suggesting that those exotic beasts were all slain by you? Before Luo Feng could respond, Lin Zhengwu burst in a hearty laughter. I am aware that you have fortuitously obtained a mysterious inheritance in the wilderness, and it is highly likely that you have even ascended to the 4th tier. However, the sheer number of A-class and S-class beast corpses is beyond my capacity to contend with, let alone yours. As his laughter gradually diminished, Lin Zhengwu became acutely aware of Luo Feng's unyielding expression, which seemed to mock his own folly. Chapter 94. Experienced true despair observing Luo Feng's demeanor. Lin Zhengwu finally recognized something amiss. He had never contemplated this direction before, as deep down, he could not fathom that the beasts in this desolate city were slain by Luo Feng. After all, if that were indeed the case, how formidable must Luo Feng have become? It is worth noting that even he, a 5th-grade martial artist on the brink of a breakthrough, could only flee when confronted by an S-class beast, lacking the capability to retaliate. Yet, along his journey, he had witnessed the corpses of 4 S-class beasts, with at least 100 A-class beasts as well. Thus, Lin Jingwu instinctively assumed that a 4 martial artist team or a 6th grade martial artist had traversed this city, leaving Luo Feng merely to reap the benefits, never once considering that these beasts were vanquished by Luo Feng himself. A weight settled in Lin Jingwu's heart as he fixed his gaze on Luo Feng, speaking in a hushed tone. Did you truly slay these beasts? Luo Feng offered no reply. Instead, he brandished his blood-stained long knife and approached Lin Jingwu step by step, inquiring, "Do you understand why I have not killed you outright? It is because I wish for you to personally experience what true despair feels like." With that, Luo Feng suddenly lunged forward. Sensing the imminent threat, Lin Jingwu dared not underestimate the situation. He swiftly drew his sword to block the incoming attack. Clang! The clash of blade and sword erupted in a shower of sparks. A deafening roar resonating across the sky as a violent wave of energy radiated outward from their position. The ground around them fractured, and a cloud of dust and debris enveloped their figures. Feeling the immense power transmitted through his sword, Lin Jingwu was struck with fear. Yet a part of him involuntarily exhaled in relief as he regarded Luo Feng with a cold smirk. For a moment, I truly believe those beasts were slain by you. But it seems you're merely a 5th grade martial artist. Even if that qualifies as a strong fighter, it is still insufficient before me. In nearly 3 months, a waste who was not even a provisional martial artist had transformed into a 5th grade warrior. Such a rate of advancement, if known, would undoubtedly astonish the entire Blue Star. Lin Jingwu was also taken aback, fully realizing the sheer terror of Luo Feng's innate talent and just how high the level of his inheritance must be. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that he felt an even greater sense of relief at having acted promptly. Given Luo Feng a bit more time to grow, and he might have possessed the strength to defeat Lin Jingwu. What a fortunate lad you are, nearly defying fate. However, I regret to inform you that your journey ends here. With those words, Lin Jingwu's eyes narrowed, his vital energy surging violently within him, unleashing an even more formidable force. Boom! With a resounding explosion, contrary to his expectations, Luo Feng did not retreat. Instead, he was sent tumbling backward. In the midst of a tumultuous aerial roll, Lin Jingwu's eyes brimmed with disbelief and existential doubt, his expression a portrait of confusion. How could this be? As a 5th-tier martial artist, merely a step away from a breakthrough, he had unleashed his full power, only to find himself not only unable to subdue Luo Feng, but also dispatched by a single, decisive strike. What was this predicament? Luo Feng, uninterested in enlightening him, brandished his blade and launched a relentless pursuit, delivering blow after blow that forced Lin Jingwu to keep his head down. Confronted with Luo Feng's fierce and unerring assault, Lin Jingwu found no opportunity to counterattack. A single misstep could result in severe injury or even death. He could only muster all his strength to defend while searching for a chance to escape. At that moment, as he observed the crimson phantoms trailing Luo Feng's strikes, Lin Jingwu's pupils constricted slightly, and he gasped in astonishment. Is that the blood shadow blade technique? No. My swordsmanship, too, was crafted by a martial sage, and the multiplier for each level of exertion is the same. I have mastered the 5th level of my sword technique, capable of an output of 8 times, with my vitality approaching the threshold of the 6th tier. How could I possibly lose in a contest of strength? Lin Jingwu struggled to accept this reality, yet the undeniable truth unfolded before his eyes. Gritting his teeth to withstand Luo Feng's onslaught, he growled a question. Just how many levels of the blood shadow blade technique have you mastered? With a single swing, Luo Feng unleashed a terrifying force that sent Lin Jingwu uncontrollably retreating, carving 2 deep furrows into the ground with his legs. Under Lin Jingwu's horrified gaze, Luo Feng replied nonchalantly, the 9th level. Upon receiving this answer, Lin Jingwu's demeanor crumbled, his eyes wide with rage as he roared, "It's impossible. Absolutely impossible." Like a trapped beast, Lin Jingwu continued to gnash his teeth and howl. You are merely a 5th-tier martial artist, and you only had the chance to learn the blood shadow blade technique after becoming a death row inmate. How could you possibly master the 9th level in such a short time? You must be lying. This power must come from the inheritance you received. Luo Feng raised an eyebrow, his eyes glinting with disdain. Does it truly matter? What is crucial is that now, it is you who is destined to perish. Once Luo Feng unleashed his full power, even with just the martial artist's strength, the combined force of his immortal golden body and the blood shadow blade technique would effortlessly overpower any sixth-tier opponent, let alone Lin Jingwu, who had yet to genuinely step into the sixth tier. He refrained from doing so, however, wishing for Lin Jingwu to gradually experience despair. In fact, Luo Feng hoped to use this pressure of impending death to propel Lin Jingwu towards a breakthrough into the sixth tier, only to shatter all his hopes at the moment he believed he could retaliate. This, indeed, would be the most ruthless form of revenge, allowing the pent-up fury and hatred within Luo Feng to find release. With such thoughts in mind, Luo Feng once more launched an offensive against Lin Jingwu. His control over his power exquisitely precise, always teetering on the brink of inflicting injury without posing a mortal threat. Nonetheless, the oblivious Lin Jingwu still sensed the ominous aura of death, believing that he was likely to be slain by Luo Feng. For a martial artist, teetering on the brink of life and death, engaging in combat with an adversary of equal or even superior strength can significantly unleash the latent potential within. It is evident that Lin Jingwu currently finds himself in such a state. As the wounds inflicted by Luo Feng's blade multiplied, saturating his uniform with a ghastly crimson, Lin Jingwu acutely felt that the long-standing bottleneck that had plagued him for years had finally been shattered. Chapter 95. Breaking through to the sixth rank? The soldiers at the Southern Theater headquarters, tasked with real-time observation of the ongoing grand competition, collectively exhaled in relief upon witnessing the cessation of Luo Feng's soaring score on the leaderboard. Observing Luo Feng's commanding lead, with his points surpassing the combined total of the next four competitors, one soldier could not help but express his astonishment. This fellow is truly a marvel. Since the commencement of the competition, he has tirelessly accumulated points for 5 consecutive days, and now it appears he has finally reached a moment of respite. It seems that after slaying so many beasts, even he has begun to feel fatigued. The other soldiers concurred, believing it was indeed time for Luo Feng to rest. Engaging in such relentless, high-intensity combat, one could hardly expect even a sixth-rank warrior to withstand it without succumbing to exhaustion. However, at that moment, another soldier timidly ventured his speculation. Do you think it's possible that he has eradicated all the beasts in the abandoned city he is in, which is why his score has plateaued? As his words hung in the air, the soldiers exchanged glances, increasingly convinced of the validity of this possibility. After a prolonged wait with no observable changes in Luo Feng's position, one soldier decided to activate the monitoring device to verify Luo Feng's status. However, to his bewilderment, no matter how he attempted to connect, he was unable to access the equipment on Luo Feng, as if the intelligent devices on him had inexplicably malfunctioned. After several fruitless attempts, and to preempt any unforeseen mishap befalling Luo Feng, they hurriedly reported the matter to the Southern commander. Upon hearing the full account of the situation, the commander decisively stated, "I understand. You need not concern yourselves with this matter. Luo Feng is in no danger." To prevent any unnecessary actions that might provoke complications, the Southern commander specifically instructed, "This is a consequence of the inheritance Luo Feng has attained. There is no need for alarm, nor further attempts to ascertain his status." I'm already well aware of the situation. With the matter addressed, the soldiers naturally refrained from further discussion, their hearts filled with envy for Luo Feng, admiring his acquisition of such a mysterious legacy. Once the communication concluded, the Southern commander rose and paced to the window, gazing at the scenery outside. He slowly began to speak. "Has it already commenced? Lin Jingwu, I indeed misjudged you. Possessing martial talent, yet willingly colluding with the Tang family to betray the interests of the Great Xia. Individuals like you have brought nothing but disgrace upon our southern region. To conspire with the Tang family, you have committed the heinous act of betraying your own wife and child. Let your demise come at the hands of your own son." The Southern commander harbored no concerns regarding the confrontation between Luo Feng and Lin Jingwu. He was certain that the ultimate victor would be Luo Feng. with no unforeseen events likely to transpire. The current prowess of Luo Feng remains shrouded in a veil of secrecy. So much so that a mere major like Lin Jingwu is utterly unqualified to access any pertinent information. The data Lin Jingwu has encountered regarding Luo Feng is significantly outdated, merely indicating that Luo Feng is a fourth-rank warrior, while any mention of his capabilities as a mental warrior is vague and unclear. Only high-ranking officials, such as the Southern Commander, are privy to the truth that Luo Feng has long since forged an immortal body and has ascended to fifth-rank status, with his mental warrior abilities having even transcended to sixth rank. Lin Jingwu, still trapped at fifth rank, harbors no inkling that he has been marked for certain doom in the eyes of the Southern Commander. Upon realizing that he is on the verge of breaking into sixth rank, he feels a surge of hope for a potential counterattack against Luo Feng, his spirits soaring with elation. His internal vital energy begins to surge violently through his meridians, a torrent of robust life force boiling within him, unleashing terrifying waves of energy that radiate from his being, causing his aura to rapidly ascend. To Lin Jingwu's astonishment, as he approaches the threshold of sixth rank, Luo Feng does not seize the opportunity to launch an offensive. Instead, he merely stands there, observing. In light of this, Lin Jingwu is at a loss as to whether to label Luo Feng as audacious or ignorant. It is understandable that he could not best Luo Feng at fifth rank, especially since Luo Feng had mastered the Blood Shadow Blade technique to its 9th level. However, once he transitions into sixth rank, Lin Jingwu is confident in his ability to effortlessly crush Luo Feng, making him acutely aware of the dire consequences of allowing such a breakthrough to occur unchallenged. In the absence of any interference, Lin Jingwu's advancement proceeds with remarkable ease, as he has lingered at fifth rank for many years, mere steps away from breakthrough. Upon succeeding, he revels in the immense strength coursing through him, feeling as though his potential has multiplied several times over. Drawing a deep breath, he gazes at Luo Feng and bursts into a maniacal laugh. Luo Feng, though I am unaware of your thoughts during my breakthrough, and why you chose not to disrupt it, now that you have squandered that perfect opportunity, you are devoid of any hope. After wandering the wilderness for so long, have you not grasped the imperative of showing no mercy to your adversaries and seizing every opportunity to eliminate them preemptively? My current demeanor is one of utter ease, and I regard you with a mocking expression. But fret not. Allow me, as your father figure, to impart this lesson to you. If you are granted another life, remember well, never afford your enemies a moment of respite. Though I am about to take your life with my own hands, I must extend my gratitude. Without you, I might have never ascended to the sixth rank warrior realm. Expressing gratitude with his lips, Lin Jingwu's eyes, however, revealed a glint of murderous intent. Without the slightest hesitation, he drew his sword and charged towards Luo Feng. In Lin Jingwu's perspective, having ascended to the sixth rank, a dramatic shift in the tides of battle was imminent. The one who had been thoroughly suppressed would transform from himself to Luo Feng, as he unleashed his vital energy and executed his sword technique, thrusting his blade towards Luo Feng. A flicker of derision crossed Luo Feng's gaze. He swiftly countered, striking Lin Jingwu's sword with his own. To Lin Jingwu's astonishment, at the moment of impact, his sword shattered into pieces. In his moment of bewilderment, Luo Feng wasted no time and brought his blade down with resolute force. As Lin Jingwu beheld the cold glint emanating from the edge of the blade, he realized it was too late to evade the impending strike. Desperately, he summoned his internal vital energy and braced himself to retaliate with a punch. The sound of flesh being rent asunder echoed, and blood erupted forth. Lin Jingwu's arm was severed by the blow, warm crimson blood gushing violently from the stump. Chapter 96. Lin Jingwu's Breakdown. He is the prey. A piercing scream erupted from Lin Jingwu's throat, an agonizing wail provoked by the excruciating pain of his severed arm, twisting his once stoic visage into a grotesque mask of despair. Nevertheless, the remnants of his rationality compelled him to retreat, too fearful to approach Luo Feng. Despite being a battle-hardened major general, he valiantly suppressed his suffering and fixed his gaze upon Luo Feng, growling each word with intensity. "This is impossible. How can you be so powerful? What have you done? By what right?" Lin Jingwu was baffled. Previously, while at the 5th rank, he had been utterly subdued by Luo Feng, and now, having finally ascended to the 6th rank, he found himself with his arm cleaved off by a single strike from Luo Feng, a humiliation that eclipsed his prior defeat, rendering his breakthrough seemingly futile. Yet, he was acutely aware that his strength had indeed increased significantly. Thus, this predicament could not be attributed to his own inadequacies, but rather to the extraordinary prowess of Luo Feng. At that moment, Lin Jingwu's attention was drawn to the shimmering golden light emanating from Luo Feng's body. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this radiant glow was a manifestation of Luo Feng's vital energy and bones. "Is this the immortal golden body?" Lin Jingwu's pupils constricted slightly, his face awash with disbelief and existential doubt. As the son-in-law of Tangshan and a major general in the Southern War Zone, he was well acquainted with the nature of the immortal golden body. He could ascertain that the golden form Luo Feng possessed could only be achieved by a 7th-rank master. "How could this be? You are merely a 5th-rank warrior. How could you have forged your golden body already? What on earth is happening?" At last, Lin Jingwu comprehended why. Despite his promotion to the 6th rank, he had not reversed his fortunes, but had instead suffered such a catastrophic loss at the hands of Luo Feng. It was not that he had weakened after his breakthrough. Rather, Luo Feng had simply withheld the power of the immortal golden body until now. Luo Feng glanced at Lin Jingwu's severed arm before regarding him with an impassive expression and speaking coolly. "When I first revealed my immortal golden body, your reactions mirrored those of Tang Mubai and the martial squad hired by Tang Lingxian." Fear gripped Lin Jingwu. He was acutely aware of the deathly aura surrounding him. He fully understood the terrifying enhancement the immortal golden body could bestow upon a warrior, which elucidated why no 6th-rank warrior had ever succeeded in defeating a 7th-rank master. Even if Luo Feng were merely a 4th-rank warrior, as long as he could invoke the power of the immortal golden body, he could easily overcome 2 ranks and perhaps even slay Lin Jingwu, now at the 6th rank. Lin Jingwu finally grasped why those who pursued Luo Feng were repeatedly met with their own demise. Even the martial squad employed by Tang Lingxian had fallen victim to this fate. "Flee! I must devise a means of escape. I underestimated his threat." Even Tangshan misjudged Luo Feng's potential. To achieve the 5th rank in just over 2 months and to have already forged the immortal golden body, his future will undoubtedly surpass our wildest imaginations. Such a Luo Feng has become a formidable adversary beyond my capacity to confront. It is imperative that Tang Hao, or even Tang Shan, personally intervene to eliminate him. Otherwise, the repercussions would be utterly catastrophic. Having made this decision, Lin Jingwu dared not linger any longer. He abruptly turned and fled at a frantic pace towards the distance. His sole chance of survival lay in escaping to another city to seek out other participants of this grand competition, preferably those from the Southern War Zone. With his identity and the injuries he had sustained, he could surely invert the truth and malign Luo Feng, much like he had previously done by attributing Lin Chongqing's transgressions to him. Little did Lin Jingwu